Game here. Get up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours for business lines of credit or term loans. Let LendSeek's AI Marketplace assist you in making the winning play and score that touchdown. Apply at lendseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Chicago, it's Bears versus Rams in the divisional round of the playoffs. Keep it on the score as we get you ready for this epic playoff matchup at Soldier Field. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station. The score! Chicago, it's time for the Mully and Haugh pregame show with your host, executive producer of the Mully and Haugh Show, Dustin Rhodes, on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Good morning. All good here.
Morning, Chicago. Welcome to a Tuesday, 13th day of the month. It's the Mully and Haugh pregame show. Mully and Haugh will be live and local for you beginning at 5:30 all the way up until 10. And they'll broadcast live from the Hyundai Score Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. They've got the Pick Six at 6. Top 6 sports stories of the day will be debated. Biggs time. Brad Biggs talking football with you at 7 o'clock. Coach Dave Wanstedt for 2 segments. 8:25, we've got Jared Payton talking Chicago Bears, and 9 o'clock, Mike Florio from Pro Football Talk, and the guests join us on the Plumbers 911 hotline. Plumbing emergency, call 1-833-PLUM-911. Local 130 plumbers get the job done right the very first time. Bears, Rams, Sunday, 5:30, the kickoff on NBC. The Rams enter this game as a 3.5-point favorite. The total 51 per our friends over at Circa Sports Illinois. And yesterday, Ben Johnson talked about the F-bombs, if you will, that were in the locker room, and he is not sorry for his Packers rant. Quote, "I don't like that team," end quote. We'll hear more from Ben Johnson during the pregame show, and of course during Mully and Haugh, and of course during the Pick Six. So, the reason the Bears are now going to play on Sunday night, 5:30 NBC, is because the Texans stopped the Steelers and Aaron Rodgers 30-6. That Texans defense held the Steelers offense to just 175 yards last night while sacking Aaron Rodgers 4 times and forcing Rodgers into 2 turnovers that resulted in Texan touchdowns. Both turnovers fueled the blowout. Will Anderson had a strip sack of Rodgers, forced the fumble that was recovered by Sheldon Rankins, and returned for a touchdown. That put the Texans up 17-6 in the fourth quarter. Then Rodgers' last pass of the game was intercepted by safety Kalen Bullock and returned for a pick 6. So the divisional round is now set with times. We knew who was playing on what day, but now we've got times and network. So Saturday, it'll be Bills and Broncos. That game's a pick'em. That one goes at 3:30 over on CBS. And then the nightcap, 49ers at the Seahawks. Seahawks minus 7.5. This one's at 7 Saturday night on Fox. Patriots now minus 2.5. Will host those Texans Sunday. That's a 2 o'clock kick on ABC. And, of course, the Bears, Rams here in town at Soldier Field. The Rams minus 3.5. This one is Sunday, late afternoon, early evening, depending on how you look at it. 5:30 over on NBC. Don't forget, Cubs Con starts on Friday. Speaking of Cubs Con, new Cub Alex Bregman was in the house last night on the west side sporting a Blackhawks sweater. Unfortunately, the Blackhawks did not have Connor Bedard due to illness, and they fell to the Oilers 4-1. Teuvo Teravainen also missing the last 2 periods of this one with an upper body injury. Tyler Bertuzzi did score his team-best 24th goal. Spencer Knight stopped 33 shots, and Connor McDavid extended his career-high point streak to 19 games. The Blackhawks will host the Calgary Flames on Thursday night. Tonight, the Bulls are back on the score. It's a 6:45 pregame. They are at the Rockets. Your Bulls sit 18-20 at the moment. And college football national championship. A week from last night, Miami will play for the title in their home stadium on the 19th of the month. They'll host Indiana, who ran over Oregon last weekend, Friday, 58-22. Indiana right now a 7.5-point favorite. The total in this one, 48.5. So that's how next Monday night will look, wrapping up what should be an unbelievable football weekend, starting on Saturday and then Sunday with the two NFL games, and then you've got the Natty in the college football ranks. And hey, are you a local business owner or an employee? How would you like to have your commercial air during Super Bowl 60 right here on The Score? Well, here's your chance. We've brought back the Score Big for Your Business contest, where you can enter to win a 30-second Super Bowl ad on The Score's broadcast of Super Bowl 60 from Westwood One. And new this year, you can win a live broadcast for your brand. That's right. Just log on to 670thescore.com/contest to enter and learn more details. The deadline to enter is this Sunday. Score Big for Your Business. It's sponsored by People's Bank, where better banking keeps moving forward. Member FDIC. Let's take you out to Haugh as the Bears getting set for the divisional round of the playoffs. The Rams will be here. We now know, again, 5:30 kick on NBC. Make sure you plan accordingly. Let's hear from Ben Johnson, going back to why he was so aggressive on fourth down, especially on Saturday night at Soldier Field.
Well, yeah, I think the previous two games, there's less possessions offensively than I would have liked to have. And so the aggressive fourth down mentality had something to do with time of possession and making sure that we're maximizing our possessions. It's a strategy we talked about as a team. The whole team was highly aware of it and had a lot of confidence. I think where it gets misconstrued is there's a lack of confidence in your defense when you do that. I think the opposite. I think it's because I have confidence in our defense and their ability to stop teams in the red zone that it makes you more willing to pull out a strategy like that. And so, a lot of thought goes into how we want to play a particular game. At the end of the day, it always comes down to what we feel as a coaching staff is going to give us the best chance to win and put our guys in the right spot, and then you go back and you look at it after the game. Hey, was it the right mindset or not? And that's what happens in this league, and I'm never going to apologize for being aggressive or doing things that might be a little bit unorthodox if it's what we deem is best for us to win a ball game.
There he is, your head coach, Ben Johnson, on the mentality about when to and not to go for it on fourth down. Here, Ben Johnson previews QB1 for the Rams. That, of course, Matthew Stafford.
So much respect for that guy. I mean, you talk about the ultimate competitor. He's one of the more supremely talented throwers of the football I've ever been around in my life. He's outstanding. I think he's a great teammate. But what I think second to none with him is his toughness, physical toughness. Like this guy's gone through a lot and yet finds a way to will himself onto the field to be there for his teammates. So when you look at him from just a competitor standpoint, like this is a really good player, and he's going to will himself to help his team out the most.
Ben Johnson talking about what Matthew Stafford brings to the table, what he will bring to Soldier Field. At this moment, it will be the coldest game that Matthew Stafford has ever started in his career. They're saying a high of 17. The real feel will be much colder than that. The Bears will go into this game without Ozzie Trapillo, also without TJ Edwards. Their seasons are over. So where is Ben's confidence in Theo Benedict, who will likely start at left tackle Sunday afternoon?
We've got tackles that have played a number of snaps over the course of the season, so your comfort level does go up. There's a reason why Theo was out there, though. We felt really good about the ball that he was playing there second half of the season. And so, yeah, it's another one of those stories where it'll be next man up for us. We've had a number of those over the course of the year. Theo, if it's his number that's called upon, he'll be ready to go.
Ben Johnson talking about his offensive line and next man up. Let's move over to the offensive line. Drew Dahlman, who has played every single snap for the Bears this year at center, really likes how Ben Johnson has heated up the rivalry, if you will, against that team from north of the Cheddar Curtain, the Packers?
Yeah, I think it's awesome to see. I mean, we have competitors all around the building, whether players, coaches, like equipment staff, everybody. And so I think when you see people like that, it drives that same spirit in you. And so I think it's really fun to have a coach that's fired up like that. And I think the guys feed off of it. Yeah, I really enjoy it.
Drew Dahlman talking about the Bears-Packers rivalry getting a little boost with Ben Johnson here. Dahlman talking about the injury to left tackle Ozzie Trapillo.
Yeah, we're really bummed to see Ozzie get hurt. Yeah, I think just a great guy and great teammate and player that showed up every day, is ready to go. It's unbelievably hard to step in as a rookie and play, particularly at left tackle. And so just him handling that, I feel like was a really good piece for the O-line and kind of good for the culture. And so I think we will obviously expect the same from whoever steps in and all that. Yeah, just bummed for him.
Drew Dahlman, Bears center, talking about the loss of Ozzie Trapillo. Another guy who has played almost every snap, if not every snap, is the guy that lines up next to Drew Dahlman. That is Joe Thuney. What does he bring to the Bears locker room and to Soldier Field?
Yeah, awesome to celebrate with, and he enjoys every single one. He knows how hard they are to come by. But yeah, he's also really good at flushing it and knowing that the next week, the other team doesn't care that you won, doesn't care that it was dramatic or anything. And so yeah, he's always ready to go, and that's why he's one of the best pros there are.
Drew Dahlman talking about Joe Thuney playing left guard for the Bears and keeps bringing success to every team that he plays for. If you just woke up, welcome to your Tuesday, 13th day of the month. It's the Mully and Haugh pregame show. Mully and Haugh live and local for you, beginning at 5:30 all the way up until 10 a.m. this morning. And they'll broadcast live from the Hyundai Score Studios, which is brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. They got the pick six at 6. Biggs time. Brad Biggs at 7. Coach Dave Wanstead between 7:44 and 8:20 this morning. Jarrett Payton, 8:25. Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk at 9. Those guests join you on the Plumbers 911 hotline. Plumbing emergency? Call 1-833-PLUM 911. Local 130 plumbers get the job done right the very first time. Let's move over to the Rams side of things and hear from head coach Sean McVay. And one of the things in the storylines of this week is how exactly is Matthew Stafford's hand? His finger x-rays were negative, but still might be an issue, right, Sean?
Yeah, just he got a little sprain on his index finger. You guys saw, kind of hit the helmet. He's as tough as it gets, but he's feeling good. Had a little, little sprain on the index finger. I don't want to say little, but he had a sprain on the index finger, but he was able to push through it. He's as tough as it gets, and we'll be good to go.
Will he have to wear any kind of device or splint or glove or anything on his hand? Do you know?
I don't know. I don't think, no. That hasn't been anything we've discussed. As far as the weather, the actual temperature, you'll have to talk to him about that. Those are personal preferences. Seems like it's going to be pretty damn cold. Get your freaking gloves on, Gary.
Sean McVay, Rams head coach, talking about the hand, the index finger of his QB1, Matthew Stafford. Stafford obviously playing a handful of games in Chicago against the Bears at Soldier Field when he was the Lions QB1. We'll hear more from Sean McVay all week as we get you set for Bears-Rams. Sunday, 5:30 kick on NBC. Right now the Rams are -3.5. The total is 51. Part of the reason this game will go at 5:30 is because the Texans absolutely dominated the Steelers and Aaron Rodgers.
3rd down and 12. Pittsburgh 1 of 9 on 3rd down. Rodgers empty backfield. He'll get the shotgun snap. 4-man rush. Sets in the pocket. Hit from behind. Down he goes. Did he lose the ball? Rodgers is down. The ball picked up on the play by Rankins. He'll run it down the middle from the 20 to the 10 to the 5 and a touchdown. He was not chased. He was not chased. It's a defensive touchdown for the Houston Texans. Rodgers fumbled it under duress.
There's a fumble recovered by Houston and run back for a touchdown.
I'll have to see it. It took him a long time to get out of there with the football.
A long time.
Didn't know if somebody else had recovered it, got touched on the ground.
It was hard to discern if they had said Rodgers was hit, but he was hit from the side by Anderson. Rankins got the loose ball, dug it out, and then ran with no one chasing him down the middle for 33 yards. He'll get the snap. It's a 4-man rush. He sits in the pocket. There's a line drive down the middle, intercepted at the 50 and picked off on the play by Bullock. He's down the far side 30, far side 20, down the far sideline 10, 5, touchdown. Rodgers has thrown a pick six. Rodgers has thrown a pick six in what might be the final pass of his career. And Bullock pulled it off down the far sideline, veering toward the end zone, and gets 6. Houston's second defensive touchdown tonight.
Yeah, fourth down situation, trying to force it down the middle of the field. Kind of got to do it at this point in the game.
That's how it sounded last night right here on The Score. Kevin Harlan, Kurt Warner, our thanks to Westwood One for the use of that audio. So the Texans defense takes advantage of 2 Aaron Rodgers turnovers, turns them into points on their way to a 30-6 blowout victory on the final wild card game of the playoffs.
And the benches will empty. That was the final play of the game. And another loss in the playoffs for the Pittsburgh Steelers, who have not won in a long, long time, as Aaron Rodgers and C.J. Stroud will embrace at midfield, and Rodgers will take a stroll through all the different players for both teams. Pittsburgh 175 total yards, their fewest in a playoff game since 1947. Unbelievable. Final score is in. The Texans, as the clock is run out, have beaten the Pittsburgh Steelers 30-6. 30-6 is the final score.
30-6, the final score. Monday Night Football, the wild card round is in the books, and it is now divisional playoff time. And with that win, the Texans, they will go to the Patriots. That game will be on Sunday afternoon, the first of 2 games. And you'll catch that game over on ABC. And the Patriots open up as a 2.5-point favorite in that one. Of course, the late afternoon, early evening game, the Bears-Rams here in town. Rams minus 3.5. 5:30 kick on NBC. Those numbers courtesy of our friends over at Circus Sports. The divisional round gets started Saturday afternoon. 3:30, CBS, Bills and Broncos. Right now that game is a pick'em. And then at night on Fox, 7 o'clock kick, the 49ers, they'll be at the Seahawks. Seahawks are minus 7.5. We heard Kurt Warner on some of those calls. Yesterday he was a guest on our afternoon show of Spiegel and Holmes talking about Bears QB1, Caleb Williams.
I think Ben is doing a great job of dialing up different things. You know, almost every play has a motion. I mean, even the run plays that they're kind of simulating pass plays on the other side of that. So even a guy that motions, or you have a receiver or a tight end on one side that wraps to the other side on the snap, he doesn't really even block anybody. He just releases and kind of goes to the flat as if they're going to run a naked bootleg or they're going to run some other type of pass play off of it. But all of that, you know, misdirection and eye candy and stuff is going on every single play. So I think he does a great job with that. You know, when it came to, you know, late in the game, it wasn't a bunch of, you know, dial up a crazy play that they don't expect. It was, let's call some good, solid pass plays, and Caleb read it out and make the throws. And I think the beautiful thing about a situation like that is when you're in pass, you know, all the time Titan mode. You know, we've talked about it all year with Caleb. Caleb's not going to be perfect right now. He's not perfect in terms of his efficiency. But if you're going to give him 3 or 4 opportunities to make a big play, I like the odds. He's going to make some big plays. And that's what you saw in this game. There were some misses that you're like, oh, gosh, we need to have that one. But it doesn't really matter because it's like, okay, first down, okay, second down and 10. Okay, now it's third down and 10. All I need is one of these 3 plays, and I'll make one of those 3 for you. And he did that over and over in this game. Is, you know, he just find a way to make the big throw when they needed it. Of course, everybody's talking about that incredible 4th down play that probably was the difference in whether they could even win or if they were going to lose that game. But he just made so many of those plays. And it was just going back to kind of the basics, and he did a great job of reading it out. I thought this was one of his best games across the board, even though, again, not a lot of points in the first half. The interception, I don't know if they've talked about it there. I think that was a mess up on the outside by Burden, who threw his hand up, and I don't know if he knew what he was doing because he was running back and forth across the formation, and then I don't know if he saw an adjustment and threw his hand up, or he wasn't sure what he was supposed to be doing. I think that was supposed to be one of their big in routes that we've talked about. They got down tight in the red zone a couple times, went for it, didn't get it. So that led to not a lot of points early. But I thought Caleb played a really good football game from start to finish. Maybe some other pieces that went against him, but I thought he played a really good football game.
There he is, the Hall of Famer Kurt Warner with Spiegel and Holmes each and every week, talking about what he saw from Caleb Williams in that come-from-behind win Saturday night over the Packers. If you just woke up, welcome to a Tuesday, 13th day of the month. It's the Mully and Haugh pregame show. Mully and Haugh beginning at 5:30 all the way up until 10 o'clock, and they'll broadcast live from the Hyundai Score Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. The Pick 6 at 6, Brad Biggs time at 7, Coach Dave Wanstead, 2 segments beginning at 7:44, Jared Payton, 8:25, Mike Florio at 9. Those guests join Mully and Haugh on the Plumbers 911 hotline. Plumbing emergency? Well, you just call 1-833-PLUM-911. Local 130 plumbers get the job done the very first time. Blackhawks on home ice. No Connor Bedard. Would it matter? Find out next right here on 670 The Score.
Coming up at 5:30, the boys are back with the Mully and Haugh Show, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show. 5:30 till 10 a.m. Mully and Haugh on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. In Odyssey Station.
This segment of the show is sponsored by Studio 41.
Remodeling your kitchen or bathroom? Studio 41 can help. Our home design showroom offers a great selection of kitchen and bath products featuring the bold look of Kohler. Visit us online at shopstudio41.com to find a showroom near you.
Start off the year right with Rosen Hyundai's New Year, New Cars sales event. How about the 2026 Hyundai Ioniq 5 electric SUV? With an EPA estimated range up to 318 miles and the latest in safety technology, it's the EV you've been dreaming of. Lease it for only $99 a month, $49.99 due at signing, 10,000 miles a year, plus first payment, taxes, doc fee, and registration for qualified buyers. Find yours at Scott Levy's Rosen Hyundai of Kenosha or Algonquin. Get behind the wheel of the all-new 2026 Ioniq 5 today. Buyrosen.com.
With 2026 here, I look back on all the pain, discomfort, limping that I did with my bad feet because of knee replacements, ruptured Achilles tendons. I mean, I've had my share of injuries, which contributed to me going to the Good Feet store and asking for help. You owe it to yourself to see if the Good Feet Arch Supports can help you. You'll get some one-on-one with a Good Feet Arch Support specialist who spends time with you. He'll understand your goals, and then he'll pair you up with something that makes such a difference you won't believe it. So if you're feeling some foot pain or discomfort, learning if Good Feet Arch Supports will work for you is as easy as going in for a free fitting and test walk. You can even use your HSA or FSA account to purchase your arch supports. New year, better health, one step at a time. It all starts with one visit to the Good Feet store. Schedule your free fitting and test walk at goodfeet.com with locations in Skokie, Schaumburg, Algonquin, Geneva, Naperville, Orland Park, and Highland, Indiana.
The Menards 15% off bag sale is here. Whether you pack it, load it, stuff it, or stack it, if it fits in the bag, you save 15%. Need new tools? Updating your bath or faucet? Or simply want some snacks? Put them in the bag and save 15%. So pick up a bag in-store at Menards and find out how much you can fit in the bag. Now through January 24th. See store for complete details.
Save big money at Menards.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pizza's here.
Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Where's the single best place to shop for and experience the largest variety of brand new cars, trucks, and SUVs all under one roof? The Chicago Auto Show, February 7th through the 16th at McCormick Place. Find out more and buy tickets at chicagoautoshow.com.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ah, the most beautiful time of year is upon us. Tax season. And Tax Slayer is here to help you file with 100% accuracy for your maximum refund. Guaranteed. Tax Slayer even has support from real U.S.-based humans if you have any questions along the way. File your federal return by February 8th for $22.99, and I'll help you get the refund you deserve. Take it from me, a talking calculator speaking to you through the speakers of wherever you are. Tax Slayer. File fearlessly.
Guys and ladies, get real about your health this new year with Synergenex and Low T Center. For a limited time, the men's TRT test is free, and ladies take $200 off the women's hormone test. Say no to diet trends, questionable online treatments, and deceptive prices from other places. Looking for the best? Synergenex and Low T Center are the leading experts. Meet with a real provider, get real medication, and real results. Everyone I know goes to Synergenex and Low T Center to change their lives. Walk in or book an appointment at GetMyHealthFix.com.
Hi, it's Russ Armstrong, the Chicago window guy. If you're in the market for windows, we do things different than those other big window companies. No subcontracted labor, no 3-hour-long sales pitches, simply the best product made here in Chicago with the best installation and best warranty, all at the lowest price. Deal directly with me and call the Chicago Window Guys at 847-881-3060 and check out our 5-star reviews at ChicagoWindowGuys.com.
ChicagoWindowGuys.com. Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. Now through February 1st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
You're listening to the Mully and Haugh pregame show. Coming up in 60 seconds. And coming up at 5:30, it's Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
If you're looking to purchase a loved one's home after they passed away, you need to call Team Hochberg, your trusted local lender. Pam wanted to purchase her grandmother's $400,000 home after she passed away, which was left to Pam's father, Ted, and her Aunt Betty. Ted listens to my show and wanted to forego his half of the equity of his mom's home and sell Pam the home for $200,000. Bad move. I recommended Pam purchase the home for $400,000 and get a gift of equity from her father, Ted, for $200,000. Which enabled Pam to purchase the home with a lower rate and no money out of her pocket. Let's review. I helped Pam purchase her grandmother's home without having to bring a penny to the closing and secure a lower rate. Team Hochberg's helped thousands of radio listeners, but we can't help if you don't call 855-563-2843 or visit 56david.com. That's 855-563-2843 or visit 56david.com. Lower.com, equal housing lender, MLS 1124061.
Welcome back to the Mully and Haugh pregame show on 670 The Score.
At the end of the day here, this is a 2-1 hockey game. 2-1 game. The Hawks fought back. They didn't go away. They pressured the Edmonton Oilers. Couldn't get the tying goal, and then an empty net goal by Bouchard, and then the late one.
That last one in garbage time on a turnover, and the Oilers win the second of 3 meetings against Oliver Moe and the Chicago Blackhawks. Put a good effort in, settled down. First period, a little sloppy. Hawks fell behind 2-0 on an early second period goal. Made it interesting in the third, but in the end, it's a 4-1 Edmonton win.
4-1 Oilers over the Blackhawks at the UC. Connor Bedard held out with an illness. Teuvo Teravainen missing the last 2 periods with an upper body injury. Your Blackhawks are 19-20-7 overall. New Cub Alex Bregman was in attendance, sporting the Blackhawks sweater, looking good. And the Blackhawks will host the Calgary Flames over at the UC on Thursday night. Bears, Rams, Sunday, 5:30 NBC. Rams -3.5. Total 51 per our friends over at Circus Sports Illinois. It's 5:30 on a Tuesday, and it's time for Mully and Haugh right now. This is 670 The Score.
Yeah, we're done.
Wake up! Wake up! Mike Mulligan, David Haugh.
John, he is in Brookfield. Hey, John.
Good morning, boys. How are you?
Doing well. Yeah, fun.
This is the happiest I've been driving into work on a Monday in a long time. So we'll take it.
Let's try Omar. He's on the Odyssey app. Hey, Omar.
Instead of Caleb Iceman, he's Caleb Kryptonite Williams to the Green Bay Packers. He's the only quarterback I've known who's won 3 out of the last 4 times they played. So I guess he can say, like Aaron Rodgers did, I own your ass to Green Bay. You guys have a great day. Go Bears.
Thanks for the phone call. Let's get to our buddy John in Joliet. John.
Good morning, Mully and Haugh and Chicago Bear fans all over the world. This is what Chicago Bears football is feeling like. Chicago Bear fans, Mully and Haugh, this is for you. Bear down, baby, from the semi. Yeah!
All right. We're doing this.
Wow, yeah. Start your mornings with Mully and Haugh, 5:30 till 10 a.m. on 670 The Score.
I got a message on my phone from Ben Johnson that said, Chicago. Yes.
Let's go.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score. Wow. I mean, that's a drag that's become sort of the national dialogue, right? That we're talking about that?
Yeah, I guess so. I guess that's the way yesterday went. Today is Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. And we have a date, a time, and a plan. It's real now.
It's
because
Sunday. It's the late game on Sunday.
It's the late game on Sunday.
So it's 5:30.
Prime time-ish.
Yeah, that's good.
2 largest markets are still playing, going against one another in the closest thing Sunday has to a primetime matchup. We had to wait until the end of the Aaron Rodgers era before that became official because somehow
they wanted him. I mean, no
offense, but he's aged.
Are you sure you wanted him? I mean, Aaron.
You know who wanted him? The Texans.
Oh, boy,
Yeah.
they got him, man.
They got him.
Went after him.
They got him, and they took care of business.
Is that how he was kind of an old gunfighter that he was almost like the guy, I don't know if you ever saw The Magnificent Seven, the one guy that was kind of done with the gunfighting. He still had his gun, and everyone was afraid of him, but he no longer really wanted
severely limited.
Shoot anybody.
Yeah, right. I know what you're getting at.
Yeah.
You know, it reminded me, everyone will have their own image in their head, but Joe Montana in a Chief jersey, Joe Namath in a Ram jersey.
Yeah.
When the great ones move on, and then this is the end, they look like players that are past their prime, and in this case, in Aaron Rodgers, that was hard to watch. I know everyone got probably a lot of glee in Chicago seeing it unfold, but he was severely limited, and the Pittsburgh Steelers suffered as a result. Texans are tough.
Okay, but you don't have to face them till the Super Bowl. The Rams are on our mind.
Yes, the Rams.
This is good,
yes.
Right? I mean, playing them as late as possible when it is as cold as possible.
No doubt.
Has to be a good thing.
I think that's a positive. You have to look at every potential advantage in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And whether or not people want to mock the idea or ignore it, but bear weather will be a factor. Matthew Stafford does not have a great track record of playing in cold weather. They're coming from the West Coast. They have already traveled. That you had in that kind of issue as well. Mully, this will be the coldest game the Rams have played in several years.
Sure.
And it could be one of the 5 coldest games they've played in since the Super Bowl era began.
Yeah, and they can't walk around in their sunglasses, and they can't sit by kidney-shaped swimming pools.
No, they cannot.
Because they're no longer in L.A., they're in Chicago, so...
Do you think that's what they do this week? Like,
that's what they
preparing for the Bears?
They walk around the kidney-shaped swimming pool.
Matthew Stafford kind of just
and they
poolside.
Stretch out and try to get some rays, and then they protect their eyes.
Does McVay sleep? He's one of those guys that...
No, he's always awake.
He doesn't... Like, he naps. He doesn't sleep.
He memorizes.
And he fueled by caffeine, espresso. He's one of these guys that doesn't ever slow down.
Half man,
half
cappuccino.
Yes. I love the from last week when Matthew Stafford was in the huddle and then he was mic'd up and they had McVay in his ear. And he kept on talking, and he's telling him to pipe down.
Yeah, he was like,
and then he said to the huddle, he's still talking.
He's like, he won't stop.
He won't stop talking.
Yeah, it was unbelievable. It was hilarious. He had the play, and then McVay, and he's telling him, okay, enough. And he just kept going on.
Rams are an interesting team, though, because you hope the elements slow down that passing game. That is the one area that I think as a Bears fan you have to look at with the most concern. Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams with Matthew Stafford protected, if he is, then he's going to go up and down the field. And that's the biggest worry right now from the Bears' perspective.
It is an index finger on his right throwing hand. So I'm sure they're going to be working that thing out for a long time. And you heard Ben Johnson yesterday talking about what a tough guy he is. So maybe they claim the x-ray's clean. Maybe he's just pretending like the finger's good.
I think Matthew Stafford's a pretty tough guy. No, don't do that. Don't be making those gestures with your finger for people watching on Twitch.
Exercising my finger up and down and back and in.
I know.
It's good for the
I know we're in an
finger.
age where anything goes. Apparently,
yeah, apparently we are. Yeah,
put that finger back.
It's the index finger.
Yeah,
I'm wearing a giant Weir #1 foam, trying to exercise the finger.
Until Ben Johnson talked yesterday, and I guess I hadn't thought about it this much because putting the Rams and the Bears in the same kind of category mentally is not something that we had done a lot up until now. But it didn't occur to me that Ben Johnson was a lower-level staffer, wasn't calling plays when Matthew Stafford was in Detroit.
With Patricia.
Yeah, sit up straight.
Yes, can you imagine?
That's where Ben Johnson learned his posture as a coach. Yes. But yeah, on Patricia's staff.
Get that shirt off.
Ben Johnson was an assistant coach.
Yes.
And Matthew Stafford was the quarterback.
And saw what a tough guy he was.
I have not heard many bad things about Matthew Stafford.
I've heard good things, and he's a good husband. His wife had that illness, and he stood by. He's a good guy.
Clay Harbor, who I think will be in here tomorrow for his weekly stop. We were talking yesterday at the Big Pro Football Show. He was a teammate of Matthew Stafford's and was just talking to him about what kind of guy he was off the field.
Really?
And could not have been more glowing with his praise. So he will be an easy guy to root against for Bears fans because he's in a Ram uniform, but he is somebody that one of the good guys in the NFL sounds like.
Yeah, maybe his accuracy is impacted, though, by the index finger. You think?
The index finger or the weather.
Oh, let me just ask
or Austin Booker.
Or maybe it all blows up on him because he's getting it
that could be
kind of on ice. That might help him.
Yeah, maybe so. What will be?
Wait a minute.
What will be the wind? Do you know the wind conditions yet?
I know
that will be the big
I know
thing.
what the wind is. I don't know it personally. Do I know the wind? And if one more person references the Windy City, I think I might go after him.
I think that you're going to really blow.
It's not about the wind.
I know that.
I know you know, and we know.
It's not.
It's about the blowhard
It's a political reference.
Exactly.
Has nothing to do with the lakefront.
I'm
sorry,
it's
weathercasters.
The hair dryer effect of guys talking nonsense to you.
I'll tell you what. We need to get either Collinsworth or Mike Tirico on,
and let them know.
Just let them know. Say, hey guys, no Windy City references. You know who's going to do that? Is going to be that guy, Jack Collinsworth. You know, the younger Collinsworth is going to probably make a Windy City reference. That will be the first one. And that will be probably an hour before kickoff during the pregame show. Well, tell Florio to pass it along today.
I think he's actually known as Jack Collins because they think he's kind of worthless.
No, that's not true.
No, I thought that was it. I thought that was the whole...
Let's be nice.
Oh, that was
Let's be the nice show.
Jack Collins Nepo?
No, not that either.
Oh,
no, not that. I guess I brought it up, so I should.
You started the whole thing. I thought I thought we were gonna. Now we're taking off the gloves. Let's go.
No, we're not doing that.
We're dropping the gloves.
No, we're not doing that. So
hockey, baby.
The stat going around is that Matthew Stafford is 1-7 or 1-8 under when temperatures are below freezing. Need to do a little more research into that to make sure that's valid. But the bottom line is he does not have a lot of experience playing in the conditions he'll encounter Sunday night now. Sunday night. Because 5:30 qualifies as night, correct?
Yes. Technically, it's evening, right?
How are we feeling about that because of our situation? Because it's all about us.
Well,
is it okay?
I've already had a conversation with Mitch about the post-game show because it's right on the verge.
I know. It's like
but
right there.
I can't miss the post-game. I mean,
really?
Nah, I'm going to the post-game. It doesn't matter.
Proud moment. That's a commitment.
You know why?
That's a commitment.
Tough guy.
Yeah. Well, then if I were on the fence, because I write a column every game for 670score.com, I'm in.
You got to be in.
I'm in. I'm all in.
You got to be in.
You got to be in. Yeah. If you're in, I'm in.
I'm in.
But then the next morning, typically...
We'll be grumpy.
A little bit. But
look forward to that,
Dustin. It depends.
He'll be grumpier than we are because he's the Wonder Grump.
He is.
That is his nickname. I didn't give it to him.
I know.
We celebrate it.
We celebrate that. The next morning will be,
Brandon,
depending on the outcome.
Brandon
is always cheerful.
Yeah, he's a good man.
Yeah, definitely. He's smiling.
He's got the. I mean, out of the four of us, he probably
has the most pleasant disposition.
Has by far.
There's no doubt about it. Yeah, there's really no question. It's not even close.
It's an easy answer.
It is. Yeah. So next Monday morning could be depending on the outcome.
You're probably second.
We're not ranking
and the
people
Wonder
here.
Grump is third, and I might be the most ornery of all of us. Is that what you're saying?
I didn't do a power rankings. We're not doing that today.
That wounded me.
You're the one who wounded yourself.
People don't understand the melancholy nature of the Irish. Back off. Is this a private fight, or should anyone jump in? I think you're right. I think that we got to be all in on this one because this season is either gearing up or winding down.
Okay.
I think they either captured the magic and they're going to capture the flag, or there was just one magical moment.
I do have a serious question.
I like that.
As I think about this and look at it, and I don't want to speak it into existence or anything like that, but you do wonder. The Bears' season, in many ways, even though the expectations remain high and nobody's satisfied, and you'll hear all the good rhetoric at Haugh this week, what are the chances that inevitably they have a letdown after peaking Saturday night against the Packers? Even though it's the next step and it is, going deep in the playoffs is the goal, and getting to the Super Bowl is realistic as far as...
Sure, of course.
Why not? Why not us? That kind of thing.
Yes.
Yeah. How do they guard against that? Is it just being professional? Do you worry about it? Do you even talk about it? Because it would be understandable if they have some sort of dip in terms of intensity, approach, anything.
I think it's an excellent question, David. It's a genuine concern. I also think... I'm hoping that was the dip. I'm hoping that the letdown occurred in the first half.
Right.
I'm hoping they're looking at this as a chance to not have a letdown because they let everybody down. They made a valiant effort to get the crowd out of the game. And by halftime, you felt like, oh, my God, they got the crowd out of the game.
They did.
What are you doing? 4th and 4, you're 4th and 5, whatever it was. You're getting the crowd out of the game. It was a bad decision for many different reasons, but really the main one is you do not want to take your fan base out of the game at that point. Now, it's great they can come back and do that, but in my opinion, the letdown was in game 1. Don't do that again.
Do you think that the Rams, and this is a totally out-of-town stupid question, I believe, but I'll ask it anyway, do they have a home field advantage when they play at SoFi because their fan base isn't known to be like rabid or
show up?
It's LA and there's
it's more.
So are they more prone to succumb to some of the things in an environment that Soldier Field could be Sunday night, that maybe the Packers or other teams that have that kind of fan base on a regular basis in their own stadiums are. You have the veteran presence of Matthew Stafford,
Yes.
but is that a team that you can rattle just by the home crowd being loud and shaking the building again?
They got a lot of professional players. They got a lot of guys on that team that have come from elsewhere and have already made their mark in the league. I think the advantage at home for the Rams, like a lot of different teams, you're kind of built to play in your surroundings.
Mm-hmm.
So they are put together to kind of to be this outdoor team in nice weather that can do a lot of different things and can attack in the passing game and excellent with that stuff. I'm not saying that they're not tough and they don't put together their program that way, but it's almost like Matthew Stafford has been in specifically designed teams, one in a building, right, in an indoor building in Detroit, and another one outside in L.A.
The comparison that I make in my head, and don't know if it's, is that Matthew Stafford's, the way that it has always been conducive to his arm and his talent and his environment, Kurt Warner. Kurt Warner was a quarterback who always had good offenses, tremendously accurate, but had everything in his favor because he was an indoor guy. And Matthew Stafford in Detroit was an indoor guy, piled up tremendous statistics, goes to LA, wins a Super Bowl in an environment that basically on a roster that's built for that, like you just said.
Kurt Warner, incredibly accurate. Kurt Warner probably never had the arm strength that Matthew Stafford has.
But maybe more.
But it's an interesting, I'm just thinking about, the way that they were designed within the scheme by the coaches that they had.
Both guys who excelled because of the schemes. They played for offensive wizards.
Both guys Hall of Fame quarterbacks.
Yes, I think so.
You're facing a Hall of Fame quarterback.
You're facing a Hall of Fame quarterback even at this stage of his career is dangerous.
Don't make me continue.
You keep doing that, I'm going to start thinking about Jimmy G and wondering what scouting report we have to put together about him.
The guy's got an index finger. It's not like he's got, I don't know. Does the pinky matter?
I don't know. You know what we're going to need before Sunday? We're going to need Tom Brady to simulate what it's like to throw with an injured pinky. On camera, just like he can do it, like he did with the physics of throwing the ball into wind the other day. Did you appreciate that from Tom Brady the other night? The simulation from.
I got a lot of respect for Brady because of the career he had and because of where he came from to have that career, and I have enjoyed him. Even in his first year where he was struggling, but I think he's improving as a broadcaster. I think those sorts of things are good to do with him. I just think he knows that kind of stuff. Let him talk about it.
Yeah, no doubt. He's an expert. So it's fine.
I did enjoy it, and I do enjoy Tom when he has his moment.
I'm glad for Bears fans that they're getting this booth of the ones that they could. I didn't think ABC would be here. That would be my number one choice. I think NBC would be number two.
They wanted this too. That's the good news. So they were very anxious to get this. Just talking to people. Yeah.
Chicago, LA, those two markets, and now you have it'll seep into prime time by the time things really get going. And so absolutely, this is the big market game that you wanted, the marquee attraction of Sunday, and it's going to be so much fun.
Obviously New York has the biggest market, but they're not involved in
They don't
the
have a team
playoffs.
left.
Yeah, they're bad all over the place, sadly.
Giants, Jets, afterthoughts.
Yeah, terrible.
Except for maybe John Harbaugh.
These are the two best markets that are left, and it's pretty good that listen. The Bears sell. The Bears are, because not only the difference between L.A. and Chicago is very obvious, especially in football, which is we are a rabid sports town. If there was any doubt about how the Bears own Chicago, that was cleared up, I think, on Saturday night, if not earlier in the season.
Well, with the confluence of sporting events that went on Saturday night, you never doubted which one was at the top of the list.
And that's just with Bulls players.
Exactly. Even Io DeSumo agrees.
He was the great.
He's
I
like,
loved that.
That was great when he said,
I loved it.
"Watch the Bears come back. They were down 21-6." You're right. It's good for the league when the Bears are front and center and when they are competitive and good as they are this year. You know, that's Roger Goodell was here on Saturday night.
His wife's family, Bear fans. Of course he was here.
Yes, of course he was here. Making the rounds, apparently.
Yeah.
So there were reports that he was out in Arlington Heights in Northwest Indiana taking the tour of the potential future sites of the Bears' new stadium project.
Yeah, I think, I really hope that the Bears, I don't know how. I think they should stay downtown.
Well, I would ask a question.
It's beautiful downtown. It looked beautiful
Do you
on
think
television.
that, and this is wildly unrealistic, but I'm just thinking out loud, Saturday night was such a special occasion for the Bears, both in how they played, that they won, and the way it all unfolded. I think the setting contributed to making it more memorable.
I agree with you.
And special and meaningful. And I just wonder, does that resonate at all with Kevin Warren, George McCaskey, and the people looking at the other potential stadiums?
Well, I know the Bears released their fan survey, their season ticket holder survey on Monday, wasn't it? And one of the questions, would you still be a season ticket holder in Northwest Indiana? That was one of the questions they were asking all the Bears season ticket holders. So I would imagine that the timing of that was such that they're going to get a positive response from that. But I would imagine in the hearts of hearts, I don't think it's a very popular thing to do.
Well, I just wonder if at any point in time they look at staying in Soldier Field as still a viable option.
I don't believe it is.
Renovating,
I think it's
committing money.
I think it's Arlington Heights or Northwest Indiana. I mean,
I don't think in terms of
it's a pity, but that's the truth.
Realistic alternatives. You're right, and I agree with that. But I'll have to say though, what happened Saturday would give me a little pause. You know, in driving home or whenever George McCaskey has a quiet moment, I just wonder if he ever occurred to him like, boy, it might not get much better than this. And I don't know how you simulate that in Arlington Heights or Northwest Indiana or wherever you choose to move. You've got a lakefront setting, a skyline view from the north end zone, and it's just so ideal that
I think knowing George a little bit, and I don't claim to know the inner workings of the man, but I know he is a Bears fan, and I know that if I'm on like YouTube or something, I'm not a TikTok guy, but I get people sending me some TikTok stuff. I know that in the course of his day, I'm sure he is seeing reaction videos from all over the city. And there were reaction videos from all over the city. And I'm sure that the bars are full of people going crazy. I've seen it myself. You know, what's really weird is they keep playing that Back in Chicago Again song. Every time, you know, you go through, I don't know if you ever spend any time kind of combing through some of these things, it's a laugh. But that song is playing everywhere. I think it's been repopularized by the Bears' success. But I would imagine George does watch that stuff and does find it interesting and appreciates that fans in bars all over, wherever they're at, look great to him as much as the city must look great. It's not like George grew up within the city. I know he's worked here before, and I know that the Bears are the Chicago Bears.
They are somewhat detached because he lives in Sycamore and works in Lake Forest, and it's easy to circumvent all of the things going on downtown. I think that's an interesting point. Med Johnson also alluded to that at one point, saying a couple weeks ago he doesn't get downtown much, but he can feel the vibe. If you were downtown on Saturday night and you were lucky enough to be part of that atmosphere, it left a mark, and it made you wonder. And it's unfortunate, really, that won't be the reality moving forward after they make a decision, I guess, assuming they will, and wherever they're going to break ground.
Yeah, I think the other thing is, generally speaking, you can't let business impact. You can't let emotion impact business decisions.
That's hard, though.
I know it's easier said than done. And when I was a
You're
younger
right.
man, it tortured me. But as the years have gone on, I understand it a lot
Because
better.
you're in your feelings after Saturday night.
Yeah.
Whether you own the team or a fan of the team or cover the team, like you just look at that, and it was definitely one of those times like you're going to remember where you were, as we said all day yesterday.
Yes.
When the Bears beat the Packers.
It was really just a wonderful turn of events. Okay, we've got to get to the pick six. We got all the news of the day. We're going to talk it through, and we're going to have arguments, and we're going to have laughs along the way. Pick six next. Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 The Score.
Bears fans, it doesn't get much bigger than this. The NFC North champion Chicago Bears versus the Rams in the divisional round of the playoffs. Win or go home. Soldier Field will be rocking once again. Stay locked to The Score as we get you ready for Bears versus Rams all the way up to kickoff. And when it's over, be here all day Monday as we break down one of the biggest games the city has ever seen. Only on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment of the show is sponsored by Grand Appliance. Shop top brands like GE, Cafe, and more during the New Year New Appliance Sale at Grand Appliance. And you get hundreds in savings you won't find anywhere else. Visit grandappliance.com or your local showroom. Do that today. That's Grand Appliance. They've been appliance experts since 1930.
What's the best home improvement you can do this winter? Transform your garage with a gleaming new Comer & Cross garage floor. Now is the time to call them. During their preseason sale, you'll get a phenomenal Comer & Cross garage floor price, and they'll install it when you want it. Comer & Cross makes it so easy. They take out your stuff for you. They'll fix your cracks and pits perfectly in one day. I love mine, a Comer & Cross garage floor. That's the gold standard, guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. Their installers are professionals, no subcontractors at Comer & Cross. Call them now, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMER, ComerCross.com.
Every so often in medicine, something comes along that is truly revolutionary.
Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup, former orthopedic surgeon, now National Medical Director at QC Kinetics.
I believe this is one of those things.
Dr. Scheinkup is talking about regenerative medicine, something he's practiced, researched, and written about for nearly 2 decades.
The old ways of dealing with joint pain, such as steroids and surgery, are no longer the best ways.
If you have pain from arthritis or injury, you owe it to yourself to learn more about this exciting option, using your own body's natural power to get lasting relief. And there's no better place to learn than QC Kinetics.
There is no one in this country today with more clinics, more satisfied patients, more advanced protocols, or more experience in using this exciting option to deliver life-changing results.
Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-847-4347. That's 312-847-4347. 312-847-4347.
How about finally a simple New Year's resolution, one where you're guaranteed to succeed? Reverse the clock on hair loss with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment. You'll feel more confident and more youthful when you witness your own natural hair growing into those places where it's been balding or thinning for years. From Advanced Hair's breakthrough technology to their world-class medical team, they are the only team in hair restoration I personally recommend. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Did I mention the results can last a lifetime? Celebrate this new year with a fuller head of hair and get a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Call 872-217-HAIR. That's 872-217-HAIR. Or see what meeting your New Year's resolution could look like with the before and after pictures at advancedhair.com.
Chicago's Sports Morning Show with Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Chicago, it's Bears versus Rams in the divisional round of the playoffs. Keep it on the score as we get you ready for this epic playoff matchup at Soldier Field. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station. The Score! Scoreboard update.
Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeat.com because confidence should never cost a fortune. Connor Bedard, a scratch last night at the United Center, dealing with an illness. Teuvo Teravainen missing the last two periods with an upper body injury. And despite a goal by Tyler Bertuzzi, his team best 24th, the Blackhawks fall short, falling to the Oilers 4-1 at home. They're 19-20-7 overall, and they will have the Calgary Flames in town Thursday night. The bright spot, Alex Bregman, new Cubs third baseman, in attendance, sporting that Blackhawks sweater. Tonight, the Bulls will be back on the Score from Houston. It's a 6:45 pregame. Bulls sit 18-20 overall. Also, the game that was canceled with the Heat will be made up on January the 29th. The Bulls will play 4 games in 5 nights and 3 in a row against the Heat. So mark your calendar accordingly. The Bears, we now know when they will play exactly. Sunday night at home, 5:30. Watch it on NBC. Rams minus 3.5. The total is 51. That's because the Texans topped the Steelers 30-6. Aaron Rodgers' potential last pass in the NFL, a pick 6. Speaking of pick 6, that's next right here on Mully and Haugh. The Hour brought to you by Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago.
It's Pick 6 with Mully and Haugh, where we debate the top 6 sports stories of the day and then open it up to you, the Chicago sports fan. Call us at 312-644-6767, or you can tweet your thoughts at Mully Haugh. Pick 6 with Mully and Haugh starts now.
All right, guys, let's get this one going. First question of the day, what did you make of Ben Johnson's defiance over his viral expletive-filled comments on the Packers Monday? The coach declined to apologize and said Bears chairman George McCaskey, the man who forced HBO to make heavy edits of curse words on Hard Knocks a year ago, is, quote, on the same page, end quote.
Like I said before, there's a rivalry that exists between these two teams, something that I fully recognize and I'm a part of. And I don't like that team. So George and I have talked and we're on the same page.
What did you make of that?
I got no problem with anything that Ben Johnson is doing. I think I've said that already. I got no problem with Ben Johnson saying anything he wants to his players. I just didn't appreciate the fact that Bears social media accounts are sending it out, and I thought it was kind of a bad look just because there are people that are lapping it up and loving it. And you know, the reality of life is that we live in a world that has a lot of profanity in it, that has a lot of kind of mean comments in it. And that's everywhere. And this used to be kind of limited. They would try to keep it out of various institutions. That's long over. We are in a period of meanness and profanity in all aspects of our lives, and we're inundated with it. And even if I I got no problem in my personal life swearing. I just choose not to do it in front of my kids if I can avoid it, or in front of my wife if I can avoid it, or in mixed company. I attempt to avoid it, but I'm very familiar with all the words, know all of them, and I'm not pearl clutching or trying to defend it. I just wish we were classier as a society. Let me put it that way. And I don't know why the Bears want to send that stuff out, but that's their business. And if George is on board, I guess it just goes between one thing and another. You know what? I'm already getting people texting me. It's fun, sir, that you can text that to me, but I guarantee if we were standing nose to nose, you'd never text that to me. Right. I would tower over you, and I would give you the Glasgow kiss.
You can explain that one later or now if you'd like.
I'd like to
kiss.
show that guy.
Look it up, right? Look it up.
Forehead to forehead.
I agree with almost every single thing you said there, Mully. And really, if George is on board, then I guess there's nothing to see here, right? But it does seem hypocritical from an organizational standpoint, the message that they want to put out there. But that just shows, assuming he's not lying, right? I mean, there's no way he's going to go out of his way and say George is on board if George really isn't on board. So George is on board. This maybe just shows, if you had any doubt how much the Bears-Packers rivalry means to this ownership group, this family, then that's how you know, if there was any shadow of a doubt, how much more, every loss should hurt, but how much more those losses hurt. Any truth to the rumor that I'm starting that's not true, that Ben Johnson took Aaron McCaskey to Pittsburgh last night and celebrated with the Texans in the locker room?
No, that's not true.
That's not true?
No.
Okay.
We have enough nonsense going on right now. We don't need that.
I
think George McCaskey is reading the room essentially in the moment, because when you go back to what we're referring to, the Hard Knocks preseason 2024, that was the right decision in that moment given the context of the organization at the time. You had Virginia McCaskey presiding over the franchise, and it was something he wanted to control the message, and that was his prerogative, and he certainly had that right as the owner. Right now, fast forward 18 months later, you have a team that just beat its biggest rival in the biggest victory that you've had in at least 15 years, maybe longer, and you don't want to do anything to kill the buzz. You don't want to do anything to be part of that process. You want to let your coach cook. You want to let him be himself. I think that when you see the video of Ben Johnson connecting with his players like that, regardless of the rhetoric and what he said and how profane it might have been, you've got owners out there, and maybe general managers showing their owners, or owners showing the general managers of coaches and teams with coaching vacancies saying, I want that. I want my next coach. Hire me somebody who's going to connect with his players and have that kind of passion in a locker room. So regardless of the profanity, I think you see the way that Ben Johnson connects with his players, and you admire that. Now, it is somewhat hypocritical for a franchise that is famously censoring itself for HBO to have an anything goes approach now. That also is unfortunate that coming out of this game, that the most passionate rhetoric that we heard the day after from people who do what we do revolved around this. Okay, guys, let's keep our eye on the ball. Let's look at the field. Let's look at the outcome. Let's not get caught up in all of this stuff. It's somewhat ridiculous that there's debates this passionate about what we're talking about. We're missing the point here. The Bears are a Super Bowl contender, period. This stuff, okay. Can we move on already?
I'm not talking necessarily about a pick six or something like that.
Ben Johnson responded emotionally when asked about Caleb Williams awarding him a game ball.
In the post-game locker room, what did it mean to you stand next to Caleb and then hear him get emotional, choked up when talking about the impact you've had on him?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't see that coming. You know, it's why you get into coaching is you want to make an impact on the people around you. You know, it meant a lot. It really did.
How about that?
When he said, I didn't see that coming, I think he was referring to, obviously, that moment on Saturday night.
Yes.
But I wonder if big picture he could have, I didn't see that coming after he took the job after he struggled through OTAs and had frustrations during training camp with a quarterback who lacked enough command to grasp the cadence, and he legitimately wondered about his leadership ability. And maybe he didn't see that coming in terms of the growth and the maturation of Caleb Williams, leader. Caleb Williams, immensely talented. I think everybody who understands football saw that from day one. What we weren't privy to was the behind-the-scenes commitment to being a better leader, grasping an offense, maybe countless hours at the facility, things that we don't see. I think that's what Ben Johnson in that moment got caught up with, is that, wow, I really did have an impact on him. Wow, he really has become the quarterback that we envisioned. Wow, I mean and matter to him. And that's powerful. And I think that when you see a professional coach have that kind of reaction to his quarterback, you have a ton of respect for the commitment that both guys did to make this work.
Yeah, it shows how connected these two guys are, and that's so extremely important as we head into this game Sunday evening and as we move forward beyond that, how connected these two are. And that's such a great thing for the organization and Bears fans.
Yeah, I think it's fantastic because it speaks to the future as well. I think that it's a wonderful relationship that is just growing and it's building, and who knows where it ends up. But I thought that Caleb Williams was very sincere in what he was saying, and he was getting choked up thanking the guy for the impact he's made in his life. And I don't remember who it was. One of us said yesterday that that Caleb had been through 3 different play callers, and this is something that saved his career in a way. Playing for Ben Johnson has gotten him to a point where he could do what he did in the fourth quarter of that game, and now he's a celebrated national figure. It's not like there's any talk about what's gone wrong in Chicago. It's all this, look what this guy could do. Break down that tape. Oh my God, it's almost like he looks like the Jumpman logo when he threw that pass. I mean, it's like amazing the response to what Caleb Williams was able to do in that game. And I think he's thanking the guy that helped him get to the point where all of his skill set was used positively to do that.
Even in that, though, there's humility.
Yes.
Because I don't know that he came into the league known for his humility.
Not at all.
And so he made a deep impression with those comments in that moment because you could hear the emotion in his voice, and you don't get there without having some degree of humility. And so I think that
was great.
It was great.
A really nice moment.
Mully, I got a question for you and Haugh.
Voice of Jared Payton joins Mully and Haugh at 8:25 this morning. We know that Ben Johnson built his rep as a play caller in Detroit with the Lions, especially with the way he turned around Jared Goff's career. But did you know that he was on staff with Matthew Stafford back in 19 and 20 under Matt Patricia? Johnson is a big fan of Matthew Stafford.
So much respect for that guy. I mean, you talk about the ultimate competitor. He's one of the more supremely talented throwers of the football I've ever been around in my life. He's outstanding. I think he's a great teammate. But what I think second to none with him is his toughness, physical toughness. Like this guy's gone through a lot, and yet finds a way to will himself onto the field to be there for his teammates. So when you look at him from just a competitor standpoint, like this is a really good player, and he's going to will himself to help his team out the most.
The more you know.
Yeah, that comment really does put the finger injury in perspective, as you wonder, Dustin. It is one of those things that you have to say he's going to will himself past it. It's not going to interrupt his game. It's not going to bother him. I mean, it's great to have respect for people, but when you've been up close and seen it, I'm sure it's from a totally different perspective. And I wonder if he's talked a lot about Matthew Stafford before. Just I wonder when he wound up in Detroit as the offensive coordinator and he's dealing with Jared Goff. He gets so much credit for rebuilding Jared Goff's confidence and making him into the player that he is today. I'm sure he couldn't tell him, by the way, you're not nearly as tough as Matthew Stafford.
Your arm is really a weenie compared to Stafford's.
So it's fun. I thought it was super cool. It's great that he has a background with the guy, and maybe that gives him a little more insight as well. That's a really dangerous team, and we'll continue to talk about it all week. But they also, they lost in Carolina. Otherwise, they'd have won the division, and they went there, and they stole their hearts on that last drive, but that was a back-and-forth battle.
What really sticks out about that piece of audio is the toughness factor, and that's going to be a theme all week long. In the pregame, I played some Sean McVay basically saying, personal preference, whether Matthew Stafford will wear a glove or gloves on Sunday evening at Soldier Field. So, but this could help on defense, right? So, obviously, with Ben being around Stafford as much as he has in a very intimate type of way in that quarterback room, if you will, he's going to know what Stafford doesn't like to go up against, and that could be a benefit to the defense that needs all the help they can get, if I'm being honest.
This will be the 23rd game that Matthew Stafford plays against the Bears. So the sight of him at Soldier Field, the sight of him going against the Bears defense will be a familiar one for fans who remember him well from Detroit. And he has done a lot of damage against Bears defenses. And so you do have that respect, and it was reflected in Ben Johnson's voice there. I didn't realize until looking closer that he was on that staff. And so when you have that kind of vantage point to his preparation, the execution, and frankly, how he leads and gets along with his teammates, he's got a tremendous reputation, Hall of Fame guy as well as a quarterback. So this is a tough challenge because the Rams come in with the most prolific offense in the NFL. I believe they lead the league in points. They have two receivers that are a problem, and the secondary will be, I think, up against its biggest challenge to date. So that's not easy. And when you hear Ben Johnson talk about all that comes with facing Matthew Stafford, you have a ton of respect, not fear, because you welcome the challenge at the stage of the season, but it will not be an easy one. So definitely more context in the whole Matthew Stafford background and his familiarity with playing at Soldier Field. You wonder, will that outweigh the fact that he will be compromised with his finger and with the temperature?
Different question on a different topic.
Voice of Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk and NBC. Of course, NBC is where the Bears are playing Sunday, 5:30 kick. Catch it there. A.J. Przinsky weighed in on Alex Bregman signing with the Cubs, and even he is impressed by the move.
Listen, I think this is finally a move. They act like a big market team. So I love this move for the Cubs, and that's hard for me to say, as everyone knows. He brings leadership. He brings defense at third. He'll hit you some homers. And from everything you've talked to, you hear from people, is he makes every player better. Makes younger players better, veterans player, because of his preparation and the way he teaches people what he looks for. So this is a great move for them. And congratulations, Cub fans. Cubs actually are acting like they're the Cub.
Is there any downside or potential negatives to this deal?
That was such a backhanded compliment. It was great to hear because he's exactly right. That's what we had been saying about the Cubs, waiting for them to behave like a big market team and then congratulating them for doing it. This was that kind of move. Even A.J. Przinsky grudgingly can respect it. And so what he said was right. Alex Bregman fitting in quickly into the Chicago sports scene at the Hawks game last night in a red sweater. So he's one of those guys you want in the clubhouse. He's one of those guys that impacts the entire roster, I believe. Great work ethic, known as a winner, gets along with everybody, looks good in the middle of that batting order. And there are no downside that I can see. Maybe I'm being blinded by optimism, but this, to me, as we talked yesterday, puts the Cubs in a different level. They have now addressed their starting pitching. They definitely addressed their lack of slug. And are they done yet? I'd love to add a Cody Bellinger if they have the funds and the resources and the wherewithal to do that. Don't know if that's getting greedy or even realistic, but Alex Bregman is a difference maker, and I cannot wait to see the fans greet him and welcome him to the Cub convention over the weekend.
You know, if you love rivalries, and we spent a lot of time talking Bears-Packers rivalry, AJ is the perfect foil, if you will, for the Cubs-White Sox rivalry, right? Every time he answers a question, he seems to try to bring the Cubs-Sox thing into it. And as a fan of that rivalry, I love that. So good for AJ. And AJ's a good baseball man. You learn something when you watch him on Fox. He's good in the booth, and he's good on that show, that Foul Territory. I guess it's a podcast or
yes,
it's like a
podcast.
TV for podcast, whatever it is. But the downside or the potential negatives, he's going to be 32, Bregman, at the start of the baseball season in 5 years. So 2 + 5 is 37. But the DH is in play here. It's a lot of money. The APV, everybody loves, this is going to be the highest average player value the Cubs have, in excess of $33 and change million. It's not the highest contract ever given total. That still is the right fielder who gave the great speech.
Jason Hayward.
Yeah. $184 million.
Mm-hmm.
And you wonder what $184 million would calculate in today's numbers. Would it be in excess of 200 probably?
Probably
right?
so.
So
10 years ago.
Right. So, and the other thing, you can make like the Joe Tooney comp here. We talked about it yesterday, I believe. Bregman, 7 straight ALCSs at one point. I mean, that's bringing winning to a clubhouse. So don't trade anybody away, Cubs fans. Don't trade anybody away. Keep this group and keep going for it.
AJ on that podcast did an unbelievable job of explaining everything that went down with Bregman in Boston and how Boston, he talked about the decisions that they made. They they didn't lowball him. They offered him less money than this contract, significantly less. And he went, no, they wanted this. And they told him, well, if you can get it, good luck. And then he went and he got more money than they were offering. They never said how much it was. And Boston basically didn't believe him. And then they said, okay, well, I'm going to sign with someone else for more money. And then Boston offered a 5-year, $165 million contract. And they had already lost him and he was gone. And that is why he ended up going to the Cubs. And it was it was pretty extraordinary, all the information he had, and it made the Red Sox look pretty embarrassing, frankly. Who's the former Cub guy there?
Craig Breslow.
Breslow was the guy that
AJ had information. Somebody talked to him about what happened behind the scenes.
Someone gave him
and he was
everything,
eager to share it, and they look bad.
And he made them look foolish.
But isn't it nice from a Cub fan perspective to be on the other side of that conversation?
Listen,
because how many times were they in the situation like, well, this is what went wrong when they failed their pursuit of Bregman last year. This is what went wrong in their failed pursuit of fill in the blank. And now they're on the beneficiary end of that other, Bregman and the Red Sox should have worked out in all likelihood and common sense.
Yeah, no question about it.
Somehow
You're right,
it
David.
didn't.
It did make them. It made them look really bad. And you're right. Someone gave AJ that information. He'd lay it out. Maybe we'll find that piece of audio. It's worth listening to. But at any rate, we will be right back. We've got more good questions. It's the Pick 6 on Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 The Score.
As the divisional round approaches, where the Bears take on the Rams, Bears fans are calling in on the score.
Let's go to Tony and Joliet.
This is something special. This is Michael Jordan time, and Caleb handles the moment. And man, who knows how far this is going to go.
Steve.
Caleb's grown into the Iceman, and we're in the divisional playoffs hosting the Rams. Bring on the Rams, that warm weather team. Come to Chicago, 20 degrees, windy weather. Let's go.
As the Bears prepare to take on the Rams in the divisional round, keep it right here on Sports Radio 670 The Score and live on the free Odyssey app.
It's Blackhawks and Bulls season on Chicago Sports Network. Visit chsn.com/radio to sign up for your free 7-day trial of the all-access plan. Over 300 live games per year. Chicago Sports Network, your home stream advantage.
Looking for a stable career you can count on in 2026? Don't miss Uline's warehouse hiring event this January in Kenosha County. Backed by over 45 years of success, Uline offers job stability, training, and the chance to build a rewarding career. New warehouse team members earn $26 an hour or more, plus full health coverage and 401k with 6% match starting day one. Sign up for your warehouse interview on Saturday, January 17th in Kenosha County at uline.jobs. That's uline.jobs.
This segment of the show is sponsored by PackyWeb Ford.
I'm Jack Webb. PackyWeb Ford has the trucks. We'll beat any competitor's deal on any new F-150, Ranger, Maverick, Super Duty, or Transit. For details, visit PackyWebFord.com.
Hey, Chicago, do you need to eat a little healthier without sacrificing the stuff that you love? Wild Fork has lean proteins for great prices. 500 items under $10 a pound. Organic 85% grass-fed ground beef at $6 a pound. Atlantic salmon fillets at $5.98 a pound. Better quality meats at lower prices due to Wild Fork's state-of-the-art blast freezing technology. Shop in store or visit wildforkfoods.com to learn about 3 months of free delivery for qualifying customers.
I'm Jeff Boundy, president of Cornerstone National Bank and Trust Company. For a company known nationwide for its efficiency, you need banking you can trust with customer service you can rely on. Customers like Jim Kopp agree.
Hi, I'm Jim Kopp, owner of American Precision Electronics in Carroll Stream, Illinois. Our AS9100 certified company specializes in a diverse range of electronic manufacturing services, supporting more than 50 clients. For my company's banking needs, there's no other bank I trust more than Cornerstone. We have banked with Cornerstone since 2011. In 14 years, Cornerstone continues to provide excellent customer service and funding for our business to maintain our high standards and exceed expectations.
Thanks, Jim. For more information about how Cornerstone can help your business, visit our website at cnbtc.bank or give us a call at 847-654-3000.
Member FDIC. Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. Now through February 1st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Allstate's new home insurance is now better than ever. We're making getting the right home insurance that's right for you super easy with our improved online quoting tool. It explains how each coverage option works for you without the headache. Yep, you could start protecting your home in a matter of minutes. So check Allstate first for home insurance that's better than ever. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Coverage subject to terms, qualifications, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Time's up. The IRS isn't waiting. They're coming for your paycheck, your bank account, even your home. You ignored the letters. You thought it would go away. It won't. If you owe more than $10,000 in back taxes, you are already in the crosshairs of the IRS. Wage garnishments, bank levies, tax liens, they're not threats. They're next. But here's the truth. You still have a chance to fight back. This is Patrick Noon with PJN Tax Solutions Group. We are a local tax resolution firm located right here in St. Charles, Illinois. Don't call some 1-800-FIRM 10 states away. We're right here. Call us now at 630-415-5296. We don't do fluff. We get results. Call us now, 630-415-5296. That number again, 630-415-5296. Or just Google, I want the IRS off my ASS.
Guys and ladies, get real about your health this new year with Synergenex and Low T Center. For a limited time, the men's TRT test is free, and ladies take $200 off the women's hormone test. Say no to diet trends, questionable online treatments, and deceptive prices from other places. Looking for the best? Synergenex and Low T Center are the leading experts. Meet with a real provider, get real medication, and real results. Everyone I know goes to Synergenex and Low T Center to change their lives. Walk in or book an appointment at GetMyHealthFix.com.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Robinhood, your money, your move. The temperature just dropped in Green Bay, and it's not the weather. Matt LaFleur is staring into the abyss after a historic 21-3 collapse against the Bears. That offensive genius tag is wearing thin, but Packers want an extension and are working toward one. The fan base's patience is growing thin. The frozen tundra is heating up. I'm Greg Toll.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can test your sports IQ in real time with Robinhood Prediction Markets. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. You know the game. Put it to use. Trade every play with Robinhood. Download the app today. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives, LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply by February 11th and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Segment of the show. It's brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com because confidence should never cost a fortune.
Welcome back to Pick 6 with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score and the Odyssey and iHeartRadio app.
Oh, boy. Good question.
Plenty of questions for Coach Dave Wanstead beginning at 7:44. How big of a loss is left tackle Ozzie Trapillo? How about linebacker TJ Edwards? Which player will be missed more?
It is... It's sad reality that you lose players in the NFL, that you lose players in the playoffs, that you don't have your best players all the time. Look what San Francisco has done. Pretty extraordinary, and they lost George Kittle in that game. I think that it's sad to see both guys suffer injuries like that at this point in the season. I think that Ozzie Trapillo, you know, the reality is, and it's a sad reality, that they have had issues at both these positions before. Injury issues, playing issues. You know, we know that at the left tackle position, Ozzie Trapillo was the third guy to be the starting left tackle, and he was doing a really good job. And I think that, you know, Theo Benedict is capable of starting and doing a good job, fitting in with those guys. He's played there before, and I think it's fortunate that they also have their the guy that started the season at that spot that has a lot of experience doing it back. He was practicing last week. He practiced
Braxton Jones
in Braxton Jones, and he can be. I'm sure he will be active and the backup left tackle in this game. He wasn't active for the last game as he's coming off of the injury. It's sad. TJ, excuse me, he obviously comes on our show. We've got to talk to him, I believe, 4 times this year because he's a good teammate. He doesn't want to be talking when he's injured. So we haven't heard from him since he got injured. He was injured earlier in the year. We haven't really had a really solid relationship with him all season long because he's been in and out of the lineup, and it's just sad. He's another guy that they're lucky they have a guy behind him who can play in DeMarco Jackson. He's a good player, and he will be fine. He's been fine before, filling in mainly for Tremaine, but it's just they've been in and out of the lineup all year. Both guys kind of a delayed start for Ozzie Trapillo, let's say, and then injury curse for him. I'm not sure. I think they probably need Edwards more because of the lack of playmakers on that defense. So he's probably a bigger part of it than a rookie would be, but it's very difficult.
I'm surprised we have not heard the name of the opening offensive tackle more over the last 2 weeks. I am kind of shocked by Braxton Jones' name not even being spit out, other than I've really only heard it here, to be honest. You just don't hear anybody talking about him. And Theo Benedict is a good story, nice player, but I just wonder how this week goes and if we might actually see Braxton Jones start this game. So to answer the question, I think the loss of Ozzie Trapillo is a bigger deal because as much as I like and respect our guy, TJ Edwards, I mean, his replacement won the Defensive Player of the Week. So you feel comfortable. He comes in and they give him the green dot, which means he's calling the plays that are coming in from the sidelines. They believe that much in him. So Ozzie Trapillo is the bigger issue.
I agree with you because Ozzie Trapillo has very quietly stabilized a position that needed it. And he has not been a liability. And that may be a low bar to clear, but at that position, he cleared it. And he did not get in the way, if you will. He wasn't somebody who was prone to penalties. He wasn't somebody who was getting overmatched or overwhelmed. And I think that he definitely will be missed. Braxton Jones, if he is healthy, might be an adequate replacement or option. I don't know how healthy he is. I'm looking forward to talking to Brad Biggs at 7 o'clock. We didn't address this yesterday. A lot of the focus was on the game. Now we can look ahead a little bit more to see exactly what they have in mind. Theo Benedict is a fine option or alternative. It is the next man up mentality. When you look at linebacker, you feel better about DeMarco Jackson because how much of a luxury is it that you now have the necessity or the option of going to the guy who won NFC Defensive Player of the Week as your substitute.
Right.
The guy pressed into action. TJ Edwards, with due respect, it was just one of those cursed seasons. He just could never stay healthy or on the field, and now he's got a long road back. So you wish him well, but the reality of the National Football League is you cannot dwell on what you don't have. And the Bears do have capable replacements, quality depth. It's a credit to Ryan Poles that the roster does, and I think at both positions they're going to be okay.
Rodgers has thrown a pick six. Rodgers has thrown a pick six in what might be the final pass of his career.
Do you believe Aaron Rodgers' last pass in the NFL will indeed be a pick six?
I do. I can't believe that you could objectively look at the way that he finished the season and maybe the way that he ended his career and think, oh, he's got something left. Oh, I want him leading my team next year. And that is with due respect. I really understand, embrace, and have been part of the criticism that has been directed toward Aaron Rodgers and his off-the-field commentary or attitude. And even last night, he went out with an air of defiance and arrogance. That is who he is. But on the field, he also was one of the best quarterbacks who ever played. And you grudgingly have to respect what he accomplished or acknowledge it at least. You don't have to, but I am, because he was, at his best, one of the top 10 quarterbacks in NFL history. And so I'm surprised he only won one Super Bowl. I'm shocked at what we saw last night. He's done. And I can't imagine anybody coming to any other conclusion. So, yes, regardless of how it looks, him going out, that was the last pass he'll ever throw.
He gone.
Oh, boy.
Well, I mean, he gone is a good answer because I don't believe. Yeah, I saw that. Was it Russell Wilson said that he's not retiring? He's going to play. Nobody said they wanted him, but he's available.
The league retires you
before
you're ready to retire.
I think that happens with many, many different players, but I think that's an example of it. Aaron Rodgers, I don't know what they're going to do in Pittsburgh. I don't know what's going to happen with the head coach or any of the things they're going to do. It wouldn't stun me if they moved on from Mike Tomlin because we know enough Pittsburgh fans to know that the people are unhappy. Maybe Kevin will come down later today and go on a rant about it.
Schedule that.
We don't have to. He'll come join us. But I wonder about just the family there. If the Rooneys want to make a move, if they feel like they've got it. Clearly they need a quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
What's going on with the Pittsburgh Steelers has been quarterback problems basically since Ben Roethlisberger, and Ben Roethlisberger was probably a few years before Ben Roethlisberger retired that these problems have been there.
Which makes it all the more remarkable what Mike Tomlin has accomplished in 19 years.
That's what I'm saying.
Because without the stability at the most important position, he's never had a losing season.
But Rodgers looked so old. He's 42 now. He was 41 when the year began. He looked like he couldn't run, and he looked like he knew, I can't get hit. One hit would be the end of it. So I thought that it was I think it's time, and I think he'll know that. And, I think he's a married man. He and the missus will probably be all over television, really.
Yeah, I'm sure. He will be in a studio likely somewhere. If
Really?
he chooses to. I do think he might be.
I don't know.
I also
he made a lot of money.
Grudgingly, I have respect for the way that on his way out, he did show respect, and he went to bat for Tomlin and Matt LaFleur.
His last word, though, was a nasty one.
Yeah.
So there's that. But
yeah,
he did.
He could have avoided that.
Oh,
but he couldn't resist.
It's him. It's just the par for the course. All right, we got the extra point next, and it's a good one. We're going to talk about the future. Mr. Gets the future. Mully and Haugh on the score.
He gone! Rahimi, Harrison, Grody. Middays 10 a.m. till 2 on the Score.
It is a first for me today. This is my first Bears playoff win Monday.
Yeah, Layla, let's go.
I don't know how to feel. You didn't get the outright whooping that you may have wanted. You also got to feel defeat in this game many times.
It's a roller coaster you've been on, but that's why you keep getting back on your favorite roller coaster.
Of all the comebacks, that was the one I thought was the least probable.
Rahimi, Harrison, Grody. Middays 10 a.m. till 2 on Chicago's Sports Radio, 670 The Score. And live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, Chicago homeowners, you know when the pressure is on and you need a team that you can trust. And that team, it's my friends over at Matrix Basements Finishing. Matrix Basements, the guys with the X, they are an authority in premier basement finishing. Thousands of successful local projects completed by Matrix right here in the Chicagoland area. From concept to completion, Matrix Basements delivers expert craftsmanship without the stress. Elevate your home's value. Host with total confidence with Matrix Basement Finishing. See why Matrix Basements, the guys with the X, is the industry leader. Check them out, matrixbasements.com. Matrix, the guys with the X.
Right, Evans here to help you beat the rules with Westwood One Sports. Tuesday night in East Lansing, a Sparty party is about to commence. Michigan State, one of the best rebounding teams in the nation, should hold home court against Indiana. The Hoosiers rank in the bottom third in EFG percentage D in Big Ten play. Give me the Spartans -6.5 at -110. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply by February 11th and get your application fee waived. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes, along with more than 135 degrees and certificates in fields like business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. Gain the skills you need to achieve your career goals. Get your application fee waived through February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Home means everything to you. So when rates drop, you don't just sit back. Rocket Mortgage watches the market to help you save money when the time is right. We make refinancing simple and savings even simpler. Never miss a new lower monthly payment with Rocket Mortgage. Learn more at rocketmortgage.com or call 1-800-4ROCKET for cost information and conditions. Conditions apply. Not a commitment to lend. Rocket Mortgage LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
Back in 60.
Are you really eating during the commercial break?
You bet. These Factor meals keep my head in the game.
Oh, yeah? So what do you got there?
This year's filet mignon and creamy Parmesan shrimp. With Factor, I get chef-prepared, dietitian-approved meals delivered weekly. Perfect for pros like us.
Oh, so you're a pro now, too?
Box says Factor, eat like a pro. So, yeah.
I think it's time for you to share a bite like a pro.
No. Get your own at factormeals.com. Factor, eat like a pro.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-959-3388. That's 800-959-3388.
Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Set up this extra point. It's time for the Extra Point with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
We know enough about the Rams, Sean McVay, Matthew Stafford already to understand why they've been installed as a 3.5-point favorite over the Bears per our friends over at Circus Sports. Can you name one area or a unit where the Bears clearly have an advantage on Sunday? Don't like the time of that game?
I don't mind the time of that game. I like waiting all day for Sunday night, not just because Carrie Underwood sings it, but I do think it's a great way to build the anticipation toward what will be a marquee event for the playoff weekend. This is the way it should be. Chicago, LA, two of the top markets, biggest markets left in the playoffs, and the Bears in prime time, which is good for the NFL. So as far as the on-the-field matchup, the Bears have a great challenge because of the offensive prowess of Sean McVay's group and Matthew Stafford and his receivers. But if you're looking for an advantage, the Bears can exploit the weakness in the Rams secondary. This could be, dare I say it, another 49er-type game if the conditions are conducive to throwing the football and moving up and down the field. I'd like the way the Bears receivers could exploit the the Rams secondary. The Rams secondary is a bottom 10 unit in the NFL. They give up a lot of passing yards, right around 217 or so per game. They give up a lot of big plays in the passing game. And I think that when you look at the weaponry that Caleb Williams has at his disposal, the way that Ben Johnson is becoming adept at exploiting mismatches with Colston Loveland, maybe Luther Burden the third, and of course the closer DJ Moore. Goodness sakes, is he going to have another clutch catch? I think that's where the Bears can win this game. I think that's where the Bears are going to have to win this game. Yes, all things remain true, establishing the run, setting up the play-action pass, and all the fundamental football concepts that you have to embrace. But if you're looking for an advantage, look to the secondary, because the Bears can definitely, I think, have an opportunity with the Iceman moving the football via the air.
It's a great point, David. If you're doing that greater than, less than type thing that, I don't know, was that third grade maybe in math when you did the greater than, less than thing in the old alligator mouth, the Bears wide receiver room is definitely greater than the Rams secondary room. Now, vice versa, to be fair, the Rams wide receiver room is greater than the Bears secondary rooms, just to be fair. But, I mean, Bryce Young had 264 yards passing. They had a young wide receiver, Jalen Coker. He had a huge day, 9 catches for 134 yards. That's a Carolina receiver. But again, Puka Nacua, Devontae Adams, Tyler Higbee, they've got a really good 1-2 punch, does the Rams in the running back room. Kyron Williams and Blake Corum, young guy, right? He's out of Michigan, right, David? Blake Corum?
Yes.
A Michigan guy.
He was a great college running back.
Yeah, and they've kind of started to lean on him a little bit, so that will be an interesting matchup. But to your point, the total in this game is the highest total of all 4 divisional round games. It's 51 per our friends over at Circus Sports Illinois. And I've got to tell you, I know the pick will come on Friday, but at this moment, based on what we're talking about, I don't care how cold it is. I think I'm going over the posted total right now. I think that number is only going to go up as this week goes on. I will be shocked if this number goes down. It's going to be a shootout.
Yeah, you would think it would be, but I'm not sure, to be honest with you. I got to spend more time with this one. I think this is what you're saying, and you are accurate, is that both teams have very explosive offenses. And I think that the Rams probably have a more explosive offense than the Bears do, but man, they had a lot of explosive games, a lot of explosive plays in that last game. I'm talking about the Bears. I think that the Bears, this is a weird thing to say, I think they have a pronounced advantage on special teams. I think they can win that unit going into the game. I think when you look at teams, you got to win 2 of 3 areas of the game. You got to win, either offense, defense, or special teams. You win 2 of those areas, then you're doing pretty well. So if you can outplay their offense and win on special teams, you can win that game. I don't know what to expect from the Bears defense because we knew how awful it was against the Packers, and this is a significantly better offense than the one that Green Bay had because of their health and all the rest of it. And, you got to hope that the quarterback is compromised. It's an awful thing to say, but if his finger is sore or if he pounded it on a helmet, it's not broken, but you don't know if it's bruised or there's a dislocation or whatever. That's the index finger on his throwing hand. He did not have a great passing night if you look at the numbers. I mean, listen, they won the game and he marched them down the field to win it. But I think they might win on special teams.
We seldom talk in detail about the special teams advantage the Bears may have over opponents. But when you look at the Packers game specifically, and you look at the EPA, which the Bears used to measure the success or failure or effectiveness of the special teams, I think Ruthie Polinsky pointed this out on the Big Pro Football Show yesterday. Didn't realize it. The Bears EPA, special teams EPA against the Packers, spelled the difference. That's a great point.
They missed 7 points. He missed 2 field goals and an extra point.
When you win on the margins
Bears,
like that.
The Bears, that punt return.
By Duvernay?
Oh, my God. We didn't talk about that because there were so many big plays in that game. That's another one.
It is definitely an undervalued and I think overlooked aspect of why the Bears are where they are. Their special teams, with due respect that he deserves, Richard Hightower, the coordinator of these special teams, they are a difference maker.
Yeah, that's a good point, David. Okay, let's We got to get to
Biggs time.
Biggs time next. Brad Biggs is the football guy from the Tribune. We will bring him in next. Biggs time. Mully and Haugh on the score.
Coming up at 10 with Rahimi, Harris, and Grody, we continue basking in the glory of the Bears' first playoff win in 15 years. Score football analyst Patrick Manley will break down Chicago's win over Green Bay at 11. Former Bears wide receiver Allen Robinson joining us at 12:25. Plus, our quarterback guru Tim Jenkins will give us his analysis of quarterback Caleb Williams' performance at 1.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago's Sports Radio, 670 The Score. And live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, hockey fans. Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's Hat Trick Jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime score bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER 426-2537 or by texting ILGAMB to 53342. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards and bonus bets that expire in 7 days. In partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
It only takes one smart drive to get into the end zone. And at Ziegler Subaru of Kenosha, you're already in the red zone. From kickoff to touchdown, this team delivers with a great selection of new models, the latest incentives, and absolutely no inflated prices. So if you're ready to score, take the short drive north, because the best drives don't just happen on the field. They start at Ziegler Subaru of Kenosha. Visit ZieglerSubaruKenosha.com today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your...
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Mostly cloudy and breezy today, getting up to a high around 50.
Weather brought to you by Staples. 2026 is here, and at Staples, deals mean business. Like up to $100 off custom print orders. Head into the new year looking good for less. Staples. That was easy. Ends 1/31.
Creed. Limp Bizkit. The third annual Summer of 99 and Beyond Festival at Credit Union One Amphitheater in Tinley Park. Saturday, July 18th, Limp Bizkit with Cypress Hill, Seven Dust, Kitty, Puddle of Mud, Magnolia Park, and more. Sunday, July 19th, Creed with Bush, Mammoth, Candlebox, Hoobastank, Sleep Theory, and more. Get tickets now at LiveNation.com.
Chicago's Sports Morning Show with Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature-Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Chicago, it's Bears versus Rams in the divisional round of the playoffs. Keep it on The Score as we get you ready for this epic playoff matchup at Soldier Field. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
Scoreboard update.
Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune. 5:30 Sunday, late afternoon, early evening kickoff on NBC. Bears hosting the Rams. Rams -3.5. The total is 51. Brad Biggs is next to talk Bears with Mully and Haugh and you. This is because the Texans stopped the Steelers and Aaron Rodgers 30-6. Potentially Aaron Rodgers' last throw in the NFL, a pick six by the Steelers. So the NFL divisional playoff round is completely set. Bills-Broncos pick'em. That game 3:30 on CBS Saturday. Saturday night, 49ers at Seahawks. Seahawks -7.5. That one on Fox. Patriots -2.5. They'll host the Texans Sunday afternoon on ABC. Cubs-Con starts Friday. The Bulls are on The Score tonight. 6:45 pregame, taking on the Rockets in Houston. The Blackhawks fell at home without Connor Bedard to the Oilers 4-1. They've got the the Flames on Thursday night over at the UC. The Hour, it's brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
Brad Biggs. Biggs time. Biggs. With Mully and Haugh. Biggs time. The Biggs Report with Brad Biggs. Biggs time. Biggsy. His name is Brad Biggs. Brad Biggs talks football with you.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670, The Score. Shout out to everyone tuning in on the Chicago Sports Network. As you see from my hat, I'm always wearing the colors.
You are
Mr.
wearing
David.
the colors.
And we are delighted to welcome in our guy, Brad Biggs. Joins us on the Plumbers 911 hotline. Plumbing emergency call 1-833-PLUM-911. Local 130 plumbers get the job done right the first time. He is the football man of the Chicago Tribune, a longtime contributor to the station and a valued friend. Big Z!
Morning, Brad.
Morning, boys. What's going on?
Well, onward and upward, right? The Bears move on, and we now know it's 5:30 on Sunday night at the lakefront. The crowd will be on fire. The Bears playing the Rams. It was interesting to hear from Ben Johnson yesterday talking about Matthew Stafford and revealing his connection to him. I know his career, but I may have kind of had a little brain sprain about the time he spent with Stafford, and really praising the toughness of the player. And certainly he's a Hall of Fame quarterback. I mean, this is a step up in class from Jordan Love in Game 1 of the playoffs.
Oh, no question about it. Stafford is a player who was really good for a long time in Detroit, and has clearly elevated his ability with Sean McVay and the Rams now for a couple seasons. The guy, he's thrown for nearly 65,000 yards, 400 touchdown passes, more than he's had a heck of a career, and this has been one of his very best seasons. So the Bears are going to have to be dialed in. They're going to have to hope that it's very windy and difficult conditions Sunday evening for that ball game, and they've got to come up with a way to slow down a high-powered offense that when it's been clicking this season, the Rams haven't just won ball games; they've blown people out because they can score points quickly and they can score points in bunches.
Brad, let's look ahead to the Rams game. Looking back is fun, but now they move on. When you look at the left tackle position, Ozzie Trapilo, we know, out for the season. TJ Edwards at linebacker, out for the season. How do you feel, or how do the Bears feel about DeMarco Jackson coming in maybe to replace TJ Edwards? And what would be plan A at left tackle? Is it Theo Benedict, or is Braxton Jones in the mix?
Yeah, I think clearly they feel pretty good about DeMarco Jackson, and we're comfortable with him. And certainly they've got an idea of what they're going to get with him on the field, because TJ Edwards has had a variety of issues this season. It's kind of been a star-crossed year for him, one thing after another in terms of ailments. So Jackson's played plenty of football. As far as plan A at left tackle now with Trapilo to the sideline with that injury, it's clearly Theo Benedict to me. I believe he will get the start at left tackle, and then they've got Braxton Jones with another opportunity to get, 2 practices in this week. They're going to have a walkthrough tomorrow. He wants to keep the players fresh, healthy, so they can play fast. And Braxton practices a little bit more, and wouldn't be surprised then if he's returned to the 53-man roster. But I don't see them taking a guy that was benched at the end of the second quarter on September 28th in Las Vegas and having him practice 3-4 days and then come back and start left tackle against the LA Rams. We could talk about it, but you just look at that, and I don't think it makes sense. They've trusted Benedict out there to make 6-7 starts at the left tackle position throughout the course of the season. Most recently, right, in the season finale against the Lions. So it'll be Theo Benedict.
We were talking a little bit about special teams, Brad, particularly the advantage they could have in that area over the Rams. You know, the one when you have a lot of highly paid frontline players, you often can't afford the same kind of depth, and your special teams can be damaged from that, especially at Soldier Field. We know that Cairo Santos can play that ground as well as anyone. It seemed like he had his dirty kicks down. And I guess, according to a texter, 3 games against the Pack, he was 8-8, 4 of 4 with the extra points, 8-8 with the field goals, onside kick, and he was taking part in a tackle of Josh Jacobs on Sunday. So we know they've got a few really good special teams players that can do some damage, like Josh Blackwell and Hardy and the linebacker they brought back. I just wonder if you feel like that could be an area where they could exploit a little. They had a really good game on Sunday.
Yeah, certainly they had a really good game Sunday. I thought Johnson was wise to point that out and kind of go over to a little bit yesterday and give some props to Richard Hightower, the special teams coordinator, who is deserving for the work they've done this season. You would think that the Bears could have potentially some edges in the margins here in this ball game, and ones that they can potentially exploit. Rams have got a younger kicker without a ton of experience in Hunter Mevis, so you don't know how he'll respond at Soldier Field. I LA's have been fantastic in terms of kickoff coverage this season, probably one of the better units in the league. They have been hit for some longer punt returns. We saw Devin Duvernay have a really productive game against the Packers. He's kind of been steady all season. So, yeah, you would hope that would be an area, a phase that the Bears could turn a couple plays in their favor, because I think they're going to need them.
Brad, I think as we begin the deep dive into what the Rams are and how big the challenge is for the Bears, when you look at them on the surface or on tape or on paper, where do you believe the Bears might have the biggest advantage?
Biggest advantage for the Bears? I mean, if you're just talking X's and O's, they got to get the running game going, and that's been a little bit off here lately. Now, I can look at the last 3 ball games and come up with reasons for why maybe they weren't more committed to the run, in terms of trailing by 18 against Green Bay at halftime. The Lions had they had to go to a temp agency to find some guys to put in their secondary for that Week 18 game. And then out in San Francisco, the 49ers have just been getting shredded by opposing quarterbacks with no pass rush whatsoever. So, okay, maybe it stands to reason the running game isn't going to be the top order of business, but when they have done it, it hasn't been great. You need that to happen. If you're talking, ways they could find an edge at their belief. The quarterback's been damn good lately. They have been super resilient, and I think Sean McVay is a pretty bright guy, and if he's got a lead in the fourth quarter, he's probably going to realize that no lead is large enough against what Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams have been able to author here recently.
It's interesting to kind of look at the fact that you mentioned the running game hasn't quite been on. Why is that, Brad? What is it? Is it the combination blocking? Is there something that teams are picking up on with the Bears? Is it anything to do with they can still win at the line of scrimmage and get players jumping forward? You can get a 6-7 yard run. Is it the lack of explosive plays? Although there was certainly a pretty good one from Swift, or at least he had some good runs.
Yeah, I don't know that there's one common denominator for just the timing of the whole operation's been a little bit off. I know the Packers felt confident that they could play solid run defense against the Bears, and that was 2 weeks after Derrick Henry and the Ravens went for 300 on him. And you know what? The Packers went out there and played pretty good run defense against the Bears, and with the Bears' goal being to, possess the ball and stuff. So they wanted to run the ball against Green Bay, and that was a shortcoming area for the Bears. So they'll have to shore that up, and they're going to have to. That pass pro is going to have to be on, because the Rams' defense isn't great, but they have invested plenty and wisely in their defensive front. And you talk about sack differential, right? So the Rams, the sacks they've picked up, I think they're 47 in the regular season. Sacks allowed, I think Stafford went down 23 times, so plus 24 in sack differential. They've got a couple really dangerous guys, Byron Young, Jared Verse, Braden Fisk, Kobe Turner. Like they can get it done up front. So there's going to be a really big challenge for the Bears offensive line to handle keeping Caleb clean, because he got hit a bunch in that Packer game now, and opening some holes in the running game.
So I know you like to keep the focus where it should be, and the main thing. when you look at this game as we continue to talk about it and break it down throughout the week, Brad, how much weight will you give the weather factor in that storyline? And do you think that the conditions will have an adverse effect on the Rams offense?
Well, people would love for that to be the case. It's going to be not fun weather to play football in, but if we're being
keep it real.
Yeah, if we're being real, Matthew Stafford's played in more crappy weather games than Caleb Williams has, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, Matthew Stafford's been around forever. Matthew Stafford it was like low 30s, 20-mile-an-hour wind, and I know we're gonna be looking at colder conditions Sunday night, but when you talk about it being extra nasty out, he threw for 520 at Lambeau Field earlier in his career. Now, it's been a while. It was 31 degrees with 20-mile-an-hour winds at Lambeau Field, and Matthew Stafford with the Lions threw for 520 yards and 5 touchdowns in a single game. I mean, it wasn't long ago for the Bears quarterback to get 520 yards passing. It would take a month. So we'll see. How does he react? How do the other players react? Is ball security a little bit of an issue? But listen, bear weather's a great stat when the Bears have a good team. They do this year. They're playing a good team. When the Bears haven't been great, bear weather is a phony stat. So we shall see.
I love it. How did the injured players, and I don't know if it's fair to call them that, but how did Rome Odunze and Kyler Gordon get through that game? How did they, we know who's lost, but Caleb even kind of turned an ankle in that game.
Yeah, well, Odunze had about 55 snaps. Like, he was out there a bunch.
More than I thought.
Yeah. And Kyler ended up with about 40 snaps, I want to say. The odd one there is Nick McLeod plays pretty much like the entire first 2 defensive series, and then pretty much disappears. Like, I didn't, and I don't know that we'll get an explanation for that, but Kyler was all right. Like, you saw him around the ball on a couple times. You saw him chasing a guy a couple times. Hey, let's be real. They're going to catch passes on cornerbacks, and it's going to happen with regularity. You just don't want to be giving up the big plays. But I think with both of those guys, you would be hopeful that, hey, they might be a little bit stronger, a little bit better the next time out.
One of the favorite things I heard yesterday was Drew Dahlman sharing with the audience that Case Keenum addressed the team during an offensive meeting or shared his perspective about coming back from emotional victories. And he was the author of the Minneapolis Miracle, which I think was 8 years ago tomorrow.
Wow.
And the Vikings beat the Saints with Stephon Diggs, and everyone remembers that. And just the mindset that is required to come back from an emotional victory like the Bears just experienced, Brad. And I know it's just an intangible thing, but I feel like you almost forget Case Keenum's part of this, and yet he must be respected to the point where his voice still carries or his perspective still matters. And to whatever degree that is important, I found that very interesting that they're relying on that or aware of the fact that a letdown might be inevitable and they've got to try to avoid it.
Yeah, I brought that, or at least sort of referenced that idea. I think yesterday when I was on with you guys, it was such an emotional victory for everyone involved, and pointing out that they've been good at refocusing all season, but this was something different, right? Like this there was a different level, and for good reason, of emotion and all of that attached to that football game. So, is it a greater challenge to get it kind of back on the tracks? And I was actually talking with a guy yesterday who mentioned the Minneapolis Miracle and the letdown spot that the Vikings were in the following week when they played Philadelphia and they just got dragged by the Eagles. So is that a point that a handful of teams that won in wild card round weekend have to be mindful of? Like the Rams needed a touchdown with 38 seconds to play to escape Carolina with a victory. So does it apply a little bit to them as well? You know, I don't know. I'm not around the Rams. Certainly, Rams Panthers doesn't evoke the kind of emotions that Bears Packers do, especially when the Bears have been trying to exercise demons for the last 3.5 decades. But so probably smart for Keenum to mention that to teammates, a veteran voice that guys are going to listen to. And now, they've got to have a focus completely on the Rams and do what they've done so well all year, which is kind of pack that victory up in a box, seal it up, put it on the shelf, and you can go back and revisit it in the offseason if you'd like.
Brad, the Rams defensive coordinator, of course, is Chris Shula. He is the son of David Shula, the grandson of Don Shula. And he began his coaching career as an assistant linebackers coach at Ball State in 2010.
Oh, my chirp, chirp.
Chirp, chirp.
Yes.
Yes.
There you go.
Thank you for making that reference. I was resisting it.
And I point to McVay and the Rams every time people have their irrational fear of the Bears losing assistant coaches. Like, oh my goodness, what'll happen when Luke Getsy gets a head coaching job because Justin Fields is playing well, and what's going to happen when Ben Johnson does well and people come hire the coaches? Like, if you're a young coach and you can get on board with Sean McVay, all he does is produce coordinators and head coaches. And the list it's incredible. Like, if you looked at the list of names of guys that have worked on McVay's staff with the Rams and gone on to bigger things, your first reaction would be McVay must be a fantastic coach. And your second reaction would be, I guess he's probably been the head coach there for like 25 or 30 years. There's so many guys. We know Sean McVay hasn't been there that long, but he develops players. He empowers coaches. He develops them. And Shula's a name that's hot. It's seemingly every 2 years, if not more quickly, there's a hot coach in L.A. that other people are looking at who has kind of come up through the ranks with Sean McVay.
I heard a rumor if LaFleur leaves the Packers, then they could hire his brother from the Rams. Yeah. Just kidding. All right, Big Z.
Thanks,
you,
Brad.
buddy.
Appreciate it.
Have a great day, guys.
You too.
That is our guy, Brad Biggs, football man of the Chicago Tribune.
We've got some really interesting audio from Matthew Stafford when we come back.
Yes, you're gonna love hearing this stuff. Mully and Holmes score.
Bears fans, the road to the NFC Championship game runs through Chicago. It's Bears versus Rams in the divisional round, and the score is where you need to be all week as we prepare for this epic battle right up to kickoff, and be here all day Monday for wall-to-wall reaction only on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
Hey, Chicago! You need to eat a little healthier without sacrificing what you love? Well, Wild Fork has you covered with lean proteins for great prices. They have 500 items under $10 a pound. That's a lot of items. Organic, 85% grass-fed ground beef at $6 a pound. Atlantic salmon fillets at $5.98 a pound. Learn how you can get better quality meats at lower prices due to Wild Fork's state-of-the-art blast freezing technology. Shop in-store or visit wildforkfoods.com to learn about 3 months of free delivery for qualifying customers. Love that place.
Bulls fans, Chuck Swirsky here. Join Bill Wennington and me for all the high-flying action of every Bulls game on 670 The Score and the Fitzgerald Equipment Bulls Radio Network powered by Heli Forklifts. Bulls win! What a ball game! See red, Chicago.
This segment of the show is sponsored by Climate Guard Windows.
If you need windows, you need Climate Guard. We've been making windows in Chicago for over 45 years. Purchase with confidence, backed by our price match guarantee. Great financing available. Visit ClimateGuardWindows.com today to schedule a free in-home estimate.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/22/26, new customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey everybody, it's Spiegs. You know showing up matters during life's most exciting moments. Blue Chew is here for you. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel and perform at your best. Stronger, harder, longer lasting, like someone gave your downstairs a pep talk and a gym membership. It's time for you to be more confident where it counts, at night or in the daytime, whatever you're into. Blue Chew is a small chew for a big difference. It really is that good. You're going to have flashbacks to your glory days. Be ready when she is. Guys, this isn't just about performance. Give her group chat something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code SCORE at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com and use the code SCORE. Then you know what to do. Just chew it and do it.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Robinhood. Your money, your move. Is the clock finally ticking on Mike Tomlin? After a decade without a playoff win and a 30-6 blowout by Houston, the standard is officially broken. I'm warning you, without a quarterback or a vision for the future in Pittsburgh, it's never looked bleaker. Is this the end of the Tomlin era? Maybe. Steel City awaits an answer. I'm Drake Cole.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite award show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's unbelievable. His talent is really shining through this year. You know, we saw it at USC, and it's difficult to step in the NFL year one and play the way you want to play year two, all those things. But he's found a great fit with Coach Johnson over there. I think Ben's doing a hell of a job. It's a good thing to watch. He makes plays outside the pocket that not many guys, if any guys, in the NFL can make. And he's doing a nice job inside the pocket as well this year. So it'll be a big test for our defense. Big test for our team, really just going there and trying to come away with a victory. But what he's doing is pretty special, and especially the late game stuff and his ability to make plays off schedule is second to none in the league right now, if you ask me.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670, The Score. That is the voice of Matthew Stafford. He was on the Let's Go podcast with Jim Gray and talked about Caleb. We talked about a lot of different things, but that's nice stuff from one quarterback to another, one of one.
That's really respect coming from Matthew Stafford, and I think it is mutual. If we recall, Caleb Williams has been on the record in talking about Matthew Stafford or referencing his, I don't want to say influence, but certainly they shared a market when he was at USC, and they were both the big deals in Los Angeles. And I believe that there were times where Caleb Williams would reference Matthew Stafford as a quarterback whom he wanted to emulate, and has done a nice job of doing that. So there's a mutual respect going this weekend. Stafford talking to Jim Gray on the Let's Go podcast. Good stuff, Mully. Also talking about the injury that he's dealing with, the finger. Do the finger thing again.
Index finger.
There we go. The index finger again.
I was doing this since 5:30 a.m.
You're very...
And I may have been wasting... It's just
the dexterity is very impressive.
Does it kind of remind you of The Shining, what you're doing there?
Oh, boy.
Right? The
red rum.
Yeah.
This is Matthew Stafford talking about the finger injury.
I really don't see there being any kind of an issue for me on Sunday. I feel like I'll be feeling great by then. I probably feel really good by Wednesday of this week, to be honest with you. Do a bunch of treatment, get it feeling good. And I played a bunch of games with all sorts of ailments to my hand and in whatever weather. So whatever it is, I'll be ready to rock and roll on Sunday.
How's your back?
It's feeling great.
Feeling great. I don't think that
Jim jumping in.
The finger won't be an issue. The weather could. It's just something that is hard to ignore or to diminish that possibility or reality. It's going to be colder than any time that Matthew Stafford's ever played in a Ram uniform. This could be the coldest, as Patrick Finley pointed out yesterday on X, and people have obviously researched and pointed out, this could be the coldest game the Ram franchise has ever played in.
Really?
Yes. One of the 5 coldest temperatures since the Super Bowl era outdoors.
I see. Whenever I hear that stuff, I think of those games in Minnesota. Do you ever see like old grainy video of kind of the frozen back? I think it was where the mall is. The Mall of America is. They had their stadium out there.
Metropolitan Stadium.
Yes.
Yes.
And it was like, you get cold looking at old video of it.
The Rams, maybe the Rams never came.
They never went to Minnesota?
There in that time of the year.
Wow.
But I believe the 5 coldest temperatures on record, the coldest temperature was in the teens, perhaps. And this one could be colder than that. And dare I say it would have an effect on the passing game, which is the biggest area where I think the Rams hold an advantage.
They have a very explosive passing game.
That secondary for the Bears, as you can't. There's certain images that are indelible, and if you go back to Saturday night, Mully, when I lost faith in the Bears the most, and maybe for fans, their hearts began to sink, was when Matthew Golden caught the ball and ran 23 yards for a touchdown, breaking 4 tackles. Every member of the secondary missed. And it reminded you just how vulnerable that secondary is. And so when you think about the challenge of stopping Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams.
Is it vulnerable or awful? I mean, is it...
One leads to the other.
It seems like a very pleasant description after missing 4 tackles on the play.
Well, let's talk about that weather, because it will be a factor. And Matthew Stafford talked about not the political climate in Chicago, which causes it to be the windy city, but actually what's coming in off the lakefront.
As far as the wind goes, you're right. It is always windy in Chicago. I played a handful of games there throughout the years. The good thing for us is it was windy this past week in Carolina. I think every kickoff, it seemed like somebody had to come out and hold it. It was getting blown off the tee, blown off the tee, blown off the tee. So, we've dealt with that before. And then when it goes to cold weather, we played the Jets last year in I think it was like 12 degrees, at kickoff. And you just adjust to whatever the game, whatever the weather allows you to do. And I think if it's just cold with a little bit of wind, we go play. I love that kind of stuff. I mean, that's playoff football, right? Cold weather in Chicago, windy day. There's nothing better than that in my mind, so I'm excited for it.
Wow. The 1985 NFC Championship, when these teams were facing each other, the temperature was 36 degrees Fahrenheit.
And remember the snow? How could you forget it?
The snow came right at the end. There was a wind chill dropped it to 29 degrees. That's reasonable.
It's balmy.
That's balmy.
That's balmy.
And the Bears won on that day 24-0.
24-0 in those conditions. And we looked at it in retrospect at the time.
And didn't we hear Dieter Brock's name mentioned?
Dieter Brock.
Wasn't he Canadian?
Yes, he was.
So what the heck?
He looked like he was from Arizona on that day, my friend.
On that day.
He looked like he was warm weather.
That's right.
Yes, and Matthew Stafford will look like a guy who's played indoors.
Bears.
Uncomfortable with the wind on the lakefront. I don't know if you heard this is the windy city because of that wind.
Where is he? I know he went to Georgia. Is he from the South, Matthew Stafford? Where is he from?
Dallas.
He is from Dallas.
I think he's from Texas because remember
he was a big Texas high school.
Clayton Kershaw, high school teammates of Kershaw, who, by the way, going to be in the MLB booth in studio coming up soon. Baseball, but that's another story for a different day.
Oh, he's going to do baseball next year.
Yes,
this has nothing to do with the Bears game.
No, I like the
you were telling me
Stafford
Kershaw's
connection.
Coming to Chicago.
No,
to be with AJ.
I do love the fact that we have evidence earlier the year when Caleb Williams was talking about his turnover-free stretch and how he protected the football. He credited Matthew Stafford, and he quoted him saying, quote, I think I heard Matthew Stafford say this once. Sometimes you throw it hard enough, typically the DBs can't catch it. So Matthew Stafford has had an impact on Caleb Williams' career going back to maybe his time at USC when he has had the proximity to Rams football, and they were the 2 biggest deals in town. So that's pretty cool.
Okay. Well, it's good to hear from Matthew Stafford. Let's keep it going. I think we have a couple more cuts from him. I would like to have knowledge of everything he says.
He had talked about Chicago being a tough road venue and why he is so familiar with playing at Soldier Field.
Are there certain places you go where you know it's just going to be a tough environment? They're tough places to play, and is Chicago on your list as one of them?
Yeah, it's definitely one of them. I think they do a heck of a job creating a home field advantage. The elements are what they are. The team is a really good football team. Obviously, there's only a few of us, left at this point, but they're a really talented football team as well. But it's a football town. They love going out there cheering for the Bears. I remember playing a bunch of division games there when I was in Detroit, and it was always just a difficult environment to go in and win. You could have spurts of these times where you're playing well, but if they turn that momentum, man, that crowd gets behind them, and it's a tough place to play. So I imagine it'll be the same. Especially this, late in the playoffs and a team that they're really proud of this year. It'll be a great environment.
Let me say this. Matthew Stafford is ready for the studio. He sounds like if he wants to retire after this and start the Hall of Fame clock because he's going in, I believe he would be definitely an asset as an analyst. He sounds like he could replace Matt Ryan right now.
And I'm not arguing with you. I'm just wondering. I mean, shouldn't we wait to see how he plays before we retire him?
He's not ready to retire. He looks too good.
He does.
He looks much better than the other guy we saw last night who's going to retire.
We talked about him as an MVP this year.
Well, he's going to win.
Yeah.
I think he's the MVP. Don't you?
I do. Yeah.
Because he's throwing to a receiving core that is dangerous. And Jalen Johnson, who will meet the challenge on Sunday, he'll defend either Puka Nacua or Devontae Adams or different points of the game, both. He was on a podcast, the Nightcap podcast, I believe, talking about how big that challenge is.
Shannon Sharp and Chad Ochocinco, a couple of guys that he could shut down these days.
I think guys like me got to strap up. I think it's kind of just as simple as that. Because, I mean, it's only so much too high you can play. They're going to run the ball. So, I mean, it's not like you can just hide and try to just do all these things. I mean, at the end of the day, guys who get paid to cover are go out there and cover. And the rush got to hit home as well. So, I mean, hopefully there's we going to have some. I mean, it's Monday. So, I mean, we got some time to figure out how we're going to execute it. But I know, especially for me, this is a pride game. I go into this game more than excited, more than willing and able to go handle whatever needs to get handled. So, I mean, for myself, I'm just preparing myself for that. But I know everybody on the back end, we all gotta step up and really take pride in this game because, I mean, it's gonna go through Puka, it's gonna go through Devontae, and the big boys up front gotta handle the running back and the quarterback. So that's really how I'm looking at it.
How should we feel about Jalen Johnson's performance of late?
I think we have to remind ourselves of the vulnerable position he is in, to use your word. He had surgery. He's coming back from an operation, had no off season, injured much of the year. I'm sure that he's hearing people talking about him not being the entity that he was.
Right.
And it's funny because it's like, that's why I'm glad I'm not on social media, because I don't see it. I just kind of hear it from my people that are on it. But it's just like, for me, it's like, I know what I'm going through. And it's like, realistically, I shouldn't even have came back when I came back. Like, I took every measure to try to push my body, push myself. And it's like, all y'all see is, oh, yeah, Jalen's not healthy. It's like, yeah, but Jalen's also still giving the team the best chance to win, like, regardless of me being healthy or not. But, I mean, for me, I ain't worried about it. At the end of the day, I know what I can do, and I know I'm getting better, and you can see it on the tape. So, I mean, at the end of the day, that's all I can ask for.
It's a good reminder, Mully.
Yes.
I have a ton of respect. I know you share it, that him coming back from that surgery in the same season that he had that surgery, you admire his moxie.
Yeah,
because he's not the same player that's obvious on tape, but he is giving everything that he's got to a team that needs him.
And it's interesting that he chooses to call this a pride game, right? Because he knows Puka Nacua pretty well. He knows him, and we all know Adams as well. I mean, these are two of the best receivers in the league.
And you know that Rome Odunze knows him. There's a familiarity with Puka Nacua in the Bears locker room. And Jalen Johnson also has gone enough against Matthew Stafford to have a familiarity with his tendencies. They beat him a year ago.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, it's hard to know how much that will factor in, but there is that frame of reference in the same building. They beat him on that field.
I didn't know they beat anyone a year ago. I forgot.
That wasn't that the last victory they had before losing 10 straight?
Yeah.
Maybe it was.
I was at that game.
You were at that game?
I was at that game.
What was the key to it?
I think Puka was hurt during that time too.
Yeah. They were without the two best receivers.
Him, so they just kept running the ball. So they was kind of limit their weapons in that one. And I mean, and then Brisker made the key interception. I do remember
Puka
that.
is so good, but has he played in weather that cold?
Yeah, not growing up.
No, I don't think so.
That's interesting.
Good stuff though from Jalen Johnson and from Matthew Stafford.
Yeah, that's funny stuff. All right, we're going to be right back. We got Coach Wannstedt. He's going to be with us here in studio. We can talk about what's going on with the Bears, with that game. With we can mention maybe the championship game.
He's going to want to talk about the U.
Yeah, because didn't we say that the Big Ten is king and they're going to prove
He's got allegiance to Indiana, but he's also got the loyalty to the U, so he's really a conflicted man.
Yeah, we'll hear from Dave next. Mully and Haugh on the Score.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
It bothers me so much that the Packers are still out here talking mess.
They're the ones that turtle.
Like, you can be mad all you want. Just be mad at the right people.
Mm-hmm.
Be mad at yourself. You gave it to them and they took it.
And you choked. But the Bears caused that pressure.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment of the show brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune.
Let me ask you something. Is your money doing everything it can for you?
I don't know. How would I know?
Is it automatically saving for special events and keeping you posted on its progress? Like at Huntington Bank?
Oh, no.
Is it tracking your spending so you can make the best choices at the mall?
Nope.
Or setting limits on your teenager's debit card?
Definitely not.
Then it could certainly be doing more.
Yeah, sure sounds like it.
Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
We're here at Menards Bank Sale, asking shoppers what they're putting in the bag to get 15% off.
Paint, batteries, tools, toilet paper,
extension cords, grocery items,
hardware for my cabinets, snack items, crackers, and some canned goods stuff.
Shop vac supplies, toothpaste, cereal, coffee, dog treats. I've got a lot of stuff to grab.
The list goes on, but the sale ends January 24th. Hurry in for Menards 15% off bag sale. See store for complete details.
Save big money at Menards.
Back in 60.
Are you really eating during the commercial break?
You bet. These Factor meals keep my head in the game.
Oh, yeah? So what do you got there?
This year's filet mignon and creamy Parmesan shrimp. With Factor, I get chef-prepared, dietitian-approved meals delivered weekly. Perfect for pros like us.
Oh, so you're a pro now, too?
Box says Factor, eat like a pro. So, yeah.
I think it's time for you to share a bite like a pro.
No. Get your own at factormeals.com. Factor, eat like a pro.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-959-3388. That's 800-959-3388.
It's playoff time in Chicago, and there's no better place to bet the chase for a championship than Circus Sports Illinois. It's sports betting the way it should be. Whether you're betting championship or conference futures, sides, totals, or prop bets for every round, there's no better place to make your bets throughout January. Circus Sports, they've got high app limits, player-friendly pricing, exceptional customer service, and no bet fees ever. Download your new bookie today at circusports.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
With America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds. Like the reliable and efficient Tucson Hybrid, backed by America's best warranty. The Hyundai Tucson Hybrid. It's the best of both worlds.
Right now, for a limited time, lease the Hyundai Tucson for $249 a month. Or get 0.99% APR on the Tucson or Tucson Hybrid. Offers end February 2nd. Call 224-661-0068 for details.
All right, everyone, huddle up. It's 3rd and long, and the IRS is showing an all-out blitz on us. What's the play? The play is you call PJN Tax Solutions Group. If you owe the IRS $10,000 or more, we may be able to settle your entire IRS debt for up to 85% off the original amount owed, including penalties and interest if you qualify. Is the IRS intercepting your paycheck? Have they thrown a flag for delay a game on your bank account? Dealing with the IRS on your own is a no-win game. Don't call some 1-800-FIRM 10 states away. PJN Tax Solutions Group is a local tax resolution firm located right here in St. Charles, Illinois. When you draft us, you will not have to speak or meet with the IRS. Call PJN Tax Solutions Group now, 630-415-5296, so you don't get sacked by the IRS. Once again, 630-415-5296, or visit our website, pjntaxsolutions.com. Either way, call us when you want the IRS off your ASS.
Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Guys and ladies, get real about your health this new year with Synergenex and Low T Center. For a limited time, the men's TRT test is free, and ladies take $200 off the women's hormone test. Say no to diet trends, questionable online treatments, and deceptive prices from other places. Looking for the best? Synergenex and Low T Center are the leading experts. Meet with a real provider, get real medication, and real results. Everyone I know goes to Synergenex and Low T Center to change their lives. Walk in or book an appointment at GetMyHealthFix.com.
Dave Wunstead, Bears head coach for 6 seasons.
The Bears. The Bears.
Super Bowl champion.
How about them Cowboys? Yeah!
He has the greatest mustache you've ever seen.
Some say it's a symptom of manliness. Others a cause. The mustache.
When he hanging out with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Open up the door, it's Dave. Who? Dave, D-A-V-E.
Dustin, we're not going to waste airtime on that, okay? Next question. Next question. Next question.
Dave Wunstead.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always a delight to talk to our guy, Dave Wunstead. He joins us on the Plumbers 911 hotline. Plumbing emergency, call 1-833-PLUM-911. Local 130 plumbers get the job done right the first time. Good morning, Dave. How are you, sir?
I am good, fellas. Absolutely. Big win last week. Huge win last week for the Bears, and got a little Polly's ball coming up this weekend. Two teams that I'm tied in with, obviously Indiana and Miami. So it's a lot going on, a lot of exciting football coming up.
So if Indiana, and they're favored in the game, I believe they're favored pretty heavily.
Pretty heavily.
Game. So if they win, Dave, that would be 3 years in a row following Michigan, Ohio State, then Indiana, 3 championships in a row. Does that mean that the Big Ten has surpassed or has taken over from the SEC? Is the Big Ten now the best conference
because
in football?
3 different champions,
That's
too.
my point.
Yes.
Yeah, I would say yes, absolutely. And let's not lose sight that the Big Ten expanded. So to get to this point, the championship game, the Indianas of the world and the Michigans and Ohio States, you're talking about competing with USC, Oregon, Washington, some of the top teams in the country, truly. And so that's after getting where they're at right now. It's even more difficult, I think, than it's ever been.
Dave, when you look at the roster for Miami, I do think that you could make the argument that talent exists to think that they could find a way to beat Indiana. But when you look at Indiana's experience, their average age is 23. The average age for the Packers is 25. They're a bunch of really older, more mature men, and I think that may be the way their coach offsets any disparity in talent. How do you see this game unfolding?
Yeah, I think Miami's in a box this way, that they would like to line up and use that offensive line, and Mario would like to run the ball with Fletcher, their running back, and just pound the football and lean on Indiana. I mean, I think they outweigh them by 50 pounds offensive line compared to defensive line, maybe more than that. But, I think they want to try to, as much as they can, keep the ball out of Carson Beck's hands. The games that they have lost, it's been because Carson Beck, the quarterback from Miami, the transfer from Georgia, he's had a bad game. He's kind of blown up. So, they'd like to run it, but will they be able to score enough points? Because Indiana, man, they are the type of team, that if you give them an inch, they're going to take a foot, and they don't make mistakes.
Right.
And, God, they just keep – I was going back and forth with the offensive coordinator from Indiana, Mike Shanahan. He played for me for 4 years. He started for me at Pitt. And, they're always going for the end zone. Everything they're doing, they're trying to score. Everybody is. Don't take that statement the wrong way. But what I'm saying is they might have a 10-point lead and they make a first down. And, God, the next play, it's going 50 yards down the field. I mean, they are constantly attacking on both sides of the ball.
All right, we're going to take a quick time out. We'll be right back with Coach Wannstedt. We'll get into the Bears. In all due respect to Miami, they made a lot of mistakes against Ole Miss. You make mistakes like that, Indiana will destroy them. I'm just being honest about it. Dave, we'll be right back. It's Mully and Haugh on The Score.
After the Bears make history beating the Packers in the wild card round at Soldier Field, Bears fans are reacting on The Score.
Bill, I dare you to stop this guy in the final 2 minutes. And this guy, anybody who doesn't say that this guy is tough is a complete moron.
Hey, Craig.
We beat the Packers in the playoffs, and we know that we are the team to beat moving forward in the division. The future makes me so excited.
For more Bears reaction, including analysis from all The Score shows and team of Bears experts, keep it here on Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, start the year moving, not hurting. If joint pain is holding you back, listen up. There's a way to get real relief without surgery, without downtime, without putting your life on pause. Dr. Caravelli and the other medical pros at QC Kinetics here in Chicago, they deliver regenerative treatments that actually help your body repair the areas that are causing you pain. Those achy knees, the hips, the shoulders, back, wherever it hurts. Instead of facing an invasive operation that sidelines you for months, these treatments happen right in the office, and you can go about your day. These are simple procedures that deliver big, life-changing results. Skip the 3 to 6 months of recovery. Skip the pain. Skip the invasive surgery. Imagine this instead. You're moving better. You're stronger. You're planning the year you actually want, all because you took care of the pain the smart way. Game-changing regenerative treatments from QC Kinetics. January, it's supposed to be your clean slate, so make it one. Stop managing the pain. Start solving it with QC Kinetics. Call now for your free consultation, 312-847-4347. That's 312-847-4347. QC Kinetics, 312-847-4347.
Hey, hockey fans. Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's Hat Trick Jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime score bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER 426-2537 or by texting ILGAMB to 53342. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards or bonus bets that expire in 7 days. In partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry, promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training. Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They're at the forefront of design and installation of environmental-friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.com. LoberMotors.org.
I'm Michael Lober from Lober Motors in Lincolnwood. This year, Lober Motors turns 90, and I couldn't be more proud of the people who make it all happen. Our 2 award-winning Mercedes-Benz and Porsche dealerships are filled with hardworking professionals who care deeply about our clients and about each other. It's truly a pleasure to come to work every day. Lober Motors in Lincolnwood. 2 dealerships, 1 family. Just east of the Edens and at LoberMotors.com. Driven to serve since 1936.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. Now through February 1st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Chicago's Sports Morning Show with Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel. Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Chicago, it's Bears versus Rams in the divisional round of the playoffs. Keep it on The Score as we get you ready for this epic playoff matchup at Soldier Field. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station. The Score! Scoreboard update.
Score update studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeat.com because confidence should never cost a fortune. Sunday, 5:30 NBC. Bears hosting the divisional round of the playoffs. Rams in town. Rams minus 3.5, total 51. The conversation with Coach Wanstead continues in 30 seconds. Bulls on The Score tonight, 6:45 pregame, taking on the Rockets down in Houston. Last night at the United Center, the Blackhawks fell short to the Oilers 4-1. They did not have Connor Bedard out with an illness. They lost Teuvo Teravainen to an upper body injury for the final 2 periods. Blackhawks host the Calgary Flames Thursday night. Friday, Cubs convention in town. The Hour brought to you by Jewel Osco.
Dave Wanstead hanging out with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. We've got Coach Wanstead. He's joining us on the Plumbers 911 hotline. Plumbing emergency call 1-833-PLUM-911. Local 130 plumbers get the job done right the first time. And Coach, what a game, what an environment, what a wild and wacky result. How insane was the end of that game? And Dave, I mean, we've seen the Bears do this throughout the year, but to rely on that in the playoffs, probably a mistake. But, hey, they did it. They came back, and they scored 25 points in the fourth quarter and won a football game. Incredible.
Incredible. You just described it, Mully. You know, you can't make that stuff up. I mean, I mean, really, the odds and you know, it's really tough. It's tough to do a show because when I watch the game in a studio, I am taking notes. I'm talking to producers. I'm saying, pull this play. Let me talk about this play. You know, you're getting ready for a good post game. And then it comes down to the last 2 minutes. You got note tape. I mean, it's very difficult to do a TV show, a post game after the Bears games, because it's so comical, because the way they win and so late. And Tom Brady said it, and I think I echoed him on this show last week, and I'm eating my words now. You know, Tom said 2 weeks ago, the Bears, this is great, but when you get into playoffs, you can't fall behind by 10 points and win. These teams are all too good. And I think I echoed that same sentiment, that same quote last week on your show, and here we sit. And they did it again. I mean, there was truly, with Caleb Williams, if the listeners close their eyes, you truly do see some Patrick Mahomes plays. He's not Patrick Mahomes. That's not what I'm saying. Okay, but you see him make plays that Patrick Mahomes might be the only guy that can make in the NFL. And it's just it's exciting. It's so exciting and so great to watch that stuff. I mean, it's amazing.
So, Dave, those are the kind of things that you really can't coach because it's natural ability, and Caleb Williams has that kind of just the penchant to come through in the clutch. But from a defensive perspective, you can coach the way that the Bears played in the second half. What did they learn from that experience, do you think, in adjusting to the Packers' offense in ways that can help them against Matthew Stafford?
Well, one quick comment on your first thing, David. You're 100% correct. And if you remember what Caleb said right after the game, he says that Ben came on the headset or was on the sideline and said, okay, kid, I need you now. Go do your stuff. So you're 100% right. I mean, you call the plays and then you just kind of sit back and watch. So anyway, that was a great comment, I think, by Caleb and Ben, really. The Bears defense, the whole second half, I mean, how did they get Green Bay to come out and punt their first 4 possessions? I thought that they were a lot more aggressive. And I'm not talking just about aggressive third down blitzing that everybody they were running some run blitzes. They were doing some movement things inside with the defensive linemen. I thought that their defensive scheme starting the second half, they kind of sat around and said, what we're doing isn't holding up. We got to become a little more aggressive on the run. Let's get our safeties up there. Let's mix in a little bit of pressure when we think it's pass. And I thought they did that much more than the first half, and it was successful.
Just an extraordinary turn of events. Caleb Williams was phenomenal in the fourth quarter, and it's amazing to see him able to turn it on like that. The one that really I thought shocked me was the fact that the Packers had the ball. So the Bears, the score was close to 3, and the Packers get the ball, and they start out they get to I think it was a 1st and 10. Josh Jacobs has a run. The Bears call timeout. The Packers come back and they get a 12-yard pass. So as far as trying to control the clock, make sure you have time left. That was, I think, 3:16 when the Bears called timeout. The Packers are on a first down. They get the ball back. And you're sitting there and you're like, wow, like they can probably kill this game and win this game and score a field goal, whatever it is they're going to do. They end up, they have a short run. It goes nowhere, all right? They eat a little bit of clock. The Bears call timeout number 2, 3:07. Now they got the ball, and you're like, okay, here it is. They're going to be able to burn the clock, do whatever they have to do. They go in shotgun. They throw an incompletion into the end zone. So there's no passage of time there at all. Green Bay then calls their timeout because They are struggling at that point. It's 3rd and 10, and that's where you have the delay of game. They called a timeout. They go to the sideline, delay of game. They come back out. Now they're in shotgun again. Another pass to the end zone incomplete. If you had in that sequence just taken a knee, you'd be in field goal range, and you'd have eaten up like a minute and a half of the clock. That was some of the worst clock management. And then obviously you go back 5 yards because of that delay of game, and the kid's missing a 44-yard field goal instead of taking a 39-yard. I just felt that the clock management in that sequence of the game was good and was poor enough to get the coach run out of town, if that's what they were trying to do. That was just awful on the part of Matt LaFleur. What was he thinking there?
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I go back to the first possession. If I'm your defensive coordinator, I mean, I'm not going to do it in front of everybody else, but I'm going to get you on the phone on the side and say, Coach, how about the first possession? They get the ball to come out the third quarter, and there was 14 minutes and something left when the Bears took over. They ran 50 seconds or something off the clock and punted.
Yes.
And, now let me say this. You mentioned shotgun. I am totally convinced of this. And Bear fans, we have lived this. I remember Justin Fields, them on the goal line, 4th down, trying to run a power play. Blocked on, kick out, pull out of the shotgun, and it went backwards.
Right.
And I didn't. That keeps me awake at night more than anything. And now we line up in the I formation or not the I, but a dotted, and a lot of times with commit I. And when we need a yard, we need a yard, guys. They know we need a yard, and we're going to run the ball at you, and we make it most of the time.
Get the yard.
The Packers get on the goal line. You know why they don't run it? Because they got zero confidence in their running game. The only running game they got, in my opinion, is when you spread them out, when they spread you out, and they hope to hit a crease. But there's nobody knocking anybody off the ball. They get down on the goal line, and they're on the damn shotgun trying to run the ball in. They try it once. It doesn't work. Okay, we'll throw it on the goal line. I mean, come on. I just think that, and Matt LaFleur is a great coach, and I get all that stuff. But, boy, that is not the way to go about it, I don't think, with your football team as far as taking some pressure off the quarterback and playing smart game management. Just what you said, Mully. I mean, that's terrible. But I think it comes back to lack of confidence in running the ball. I really do. And Jacobs is a great back, and he's got a lot of yards, and I know all that stuff, but it still comes down to when they know you're going to run it and you have to run it. Can you make a yard? I don't think Green Bay can.
Dave, you obviously coached at Miami with the U, and you were the head coach of the Dolphins for 5 seasons, so you know what it's like to take a team from a warm weather climate into a cold weather climate. You were also the coach of the Bears in Pitt, where you might have benefited from some of those things. How do you view in that context the role weather might play or might not play Sunday on the lakefront?
The only way it helps you is, I think, everybody's got the heaters and all that stuff on the sidelines nowadays. So once it's practice time is where it makes the difference, David. Because when it's cold, the football's harder. It's a little harder to. I don't want to say it's harder to catch. It's harder to kick. It's different. Let's use the word different. It's different throwing a frozen football and catching one and kicking one than it is in nice, warm conditions. So the practice time is where the Bears have an advantage this week. It's going to be cold enough. It might not be as cold as kickoff, but it's going to be cold enough that you go outside and you're throwing and catching the ball with your winter gear on and kicking the ball the same way in practice. that's when it carries over, I think, and helps you in the game. Now, let's not lose sight. Matthew Stafford played at Detroit, so he's had his share of cold weather games over his career. I don't think it'll affect him much. I really don't. But the receivers, kicking game, I do think so.
Yeah, I mean, the Stafford was in a dome in Detroit, and there's a dome in Minneapolis. The only time he was outside in the division was against Green Bay or the Bears, and he's gonna know cold in this game. But he's got it. His index finger. He whacked it on a helmet. He's okay. He says they say there's no broken bone. But that has got to impact him a little bit if he's got a sore forefinger. I understand that, you take a shot and you don't feel it and it's going to be okay. But it's just a hope of mine that the explosiveness of that passing game isn't as evident as it has been throughout the course of the season.
Yeah, it could affect it. I'm going to say it won't.
Yeah.
Just because he's such a tough guy. And just like you said, they'll shoot it or they'll do something to it. It's not broken. And they'll get the swelling out of it this week. He'll be on ice and in treatments 24/7. He won't probably get as much practice time as he would throwing, but does he really need it at this point in the season? Probably not. I don't think it'll affect him much, Mully.
So, Dave, when you look at this schematic matchup, you've got two of the best play callers in the business, Sean McVay, Ben Johnson. We've seen evidence already of what that can mean when you have a play caller that dynamic. Look at the 49ers. Kyle Shanahan called a flea flicker pass. It worked for a touchdown. Ben Johnson schemed up that touchdown to DJ Moore with the fake screen, and goodness sakes, did that work. Do you give anyone an advantage this weekend with Sean McVay having obviously the experience, but Ben Johnson maybe having the hot hand? How do you, from a defensive coordinator perspective, view this matchup between two elite play callers?
No, I just think you have to play your tendencies, and by that I mean, okay, who's involved in the trick plays with the Bears? If I'm Chris Shula, the defense coordinator for the Rams, I'm saying, okay, DJ Moore is usually involved somehow, some way. You go through your personnel and you try to say if they run a trick play or an unusual play, who are the two or three guys that the head coach trusts to do that type of stuff? But where and when, you don't know. I'm going to be real curious to see how Ben approaches this game, because the week before that, he wishes he would have gone for it. He admitted it. He said it on the sideline.
Right.
And then he comes back last week, and thank God we won that game. Or the only storyline this week would be, why did we go for it?
You're right.
Back up on our own 29, and then we give up a touchdown. So I think he goes the other way last week and says, okay, I'm going to be aggressive. And we all talked about it on the show last week. We thought he would be, and he was, and it didn't work. So now, does he come back this week? It'll be real interesting to see. Is he aggressive? Does he take the points? How does it work out for him in the ball game? It's an interesting thing. But they're both. And keep in mind, just for our listeners, you guys have to help me here. The running back from Georgia, when the Rams went to the Super Bowl with McVay,
Todd Gurley
and Jared. Yeah, Todd Gurley. Thank you, David. Todd Gurley out of Georgia. I mean, they were a running football team. So my point is, this is not an offensive or head coach and play caller that doesn't in his heart want to run the ball or will in his heart not run the ball. Sean McVay, if you let him, he will line up and run the football, okay, with Kyrie Wilson or what's his name, Kyrie. Yeah. Kyren
Williams, yes,
from
Notre Dame.
The Rams. So he's not afraid to run the ball, and history's proven that he's done it because we just talked about with Gurley. So keep an eye on that. They're going to be balanced, just like the Bears will be balanced. There's no question about that. I think Green Bay's defense is better than the Bears. They're better than the Rams. from the standpoint of knowing what to do. I think the speed of those linebackers in Green Bay is better than the Rams. The Rams' defensive line is a separator for me. The Rams' defensive line, in my mind, top 5, 6 in the NFL, and that's how they make their living. If the defensive line is cranking it, then the Rams play good defense. Where Green Bay, with the big, they have, with 2 starters out, two of their best defensive linemen out, they were a little bit shorthanded, I thought, but the Rams won't be.
This segment with Coach Wannstedt is sponsored by ChicagoRoofingContractors.org, providing all-weather protection for your business. All right, Dave, you know a lot about defense. We know that. Were you surprised at the adjustments that Dennis Allen made in the second half? What were the best of those adjustments, and how could that change the way they approach this game?
I don't think it was anything major. I don't think that the Rams are looking at anything and say, oh, wow, we never really saw that before. As I said earlier in the show, I just think all that Dennis did was just start playing a little bit more aggressive defense from the standpoint of pressure. And when I say pressure, the first thought that comes to everybody's mind is, pressure on the third down and long. No. You can pressure on short yardage, by moving linemen and bringing the linebacker, bringing the safety up. So you got run pressures, you got pass pressures, and a lot of the run pressures you don't even see. You don't even realize that they went to a single high and they dropped Brisker down in the box, the safety down in the box. So I think that that was the biggest change that they made the second half. And whether they keep that going, I don't know. The receivers, Devontae Adams and Puka, Puka could be arguably him and Christian McCaffrey, the 2 best players in the NFL this year. So they're going to have to. Yeah, he is. They're going to have to deal with him. And the other thing too, and I don't know if this will have any factor. Nobody will admit to it. I went through it. And I would tell you now, it didn't affect me, but we won a Super Bowl with it. But I went through it at the University of Miami, too, when I was getting interviews for jobs. Both of their coordinators interviewed for head coaching jobs this week with the Rams.
Yes.
So you got Shula on defense, and who is it, LaFleur maybe on offense?
Mike LaFleur, yes.
Mike LaFleur. They both did interviews. Now, you might say, that interview only lasts an hour or two on a Zoom. Yes, but the prep work that these guys are doing for this stuff nowadays, they're like getting a book from their agent. And so they're spending – there's only so much time in a day.
Yeah.
And you're getting ready for a game like this, and you're doing interviews in the middle of the week, and the prep work on the front end of it. You're cutting into time, in my opinion, that normally would be spent on studying the Bears.
It's a great point, Dave. Thank you, buddy. Great catching up.
Thanks, Dave.
All right, guys. Good talking to you.
Have a good week.
That is our guy, Dave Wannstedt.
Great points and insight.
Absolutely. What they do these days, I don't know anybody that interviews for a job without doing a mock interview with someone in their front office.
Yes.
That takes time. It
does take time and focus.
Yes.
And you understand the need, and that's why they need to maybe revamp the rules. They continue to tweak them, but it does get in the way.
Yeah, let's hope they get more interviews.
No doubt.
As the week goes on. All right, we will be right back with Jarrett Payton. It's Mully and Haugh on The Score.
Bears fans, it doesn't get much bigger than this. The NFC North champion Chicago Bears versus the Rams in the divisional round of the playoffs. Win or go home. Soldier Field will be rocking once again. Stay locked to The Score as we get you ready for Bears versus Rams all the way up to kickoff. And when it's over, be here all day Monday as we break down one of the biggest games this city has ever seen. Only on Chicago's Sports Radio, 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
It's David Haugh for Trajan Wealth. They say defense wins championships, and that's true for your retirement plan too. Inflation, taxes, market volatility, they're all like an aggressive pass rush. And if you're not prepared, you will get sacked. Trajan Wealth builds your financial defense first, protecting what you've worked so hard for while designing an offensive strategy to grow your wealth responsibly. Trajan Wealth, TRAJAN Wealth.com. Their fiduciary advisors don't push products. They design custom plans that align with your risk tolerance, your goals, and your timeline. And as a veteran-led firm, CEO Jeff Jr. knows what it takes to achieve true financial independence. Don't wait. Call Trajan Wealth today. 630-320-2100. Again, 630-320-2100. Or visit TRAJANWealth.com. That's TRAJANWealth.com. One more time. TRAJANWealth.com. Strong defense, smart offense. That's the Trajan Wealth game plan. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
The cost of healthcare coverage is rising this year. That's why we're here to help.
At getcoveredillinois.gov, you can get financial help with the cost of your premium.
Most of our customers get that help at getcoveredillinois.gov.
This segment of the show is sponsored by Grand Appliance. Shop the top brands like GE, Cafe, and more. During the new year, new appliance sale at Grand Appliance. You get hundreds in savings you won't find anywhere else. Visit grandappliance.com or your local showroom. Do that today. That's Grand Appliance. They've been appliance experts since 1930.
Hey, Chicago, do you need to eat a little healthier without sacrificing the stuff that you love? Wild Fork has lean proteins for great prices. 500 items under $10 a pound. Organic 85% grass-fed ground beef at $6 a pound. Atlantic salmon fillets at $5.98 a pound. Better quality meats at lower prices due to Wild Fork's state-of-the-art blast freezing technology. Shop in-store or visit wildforkfoods.com to learn about 3 months of free delivery for qualifying customers.
Hola, amigos! It's a big noise. Brad Evans from BetMGM tonight. Listen Monday through Friday starting at 6 p.m. Eastern on Westwood One Sports as we cover the biggest sports stories from coast to coast. Get insights on the NFL playoffs, college basketball conference races, and more. Download the Odyssey app now and listen from anywhere. BetMGM tonight, live and interactive, presented by BetMGM. Tune in, Team Huevos.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
With America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds. Like the reliable and efficient Tucson Hybrid, backed by America's best warranty. The Hyundai Tucson Hybrid. It's the best of both worlds.
Right now, for a limited time, lease the Hyundai Tucson for $249 a month. Or get 0.99% APR on the Tucson or Tucson Hybrid. Offers end February 2nd. Call 224-661-0068 for details.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Robinhood. Your money, your move. Silence at Acrisure. The Steelers' playoff drought hits a decade after a 30-6 thumping by Houston. Aaron Rodgers' night ended in disaster with 2 defensive touchdowns surrendered in the fourth quarter, including Kalen Bullock's game-sealing pick 6. I'm calling this a painfully familiar script for Pittsburgh. Texans advance. I'm Drake Toll.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you can put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Member Week is here for pros at Lowe's. Get up to 40% off hundreds of items from tools and paint to kitchen and bath and more. Just in time to stock up for this year's jobs. Plus, earn 5 times the points on an eligible purchase. Shop member deals in-store and online from January 8th through the 14th. Still not a member? Join for free today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Point boosters subject to exclusions and more terms apply. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change.
Jarrett Payton, the son of sweetness.
One man, one career, one team for 200.
Walter Payton, 13 seasons for these. Deanna.
Who are the Chicago Bears?
The Bears, yes.
Sports anchor for WGN, former running back great.
Payton again, already 2 touchdowns. There it is. There's the touchdown. The Jarrett Payton Show today.
Jarrett Payton with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score. Always fun to talk to our guy, Jarrett Payton. He joins us on the Plumbers 911 hotline. Plumbing emergency, call 1-833-PLUM-911. Local 130 plumbers get the job done right the first time. Jarrett, good morning. How are you?
Hey, Mully and Haugh, what's going on, fellas? Everything's good over here, man. I'm living in a dream world right now, you know?
How about it? Both your teams won last weekend.
And this is the second time this has happened, though. They played again, like they played the second Packers-Bears game. That was the same week Miami played as well. So it was like, I every time I keep praying. I'm like, yo, maybe just one of them. I just need one win. But he keeps blessing me with 2. So it's like, man, I woke up Sunday and just like kind of rubbed my eyes and then looked at box scores for both games. And I'm like, yeah, this actually happened again. So I'm super excited. And just not only for my Canes fans, but also for Bears fans here in this city, man. It's electric. It's so cool to be around my phone blowing up, and we're talking about meaningful football, playoff football, and fans are all bought in. You guys know, everywhere I go, people just want to talk Bears. But now, even I'm in the bathroom the other day. This guy's like, "How about them Bears?" I'm like, "Hey, yeah." You know, it doesn't stop anymore. I love it.
Oh, that's awful.
Are you satisfied now? Was the Packers game the Super Bowl for this season? Do you need to win another game? Tell us about how the Bears fans might look at this game in terms of adjusting their expectations or recalibrating.
I think, you're playing your arch rival 3 times, in a season, once in the postseason. That's the 3rd time that it's happened. I think a lot of people were excited and I think overjoyed just by, taking down the Packers. But I think now it's really looking at a Rams team coming into Chicago that has a lot of firepower. I'm not satisfied. I think I've been saying this from the beginning, just by watching this team, David. It might confuse me. I was talking to Jason McKee last night. We were just trying to figure out how they keep doing this, the way not offensively, just really not showing up for 3.5 quarters, but then 8 minutes left in the game in the 4th quarter, they just come alive and this offense comes alive, and it's like I can't put my finger on it, but they keep finding ways to win. Now, at some point, people would say, your luck is going to run out. But my motto has been, why not us? This whole entire run, why not the Bears? And so, yeah, I think you got to taper back your expectations maybe just a little bit, because you don't really know. You look at the firepower on that offense, guys, and Matthew Stafford's having an MVP caliber year, and to me, Puka is the best player I agree with Coach Wanstead. You look at him, McCaffrey, I really think Puka is the best player in the NFL at the moment when you talk about what he's been able to accomplish. And don't forget about Devontae Adams. So you got to kind of pick your poison. It's a little nerve-wracking for a defense that has had some issues in coverage when it comes to elite wide receivers, but they've also show that they can bow down and start figuring it out late in games. So maybe that is the recipe. Keep this thing close, because they didn't do my keys to the game over on Saturday, and that was start fast.
Yeah.
Nope.
Run the football.
Nope.
Yeah. And create turnovers.
Nope.
Takeaway. So
yeah, it's true.
And they won the game. So it's like, what do I know? They have a recipe, but it speaks to the volume, David, about what just what Ben Johnson has like really been selling to this team and how they're all bought in. And it is hard to win games at any level, but to see this team that they believe in themselves, that they're never out of it, to me is pretty special. It's super special.
Yeah, I don't think I could have imagined the Bears were going to win with the way the defense played in the first half, with the way that the head coach clearly just gave up on the defense and was like, yeah, we'll go for it on 4th and whatever. We don't care. That was insane to me, but I'm not of the modern generation. And then the other thing was, all of those bounces of the ball used to go to the Bears. There was a ball bouncing in the end zone that they recovered and got the ball on the 1 yard line. If the Bears had recovered that, obviously they get the ball. If the thing fell out of bounds, there was the one that Dexter, after the tackle eligible pass, he couldn't jump on it. The ball squirts out of bounds. There was another one. I mean, you were sitting there like, this is chance after chance after chance, and they're not getting it. And this is not how they've won all year.
Yeah, but you know what, Mully? It comes down to Matt LaFleur and what he was trying to do. He was all out of sorts in that second half, man. He bought into the rivalry and kind of the back and forth with Ben Johnson and wanted to find a way to be able to stick it to him, right? And it backfired because with Jacobs back there, I thought the game plan would be, you're up this much, run the football. Trusting your run game, trusting a guy that you know in this league has been able to run the football and rely on that and run the clock out as much as you can. And they just seemed all out of sorts on the flip side, Dennis Allen, Ben Johnson, and that staff in that short amount of time, just try to find ways to be able to say, okay, we need to. It's not really the halftime adjustments; it's just really locking in and doing your assignments. I was listening to Coach Wanstead just talk about the defense of like what they were doing. It wasn't that much different.
Yeah,
they were finding ways to get pressure. It was more effort than anything. And that's what gets me the most, is that these guys don't come out after half with their heads down. They're like, we're going to figure this thing out. And to me, that's dangerous for this year. But if they can kind of keep that mindset as they keep growing this thing year after year, they have a chance to be a problem, because it's hard to teach. I've been in locker rooms where you're down like that, and it's like, oh man, we got to figure it out. Let's go out and try our best. But it's hard to get up for it, especially in those type of moments with everything on the line. And this team keeps showing that they can do it, and that's a kind of a reflection of their head coach.
Jared, we'll talk a lot about the weather conditions and its effect on the outcome and the Ram offense. At the same time, you have to remember, Kyron Williams played 4 years at Notre Dame, pretty much used to cold weather there. Coleman Shelton played a season with the Bears. He'll be no stranger with that offensive line. And if you're talking about stopping the run, they can also run the football and play a grinded-out style if necessary. What impact do you expect the weather to have on the game?
Well, Dave, I really believe nowadays, back when I was growing up, man, everybody talking about bear weather. This is bear weather. Now you start to see everybody's from all these different places. I think it really makes an impact throughout the week, because you have the opportunity to be able to practice in this weather. It's cold for everybody, but when you're used to it, and it's just like my mom and my sister out in Arizona, when they come back here now, they're born here, but when they come back, they're like, ooh, turn on the heat, man, it's cold. The blood thins out just a little bit being on the West Coast. So it's like, it does play a little bit of a factor, but I still think I'm not buying into it so heavily, but I just know it's the practice throughout the week that the Bears get that the Rams don't get, and you can't simulate that out west. And so I think it is going to be a shock, but at some point it might level out. But we know Matthew Stafford likes to play inside the dome, so it's going to be cold. Talking to Demetrius Ivory yesterday, I mean, he's like, I wouldn't want to be outside at like 6 o'clock, at 5:30, 6 o'clock. It's going to be cold down there by the lakefront. So advantage to the Bears. They got to be able to capitalize. But let's go back to it, and I don't want to. I know I say this every week, but if you look over the last few weeks, the run game, which we think that they kind of relied on, they have not. It hasn't been a part of the game plan early. I mean, you just look at the rushes over the last few weeks. It's just not. It's not the same, and so they have to find a way to be able to rely on that, because that's the best way to be able to keep Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams and Matthew Stafford on the sidelines over there.
I think that part of that is that the Bears were trailing by so many points. You know, they came out, they got a field goal, and they immediately are give up a touchdown. And you think about it, that is really impacting what they want to do. And when Ben Johnson understands that his defense is allowing points every time, he feels like he's got to hang on to the ball and try to do more, and they're throwing more, and all of a sudden they're behind the chains. And man, it was just rough.
But the pass game was off too.
I agree.
You know what I mean? So it's like at some point you have to rely on what you're good at, and I get that. I understand how offensive coordinators are and guys with offensive minds. They want, if they get down, it's let's throw our way out of this thing. I totally get it, but if you're down 10, I still think it's feasible and it's early enough in the game to still do what you need to do, because that's what your offense is built off of. They've been built off of running the ball, this play action, Caleb underneath center, and then being able to take some shots down the football field. You don't get in. They have. It's like you can't find a rhythm offensively until you start running the football. Oh, my gosh, I think I just cracked the code. That's it. That's it.
That's it.
That's it.
That's awesome. Jared,
great stuff, Jared.
Thank you, buddy.
Enjoy the week.
See you guys. Have a good one.
That's Jared Payton. Yeah, they've got to commit to that run.
Got to commit to the run.
Yeah.
Got to run the football.
Got to run it well.
Hey, Mully, when we come back,
better.
Let's switch gears real quickly. We need to hear some of what A.J. Brzezinski had to say about Alex
Bregman. Is good stuff. This is very good stuff. You're going to enjoy it. It's Mully and Haugh at Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
After the Bears' historic comeback at Soldier Field to beat the Packers in the wild card round, Bears fans turn to the Score's postgame show for instant reaction from Olin Kreutz.
The game is unbelievable. This team is unbelievable. They're fun to watch. They're tough. They're gutsy. They find ways to win football games. You got to play 60 minutes to beat the Chicago Bears.
And Patrick Manley.
That belief in Caleb Williams, man, we've got one. It's going to be a national story now of Caleb Williams being the Iceman, being the come-from-behind king.
For more reaction from all the Score shows and team of Bears experts, keep it here on Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, what's the best home improvement you can do this winter? It's a familiar one. You transform your garage with a gleaming new Comer and Cross garage floor. Now is the time to call them during their preseason sale. You'll get a phenomenal Comer and Cross garage floor price, and they'll install it when you want it. Comer and Cross makes it so easy. They take out your stuff for you. In winter, they can even secure it on site, and they'll fix your cracks and pits perfectly in one day. You're driving on your gleaming new Comer and Cross garage floor like putting in a new car showroom. You pull in every night, you feel like you could sell the thing, for God's sake. Comer and Cross garage floor is the gold standard. It's guaranteed to never chip, crack, show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever, and their installers are professionals. There's no subcontractors at Comer and Cross. Call them now. It's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, and you lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, or simply go to Comer, C-O-M-E-R, cross.com.
That first year in your new home matters. With preferred pricing, Redfin and Rocket Mortgage make the path to your next home easier. When you buy with a Redfin agent and finance through Rocket Mortgage, you can lower your interest rate by 1% for 1 year or choose up to $6,000 in closing credits. See how it works at rocketmortgage.com or call 800-4ROCKET. Additional terms apply, not a commitment to lend. Rocket Mortgage, LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
This segment of the show brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune.
The Menards 15% off bag sale is here. Whether you pack it, load it, stuff it, or stack it, if it fits in the bag, you save 15%. Need new tools? Updating your bath or faucet? Or simply want some snacks? Put them in the bag and save 15%. So pick up a bag in-store at Menards and find out how much you can fit in the bag. Now through January 24th. See store for complete details.
Save big money at Menards.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
It's playoff time in Chicago, and there's no better place to bet the chase for a championship than Circus Sports Illinois. It's sports betting the way it should be. Whether you're betting championship or conference futures, sides, totals, or prop bets for every round, there's no better place to make your bets throughout January. Circus Sports, they've got high app limits, player-friendly pricing, exceptional customer service, and no bet fees ever. Download your new bookie today at circusports.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Time's up. The IRS isn't waiting. They're coming for your paycheck, your bank account, even your home. You ignored the letters. You thought it would go away. It won't. If you owe more than $10,000 in back taxes, you are already in the crosshairs of the IRS. Wage garnishments, bank levies, tax liens, they're not threats. They're next. But here's the truth. You still have a chance to fight back. This is Patrick Noon with PJN Tax Solutions Group. We are a local tax resolution firm located right here in St. Charles, Illinois. Don't call some 1-800-FIRM 10 states away. We're right here. Call us now at 630-415-5296. We don't do fluff. We get results. Call us now, 630-415-5296. That number again, 630-415-5296. Or just Google, I want the IRS off my ASS.
Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot. Mom, can I get a tarantula? No. Coffee? No. So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation. Can I use the free phone? Yes. See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more? Absolutely. Face tattoo? Absolutely not. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
They made an offer to Alex Bregman early in the offseason and said, here it is. And his camp kept going back saying, that's not our market. Our market's higher than that. And it made Alex a little bit mad, and they would not move. So then the Red Sox were like, okay, well, take it or leave it. And they will not budge. Then Bregman's camp with Boris goes back to him and says, hey, we have a higher offer and we're going to probably take it. And the Red Sox were like, we don't believe you.
If you can do it, do it. And then they said, okay, well, we're going to sign. We're not telling you the number. We're going to sign with a different team. And that's when the Red Sox went to this 5-165. But Bregman was already one mad, and two had a higher offer. And the longer, the more they tried to stretch it out, the longer and farther down the road the deferrals got. So Bregman's like, I'm getting more money in a shorter amount of time. I'm going to the Cubs.
What does he owe the Red Sox?
Nothing. That's what I'm saying. But the Red Sox literally would not move and would not budge and really wouldn't negotiate until it was it wasn't almost too late. It was too late.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. That is the voice of A.J. Pierzynski. He is telling you exactly what happened in the Bregman negotiations with the Boston Red Sox. So the Red Sox give him the chance to get out of the contract.
Yeah.
After 1 year, he takes it.
Opts out of $40 million, I believe.
And the Cubs give him the 5-year $175, and there was still a chance he would go back to Boston. But if you hear what AJ said, Bregman got mad and they had a better offer. Oh boy.
It's so refreshing to have this conversation now, a year after lamenting the loss of Bregman to the Red Sox and then learning that the Tigers were the next team. And then as a Cub fan, you felt like, why weren't you in the midst of all of that, right, Tom Ricketts?
Right.
So
you couldn't even use your "we're number 2" brag.
No, because you weren't really in it and you weren't really competitive with the offer.
No.
And then you learn based on AJ's information, and you have no reason to doubt him because he talks to the people involved. He's in that ex-player kind of environment. And Alex Bregman took the best offer, and the Cubs made it. That's the thing that is definitely it's overdue in terms of the Cubs being that team. We've been waiting, and they've been close, and they've been the proverbial seat at the table. Well, they are at the head of the table, and they pulled this off in a way that got some pushback yesterday after being really confident about what this does to the Cubs in terms of completing their lineup and making them a legitimate NL contender. I think that, Kyle Tucker last year was an asset, but he also didn't play a lot, Mully. He missed a lot of the season.
I know.
So I do think that when you look at what this does in terms of completing the lineup, and it's with Edward Cabrera, and the way that we're looking at this, they added a top-of-the-rotation starter and a guy like Alex Bregman who brings the slug to the lineup. I think they're in a better position to compete than they were a year ago.
Who's the right fielder?
Seiya Suzuki.
Who's the right fielder?
Well, I think he's going to be that guy. And I know that you're never going to have the perfect player. I think he is somebody who you take a step backward theoretically, defensively from Tucker to Suzuki. Tucker wasn't great defensively for the Cubs last year, or at least as good as he had been previously. Moises Ballesteros, right now, it's January 13th. Right now, though, Ballesteros is your designated hitter. Maybe they have a right-handed component, somebody who is a platoon there. That would make sense given Craig Counsell's history. But you are in a better position, I believe, until you're maybe it's someone else that you get a fourth outfielder. Maybe it's Kevin Alcantara. Maybe it's Mike Tauchman, who they haven't signed. Who knows? But I don't think that you are done yet. There are going to be tweaks to the roster.
Alcantara could probably play what? 40 games, 50 games out there? I mean, I'm just saying he doesn't seem like he's ready to be
I don't think he's ready
an
yet.
everyday starter.
No, I don't. There might be other options in free agency. I mean, you shot for the moon yesterday, and I love the idea and ambition, but Cody Bellinger still is unsigned, and you wonder if a short-term one-year contract or something of that effect. We saw Bregman go 1 year to Boston. What's the equivalent there?
Well, I mean, that's a great question because whoever it is, that'd be great. We talked to Bruce about it. He said to tell Matt Shaw to bring a outfielder's glove to camp.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know about that one. I'm just saying if it helps to have some experience playing it.
Keith Law of The Athletic yesterday had a very interesting report alluding to Matt Shaw and not being as open to coaching as maybe some people might like. I thought that was interesting given his history with the batting stance and the very unorthodox approach.
Yes.
And then they sent him down and they brought him back. And certainly his defense was what kept him at the major league level, not his hitting. So I think that if they have an opportunity to get a proven bat and add a free agent hitter, maybe they still will do that, or else they might give Ballesteros a chance to prove he's as natural of a hitter as everybody says that he is.
They're not going to trade Nico, are they? Have
No.
they decided they're not doing that?
No, I hope not. And maybe I say it louder, they won't, because that would not make any sense. That would definitely...
They're not going to do it before Friday.
Well, Friday they have a lot to answer to. And a lot to embrace in terms of excitement. They can introduce Bregman. They'll introduce Cabrera. Jed Hoyer will talk Friday. He'll be asked about Nico Hoerner, and I hope that he removes the doubt by taking him off the market because they want to get better, and keeping Nico Hoerner helps you do that.
I believe it was Dustin Rhodes who said yesterday that they really needed to not do what they did last year in terms of trading Belly after obtaining Tucker. So
they should have kept
keep
both.
that in mind.
Yeah. I don't want them to trade Nico. I don't care how much the Yankees are interested.
If you're all in, be in.
Yes.
Be all in. I like it. All right. We got Mike Florio next. And want to thank everyone from CHSN for tuning in. And we'll be right back on The Score.
As the divisional round approaches, where the Bears take on the Rams, Bears fans are calling in on The Score.
Let's go to Tony and Joliet.
This is something special. Caleb handles the moment, and man, who knows how far this is going to go. This is a beautiful thing about The Score, that we're all a family. We celebrate Chicago sports. We got this team going for years to come, and the fact that we get a voice and we can all come together on a day like this, I love you guys. Thanks for taking my call.
As the Bears prepare to take on the Rams in the divisional round, keep it right here on Sports Radio 670 The Score and live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment of the show brought to you by Staples.
2026 is here, and at Staples, deals mean business. Get that back-to-business energy with up to $100 off custom print orders on business cards, flyers, signs, and more. Shop everything you need to fuel the momentum in-store and online. Staples, that was easy. Ends 131.
Guys and ladies, get real about your health this new year with Synergenex and Low T Center. For a limited time, the men's TRT test is free, and ladies take $200 off the women's hormone test. Say no to diet trends, questionable online treatments, and deceptive prices from other places. Looking for the best? Synergenex and Low T Center are the leading experts. Meet with a real provider, get real medication, and real results. Everyone I know goes to Synergenex and Low T Center to change their lives. Walk in or book an appointment at getmyhealthfix.com.
Truck drivers, no matter where you want to take your career in 2026, Schneider has an opportunity for you. Our huge selection of driving jobs means you can get the home time that suits your schedule. Choose from daily, weekly, monthly, or sometime in between. Looking for more reliability on the road? Check out our new dedicated and regional van truckload opportunities. Don't miss out. Find your perfect driving job today at SchneiderJobs.com. That's SchneiderJobs.com.
On December 7th, a Chicago police officer was shot. His bulletproof vest did its job. It stopped the bullet and likely saved his life. But vests don't last forever. They wear out and expire after 5 years, and Chicago police officers must buy their own replacements. Help protect those who protect us. Donate to the Chicago Police Memorial Foundation's Get Behind the Vest initiative. Since 2014, the foundation has provided more than 14,000 life-saving vests, thanks to generous donors like you. Go to cpdmemorial.org. That's cpdmemorial.org, and click Mission to get behind the vest today.
Hey, it's Spiegs, and you already know all about Blue Chew. It's the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. Blue Chew is a cheat code. It helps you be more confident where it counts. We're talking about a small chew that makes a big difference. Date nights just got better and longer for everyone involved, and showing up matters, folks. During life's most exciting moments, Blue Chew will help you be ready when she is. Guys, this isn't just about performance. Give her group chat something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options now at BlueChew.com. And we got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code SCORE at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com and use the code SCORE. Then you know what to do. Just chew it and do it.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. Stock Exchange. But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Chicago's Sports Morning Show with Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
And we're out, back in 60.
Hey, what are you eating? Chimichurri filet mignon. It's a Factor meal.
Oh, nice. Wait, they let you eat like that in the pros?
Oh, they insist on it. A pro's work starts on the plate.
Oh, man, that does look good. Let me have a taste?
Get your own.
All right. Where do I find this? Is it factormeals.com?
Yep, and they've got a deal going on.
Oh, love a deal. I am so in.
Smart move. Pro move.
All right. Factor. Eat like a pro.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu, medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Chicago, it's Bears versus Rams in the divisional round of the playoffs. Keep it on The Score as we get you ready for this epic playoff matchup at Soldier Field. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station. The Score! Scoreboard update.
Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com because confidence should never cost a fortune. Off day for the Bears today, back at Haugh Hall on Wednesday. They'll be prepping for the Rams. Now we know where and when. It's Sunday, 5:30 kick on NBC. And NBC Sports and Pro Football Talk's Mike Florio joining Mully and Haugh next. The Rams are minus 3.5 in this one. The total 51 per our friends over at Circus Sports. The Texans topped the Steelers 30-6, and it might have been the last pass that Aaron Rodgers throws, and it was returned for a pick six. 6:45 tonight on The Score. The Bulls are taking on the Rockets. That one down in Houston. Last night at the United Center, the Blackhawks 4-1 losers to the Oilers. Connor Bedard out with an illness. The Hour brought to you by Cars for Kids.
Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com, NBC Sports, Twitter.com/ProFootballTalk.
Day by day, we get better and better. So we can't beat me. Won't beat me.
NFL insider Mike Florio with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always a delight to talk to Mike Florio, and he joins us now on the Plumbers 911 hotline. Plumbing emergency, call 1-833-PLUM. 911. Local 130. Plumbers get the job done right the first time. Michael, good morning. How are you, sir?
Good. Set off the fireworks, baby. The Bears are going to the divisional round, facing the Rams in the playoffs for the first time since the 1985 NFC Championship. I love it.
And on NBC. How about that?
Oh, boy.
If we could just get like maybe 20 more degrees, I don't know if holy water will do the trick. Can the Pope make it happen? Since I'm going to be out there on the sidelines, I would like it to be just a little warmer.
Well, we love you, but if the Rams can't play in the cold, maybe the Pope can go the other way and lower it about 20 degrees.
Well, that's true. That's true. And we won't be out there for a full hour and a half. I think I can make it for however long our pregame show will be, and it'll probably be a half hour. I think I can make it. I think I can stand right next to the heater. You know those big heaters that say stay 4 feet away? I usually stand within 4 inches of those heaters.
Well, speaking of heat, Matt LaFleur on the hot seat in Green Bay. What do you think his future holds? It sounds like he may have avoided a firing, but where does that stand? And what are they considering? Are they keeping open the possibility of a John Harbaugh?
There's a lot of nuance to this one. I thought it was funny to hear Aaron Rodgers go off last night on those who would suggest that Matt LaFleur's on the hot seat. They didn't have the warmest of relationships, especially at the end of Rodgers' run in Green Bay. And this is all something that was created by new Packers president Ed Policy based upon things said and not said by him in the months prior to the start of the season. Here's the quick background. LaFleur is signed through 2026. Policy said just a few weeks before he took the job, Mark Murphy, age of 70, the bylaws require new president. So as Policy's getting ready to go in, he said that Matt LaFleur and, for that matter, GM Brian Gutekunst aren't going to get contract extensions until after the 2025 season. Policy also said he doesn't like lame duck situations, which set the stage for up or out after the 2025 season. So now here we are. And all we've gotten so far is someone within the organization leaking the idea that they're going to try to negotiate an extension. There hasn't been a statement that Matt LaFleur will be back. There hasn't been a deal yet. What if the Packers lowball LaFleur? What if LaFleur says, you know what, I'm good. I'll coach out the final year of my contract. What will Ed Policy do then? Will he say, well, you know what, I don't like lame duck arrangements, but you've given me no choice. All right, we'll see you in 2026. Or will he say, well, if that's how it's going to be, then let's just go our separate ways. I still think there are more dominoes to fall here. And it wouldn't necessarily be a firing per se. They reach an impasse in their contract negotiations and they make a mature decision to separate. And then, yeah, the job becomes the most desirable one out there, I would say, in the current cycle, unless and until Mike Tomlin would leave Pittsburgh, maybe to coach the Green Bay Packers. I'm getting ahead of myself as to how this could all play out. For now, the question is, will they get an extension done? And when you consider how the Packers collapsed on Saturday night, when you consider how LaFleur has said multiple times since then, that's the best job around. I mean, if the Packers want to play hardball with him, they really could offer him less, far less than what he would have been in position to make if he'd gone to the Super Bowl this year. And that's just business. And people don't want to hear it, but football is business. And if the Packers can save a couple million a year or maybe more in their negotiations now, when LaFleur isn't exactly in a position of strength, they may try to do it. So if they can't get a deal done, I don't know what happens next. And it may just be that we're inching towards something. Another possibility, too, is a team that's out there looking for a coach senses the possibility of a separation in Green Bay and calls up the Packers and says, let's work out a deal for Matt LaFleur. You can't rule that out either.
Yeah, it is a really interesting situation in large part because I thought he really mismanaged the clock in the second half of that game, Mike. When you go through and remind yourself, watch the game again from like the 3-minute point on, he just didn't, he was trying to score a touchdown. He was trying to get into the end zone from his own 21-yard line. All you got to do at that point is start taking a knee and then kick a field goal. I know the field goal kicker missed, but that was after a delay of game, which followed a burnt timeout. It's just, I really felt like his coaching at the end of that game was something worth examining, looking at, discussing, And I think that he's coming back. I mean, if Ben Johnson's making $13 million a year, how much is he asking for? It might be beyond what they want to pay him.
And that's why I keep focusing on the possibility of an impasse and what happens next. And this whole trade thing, again, look, you have to look beyond the surface. It's the same as with a player. Teams that don't want to shop a player's contract will put enough out there that someone will call. And we can't rule that out. We know how this game goes. It's funny because every once in a while we'll get breathless reporting about these two teams have talked about this player. Well, they talk about everyone. That's what the personnel people do. They call all of their friends throughout the league. It's a very tight network of people who have known each other for years. They've worked together, they've crossed paths, and they may be relying upon each other to find jobs in the future. They know each other well, they talk to each other, and it's not out of the question for somebody who's looking for a coach to pick up the phone at the right time and talk to the Green Bay Packers about some sort of a possible deal that would result in Matt LaFleur becoming the new coach of that team. And it would happen like that. After all the searches have checked all the right boxes and matured to the point where they're in the process of making a decision, that's when you could see it. It doesn't happen often enough. Remember last year I mentioned the idea of the Bears trying to trade for Kyle Shanahan and people lost their minds. But the point is it doesn't happen as often as maybe it should. This may be a prime opportunity for it if they can't work out an extension. But I think they need to get to work on it now, because if they're not going to work out an extension from both sides, they need to be making plans for the future. If Ed Policy truly doesn't want a lame duck coach and Matt LaFleur says, sorry, I'm not taking your offer, I'll just finish this contract and go wherever I want in 2027, Ed Policy is really going to have a decision to make.
Back to the football, Mike. Last night, I thought the Houston Texans dominated because of a defense that looks like it could be the best unit in the playoffs. And then we still have yet to see the Seattle Seahawks play, who might challenge that idea by saying they have the best defense in the playoffs. If this continues to go in this direction, is America ready for a Seattle-Houston Super Bowl?
That may be where it's headed and where it becomes amazing. And I'm impressed by the ability of Texans coach DeMeco Ryans to avoid any of the sniping that you would expect when one side of the ball is so clearly carrying the other side of the ball. Now, the Texans offense last night had 408 yards, averaged 6.2 yards per play, twice what the Steelers averaged. The Steelers had 175 yards of offense, but CJ Stroud fumbled the ball 5 times. First time since 2007 that a quarterback has fumbled 5 times in a game and won, and only the second time since they started recording fumbles as individual player stats that somebody has fumbled 5 times, a quarterback's fumbled 5 times, and the team still won. Can they continue to win if CJ Stroud isn't getting it done? Maybe they can. But if it would come down to that, great defense versus great defense, it could be that the Seahawks offense, although their quarterback has a reputation for making big mistakes in big spots, it could just be who avoids the huge mistake that is fatal to the effort if we would see Seattle and Houston in the Super Bowl. And really, that Texans defense, they won that game last night because the Texans offense tried to give the Steelers opportunities to score early, and they had the turnovers, but they had 3 takeaways, and they scored 3 total points off of those 3 takeaways.
We've talked about this idea of players being retired in the NFL, and I mean the league retiring them. We heard Russell Wilson say that he's going to continue to play, and I kind of thought, really? Like, where? Because I don't know that anybody wants him. And you know Aaron Rodgers is probably done, or is he done?
It's funny, for a lot of players, and spoiler alert, it's been 27 years now, but it's the old sixth sense. Bruce Willis was dead all along. The player's the last one to figure out that the career is over. Everybody else knows, but the player refuses to accept it. I feel like Russell Wilson is in that mode, and I doubt that he's going to find anything for 2026. We'll see. If he finds anything, it's going to be second, third string at best. For Aaron Rodgers, I got the feeling when he talked about it last week that he already has an idea of what his alternative may be if Pittsburgh isn't. And if Mike Tomlin comes back, and who knows what Mike Tomlin's going to do at this point. 2 years ago, he walked off when he was asked a question after a playoff loss about his contract. Last night, he gave an answer saying he's not in that that mindset right now about his future. If he's back, I could see Rodgers being back. If Tomlin isn't back, Rodgers goes somewhere else. Where does he go? I don't know. Last year, there weren't many options for Aaron Rodgers. The Raiders didn't want him. At one point, he reached out to the Giants. They ended up going in a different direction. The Vikings were in the conversation. That didn't happen. If it hadn't been the Steelers in 2025, he may have been out of luck, which tells me if the Steelers aren't an option in 2025, he may or 2026, excuse me, he may not have another option.
Is Mike McDaniel more likely to be a head coach at somewhere like the Falcons or the Browns, or the offensive coordinator for the Lions, where I think he is interviewing today? Because if he were to go to Detroit with that offense and their weaponry, they become, I think, dangerous again.
Well, I think the Lions really would love to hire him as offensive coordinator, and I would be the first in line to demand a full year, off-season, training camp, preseason, regular season, postseason, hard knocks, focusing only on Dan Campbell and Mike McDaniel. Just those two, nobody else. Because those two personalities couldn't be any more different. But maybe they find a way to make it work. I think McDaniel has to be very careful about not taking a head coaching job as a way to stick it to the Dolphins. Because when you've been fired once as a head coach, that second move is critical, because if you fail again, you're done. You're done. Look at Adam Gase. He got fired by the Dolphins, went straight to the Jets. It was a disaster. We've never heard from him again. When Eric Mangini went from the Jets to the Browns without any hesitation in between, it didn't work out. I know he's in media now, and he was an assistant for a couple of years, but he's never been taken seriously as a potential head coach again. Your head coaching window most likely closes for good when you take that second job, especially if you take it right away and it doesn't work out. So McDaniel needs to be very careful. Don't go to a dysfunctional team like the Browns. Now, I know the Browns have asked very nicely that we not call them dysfunctional, which only guarantees that we will call them dysfunctional, because they are.
We had a weird conversation about Nick Sirianni. I might have been even off the air. Just kind of like, what does that guy do again? What is his strength? What is he, besides going after fans and arguing with wide receivers? And look, I'm obviously making a joke. Is there any danger of a guy who just won a Super Bowl being out? Are they just going to launch the coordinator and maybe trade the wide receiver? What is the plan in Philadelphia?
I have a ton of respect for Nick Sirianni as a coach. He has been to 2 Super Bowls. He's won 1. He has had incredible success in his 5 years as a head coach. But he does at times have the demeanor of a fan who won the contest to be head coach for a day. That's just how he comes off. And I think that we saw this 2 years ago when the Eagles, a year after going to the Super Bowl, having a double-digit lead in the second half against the Chiefs and losing, they were 10-1. They fell apart down the stretch. They got beat by the Buccaneers 32-9 in the wild card game. There's that shot of Jeffrey Lurie, the owner of the Eagles, sitting in the suite, and like it was this facial expression that humanity has never seen before to convey whatever he was feeling. We had a couple of days where we're like, are they gonna fire Sirianni and try to hire Bill Belichick? Like there's that moment in time where we're wondering, are the Cowboys or the Eagles or both going to make a run at Bill Belichick? And the Cowboys issued the statement, Mike McCarthy will be back, because they got blown out unexpectedly by the Packers in the playoffs that year. The Eagles never said anything. They just kept going. But what Nick Sirianni had to do, he had to have a plan for offensive and defensive coordinator. And he did, and it worked. It worked too well because Kellen Moore got hired by the Saints. So now this year's offensive coordinator didn't work. So what do you do this time? It would be a stunner of all stunners if Jeffrey Lurie would decide to move on from Nick Sirianni. But I know there's Eagles fans out there that are like, why don't we go get John Harbaugh? You know, the Giants, I think, are making a serious run. And Harbaugh, maybe the Eagles have to think, should we bring John home? Is this the right time to do this? Is he the guy we need to get this thing under control? So I think it would be crazy if it happens, but we've seen crazy happen all the time in the NFL.
Speaking of crazy, so Indiana has completed the biggest turnaround, I think, in college football history. Curt Cignetti is 62 years old. The Raiders have the number 1 pick. There has been somewhat speculation, but it did come up last week. I think maybe Rich Eisen broached it. Somebody else followed up. Is Curt Cignetti somebody that would be tempted by the NFL in your mind, or are teams looking at him as somebody they'd consider?
We wrote something about it a couple of weeks ago. The buyout's $15 million, which is peanuts. I mean, I know a lot of owners are cheap, but if you truly are trying to win a Super Bowl and you're not just saying that to keep the season ticket renewals at the highest possible rate and make as much money as you can, if you truly believe it, you have to be considering what Curt Cignetti has done in a short period of time at Indiana and what he could do in the NFL. The counter to that is, hey, and I don't like that the NFL has a quiet but very real ageism streak to it. Right. He is in his 60s. You know, I've had somebody say recently, hey, it's a young man's game. It's like, that's fine, but don't say that out loud anywhere. You're going to get yourself sued. Because you have protection between the age of 40 and 75. There is federal protection, and in most states there's protection as well, and that shouldn't be part of the decision. But we see teams skew young all the time because they view it as a young man's game. That would work against Cignetti. I think you have to at least look. You have to at least explore. And from Cignetti's standpoint, he's still got one more game to play. And we know how he is. He's focused. He's got the blinders on. But once we get through next Monday, I'll be watching. And the other thing to keep in mind, I mentioned this on the pregame show on Sunday night, which I doubt anyone was watching because the 49ers-Eagles was still being played at the time. But one of the teams looking for a head coach, one of the people with one of those teams said that there could be multiple coaches from top programs at the college level looking to jump to the NFL because of NIL, because of transfer portal. Now, there has to be landing spots. There has to be mutual interest. And you have to be very discreet when you're a college coach, especially when the portal's still open, because if word gets out, you're thinking about leaving, they're going to use it against you when you go out and try to get this guy, this guy, this guy. But there could be multiple college coaches that are trying to plot a path to the NFL. Whether or not the paths are there remains to be seen. Whether or not Cignetti is one of them also remains to be seen.
Great stuff, Mike. Let us know if you need us to pick you up at O'Hare. We'd be happy to get out there.
Oh, Bobby V's already got me covered. I'm sure.
Oh, is that there. Right? Okay. Well,
and that old Audi that he drives around, and it won't be snowing. It won't be snowing.
Sure.
So I think we'll. Is it going to snow Saturday? I think we're good.
You never know.
It's Chicago.
There's some possibility.
I can't wait, look, I know it's going to be cold, but the moment that game was locked in, because we had no idea who the NFL was going to send where. 4 different networks in play. We didn't find out until last night when they announced it after the game. I had my fingers and toes crossed to come to Chicago for the Bears-Rams game. So I can't wait to come back to Chicago. I love Chicago. It's like New York City and Pittsburgh had a baby, and people love football there, and they're finally getting the team that they've deserved for years.
Do you think they win Sunday?
I don't know. It's not going to be easy because the Rams are relentless, but how can you ever rule out the Bears? At a certain point, this magic isn't just a coincidence. And the one thing, I know you got to go, but the one thing that I loved from Ben Johnson after the game on Saturday night, the fact that he showed Super Bowl 51 in training camp to his team, and that he's got a player from each team, the Falcons and the Patriots. And let's believe that we can do this.
Right.
And they didn't do 28-3, but they did 21-3. So that's going to be a case study for some coach in the future. They're going to show him the Bears-Packers game to get the players to believe.
He coached them to win that game. That's basically what he told us. Crazy.
Great stuff, Mike.
Thanks, Mike.
Right. See you guys.
That is Mike Florio.
How would you like, though, to be Grady Jarrett and say, all right, I'll be the representative of the Falcons in that scenario and relive and refer to maybe the worst loss of your football career?
How would you like to be our guy, Bob Vasilopoulos, driving out to pick up Mike Florio? I mean, that's pretty awesome. That's a good friendship. And Bob's way too good a friend. Would you drive out to the airport and pick up anyone, David? Even close
I've
personal
done that.
friends and relatives?
I've done that.
Yeah.
Everybody's done that at some point.
I've done it. I do it all the time. I'm just planning on it. It's all. Maybe I'll call Bob and go out there with him. It's Mully and Haugh at Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 The Score.
It's the Bears and Rams in the divisional round of the playoffs coming up Sunday. You thought the last game was big? The winner of this one goes to the NFC title game. Mark Grody here from the Rahimi Harris and Grody Show, middays 10 to 2. Stay locked to the score as we get you ready for Bears Rams in the divisional round all the way up to kickoff. And when it's over, be here all day Monday for wall-to-wall reaction only on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, what's the best home improvement you can do this winter? Transform your garage with a gleaming new Comer & Cross garage floor. Now is the time to call them during their preseason sale. You'll get a phenomenal Comer & Cross garage floor price, and they'll install it when you want it. Comer & Cross makes it so easy. They take your stuff out for you, and in winter, they can even secure it on site. And they will fix your cracks and pits perfectly. And one day, you're driving on your gleaming new Comer & Cross garage floor, and it's like pulling into a new car showroom every single night. A Comer & Cross garage floor is the gold standard, guaranteed to never chip, crack, show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. Their installers are professionals, no subcontractors at Comer & Cross. Call them now at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. And that's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or go to Comer, C-O-M-E-R, cross.com.
Looking for something smart, soulful, and full of heart? I'm Jen Hatmaker, host of For the Love, the podcast where we talk about what really matters. Love and family, faith and purpose. Every week, I'm joined by incredible guests for honest conversations that invite all of us to live with more intention, more laughter, and more connection. Join us on For the Love wherever you get your podcasts.
This segment is sponsored by Climate Guard Windows.
If you need windows, you need Climate Guard. We've been making windows in Chicago for over 45 years. Purchase with confidence, backed by our price match guarantee. Great financing available. Visit ClimateGuardWindows.com today to schedule a free in-home estimate.
This segment brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Saving those dental implants today. Tired of hiding your smile at AlmostFreeTeeth.com? We make full mouth implants affordable. Save up to 95%. Get your confidence back. AlmostFreeTeeth.com.
Hey, Chicago, do you need to eat a little healthier without sacrificing the stuff that you love? Wild Fork has lean proteins for great prices. 500 items under $10 a pound. Organic 85% grass-fed ground beef at $6 a pound. Atlantic salmon fillets at $5.98 a pound. Better quality meats at lower prices due to Wild Fork's state-of-the-art blast freezing technology. Shop in store or visit wildforkfoods.com to learn about 3 months of free delivery for qualifying customers.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Address hair loss with a solution that works with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment. Mark Grody here. Your own natural hair begins to regrow that very next day, and with Advanced Hair, it's guaranteed to grow. Free consultation at advancedhair.com.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Time for change in Philly. We all know that, and that's not just getting rid of offensive coordinator Kevin Patullo. That's not just trading A.J. Brown. It's time for change, real change for the Eagles. And if you want to get nuts, let's get nuts. Before he takes a head coaching job somewhere, go get Mike McDaniel, make him your offensive coordinator, and get him to build an offense around the guy it should be built around, Saquon Barkley. I'm Chris Mack.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Allstate's new home insurance is now better than ever. We're making getting the right home insurance that's right for you super easy with our improved online quoting tool. It explains how each coverage option works for you without the headache. Yep, you can start protecting your home in a matter of minutes. So check Allstate first for home insurance that's better than ever. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Coverage subject to terms, qualifications, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
I think it's hard to gauge who's best and who's worst when it comes to the coaching sometimes, but there's no question about it. He is on the upper echelon. He does a phenomenal job. He has ever since he got to LA. All of his teams are really well prepared. There's no doubt that he's super sharp in the offensive side, but I think how he does it as a head coach, bringing all three phases together is really critical to their success. I think he does a great job, knows how to speak to the team with the pulse of the team and get the most out of them. Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why they're in it damn near every year since he's been there.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. That is the voice of Ben Johnson talking about Sean McVay. A lot of respect there for
ton of respect.
One of the great young coaches in the NFL.
Great young head coach, elite play caller, and I think that if you're making a list of top NFL coaches, how far down do you go before you get to Sean McVay's name? You don't go any lower than 3 or 4.
I mean, you might be the best.
He might be the best coach in the league.
Yeah,
and that's not an exaggeration. You can look at respect for guys who have Super Bowl rings, but maybe not a recent playoff success. Mike Tomlin comes to mind. John Harbaugh comes to mind. John Harbaugh, unemployed. Mike Tomlin on the fence. Don't know quite what direction he's headed. So you look at the AFC, and Andy Reid certainly deserves that kind of respect because of his career accomplishments.
Is he sticking around?
I think that's to be determined, but it's a fair question. I think in all likelihood that makes sense that he would be, or else they'd be wanting to make a move now.
Yeah. I'm not trying to get rid of Andy Reid. I'm just
why are you firing Andy Reid?
There's
unfair.
There is no real basis for that question.
Sean Payton would be a top 5 to 10 guy on any list, I would believe. He's done a great job in Denver after winning a Super Bowl in New Orleans. I'm a big Jim Harbaugh fan, but they don't have the playoff pedigree or success in LA with the Chargers. In the NFC, it's Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan. Those are 2 guys regarded as the best. Kevin O'Connell had a drop-off here. Matt LaFleur, I don't think you put him there in that category.
Pierre and Matt said that's really an interesting contrast, the talk of McVay versus what he had to say.
Well, certainly you see the respect and the rivalry does not exist this week. There won't be any bad blood.
No.
And I imagine the post-game handshake will be a little bit more engaging, and it'll linger longer.
Can we talk for a second about the post-game handshake?
Sure.
I'm just wondering, well, I know you, and I know that you would go over and be very you would shake a guy's hand, you would talk to him. And you know me, I would go over and I would spend some time with him because I would want to kind of rub it in that we beat him. And I'd be like, hey, great calls in the third quarter. Fourth quarter.
You think that would be your
really
approach?
No, I don't think. I think I would go along with it.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you want to kind of, if you really hated the guy?
Well, I'm a handshaker, so I
give
don't
him a minute?
I don't really like.
I'm a hugger. Get in here for one.
I have this habit, that's the way you sort of, when in doubt, you kind of do shake somebody's hand if it removes any sort of awkwardness or just seems more natural. I know that's probably
but LaFleur
these days probably not
something
that's
Matt LaFleur started this. Don't you think? Didn't he give like the drive-by handshake to Ben Johnson?
Ben Johnson started this
because he said that he would look forward to being LaFleur.
Let's be honest about it. Yeah, I really don't want to revisit all that because
I'm just wondering, wouldn't you
I know what you're asking.
Shove the guy's nose in a little by just standing there and smiling at him?
You could. I don't relish doing those things, but I can understand why people might. But Ben Johnson started it by name-checking Matt LaFleur on day one.
Yeah, but I don't think he was doing it to offend the guy. I think he was doing it to, get the Chicago people.
He's chesty.
Yeah.
He's definitely confident, and he was pandering. So I think this all feeds into the same idea. He's a great head coach, no doubt about it.
He's been awesome.
He's been awesome. And this week he meets his match in terms of a play caller. Sean McVay deserves the respect that he received yesterday from Ben Johnson. And the Rams have a chance because they have talent, obviously, with Puka Nacua, maybe the Offensive Player of the Year, Matthew Stafford, maybe the MVP, and Devontae Adams, who's a problem still if he's healthy. But it's all about McVay. And you look at his staff and the members who have served time under him as an apprentice, and they move on. The Kevin O'Connells of the world. And he's got a staff full of guys who might be, the next wave.
Yes. Well, for the longest time in the league, if he sneezed in the proximity of a coach, that coach was hired.
Yeah. Remember, Thomas Brown was with the Bears last year.
That's right.
And had the interim coach label, and he was one of the 3 play callers that Caleb Williams endured as a rookie. You look at the staff now in L.A., familiar name on it, Dave Ragone.
Yeah.
Quarterback's coach. Remember
Sure.
him under Matt Nagy? He was a guy that spent some time in Chicago. He is the quarterback's coach.
Louisville? Did he play at?
Louisville. Mm-hmm. And Nathan Shieldhouse, the Illinois quarterback, who is Sean McVay's right-hand man, apparently, or somebody who does a lot of the research as the passing game coordinator. And he has gotten some interviews or been on some lists just because of, I believe, his proximity to McVay.
Yeah.
But isn't the problem when you're not the play caller? Like McVay is not only the head coach, but he is the play caller. We got that with Matt Nagy. Like there was for a half in a wild card game. I think it was against the Texans, if my memory serves right.
I think it was half a season.
Nagy was the play caller.
It was the last half of that season. He took over play calling. He had a bad game.
Yes.
And the one you're referring to. But he had been play calling for a few games before then. I mean,
it's certainly nothing like the experience of calling plays. But
I'm saying the guy that we got here in Chicago, he was definitely the play caller and the offensive coordinator.
Yes.
I think there's a difference between those two things when you're talking about making that. Just because you're in the room,
but
just the stench of
Sean
Ben
McVay
Johnson.
won a Super Bowl, so I think that also puts him at a different level than guys who were on staffs that didn't.
Lost one as well.
But he also won one.
Melted in front of Bill Belichick. Remember that one?
But then
when he melted?
You,
But then
you,
he won
you
one.
You are like a ridiculous person.
Yeah.
He came up and he lost his first attempt. Then he came back and won one. Sometimes, Dustin, some people need to go through a process to get there.
Yeah,
and he was like a child bride in that Super Bowl against.
He hasn't
Belichick.
reached his 40th birthday, and
Exactly.
He's won a Super Bowl and lost one and been to 2. So he's won 2 NFC championships. I'd take that resume for any coach in any league. So, yeah, that's definitely an asset this weekend that's got to be dealt with.
Lost one.
You look also the other members of his staff is just they Mike LaFleur. These are guys who, whether or not they've called plays or not, are going to get
Do Mike
good
and
looks.
Matt are they friends? Do you know, or do they not
As
like
brothers?
Each other? I'm just asking.
Oh yeah, they seem to be very close. I remember a playoff matchup, maybe, or regular season matchup. They took pictures with their parents. I would think that there's no issue there. I don't know that for a fact, though.
It's fair to wonder.
The Declan Doyle situation with the Bears. I mean, you wonder about
He's
on
still
Ben
very
Johnson's staff.
Yes.
He doesn't call the plays, and yet I wonder.
Right.
He hasn't been a name that's come up. I think it's a little early for him, but he's not even 30 yet. He'll be one of those guys that probably benefits from being on the staff of an elite play caller.
Yeah, that's fair. I don't doubt that at all. It'll be interesting to see how all this works out. Obviously, beginning on Sunday evening, just be very curious to see. I think the Bears need to have a better approach to the game than the one that they had on last Saturday night.
Define that.
I think they really do need to get ahead. I think they really need to run the ball. I think they really need to take whatever points they can get early and not just.
Well, that's an interesting
blindly go
comment
for
there.
fourth
Wow.
down.
We could spend a whole day on that. We probably will, because what you're suggesting is contrary to everything Ben Johnson espoused yesterday in terms of going into the game aggressive as a mindset.
There's nothing wrong with aggressive.
But
I think that the Bears probably were too aggressive in the first half with especially the fourth down stuff.
I agree.
And I also think that that the Flower got overly aggressive with about 3 minutes left. He was trying to win the game by throwing the ball into the end zone. Maybe they're not able to run, but once you get down to the 21-yard line, run the ball into the line 3 times if you don't like taking a knee. You would have killed that game. You could have killed that game. When you got a 3-point lead and you're marching down the field, I understand the value of a touchdown.
I think these coaches today, though, today's head coach.
Yes.
And I know that's a big generalization, but today's head coach would rather err on the side of recklessness, not on the side of caution. They'd never want to be accused of being too conservative. They don't want to leave any points on the field, and they would prefer to make a mistake in the name of being overly aggressive than overly conservative.
And I'm not arguing with that, but what I'm saying is they had an opportunity at that point in the game to put the Bears into a touchdown or bust mode, which they weren't in. They were in a field goal ties the game mode, and all they had to do was eat some clock. Why are you throwing the ball into the end zone to try to win the game when you don't need to do that? You could even have completed a short pass. I mean, if you're worried about your kicker, then make the
They're
kick
always
easier.
chasing points. They're always chasing touchdowns.
What they're doing.
And same with Ben Johnson in the first half when he punted did not punt, and he went for it on his own 32-yard line.
That was insane.
And then 6 or 7 plays later, the Packers make him pay with a short field, and they score a touchdown. Why not punt and live for another series?
Yes, because the answer is because he didn't trust his
field position football, though, is a dated concept.
It is. You're right.
You don't always see guys taking the points as well. Jim Harbaugh the other night, the second time down the field.
Yes, the first time he was aggressive. It
stopped him.
And the second time he was like, okay, we got to get some points.
Here's the only other thing while we're talking about this. It's a pet peeve. I understand what we're talking about in terms of coaches staying aggressive because that's sort of the new model and mantra. What I don't understand is if the component to that is let's be aggressive and go for it on 4th and short, but we're going to come out in the shotgun. And we're going to back up our quarterback 3.5 yards, take a snap, and hand it to a running back that's 5 yards behind the line of scrimmage, rather than get behind center, get a fullback, and get the yard, or quarterback sneak it. It doesn't make any sense to me, this aggressiveness on 4th and short, and then you back up and you make it harder. And you increase the degree of difficulty by throwing the ball.
Even in that situation, the 4th and 5, if that was 4th and 1, I would have no problem with him going for it. But the very fact that it was 4th and 5, and they said that every analytic went against what he did. Like, are you just playing on feel then? I feel like my defense stinks. I'm just saying. If it was 4th and 2, maybe you don't react to that. But 4th and 5.
4th and 5 gets your attention because it doesn't seem to be the way things were going a real attainable goal.
Yes.
And it does, even though Ben Johnson.
And the negative side of that is worse than the positive side.
And Dave's right. I think it may have been Dave once said, but had things gone differently for the Bears,
we'd be talking about that.
This would be a stain on Ben Johnson's first season.
I agree with you.
And whether that's fair or not is the reality in football cities like Chicago. Had they lost that game, there would have been conversation all off season long questioning how well he is going to be in terms of being a playoff head coach. Now that he has one victory and he's undefeated in the playoffs, changes the dynamic. And
we will always think differently about him because he is a winner, because he knows a rivalry, because he shoved it to the Packers and came back and they won that game. And Caleb is this, budding superstar quarterback because he's working with this guy. I'm just saying.
The last 90 minutes of Saturday night's game.
Yes.
Changed the complexion of Ben Johnson's first season and reshaped the direction moving forward of his Bears tenure.
Totally agree with you. Totally agree. I just think it was a fantastic outcome, and that's all anyone's going to look at. And that may even buy him, a ton of leeway if he wants to be aggressive.
He's got leeway.
Again.
He's got leeway now.
A lot of leeway,
you know
buddy.
how this works.
That's right.
You win a game like that against a team that is your rival, you've got leeway galore.
You just say, that's Coach Johnson. That's how he
just
does
Ben.
it. Yeah.
Not so gentle Ben.
Ben's got the Iceman. That's now the new kind of outlook on things, right?
No doubt about it. They own the city. We always said, if you're a quarterback or a head coach of the Bears and you're winning in Chicago, you will own the city. And right now, Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams, they hold the papers. They're ready to close.
Do they get the keys? Are they going to give them all the keys? Who the hell came in downstairs? Oh, that's just Caleb. Hey, buddy, can I make you something?
Ben, put a shirt on.
Yeah. Oh, he's sleepwalking again. All right, we've got Layla and Marshall. Is Mark Grody here? Is he? He is here. Oh, my God, this is it. We get to really have some time with our colleagues next. Mully and Haugh on The Score.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
The Bears needed Caleb Williams to elevate. He joined the rest of his team because he didn't do it alone. And Colson Loveland elevated as well. And the defensive guys, after getting dog-walked for a whole half, they elevated. We got the extra afterburner from Jalen Johnson. I'm Kyler Gordon. They're going to target me.
Did he start to feel it or what?
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/22/26, new customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
It's playoff time in Chicago, and there's no better place to bet the chase for a championship than Circus Sports Illinois. It's sports betting the way it should be. Whether you're betting championship or conference futures, sides, totals, or prop bets for every round, there's no better place to make your bets throughout January. Circus Sports, they've got high app limits, player-friendly pricing, exceptional customer service, and no bet fees ever. Download your new bookie today at circusports.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Home means everything to you. So when rates drop, you don't just sit back. Rocket Mortgage watches the market to help you save money when the time is right. We make refinancing simple and savings even simpler. Never miss a new lower monthly payment with Rocket Mortgage. Learn more at rocketmortgage.com or call 1-800-4ROCKET for cost information and conditions. Conditions apply. Not a commitment to lend. Rocket Mortgage, LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things, people,
love.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
We're here at Menards Bag Sale, asking shoppers what they're putting in the bag to get 15% off.
Paint, batteries, tools, toilet paper,
extension cords, grocery items,
hardware for my cabinets, snack items, crackers, and some canned goods stuff.
Shop vac supplies, toothpaste, cereal, coffee, dog treats. I've got a lot of stuff to grab.
The list goes on, but the sale ends January 24th. Hurry in for Menards 15% off bag sale. See store for complete details.
Save big money at Menards.
With America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds. Like the reliable and efficient Tucson Hybrid, backed by America's best warranty. The Hyundai Tucson Hybrid. It's the best of both worlds.
Right now, for a limited time, lease the Hyundai Tucson for $249 a month. Or get 0.99% APR on the Tucson or Tucson Hybrid. Offers end February 2nd. Call 224-661-0068 for details.
All right, everyone, huddle up. It's 3rd and long, and the IRS is showing an all-out blitz on us. What's the play? The play is you call PJN Tax Solutions Group. If you owe the IRS $10,000 or more, we may be able to settle your entire IRS debt for up to 85% off the original amount owed, including penalties and interest if you qualify. Is the IRS intercepting your paycheck? Have they thrown a flag for delay of game on your bank account? Dealing with the IRS on your own is a no-win game. Don't call some 1-800-FIRM 10 states away. PJN Tax Solutions Group is a local tax resolution firm located right here in St. Charles, Illinois. When you draft us, you will not have to speak or meet with the IRS. Call PJN Tax Solutions Group now, 630-415-5296, so you don't get sacked by the IRS. Once again, 630-415-5296, or visit our website, pjntaxsolutions.com. Either way, call us when you want the IRS off your ASS.
Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Now we're in a transition a little bit. Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670, The Score. And we, of course, broadcast live from the Score's Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. I want to thank them for their contribution. Thanks to Jacob Stutz for getting us up and twitching in the morning. And thanks to everyone for calling, texting, emailing.
Melissa, thank you for listening on this Tuesday, January 13th.
Yeah, that's lucky. Good day. Thanks to our executive producer, Mr. Dustin William Rhodes.
Feeling two of two things. A, I want A.J. Brown packing his bags, and I want him somewhere else that is not here. I love you, A.J., but, like, you can't make those drops in that game. And I also want Kevin Patullo flipping burgers at, like, the local McDonald's or something. I don't care.
Why do you say that?
Whenever he's an offensive coordinator, it's like he's flipping burgers. One side, he's cooking. One half, he's cooking. And the other half is completely raw.
That's like a little kid coming out of the 11-year-old coming out
his
of
parents
the
are a hoot.
Philadelphia game. I like that a guy's walking by yelling, "Go Bears! Bears!"
Go to your room, kid.
Yeah, how about it? That's pretty rough.
Was the kid wrong, David?
I don't know, but
he's going to be a problem by the time he's 16.
Don't fire an adult.
No respect.
Go work at McDonald's. I mean, huh?
So that was the Philly accent. He actually said "Go Birds."
Yeah,
but it's Philly, so it's instead of birds, it's birds.
That kid
Go Birds!
He's 11. He's already been brought before that kangaroo court in the bottom of the stadium 3 times.
Yeah. Come on.
Through batteries.
Come on, Dad.
Oh, come on, man.
And thank you, Brandon Fryer, for that.
Oh, easy. Listen. 13 duo attempt. Yeah, here it is. Woo! I got it. Please stop. Yes, please stop. Oh my God, he's still going. Hey, he's still going. Hey, snatch this if you get him, right? I mean, he's still going. You're 1.5 yards from an edge split in the middle. I mean, this is unbelievable what I'm getting right now. Holy boys.
That is Matthew Stafford on Mike in the huddle. He asked a clarification from McVay, and McVay wouldn't stop. And that
kept talking and talking and talking.
Going on and on and on.
Overly caffeinated.
Yeah, pretty funny stuff. Thank you for that, Brandon. And Layla Rahimi's here. There's Layla.
Go Bears!
Bears! And Marshall Harris, he's here.
Yeah.
I think it's awesome that you've reversed field and now you're picking the Bears to win. That's great. And we've got Mark Grody. Grody's on!
I'm not picking the Bears. Groats, tell them
how do you pick against the Bears? I mean, even if all the logic in the world exists that the opponent is going to beat the Bears typically win.
Very funny cut from Spike Lee, who was on the sidelines cheering for the Bears. He was asked if he was cheering for the Bears, and he said, is the Pope from Chicago? So he's reworked the old "is the Pope Catholic" line,
nice.
Which is pretty funny.
Do the right thing, Spike. Pick the Bears.
Very well played.
That was very Haugh. Very
clever.
Like I said, man, he tried to give. You see what happened? Chuck gave the Pope a Bulls jersey, and then Spike Lee waltzes in to the Vatican and gives the Pope a Knicks jersey. I think Spike Lee realized, if you can't beat him, join him. We'll take you, Spike. Come hang out.
I think he should stick with the Knicks. Frankly.
Yeah, he's done enough damage with the Knicks and the Bulls.
I don't think that's Spike, guys. I think it might be higher than Spike.
It might be spite.
Spite?
Let me to say that.
Spike Lee.
The Knicks are pretty good now.
I used to hate Spike Lee.
Not so much.
Didn't we all hate Spike Lee during the 90s?
No,
he had some of the greatest movies ever.
Well,
the commercials,
please,
thank
baby,
you.
Please, baby, please.
All right, I kind of
those commercials
of course,
are hilarious.
I like his commercials. I respect the hell out of him as a director, but he was anti-Bulls. So if you want to like him, that's fine.
Hey, guess what, Grody? It didn't matter. The Bulls just won and won some more.
That's true. That doesn't mean I don't dislike all the teams that they beat. I don't like Indiana. I don't like Utah. I don't like Portland. I don't like the Lakers, and I don't have to.
Mark, why are you here today?
Just to dislike things. I'm here just to...
But I would expect that you have that secret walkway atop the practice facility. I would expect you up there.
They don't practice today, do they?
No, they're doing a walkthrough. They're doing something up there.
They are not allowing us out there tomorrow. But today. But tomorrow I'll be out there. I'll be out there tomorrow.
But they are meeting and getting together today, and they're doing something in the practice facility.
Mully, there's some things I can't tell you.
Okay.
That's all I'm going to say. There's certain things. Little background, certain things I can't say. But guess what? Like I said, I'll be out there tomorrow and Thursday. Thursday will be the only true full locker room or open locker room of the week. They're going to bring a bunch of players to the podium tomorrow. So it's another wild week at the Hall.
Are they practicing Friday? Are they having a full practice Thursday and Friday?
It's a regular, Sunday game week. It's off today. Practices Wednesday, Thursday. For the Friday practice, always a light one. But there will be 3 full practices this week. Yes, sir.
I always liked it when they made the opposing team's best player available or a coach. I don't think they do that any longer.
Anymore, right?
No, they don't. They used to do the conference calls.
Yeah,
Conference
the old
calls.
conference
I love those
call.
conference
Yeah,
calls.
that was always good insight.
Yeah, somewhere along the line, though, I remember the audio was always bad, though, because it was literally phone audio, and it was before all the neat things that we had to make audio sound a lot better. So I don't know if that's why they did it, or if it just became an exercise in which the coaches just didn't want to do anymore.
Yeah, I think they got fed up.
Yeah, like I got to deal with my own media all week,
twice.
and now I got to deal with the opponent's media. No, thank you.
What are ye all doing on this glorious day?
Well, I think, it only took us until after the regular season ended, but we have an identity for these Bears. It's something that Ben Johnson talked about. And to take really one of the most prolific games in NFL history and use it the way they have is incredible. So we're going to talk about that. We also want to get into a lot of what we didn't get to yesterday. Yesterday was a day to troll and emote. And today we'll react a little bit more to the actual game. So Caleb Williams talked inside the locker room. We want to play a little bit more of that for you. Patrick Manley will join us at 11. At 11:25 is a special bonus playoff win edition of calls. So if you got some Bears takes that you didn't get to, that you want to talk to us about yesterday, if you want to react to the game, if you're worried about the game coming up on Sunday, calls are for you at 11:25. Packers Tears at 11:45. 5 on it at noon. Allen Robinson joins us at 12:25, the former Bear and Ram. And Tim Jenkins, our quarterback guru, will be with us at 1.
Have a great show, guys.
Great show.
Bears.
Cats are masters at using up their 9 lives, like chasing laser pointers into walls or jumping onto high shelves. But the one thing cats never do, text while driving. So be like a cat and protect your one and only life. Don't text and drive.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy plates, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams winter sale and get 30% off paints and stains January 9th through the 19th. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Getting health insurance that fits your budget isn't easy.
At Get Covered Illinois, we are here to help.
We are the state's official health insurance marketplace.
A place where health insurers compete for your business. A website where you can compare multiple health plans and pricing in one place.
And where you can connect to financial help and free in-person assistance.
Because you deserve insurance. GetCoveredIllinois.gov. We're here to help.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly.
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code CASH to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code CASH to get up to $1,000. Use code CASH to get up to $1,000.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
It's your captain speaking. To the passenger with the Mirror Fast soft shoes, smart move.
No way am I letting travel constipation ruin this trip.
Can't blame you. Mirror Fast works fast, but without the harsh side effects.
Since I'm such a smart traveler, can I move to first class?
No. Close the curtain, Carol.
From the makers of Miralax, new Mirafast soft chews work naturally with your body in as little as 30 minutes to give you a comfortable go on the go. Find Mirafast today at your local retailer. Use as directed for occasional constipation. Contains magnesium hydroxide.
Chicago, it's Bears versus Rams in the divisional round of the playoffs. Keep it on the score as we get you ready for this epic playoff matchup at Soldier Field. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
This hour is brought to you by Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago.
The views and opinions of Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, and Mark Grody should not be taken too seriously, especially when they give advice. Do not take Marshall's analogies literally, especially when it comes to Russell Dorsey. The sports thoughts of Rahimi, Harris, and Grody may change at any time. It's just sports. Okay, thanks, bye.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody, 10-2 on 670 The...
Ben Johnson did acknowledge many things today, so we will listen now.
Between you and LaFleur, the two wins things, the handshakes, beyond, getting this important playoff win, why is this important to you, or is there something personal beyond that?
This is a rivalry, and city of Chicago, Green Bay, it needs to be a rivalry.
Hold on. That was the answer. Woo.
You, big fella, you've managed to piss off every single one of them. That was the plan. Not a great plan. I have an army. We have
Ben Johnson. Not only is he ready to inflame this rivalry even more at every turn, every opportunity he gets, he will inject more.
Eric, how many times have I told you don't poke the bear? Don't poke the bear!
So there were times where I'd say to myself, like, the story writes itself when I'd have to write a news story or a sports story at my job.
Yeah.
Or like the show. You're like, show produces itself today. Coach produces the angles himself today.
It's true. I don't have to worry about it. I could back off. I could do my job part-time. You know what I mean? The stirring.
Come on. Stir the pot. Stir the melting pot. Bam.
It's going to continue in this fashion and manner, and he's going to try to kick in the teeth of the Green Bay Packers at every turn.
It needs to be a rivalry.
Yes. Oh, it's beautiful. That's what I'm saying. Like, I was thinking about that as I was walking home from Soldier Field at whatever time it was. As I was walking back home, I was thinking about how he just, like, there's a genuine, like, hey, and the players, like, usually we just sort of make that up. Like, these two teams don't like each other. Those two teams don't really like each other.
It needs to be a rivalry.
Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, Mark Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
And it is a rivalry, so much so that we wanted to do a second day of not turning the page. I joked in the pre-show meeting, we ain't turning the page until next year. All in favor of not turning the page against the Packers, say aye.
Aye. Did you clear this with TTP Industries?
TTP Industries is separate. This is emotional turning of pages.
Okay.
All opposed? All right. I didn't hear anybody. Did you guys?
Thought I heard a faint cricket somewhere.
Something fell off the truck.
Yeah.
That's the way it goes. I'm Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score. We thank you for joining us this morning. I'm gonna heat check this just to start. It is 10:06 on Tuesday, the 13th of January. Has it finally set in that the Bears beat the Packers yet? For me, I think it was last night. I finally accepted it, like, wholeheartedly, because I was still in disbelief. I can't believe they won that game mode until last night. And then I was like, they won that game. They won. They won.
Preparing for the show Monday morning, so I needed that second day to let it all settle in. I think that's when I was literally walking to work Monday morning is when I was like, you know what? The Bears are still alive, and they beat the Packers to do it.
Where I am is the adrenaline factor.
Yeah.
As like all day yesterday, I was still at a 10. Like no matter how little sleep I had had. As a matter of fact, on my walk home yesterday, I was like, I gotta do something to zap some of this. So I put System of a Down through my head and through my ears. Yeah, that's right. I put Rage Against the Machine through I was just like trying to hit it hard. And I got home, and then Weeder and I recorded the podcast. I was still on a 9, and at that simultaneously, Weeder was like, I'm starting to feel my crash. Right at this very moment, I think I was still at a 9.5. I think I'm at a 6.5 now. Like the adrenaline, I'll gauge it by adrenaline and not so much just accepting that they won. My adrenaline is finally starting to level off a little bit. Like I don't really want to lose the adrenaline, but it needed to level off. It's like when you're over caffeinated and it's just like you got to do something to quell some of it. I finally feel like the quelling is occurring.
Yeah.
Ooh,
I typically run or something like that to like club bangers.
Exactly.
Studs, I think, is a metal running guy.
Workout, whatever you have to do. I mean, I just happen to use music and a very rapid walk home to try to sting some of the adrenaline. Didn't work, but it's naturally starting to diffuse right now.
Walking is the best form of burning energy.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, well, how about that?
It's the most essential, movement. So,
wow. Well, I burn 40 minutes of energy every day just walking here and back every day.
I
think
that.
The evolution of social media has delayed the ability to level off, as you just described it, because every time you open your phone, it used to be you might get a message from someone, right? And, it's taking me back. But now if you open up Twitter, Instagram, anything, there's new stuff related to what happened on Saturday night, and it just reminds you and takes you back to that mode, and that's why you've had such a difficulty leveling off, and that's okay.
Well, and I'm thinking,
you got any more of those that Bears Packers content?
Got some, and I'm already thinking about. Look, I know we're living in the Packers still, but my brain is thinking about the Rams. I'm thinking about Saturday now that we know the time. I'm thinking about my walk to Soldier Field already. I'm already thinking about the bells. Who's going to sing the anthem? What's the noise going to be like? So that brings the adrenaline back up again.
Your mind might be there, but trust me, your heart's still with the Packers game.
Well, I'll be honest with you guys. Like, I am all for all the Packers stuff we're going to do. Like, there is part of me that just wants to jump off and get to the next because I'm so excited about what's going on in this postseason for the Chicago Bears. So believe it or not, as much as I'd like stomping on the Packers, see, I'm stomping, and we're going to do more stomping today, and I'm all for it. Yes, I am thinking about Sunday.
Does it? Yeah, and while you're saying that, what's happening in my head while you're like kind of amping up, because what time did I text you guys last night? My 5 on it questions
after my bedtime,
1:00 in the morning.
So that's where I was. No nap, no nothing. I was just like kind of still in that space.
Yes.
And like while you're talking, the whole point, like the whole time, I hear just like this slow fade of the guitar intros and riffs from Du Hast from Rammstein, like stuck in my head. Like the whole time, it's just like Mark's like, and then I'm thinking about my walk to the Rams game, and now we found out the time of the Rams game, and it's at 5:30 on Sunday afternoon, and then I'm thinking about the energy that we're coming off of with this Packers game, and I didn't sleep, and I was up way too late, and then it just starts to build, and then the next thing you know, you're back in that space.
Du Hast.
And I'm like, oh, let me read this article that Mike Sando wrote about the Packers, quote, strategy, end quote, against the Bears and how that worked out for them. And I'm like, oh, did everybody send me the video of the guys streaming play-by-play on Twitch? Yes, they did. Maybe I'll watch it again. And
not that video.
This is what happens. This is what happens.
So I'm there with all the new videos and still discovering new things. But I'm also like, how are they going to stop Puka Nacua? How are they going to stop him?
It's like,
I don't know if they're going to stop.
They don't stop anybody until they do.
That's what I'm saying.
They don't stop anybody until they do.
You're listening to Metal in the Morning with Rahimi Harrison Brody on 670 The Score.
Wake up! What did you put a little makeup?
See?
The timing of that.
See?
Oh, Tyler, did we just become a team just now? Wake up! Oh, we did it again!
You call him Tyler. I call him Timler.
Oh, he's a beaut. That's what he
Tyler
is.
Buterbot, like it's here. This is what happened. Is his open yesterday? We had this plan for the show. We were all copacetic about it. We agreed, and then Tyler played that open. I'm like, how does it feel, guys? How does it feel?
Wake me up one more time, will you, Tyler?
Let's do it.
Wake up! Wake up! Put a little makeup.
I do like
I did
that.
Yes.
You put a little bit of makeup?
I
We all
did.
put a
I
little bit of
wanted
makeup.
to, yeah.
You wanted to.
I don't put
The rest of the
makeup on
lyrics I
until
don't know,
tomorrow.
but
I
it
think it's
sounds
actually
great.
you want to do, but I changed it because it made more sense. Okay, so now that we've sufficiently given you a little bit of energy,
Yes.
I did have a good laugh at how many times this season were we asking ourselves, what is the Bears' identity? And remember when they started to run the football, for example, we're like, well, ladies and gentlemen, the Bears have finally found an identity. We were all proud of ourselves. We thought that was it. But then they've evolved the run game. Then they've also built the passing game off the run game, which is what they told us they would do. So then we're like, well, that's not so much the identity. Then it was like, well, they kept winning games that last year they wouldn't win. So then that kind of became the identity. And then it only took us, after the regular season concluded, for Ben Johnson to say after the game, on top of his team's 7th fourth quarter comeback, the most improbable, where they outscored their rival in the third meeting in the playoffs 25-6. Now we found out the identity.
After 3 years of writing, 1 year of shooting, 4 years of reshooting, and 2 years of editing, I have finally completed my movie, Threat Level Midnight.
Which is pretty much how I felt about this. I'm like, cool, it only took us until after the regular season. But when he was asked about it, Ben Johnson, I feel like, has not only answered all of our questions about the team, but he'll also answer the questions we have about who his team is. And that's something that with previous head coaches for the Bears, I have not experienced in such a way. So he admits to this after the game, I think just kind of like, I feel like he was just shooting the breeze when he said it. Like it was just stream of consciousness. That's where it came out. Let's listen to what he had to say about that specifically.
When did you get a sense that maybe the players, the locker room, the team kind of took on your identity?
Shoot, I don't know that. You try to, like I said before, you're consistent. You see your messaging get talked about a little bit more over the course of the season. I think our assistant coaches do a phenomenal job of things that we think are important going into a week, instilling that throughout the week with our players. And as I've talked about all year long, we have some really good veteran leaders that help the cause. They help to keep the focus on football. It's a long season. There can be a lot of distractions that go on, and we're no different than any other team. We've had to deal with those every step of the way, and yet our guys, they show up and they're ready to play on game day. And so I don't know that necessarily identity, anything like that, but yet I am proud of how these guys have approached each and every game, each and every week, and each and every day, because it's hard. It's hard to stay focused and dialed in and be at your best at all times.
So that's when he talked about his team taking on his identity. But then he also said after the game on Saturday night, he was like, I guess this has become our identity. Talking about the comebacks, number 7 after the end of that incredible Packers game. And that's where I think we're at. It's not just, they do repeat what Ben Johnson has to say in an authentic way. That's not lip service. They do reflect his identity.
What is his identity?
So
I don't know what his identity is.
I think
Good, better, best?
I feel like, but when it comes to Ben Johnson talking about the team, it's they win these games. You cannot count them out.
But seriously though, like when he's asked the question, I think it's Biggs asking, when did the players start to take on your identity? What is Ben Johnson's identity? Is he talking about the good, better, best stuff? Like, is it like the mentality of coming back in the fourth quarter? Like, what have they taken on from Ben Johnson? Now that I hear that cut, I'm trying to figure that. I know what the identity of the Bears is. It is winning games late, period.
We'll see.
That was it to me. He said it after the game. That part of it he said after the game on Saturday.
But that's not Ben Johnson's identity.
No.
Because he asked the question, well, when did the players start taking on your identity? I don't think Ben Johnson came into Hallis Hall with the identity of we're going to win games in the fourth quarter and we're not going to play well for 3 quarters. So I don't know. Am I nitpicking here too much? Like what is Ben Johnson's identity?
Well, and this is the quote that I was looking for, and that's similar. But he says, I think that's our identity here at this point. Some say it's not sustainable, and that's what he said Saturday after the game, and that's where I was coming from.
Yeah,
was that Saturday postgame quote when he brought that up, because I felt like it was true. It is their identity winning these games. Can you count the Bears out of any game?
No.
Ever again?
No, I won't.
As long as Ben Johnson is, we have it. Okay, sorry for that. There's been a lot of discussion about identity. Let's listen to that one too.
And you've seen this all season. See it again tonight. Are you just amazed by what this team can do?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's our identity here at this point, and some people say it's not sustainable. I don't know. It's the takeaways are, that's who we are on defense, and, on offense, it's explosive plays. That's kind of what we've done all year long, and coming up in big moments. And as a team, it's just resiliency and knowing that late in the fourth quarter, that's really when we're at our best as a football team. So we'll keep striving to be better earlier in games and starting faster and all that. But that's it gives us something to work towards. But I can't be any more proud of this crew than I am right now.
So that's Ben Johnson telling you that he realizes and admits that the actual identity of this team is what we saw not only in that game, but over the course of 7 fourth quarter comeback wins authored by Caleb Williams in games in which you thought they were not going to win, whether you want to talk about a blocked field goal in the last second against the Raiders, whether you want to talk about a game-winning field goal, whether you want to talk about an onside kick recovered in the second meeting against the Green Bay Packers. I think the realization has now hit us all that we thought that when the Bears beat the Eagles in Philadelphia and put up 281 yards rushing, this is what's going to take us all the way through a playoff run, to a playoff berth, to an NFC North title. And at the time, we thought this is what their identity is going to be. They are bad mofos up front. They are willing running backs in Kyle Monungai and, of course, DeAndre Swift, who can tote the ball any kind of way. And Ben Johnson's going to draw it up as such. But since that game, they rushed for 138, 142, 150, 110, 65, and only 93 yards. And because of that, Ben Johnson realizes it's win or go home every week, and I just got to live with what I got. And what he has right now is not quite as effective an offensive line, but he still has a team that no matter what happens through a half or 3 quarters, they believe they can win in the fourth quarter.
Well, and that Saturday postgame quote was it, because I was like, I thought about that Saturday postgame quote, and I was like, okay, cool. So it only took us until after the regular season to figure out who this team is, and thank goodness they're still playing, but that's it. It's win at all costs right now. And think about last season when they found every single possible way to lose. Think about last season.
Yeah, it was horrible. What I like about this before we take the break is that Ben Johnson has allowed the identity of his team to be organic, to be what it is, even if it's clearly not what Ben Johnson wants the identity to be. He wants and you heard him kind of laugh saying, some people think it's not sustainable. He knows it's not sustainable.
Mark Brody knows it's
in
not
2025,
players know it's not sustainable.
For the 2025 season.
Absolutely. It's totally sustainable. This whole year. If they go to this, they might have 25 points in the fourth quarter in their next 3 games, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh.
They might have that. Like, you can't count against that, but you can probably count against that stuff next year. That's for sure. So I like that he's allowed it to be organic, but we know. That's why I was hitting you guys up with the question of what's Ben's identity, because this ain't Ben's identity. His identity is run the football, play smooth, eat up the clock,
play
long
action.
Drives, play action, have a representative defense. That's his identity, not this.
Are you?
I think
Ray?
the tie-in, though, is the aggression. Ben Johnson is aggressive, and comebacks are aggressive.
Okay, that's
I
good.
think that's the tie-in.
That's part of his identity, is being aggressive. That's good, Ray.
Be aggressive.
I'm just going to throw this out there. My video, like when I hear Ben Johnson, you know what flashes through my mind, like the video highlight right now? It's that quarter of a second handshake with him and Matt LaFleur, and then subsequently also celebrating so much he fell down on the field. So
yeah, we haven't talked much about that,
no,
have
we have not, and we should. Also, while we're trying to work through all of that, guess what just happened?
No.
What?
Yeah.
What?
This isn't
like
good.
it.
And
I
I'm
don't like it.
no. But hey, Tyler, play the music again.
Wake up!
The San Francisco Giants are aggressively pursuing this, according to Jeff Passan, a second baseman, and have been engaged with Chicago on Nico Horner and St. Louis on Brendan Donovan, sources tell ESPN. An infield of Matt Chapman, Willie Adames, Donovan, or Horner and Rafael Devers would be among MLB's best. Nico Horner went to Stanford. He's from the Bay Area.
Yeah.
Well,
that's what makes it soak in a little bit more.
Urge to kill rising. This is not what I wanted.
Grody said he's good with dealing Nico.
If you get
feels
something back,
right.
let's not be too emotional about this now.
I play third. In
It's
the
an
words of
emotional
Rafael
week.
Devers, I play third.
I love Nico, but if you get something real for him, let's act like this is a team that we want to see go to the World Series. Sometimes you got to make hard moves.
You think that
You gotta
without
make-
Nico Horner, they're going to have a better chance of going to the World Series?
No, I'm saying let's see what you can get. You know, I didn't want the Bulls to trade Charles Oakley, but, you know, worked out pretty well with Bill Cartwright. You know
Yes,
what I'm
but
saying?
the difference is the Bulls had other guys.
They did. I'm just saying.
Nico batted nearly, I almost swore, Nico batted nearly 300, and it's like, well, gotta trade him.
Hey, the Boston Red Sox traded Garcia Parra in the middle of a World Series season. Like, you got to do wild things sometimes.
They had other players on
When
the
teams that win,
They had David Ortiz.
Teams that win make ballsy moves,
This
and
would
that would be a
akin to
ballsy
trading
move.
Scottie Pippen. That's not what you do in this case.
So Nico Horner's a superstar now.
Nico Horner was one of the best players on the Cubs last year. Tell me all the
He had
players
one
who
of
were
the
better
best
than Nico
batting
Horner
averages
last
in
year.
the National League.
He's terrific.
Tell
But
me all the players better than Nico Horner last year.
He was absolutely terrific for the Cubs last year. But to say, like, if you can get good stuff back for Nico Horner, like, you just don't do it. That's crazy.
That's
talk.
not what I'm saying.
That's
I'm just
crazy
telling
talk.
me he's higher on that list than the guys, the teams you're referring to, and other guys on the team.
I think I just uncovered a way to short circuit Mark Grody brain.
How's that?
It's the Cubs breaking news inside the Bears topic that does it for you.
I like it.
Has this happened before? Is there a precedent?
It has. I'll tell you in a second.
Say
in the
more.
meantime, what do we want to do here? We want to react to this breaking news since we've got her, or do we want to do our original discussion?
He gave us a thumbs up.
What's that mean?
Well, you two have
We have conflict.
You two have a vote. What do you want to do?
Oh. I mean, we can talk about the Cubs if you want. Yeah, that's fine.
I just am not okay with this.
Okay, let's this one segment,
All right,
next
yeah,
segment. Let's
right.
just
Let's
let's
air
get
it
it
out.
Yeah,
All right.
All
right.
Damn it.
Let's
we
talk
had a good one
Cubs.
planned, but that's okay. We can
Cubs.
do that.
We're gonna
we
get
can do
back
that
to
45.
it. We got more on the Bears identity
Bears,
coming up in this show.
Cubs.
That's it. We're horribly late to break. So
horribly.
sorry about that, guys. Bye.
Bears fans, it doesn't get much bigger than this. The NFC North champion Chicago Bears versus the Rams in the divisional round of the playoffs. Win or go home. Soldier Field will be rocking once again. Stay locked to the score as we get you ready for Bears versus Rams all the way up to kickoff. And when it's over, be here all day Monday as we break down one of the biggest games this city has ever seen. Only on Chicago's Sports Radio, 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is sponsored by Packy Webb Ford.
It's Maggie from Packy Webb Ford. Get the best deal on a new Explorer with huge discounts, 2.9 financing for 66 months, plus $1,500 bonus cash. For details, visit PackyWebFord.com.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey everybody, it's Spiegs. You know showing up matters during life's most exciting moments. Blue Chew is here for you. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel and perform at your best. Stronger, harder, longer lasting, like someone gave your downstairs a pep talk and a gym membership. It's time for you to be more confident where it counts, at night or in the daytime, whatever you're into. Blue Chew is a small chew for a big difference. It really is that good. You're going to have flashbacks to your glory days. Be ready when she is. Guys, this isn't just about performance. Give her group chat something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code SCORE at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com and use the code SCORE. Then you know what to do. Just chew it and do it.
Hi, this is Jill Schlesinger, CBS News business analyst, certified financial planner, and the host of the Jill on Money podcast. With the new year upon us, there's no better time to take control of your financial life. And the Jill on Money podcast is here to help. It's your questions that make it possible for me to provide unconventional and I hope entertaining insights on your money and more importantly, on your life. Follow and listen to Jill on Money wherever you get your podcasts.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Is your money doing everything it can for you? Like automatically pushing more of your money to savings every day?
I don't think so.
Then switch to Huntington Bank. And let's get more from money. Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
My name is Whitney Allen. I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
After 7 consecutive playoff losses and 9 years without a postseason victory, can Steelers owner Art Rooney II finally bring himself to have a difficult but necessary conversation with Mike Tomlin? Will he sit him down and say, you're not getting an extension on your deal? And will Tomlin then decide that rather than play quarterback roulette for another year, rather than be a lame duck, he'd rather go sit at a desk once a week with his buddy Jay Glazer? I'm Chris Mack.
Listen to Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on the Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
Yeah, I see most stuff. I mean, things are inevitably sent to me, especially when it's like connected to the Giants. Like people here, obviously get excited about things like that. It's hard to explain to people that things can both be like, yes, that's not false reporting, but that also doesn't really mean anything. It's like, it's hard to navigate that space, I think. But yeah, I see stuff.
That's Nico Horner. As you know, he's a regular on our afternoon show, Spiegel and Holmes. This is Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score. And the breaking news that derailed us is courtesy of Jeff Passan. San Francisco Giants are aggressively pursuing a second baseman and have been engaged with Chicago on Nico Horner and St. Louis on Brendan Donovan, sources tell ESPN. This was the fear. This was the fear when they announced the Alex Bregman sighting Saturday night during that Bears game. More Bears talk in our next segment, by the way, that somebody had to go because unfortunately this is how we've been conditioned. And all of us, I think, were saying, well, I know you and I were, Marshall, that, okay, if that's the case, if you're really actually trying to improve your offense as a whole on the team and trying to replace Kyle Tucker's offense, which is no easy task, I sure as hell hope that you're not going to trade the 300 hitter. Nico Horner will be in his last year of his contract. He's set to make $11.666667 million this season. Matt Shaw, for example, has multiple years of control coming up as a rookie last season. Nico Horner finished second in batting average to Trey Turner, 304 in the National League. Nico was 297 for the season. Arguably his best year. So there's two schools of thought here. Do you keep Nico Horner to add to the Cubs offense as a whole? Or do you try to trade with what could be, in Jed Hoyer and Carter Hawkins' minds, trading high? It is quite the conundrum, and one that I think we all kind of knew was coming just based on how this team operates.
I think other teams are circling the Cubs now like vultures saying, we see your situation with your salary and how you're dangerously close to having to pay the luxury tax. Let us take that problem off your hands by taking a guy making $12 million off of your team, and Nico Horner will gladly replenish you with young talent that is salary controlled for the next 5+ years. And I think the issue is back to what we were just talking about when we're talking about all the other trades that are made that seemed crazy maybe at the time. Grody didn't want Charles Oakley gone from the Bulls, but you had a Michael Jordan and a Scottie Pippen. My point was this. It's very simple. According to Baseball Reference, he had the 8th highest WAR in baseball last year at 6.2. And if you want to go with Fangraphs, his baseball WAR was still at, 4.8? Which is still 27th and second only to Pete Crow Armstrong on the Cubs. He is an essential part of why they were able to win as many games they did last year and go back to the playoffs.
He's a terrific player. There's no doubt about it. But I'll go back to two words Layla just said, trading high. It's a scary thing to do. It's a gutsy thing to do. And like I gave a couple of examples of times where I was thinking about her. I've given all these old examples. Herschel Walker back in the day, like the shocker. So I'm saying
that was a deal they couldn't refuse.
That was a deal they couldn't refuse. There's no doubt about it. So all I am saying is I agree with everything you just said. And yes, Nico Horner is a friend of the station. And even if he left, I'd like to think Nico Horner would still be a friend of the score. Like all that stuff. I've gotten to be. We did a remote with the man. So I love Nico Horner in every way, shape, or form. But let's listen to what the Cubs might get back. Let's think about how it could fortify the team, not just for 1 or 2 years, but into the future as well.
2032.
It's not out of. I know that like you went through all the numbers. It's not crazy to think that you could get a better. I know that's crazy that you could get a better player in the future for somebody like Nico Horner while not hurting your team right now.
I get it, but at the same time, they were able to trade the farm and a guy who ended up making the All-Star team in Isaac Paredes to get 1 year of Kyle Tucker. So now you don't want to pay for 1 year of your own homegrown offense, where again, he's producing and lengthening the lineup. Defensively had a career year, offensively had a career year. It contradicts even that move by itself.
Don't you think the Cubs are...
Why can't you have both? Why is it so hard to have both?
I'm all about the greed portion. I've said that greed is good.
It's not even greed. It's sensible.
That's true. Like if you could keep...
Greed is the Dodgers and the Blue Jays. This is sensible.
But here's greed. But here's the thing. We don't know what the Cubs are thinking. They may just be sitting back, let's listen to all these offers. And if somebody wants to do something crazy and give us their top prospect and a couple major leaguers and a really good bullpen arm or something like that, you have to listen. I think that's all I'm saying. You have to listen to these possibilities. Would it be crazy to think that Nico Horner would be back? No. In fact, I still think he probably will be back with the Cubs next year. But you're crazy if you don't listen to what other teams want to give you for this player.
Mark, you're absolutely right. You're crazy if you don't listen. That's a Marshall Harris principle. Like, that's how I live my life. I have to have my ears open and be willing to hear what crazy things someone might offer me for whatever.
I don't listen and love having my head in the sand.
But at the same time, I think the point Layla and I agree on here is that you just set yourself up to make a run in 2026. I would not like a deal that took away from your ability to make as strong a run in 2026 as you could do right now. And I think trading Nico Horner likely takes away from your ability to make a run before a work stoppage in which we don't even know what baseball is going to look like the next time they play the field after this season.
Which is why they might want to be inspired to trade. I understand that. And you're right, Mark. You have to listen to everything. Like, one of the biggest lessons I learned was when the Cardinals data got leaked and the Astros data got leaked because of that scandal, was how many trades that like sounded like sports talk radio were out there. It was like, hey, can we get Giancarlo Stanton? And they're like, yeah, for Nolan Ryan. I mean, obviously that's not what happened, but it was that kind of concept. Like, that's what they do.
Yeah.
So you sure as hell bet we're going to do it. But at the same time, the message that you're sending to not just your fans, but the team, when it's somebody who is one of yours,
right,
who came up with you.
Sure. No doubt.
That is a big part of this as well. How much do second contracts mean to the team when they see a guy come up through the farm system and it's somebody like Nico?
Right, which is why I don't think they would do it unless they felt like they were getting something legitimate. Like, I don't think the Cubs, Jed Hoyer is not sitting there saying, I want to get rid of Nico. He knows exactly how valuable he is. The other part of this, too, is the Matt Shaw part of this.
Who?
Like mini PCA. Remember, there was a period of time where I was calling him the real PCA.
The former starting third baseman for the Cubs?
Yes. Yes, the former starting third baseman for the Cubs.
Real
hey,
PCA.
who's to say that he doesn't make the kind of jump that, say, PCA made last year? The improbable things that can occur. Michael Busch, the development that he's had. What Carson Kelly did last year for the Cubs. It's not inconceivable that Matt Shaw, first round pick, right? Matt Shaw? Yeah. So it's not inconceivable that you have a really good prospect or product in Matt Shaw. We don't know yet, but there is evidence to suggest the Cubs are pretty good at developing young players in this particular era.
Well, since we're here, let's go to Sahadev Sharma's article in The Athletic. And the headline says, Cubs are contenders again. They can't do something silly like trade Nico Horner. And in this story, he talks about that very possibility. Here's what makes this a little more interesting for the Cubs, though, Mark, to your point, actually, is the emotional hometown guy, San Francisco situation going on with the Giants. Nico went to Stanford. He's from the Bay Area. And I wonder how much that matters to a guy like Buster Posey, if that does mean that he would be willing to give up more for that possibility.
That'd be nice. Yeah.
And I know that typically that shouldn't matter. But when there's an emotional buy, does it up the price?
Yeah. I think Nico would like to be, honestly, like he's from there. I think he'd rather stay here. I don't think he wants to go home.
I think he may not want to go home, but if the options are Chicago and you have to pick another city, it's hard for me to believe San Francisco wouldn't be the next city on his list.
I agree with that, but I'm sold on Nico loving Cubsness. Like, he's been very open. And he is a big market brain too. You know what I mean? Like, he understands the mentality. We played that cut last week about him understanding what life is like in the Chicago fishbowl. He definitely embraces big marketness. Another reason why you want him on this team.
What's going to be great is how this is going to transpire between now and Friday and through the weekend, because, that whole convention thing.
Y'all better chant. Yeah. We got to come up with some sort of chant like, don't trade Nico.
Will Nico be at the Bears game? That would be leverage, man.
Nico's definitely going to be at the Bears game.
I'm Nico Horner. You don't want to lose me, do you?
I know a way to find out. So that's the latest from Jeff Passan. I feel like we're going to be living in this stupid limbo for a while. But that's what happens when you get somebody like Alex Bregman, who's gonna fit where and how, and unfortunately, that's part of the discussion. This is Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score. We get back to Bears talk next. Our producers are Ray Diaz. Tyler Buterbaugh is helping us out today. We also have Brandon Fryer assisting as well. You can call us and text us. 312-644-6767 is our number. You join us on Twitch, twitch.tv/JillOnMoney. Chicago 670 The Score. Hello to our mob. Our video team is Connor O'Donnell, Jacob Stutz, and Max Curtis. Additionally, we're on YouTube. 670 The Score is our address on YouTube, and we broadcast live from the Scores Hyundai studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. Let's get back to more of the Bears discussion, because this is our bonus day. It is a bonus, I'd say, football Monday, just on a Tuesday, if you're into that type of thing.
I'm into it. Bears.
So let's examine not only Caleb Williams' growth this season, and really, I think, an exponential leap he made on Saturday, even for him, but also the leadership side of it. Let's go inside the locker room. Not Mark's, that's at 125, but more next.
Bears fans, the road to the NFC Championship game runs through Chicago. It's Bears versus Rams in the divisional round, and the score is where you need to be all week as we prepare for this epic battle right up to kickoff, and be here all day Monday for wall-to-wall reaction only on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
This segment is sponsored by Jewel Osco.
Get great digital produce finds through Jewel Osco for you. Save on everything from 1 pound strawberries for 99 cents and 39 cents Haugh avocados to navel oranges at 69 cents a pound and much more. Check app for details.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Gear up for epic football games under the Vegas sun. Stadium swim at Circa Resort and Casino. It's amazing. Dive into the 6 temperature-controlled pools or relax in the luxurious lounge chairs, day beds, and the private cabanas. Private cabanas, that's where it's at. Feel the energy and catch every play from every game on our massive 143-foot screen. When it comes to watching football all season long, nowhere comes close. Grab your spot at Stadium Swim today at circalasvegas.com.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Department of Rejected Dreams. If you had a dream rejected, IKEA can make it possible.
So I always dreamed of having a man cave.
But the wife doesn't like it.
What if I called it a woman cave?
Okay, so let's not do that, but add some relaxing lighting and a comfy IKEA Hofburg ottoman, and now it's a cozy retreat.
Nice, a cozy retreat. Man cozy retreat.
Sir, okay. Find your big dreams, small dreams, and cozy retreat dreams in-store or online at IKEA.us. Dream the possibilities.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry, promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training. Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They're at the forefront of design and installation of environmental-friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to chicagroofingcontractors.org.
Hey, Chicago, do you need to eat a little healthier without sacrificing the stuff that you love? Wild Fork has lean proteins for great prices. 500 items under $10 a pound. Organic 85% grass-fed ground beef at $6 a pound. Atlantic salmon fillets at $5.98 a pound. Better quality meats at lower prices due to Wild Fork's state-of-the-art blast freezing technology. Shop in store or visit wildforkfoods.com to learn about 3 months of free delivery for qualifying customers.
Time's up. The IRS isn't waiting. They're coming for your paycheck, your bank account, even your home. You ignored the letters. You thought it would go away. It won't. If you owe more than $10,000 in back taxes, you are already in the crosshairs of the IRS. Wage garnishments, bank levies, tax liens, they're not threats. They're next. But here's the truth. You still have a chance to fight back. This is Patrick Noon with PJN Tax Solutions Group. We are a local tax resolution firm located right here in St. Charles, Illinois. Don't call some 1-800-FIRM 10 states away. We're right here. Call us now at 630-415-5296. We don't do fluff. We get results. Call us now, 630-415-5296. That number again, 630-415-5296. Or just Google, I want the IRS off my ASS.
You're listening to Rahimi Harrison Grody. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Allstate knows your home means everything to you, and you'll do anything to protect it. But not just with any protection. You want insurance that'll be there for you and your family when you need it most. And that's what Allstate's been doing for over 60 years. So check Allstate first for home insurance you can rely on. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Coverage subject to terms, qualifications, and availability. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
The Rahimi Harrison Grody Show. Middays 10 to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
In the post-game locker room, what did it mean to you to stand next to Caleb and then hear him get emotional, choked up when talking about the impact you've had on him?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't see that coming. You know, it's why you get into coaching is you want to make an impact on the people around you. You know, it meant a lot. It really did.
That was Ben Johnson talking about how Caleb Williams gave him the game ball that he gave Caleb Williams. See Willie, Iceman, whichever you want to call him, 361 yards in the win over the Packers. 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, only sacked once. That was for a loss of 9 yards. This is Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score. And I think one of the lasting images off the field, or at least not between the sidelines, was Caleb Williams fired up on the bench yelling at players, because not only could you tell he wanted this, but that's what quarterbacks will do at times during a very heated, passionate game.
Did you notice this in real time from the press box, or did you just see it later as far as how demonstrative Caleb Williams was being on the sideline? I'm curious.
I didn't see from the press box, like where we are situated, the Bears sideline is on the far side from where we are. So we have monitors, saw it on the monitors just like everybody else, like the replay. Yeah.
And I do think that there are times where we try to put people into roles that don't necessarily fit them. Like, oh, if you're a quarterback, you're a leader, everybody be the same. You know, there's some sort of template that people want that guy to follow. I haven't gotten that vibe from Caleb Williams. Like he's, as we know, cool, calm, and collected on the podium. But in times when it's heated like that, I don't mind seeing the fire and the passion, for lack of a better term. That's for sure.
I enjoyed it. I thought it was great. I thought it was justified. I think Caleb has earned that. He's earned the respect of that locker room now, having been here for 2 seasons now. He's earned the right to do something like that. I didn't have a problem with it for a second in the moment, and I wouldn't mind if he did it again. If it happens against the Rams out there at Soldier Field, if something goes awry, if somebody as a receiver is not where he is supposed to be, that's what great quarterbacks do. I mean, how many times do we see Tom Brady doing things like that? John Elway doing things like that?
Peyton Manning
forever doing that. And I get it. Those are made men. And Caleb is not a made man yet, but he is getting there. And the things that he is doing with his arm, he has earned the right to do what he did on that sideline. And if he does it again, I'm cool.
I think what he did Saturday night is a step towards being the made man that you described.
I agree.
Because if you can't take command of your team, your offense, in bad moments and good moments alike, and if your team doesn't respect you enough to respond, as they did, by the way, on Saturday night with the aforementioned 25 fourth quarter points, then you're not getting the respect level that you need from your teammates. But I think he has that. They can all see, and they've all talked about over the course of the season, how much he's grown, not from year 1 to year 2. I'm just talking about the growth from training camp at the start of year 2, first year of Ben Johnson, to this point in the playoffs where his team's still playing for a chance to go to the Super Bowl.
Well, and to that end, it's also about how you wrap it up as well. People look to you for your last words to this game. They look to you in the locker room. So let's listen to inside that Bears locker room and Caleb Williams talking to his team.
15 years, they said, it's the, haven't beaten, Green Bay or whatever since whatever, right? Talk heavy. Look at this guy right here. First playoff win. Everything he's done for us as a coach, everything the other coaches have done for us. And it started with him, with bringing in everybody and all of that, right? And for me personally, he's been, get emotional. For me personally, he's been monumental in my life so far. Yeah. And, And so, to his first playoff win as a Chicago Bear.
When you hear that, what do you think?
I think Ben Johnson got a true reflection of his quarterback's growth under his leadership. And understand this, Ben Johnson's been very successful as a play caller in the NFL. But I thought that moment, not just the win, but what transpired in the locker room after, is a distinct marker in his growth from being an offensive play caller to being a leader of men. As a head coach, that was a big step forward, not just for Caleb Williams, but also the acknowledgement that Ben Johnson has now reached another level in his coaching journey.
All I could think about when I heard that was, sorry, Matt Eberflus and Shane Waldron. That's all I could think about. Think about Caleb giving the head coach a game ball after what went on last year with that coaching staff and that quarterback, and whether you want to believe the things that we read in the offseason, the Tyler Dunn piece that was written, the stuff which was documented pretty well in the Wickersham book, and Carl Williams, and everything that we're talking about because of last year. It's amazing. And I truly, I'm tired of mentioning those names, Matt Eberflus and Shane Waldron, and I'm sure people are tired of hearing their names, but that's what I thought of, that, oh my God, he has gotten that quarterback to buy in. And my guess, it's a tricky task to get Caleb Williams to buy in because he knows how good he is.
Well, and it's that part of it too, is that you're not going to get that outright enthusiasm. It might not be the script people want him to say when it comes to what he says on a podium, which that's how he's operated. That's authentic to him. That's been that way for a long time, as we all know. And I accept that. The Seth Wickersham book offered a lot of insight into who he is as a person and how he became this way. And I admire the fact that there was that much discipline at such a young age to be able to earn even all the money he's made now as a compliment. So for him to ceremoniously do that, I thought that was a very big thing as well.
I also think it's a marker of one more thing, which we've now seen from two different places in a very short time span. The organizational growth of both the Bears and both the Cubs over the last week is something that you have to acknowledge. The Cubs and their decision to pay real money to someone and look like a big market team and getting Alex Bregman for 5 years in the 175. And now the Bears and going out and hiring a guy like Ben Johnson, who is freely allowed to use whatever language it takes to describe a situation. And George McCaskey is on board with it. That, coupled with each other, understanding where the Blackhawks is and their ascension with Connor Bedard, just leads me to one conclusion. Your turn, Bulls and White Sox.
Okay.
Step up.
Okay.
Step up.
I think regardless, though, sometimes leaders are made. Sometimes situations will make you, and I think that's what we saw on Saturday. First time in 15 years, we take it. Coming up next here on Rahimi Harrison-Grody, a guy who can answer that question a bit and I think help us understand that discussion further. It's Patrick Manley, the longest tenured Bear. I'm sure he's pretty happy about what happened to be able to talk about a Bears playoff win. We'll do that with him next.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
It bothers me so much that the Packers are still out here talking mess.
They're the ones that turtle.
Like, you can be mad all you want. Just be mad at the right people. Be mad at yourself. You gave it to them, and they took it.
And you choked. But the Bears caused that pressure.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hello, I'm The Score's Mark Grody. How about finally a simple New Year's resolution? One where you're guaranteed to succeed. Is it something I said? Reverse the clock on hair loss with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment. You will feel more confident. You'll feel more youthful when you witness your own natural hair growing into those places where it's been balding or thinning for years. I get you a couple graphs, Marshall. I got you. It's from Advanced Hair's breakthrough technology. Their world-class medical team. They're the only team in hair restoration I personally would recommend for Marshall. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair. We'll take a little off the goatee. We'll get you set up the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Did I mention the results can last a lifetime? Celebrate this new year with a fuller head of hair and get a free consultation, $250 off, a $250 free hair graft set. Call 1-872-217-HAIR. That's 872-217-HAIR. Or see what meeting your New Year's resolution could look like with the before and after pictures at advancedhair.com.
It's the last call for clearance at Lazy Boy. We are clearing everything out store-wide. Get 2 great chairs for one low price, plus up to 50% off clearance. All the comfiest Lazy Boy furniture is all on sale during the last call for clearance. Get our best offers on your favorite Lazy Boy furniture. Hurry, deals like these won't last. Lazy Boy, long live the lazy. Discount applies to select floor models, discontinued items, overstocks, and clearance. Excludes advertised items and select styles. See store for details.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
I'm attorney Kevin Rowe. The insurance company's job is to pay you as little as possible. Our job is to get you every dollar you deserve. Call Lerner & Rowe today, and let's make them pay. 708-222-2222.
Chapter 3000 Managing Attorney 114 East Sur Mass, Chicago. Some work may be performed by or referred to other attorneys.
Hey, hockey fans. Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's Hat Trick Jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime score bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER 426-2537 or by texting ILGAMB to 53342. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards or bonus bets that expire in 7 days. In partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code CASH to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code CASH to get up to $1,000. Use code CASH to get up to $1,000.
Rahimi, Harrison, Grody. We'll be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-823-5544. That's 800-823-5544. 800-823-5544.
Breezy and mostly cloudy as we roll through the day, a high around 50.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Chicago, it's Bears versus Rams in the divisional round of the playoffs. Keep it on The Score as we get you ready for this epic playoff matchup at Soldier Field. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
It's January 13th, and the Bears still beat the Packers in the playoffs. So this hour is brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards. Bears.
Just in, Patrick Manelli.
Patrick Manley, the longest tenured player in Chicago Bears history.
I just want to thank the Bears organization for an incredible 16 years.
Score Football pre- and post-game show co-host.
And then Caleb, each week or each other week, it seems like he outdoes himself with some miraculous throw. That throw you're talking about on 4th and 8, quarterbacks all on Twitter are like, what the heck is that? That might be the greatest throw of the season. And we've said that about 3 other ones he's had. But to have to do that in the fourth quarter, I think it was 4th and 8. I can't even remember my stats anymore.
Yeah.
But whatever it was,
who cares?
It doesn't matter.
Who cares about stats?
Yeah, I know.
He even has a signature beer.
Long Snapper IPA. The can, the artwork's me long snapping a ball on top of an El Camino. I have an El Camino, so the artwork's great. The beer's great.
Patrick Manley with Rahimi, Harrison, Grody on The Score.
We love having Patrick Manley on Tuesdays, especially because, well, as we just said, this is a Bears playoff win edition of our discussion with Patrick Manley. He joins us on the Circus Sports Illinois hotline. Download the Circus Sports app today. Patrick Manley, when did it set in for you that the Bears actually won that game?
Today. And I'll be honest with you, because I rewatched the condensed version on that NFL, app or whatever today again, and you still can't believe at 21-3 that they came back and won that game, because I just remember the emotions of how depressed and upset I was sitting on my couch Saturday night thinking, oh my God, this is the way the season's going to end. So that post-game show, you can hear it in my voice in that post-game show. It's just the excitement. You couldn't believe it, couldn't fall asleep till later after the show, and you wake up the next day and you just still can't believe it. But you got to move on to the Rams, which is exciting to be able to talk about playoff week 2. But guys, it's just, what a game, what a way to win, and just the excitement in the city is just, it's insane.
Patrick, because you are the longest tenured Bear, I need your thoughts, your reaction to Ben Johnson's actions and then the comments that followed said actions, and if you ever thought there'd be a day when George McCaskey would be on board with such vulgar language.
Hell yeah. I love it. I love it, man. I wrote it down. I don't like that team. That's what he said. I mean, that's just awesome. I mean, he's taken this rivalry and embraced it. He's taken this team and embraced it. He's taken the city and embraced it with what he's done with the Wiener Circle. But I love it. I mean, build it up. Build it to what it is. It'll never probably be the Forrest Gregg, Mike Ditka hate for each other, but there's no problem with a little dislike. It is a rivalry. And George McCaskey's always talked about it. The McCaskeys have talked about it. And Marshall, when I got to the Bears in 1998, that's one of the first things you heard was about the rivalry with the Green Bay Packers. And I just love the way he is all in on it. The handshake after the game was fantastic. And, what he said about beating Green Bay twice a year, he talked it into existence and made it happen. So I'm all for it, man. I am all for it.
What's happening with the Bears, what has been happening with the Bears, Patrick, is absolutely amazing. And just hearing Olin coming into the segment here saying, never mind the stats don't matter.
Mm-hmm.
I'm almost like tempted to say, and I know this is what we do, this is what you do really well, and that is to analyze. But it's almost like all the analyzing doesn't even matter. I thought I made a pretty strong case last week for reasons why the Packers were going to win the game.
Yeah, how do you feel this week, buddy?
Well, it's sort of like, I deserve it. I deserve it.
Yeah, you do. You deserve all of it.
You know where
Is there a pay deduction? Is there a pay deduction this week for you working there? I think we got to talk to Mitch and strike a little money out of that paycheck.
Yeah, there's been some. Let's just put it this way: I've been given a warning. I've been properly warned for picking the Packers to beat the Bears in a playoff game.
How would you handle this on a team, Patrick? Like, what's the appropriate? Is there a fine? Like, what happens?
I didn't play for the Bears, by the way. I just want that to be made very clear.
Okay, so maybe not
throw
Bears
Grody
salary.
into the cold tub. Put Grody in the cold tub.
Wow.
Dip him in the cold tub.
Cold tubs, then that's too good. It's good for you.
Olin and Big Cat would grab you by the ankles and the wrist, and then dip you into the cold tub a little bit. That's what they would do.
Yeah, I think
Olin and Big Cat?
Fully clothed?
Yes.
Fully clothed?
My
I might have seen that happen a few times.
Of all the people, and I love that they work with us now. So this could theoretically happen here.
Okay, let me just. It's sort of like I'm in this sorry, not sorry place because there's nobody who thought or saw what we saw happen on Saturday, saw that actually coming. It's miraculous, inexplicable stuff. So, if you pick the wrong team, there's nobody who picked that to happen in that game. There's no way.
No,
not sorry.
No, it's just a special season, man.
Yeah.
It's a special season. This
Yeah.
is one that we'll never forget. It goes down to everybody still talks about the 2001 back-to-back wins, all that kind of stuff. Obviously, the 85 Bears, our run to the Super Bowl, NFC Championship. This is a season, the last time they were in the playoffs, 2018 when they were really in the playoffs. That's a season that's kind of remembered, but this one will go down. You know what I mean? As the whole season will be remembered, all these miraculous comebacks. And also, I think what's going to be remembered, guys, is the coming out party for Caleb Williams. That's the biggest thing.
Well, man,
we see we've got one.
Beginning of this season, that was my goal for this year.
Yes.
Let me know that it was on the intro. I think we just recently removed it from the intro of our podcast as we refresh things. But my thing, you know what I'm talking about. You listen to the podcast.
Yep.
All I said was TTN. All I want is to know that the Bears have a quarterback. That was where I set the bar for this season. I know the Bears have a quarterback going into next season now, and I'm very excited about. But then we got the bonus here, too.
No, and it's 100%. That's all we wanted. And, guys, listening to, I think it was your last segment, you guys played his speech in the locker room. It's his team now. That's what I hear in that. The reaction of guys giving him some crap, to cheering him on, to say get emotional, to watching everybody's face if you watch it on YouTube, to watch their reaction when he speaks. It's his team. And that's another part you wanted to see. Not only his development as a quarterback, but to me, the great ones, the quarterback are the face of the franchise, are the leader in the locker room. And you heard that from him, the way he spoke and the way the guys reacted to him. And that was what I got out of that speech. Not him getting emotional and talking about Ben Johnson and all that. It's the fact that it's him. He's the guy. He is the man now. And his performance is doing it. And then the way the guys interacted with him, that put me over the edge, and that got me excited to see that when I saw it when it came out.
Well, and Patrick, I think you're echoing a lot of what functioning teams should be doing. Here you are talking about Ben Johnson's message. And I said in our first segment of the show, it seems like every time we have a question about this, he's also there to answer it for us in the media, which is another example of leadership. So then to see Caleb Williams, like you mentioned, post-game, and then also even what he did during the game, there's been a lot of discussion about him yelling on the sideline. And even the cheese grater and him doing the Salt Bay with the cheese. I love that his personality is coming out more. Yes. It probably means he's more comfortable. But what do you think about it just from a former player standpoint, seeing a guy kind of come into his own? There's a rookie quarterback time where you're also learning. How can you describe what you're seeing as far as evolution and the leadership part of it?
He's what, 23, correct?
24, I believe.
24 now? Yeah, he's been programmed his entire life, right? Coming from high school to Oklahoma to USC, I believe, this is just my belief, that he's been programmed. He's had somebody, whether it's his dad, an agent, an advisor, that has coached him his entire life, that has kind of kept him in a box. And I think now once you get older as a 24, 25, as he gets older, he's truly going to find out who he is. And he's going to become a man. He's really going to become like who he is. And I think that's what's happening. And when I saw him do that face in the cheese grater, I'm like, all right, that's personality. That's coming out now. And hopefully we get to see more of that in his discussions with us at the podium and all that kind of stuff. And his teammates, it sounds like, get to see that more, where it's not the programmed Caleb Williams walking into the locker room, that he's the guy now. Like he can be himself. He can let it out there and be comfortable. And I think that is part of his growth and part of his leadership, that he'll become more of a leader with this team. And I love seeing it. And I feel that he's been programmed. I think a lot of these guys that with the agents now, NIL, you get programmed to kind of stay in this little box, Instagram, Twitter, and all that kind of stuff. You can only have to stay in between these lines, that once you kind of figure out who you are and who you can be, then it really become who you are. And I think that's what we're seeing with Caleb.
Joined now by Patrick Manley, the longest tenured Bear, former Bears long snapper, here on Rahimi Harris and Grody on 670 The Score, as he does each and every week during the season. And guess what, Patrick? The season, it continues on. Up next, it's the Rams. It's at Soldier Field. It's later. It's going to be freezing outside. How do you see this next challenge for the Bears? And show me a path to victory. I would not pick against them because, well, I learned my lesson because I was on board with Grody. I didn't see how the Bears are going to win. But as you know, things did what they did.
I will also confess in this moment that I didn't think they were going to win, even despite picking them. So,
nobody did.
Like
I
when
called
they
my
were
dad
down
the next morning. My dad goes, I was supposed to go to Atlanta this weekend coming up, and he's like, "Wait, you're not coming?" I'm like, "Dad, they won the game." He's like, "They did?" I was like, "Yeah, I'll see you maybe Monday after the game."
My goodness.
But yeah, nobody did. Everybody went to sleep. There's a lot of, I'm actually down here in Florida for a couple days, and a lot of people down here, being the hour ahead, they all went to sleep. They're like, I went to bed before the game. I had no idea they won. I thought the game was over. So I think everybody felt that way.
Yeah, you're going to the cold tub too, pal.
So give me the path though, Patrick. Seriously, because
the path. Sorry,
because I think they can win the game, not just because they have won games in the shocking fashion that they have, but I can see the path. I'm just curious as to what your impression of the best offense in football in the Rams and how they can either keep up with or slow down. I think it's probably going to be keep up and not slow down.
I'm going to put it on Caleb Williams' shoulders again. I think that's the way playoff wins happen and how you win Super Bowls. These quarterbacks get hot and they play well, and obviously your defense has to step up. So I think takeaways is one, but what I want to go see is Caleb Williams in this passing game, because you look at this Rams secondary, they're not as good as their front four. The front four we got to worry about, but I do believe in our pass protection, our O-line. What are we, fourth in sacks given up in the season or whatever, but I think it's the passing game. I really do. I think you put it back in Caleb's hands again, and you see what he can do, because I think that is the weakness of the Rams, if they have one, is the passing game. So, Caleb, you responded in a pressure situation last week. You played pretty well the entire game, I thought, and he plays well in big moments, and it just keeps getting bigger each week. So, Marshall, I think it's the passing game, which is weird because it has been the running game that has kind of got them there, but I think the passing game this week against this Rams team.
Can they not run anymore? I mean, it feels like we just talked about it.
It's man. It looks like it's back to the way it was at the beginning of the season. You got a lot of free runners. I don't know if it's communication issues. It's all the way across the board. It's when you have issues like that, it's not one thing. It's everybody doing something wrong at a different time, and that's what it looks like. There was Quay Walker came through once or twice once on the end around, and it looked like they had the wrong point, or Mike or whoever they were going to. It just looks like communication errors right now. But the good thing is we've seen them fix it before, right? So I think they can fix it again, and it is a strength, and they have enough talent up there to get it done. So I think they can get it fixed.
We're talking to Patrick Manley, the longest tenured Bear, Patrick Manley, on 670 The Score, Rahimi Harris and Grody. Patrick, I also want to ask you about this. Before the Nico Horner news broke, and I feel like we're going to have a lot of that speculation. Mm-hmm. But before that broke, we were talking about Ben Johnson after the game on Saturday saying, I think accepting that this is the identity of the team this year. And then he also brought up that in training camp, he had Grady Jarrett and Joe Tooney talk about being a part of the 28-3 Super Bowl that ended up seeing Grady Jarrett's Falcons lose despite that lead, as we all know, and the Patriots and Joe Tooney's team coming away with the win. What do you hear as a former player when you hear that? Because to have some of that stuff happen in training camp, you never know how those lessons are going to manifest during a season. I can't believe that it has come through this way in 7 fourth-quarter comebacks, and you've seen the team take this to this extent.
Yeah, what the word that comes to mind is details. That's a coach touching every detail that's out there. That we've seen them take care of all the details in the games and stuff like that, but that's game management. That's just talking about there might be one game that comes down to the fourth quarter. Well, I was almost cussed there. Well, blank, 7 of them have, right? But it's amazing how it kind of Ben Johnson keeps like manifesting answers for all this stuff. But to me, that's taking care of all the little details, knowing that something like this will come up in the season, but you don't know it's going to come up this much. You don't know that's going to be the identity, because there are a lot of wasted meetings where you'll sit there and the coach will run through scenarios and situations, or just give this talk for 15 minutes. And you're like, oh my God, what the heck are we doing? It's never going to happen. Then some coaches give you these talks, and the next thing you know, we're like, remember back in January he talked about this, or in April when we came back he talked about this. That's Ben Johnson. I think that's why he is worth $13-14 million, and why he was such a coveted head coach, that he knows how to cover all these little details. And it seems like he seems like magical how they seem to come to fruition. So that's what I see, Layla, is just details, that he's on them all, game management wise, all, just what's going to happen in the future. It's just details, and it's just been amazing to watch him coach this season.
I don't know why I was just thinking this, but could you imagine Lovie Smith doing the whole good, better, best thing and saying bleep the Packers?
Come on, guys, good, better, best. Never let it rest.
Never let it rest.
I'll see you on Tuesday.
Patrick, one of the things that's kind of slipped through the cracks as far as good, better, best goes is the way that this special teams has kind of evolved over the course
that's a huge one.
of
That's
the
another
season.
one this week, guys. That's another one.
We talk about, hidden yards and everything else in between, but how much better, from your estimation, is this special teams, whether it's the punt game, the return game, whether it's the field goal unit having been as solid as it has been all season?
Yep, I called it buttoned up, and that's what he's done this year. He's buttoned up all the little issues of leakage on punts, leakage on field goals from last year, and now he's kind of the aggressor. You saw the first play of the game last week. They ran that fake reverse. So now that's out there. Like, oh my gosh, if I'm the two running down, the outside guy running down on the kickoff, you've kind of got to stay still. Maybe he's setting up you bend it back, or a counter, you call it, or whatever off of that. But it's little things like that he's been able to do all season. And then I'll go back to what I said earlier, is details. And I wonder how much that is Ben Johnson, harping that with him as well. I want to know how much Ben Johnson knows about. Ben Johnson seems like, to me, as a coach, that knows everything. Sometimes you bring an offensive coordinator in as a head coach, and that's kind of all they know, and they know maybe clock management. But he seems like a guy that knows defense, offense, and special teams, and I just would like to know how much of his influence has been on Coach Hightower as well. But more on the special teams, guys. This week, the Rams, they fired their special teams coordinator after week 15, I believe it was, and they have bad special teams. They are not very good. They've been leaky, gave up a punt block last week. So I'm putting a lot on Richard Hightower and his game plan this week to see what he can do to help the Bears win this game. It's a big one for Coach Hightower.
Yeah, for me, that's the one clear advantage I think the Bears have over the Rams is special teams.
Yes, it's a big one. I mean, they've changed their kicker. They've done a lot of stuff, and they've got guys on their roster. I was looking at some of the tape, and I'm like, who is this guy? And you got to go down to their practice squad to find these guys that are elevating before the game. And if your practice squad guys are coming up the week before, that just tells you how many limited reps they've had that week and or that season in the games to get ready for these games, and you can take advantage of those guys.
That is Patrick Manley, the longest tenured Bear, the playoff winning edition of Patrick Manley.
Oh,
Bear.
Doesn't that sound nice?
One more week. Let's do one more of these, and then let's do one more after that, and let's just keep it going.
I see what you did there.
Hey, Grody, start believing, will you please, Dan?
Hey, you know what? I am pretty close to being at a place where I will not pick against the Bears anymore this year. Like, I'm going to pick them for 3 more wins.
Okay, well, we'll talk to you on Sunday, see if that changes.
Yeah, buddy. Hey, man. I mean,
you got a whole week to change it.
I do not want to incur the wrath of you or Olin. That seems like dangerous business.
We might just hang up on you again. Maybe just cut your segment. We'll talk to Mully.
Dramatic. I love it.
But I like it. Yeah. Thanks, Patrick.
You're the goods, buddy. Take care.
All right, we'll see you guys. Have a good week.
Thanks, Patrick. That was Patrick Manley, the longest tenured Bear. Talk about that you didn't get to discuss with us yesterday because it was such a busy show. And in the meantime, I'm going to get into that 28-3 game a little bit more. Not the actual game itself, but the effect it's had on this team, along with a lot of the veteran leadership they brought in. So we'll do it all next here on The Score.
After the Bears' historic comeback at Soldier Field to beat the Packers in the wild card round, Bears fans turn to the Score's postgame show for instant reaction from Olin Kreutz.
The game is unbelievable. This team is unbelievable. They're fun to watch. They're tough. They're gutsy. They find ways to win football games. You got to play 60 minutes to beat the Chicago Bears.
And Patrick Manley.
That belief in Caleb Williams, man, we've got one. It's going to be a national story now of Caleb Williams being the Iceman, being the come-from-behind king.
For more reaction from all the Score shows and team of Bears experts, keep it here on Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is sponsored by Climate Guard Windows.
If you need windows, you need Climate Guard. We've been making windows in Chicago for over 45 years. Purchase with confidence, backed by our price match guarantee. Great financing available. Visit ClimateGuardWindows.com today to schedule a free in-home estimate.
What if buying and servicing a luxury car was as effortless as driving one? At Genesis of Algonquin, it is. They've redesigned the entire experience around you. Need service? They'll pick up your vehicle from your home or office and return it when the work is done. Ready to buy? Save up to $13,000 on select models, and qualified buyers can get 0% financing. Complete everything online, from selection to financing, with free delivery of your new Genesis. This isn't just a new car, it's a new standard of luxury. Experience it at genesisofalgonquin.com.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This is a coordinated monthly test of the broadcast stations in your area. Equipment that can quickly warn you during emergencies is being tested. If this had been an actual emergency, official messages would have followed the alert tone. The Score serves the Northeast Illinois EAS local area. This concludes this test of the emergency alert system.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. Stock Exchange. But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
It's Blackhawks and Bulls season on Chicago Sports Network. Visit chsn.com/radio to sign up for your 7-day free trial of our all-access plan. Over 300 live games per year. Chicago Sports Network, your home stream advantage.
With 2026 here, I look back on all the pain, discomfort, limping that I did with my bad feet because of knee replacements, ruptured Achilles tendons. I mean, I've had my share of injuries, which contributed to me going to the Good Feet store and asking for help. You owe it to yourself to see if the Good Feet Arch Supports can help you. You'll get some one-on-one with a Good Feet Arch Support specialist who spends time with you. He'll understand your goals, and then he'll pair you up with something that makes such a difference you won't believe it. So if you're feeling some foot pain or discomfort, learning if Good Feet Arch Supports will work for you is as easy as going in for a free fitting and test walk. You can even use your HSA or FSA account to purchase your arch supports. New year, better health, one step at a time. It all starts with one visit to the Good Feet store. Schedule your free fitting and test walk at goodfeet.com with locations in Skokie, Schaumburg, Algonquin, Geneva, Naperville, Orland Park, and Highland, Indiana.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Allstate knows your home means everything to you, and you'll do anything to protect it. But not just with any protection. You want insurance that'll be there for you and your family when you need it most. And that's what Allstate's been doing for over 60 years. So check Allstate first for home insurance you can rely on. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Coverage subject to terms, qualifications, and availability. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The two most powerful people in college football, SEC and Big Ten commissioners Greg Sankey and Tony Petitti, have 10 days to figure out if they want to expand the CFP to 16 teams starting next year. But this isn't about acknowledging the parity that now exists at the highest levels of college football. It's about the Power Two lining their pockets and stuffing the ball to their programs and figuring out how they can do it while guaranteeing as little inclusion for the little guys as possible. I'm Chris Mack.
Rahimi, Harrison, Grody. Middays 10 till 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
This is Rahimi, Harrison, Grody on 670 The Score. And we just, I thought since it was such a lovely day yesterday and we had so much energy from our callers, from our listeners, everybody on Twitch, YouTube, everybody. Thank you. Yeah, thanks for your energy. We are vampires, and we all used it to our advantage. So I thought we'd do it again. More inside the locker room. More cars.
More arrogance.
More asbestos. So in this case, I wanted more calls because, like, you get bonus stuff. More meatball machine. We got another edition of the meatball machine at 145. Because when the Bears win, everybody wins. Mm-hmm. So bonus call segment. Bears playoffs, 312-644-6767. We start with Kelso on the south side. Hey, Kelso.
Everybody wins. Everybody eats, B. Let's get it. Hey, Layla, great appearance on the House of L podcast over the weekend, too. I watched it. That was awesome.
Thank you so much.
Listen, you talk about the identity. Make this real quick. Let's not overthink this. This ain't week 5. Well, we got to go in, tweak out to the bye week, get Calvin Nunn got more touches, use more 13 person. No. The identity of this team is number 18. Let's not overthink this. Let's not do this. Ben Johnson's not coming from under an 18-point deficit in the fourth quarter with Jared Goff. Tyson Bader's not making that 4th and 8th pass. That's probably will be the most important play in Bears history. This is this kid's team. And I know Pat made the question a few weeks ago and had Marshall and Grody going back and forth about who's the most important. Listen, I love Ben, but I feel like in big games, not scheme wise, but decision making, Ben has made some questionable calls, and Caleb has saved him. Let's just be honest.
Ben has admitted that. Ben has admitted that at times throughout this. Not recently necessarily, but there have been times where he has expressed that he smooths out mistakes that he makes in his play calling from time to time.
Exactly. And one quick thing, look, Kyle Shanahan, top 2, top 3, coach in this league. He's been to multiple Super Bowls. But what does he always have? He got the best scheme in the world, but he don't have that guy. We need to wake up. We have the guy. We have Neo in the Matrix. We finally have him. We not if the NFC Championship is on the line this Sunday. We possibly get there in week Caleb's number 2 year. We have him. Let's just say it. He's the identity.
Love it, Kelso. Love the energy.
I love it.
And yes, when the Bears eat, everybody eats.
Danny
that is
Parkins
the concept.
Would be so happy to hear someone refer to Caleb Williams as the one. Remember he was trying to tag him with that nickname?
The one?
Oh, yeah. Parco. Just trying to take credit for stuff. Yeah.
You're just trying to start something with Danny, even though he's not here.
It's like a hit and run. Like I talk bleep about him, and then you guys are left to talk to him.
Yeah,
and I'm not here.
Thanks for that, Mark.
Oh no, trust me. Was it last week when he was on? He and I were jawing back and forth pretty hard. So he gets at me, and I get at him.
Well, I was terrified that Danny mushed the Bears, and so was everybody who listened to the show. Let's continue with our calls. 312-644-6767, the bonus Bears playoff winning edition of your calls on this Tuesday. Tim in Northbrook, you're on the score.
Good morning. Good morning. It's Tuesday. Let's not continue to bask in the glow of the Packer win. Let's move forward.
Why not?
Act like we've been here. We're done. Let's move forward.
Some of us haven't been here.
No, but let's act like we have been. And let's talk about the Rams. Where's Grody with all the stats on?
Rams talk takes place on Thursday and Friday, sir.
Here's some stats.
Turn the Page Industries has not said you can turn yet.
I'm actually kind of with him. I think I expressed that. Like, I'm sort of torn between loving this celebration, but I can't stop thinking about the next game because I'm so excited about the next game. Puka Nacua, here's some stats for you. 1,715 yards, 10 touchdowns, a 13.3 yards per catch average.
That a lot?
Devontae Adams, not nearly as big, the 789, but he has 14 touchdowns and a 13.2 yards per catch average. Kyron Williams, the fine running back, he has 1,252 yards to his name this year, and he rips off about 5 yards per carry and 10 touchdowns as well. How's that for some stats for you, Tim?
Those are absolutely great. How about Stafford being in our division all those years?
Yeah.
What was his record at Soldier Field in cold weather? I'll let you guys hash it out. We'll talk to you soon. Go Bears.
Is there an answer to that?
Well,
or is he leaving us to do the research?
I just got transported back to 1993 when you'd call the sports host who was the internet before the internet, and you'd ask him trivia like that, and he was the one who kept it.
Yeah.
That's where I went back to. Also, he should have asked what Matt Stafford's yardage total is. 4,707 yards in the regular season.
Thank you,
I got
Layla.
that. I will say 1-8 was his record coming into this year in games in cold and snow and or rain, because he does not do well in cold weather. But he was on a podcast with Jim Gray, and he was talking about how he's very comfortable with the idea of playing cold weather. He's excited to be.
The idea of it?
Well, it's because he did play in Detroit for all those years.
I know, but that was inside. It was inside.
He played road games, and so
he did was in Green Bay and Chicago. So
he is from where I am from, and I have my nose running at about 73 degrees. So that is the Matt Stafford version that I would like to envision.
Yeah, Puka Nacua, not so much with the whole cold weather experience.
And but when you're hoping for the elements, you need to get a better game plan. And that's really the case. You can have it factor in, but there's got to be X's and O's to back up what was undoubtedly the league's best offense. And we've got a couple of days to talk about it.
We do. And look, I've been hearing all the comments on weather and Bears weather, and it's really just player for player, team for team, because some of that was, I don't know if debunked is the right word, but took a big bite out of Bears weathers in the 80s when the 49ers were just annihilating the Bears when Walsh was just doing a job on Mike Ditka back in the day, and everybody thought here.
West Coast offense.
Yeah, well, and everybody here then thought, oh, they don't have a chance because of Bear weather, so they kind of debunked that, but there's been times and we'll talk to Allen Robinson. I'll bring this up to Allen Robinson when he comes on. In that game against the Rams in 2018, the Rams were freezing cold. None of those players still exist, so it's not an exact parallel. It's not a parallel at all, but that's just an example of a time where a team from the West Coast was negatively affected by the weather. The Rams were cold that night, and they wanted to go home.
Before the next caller, just one stat, since that guy wanted stats so badly.
And well, we're giving them to him, so congratulations on programming this segment.
That's all right. We're sports radio.
125.4 passer rating for Matthew Stafford. That's 125.4 with 32 touchdowns and 1 interception when facing the blitz this season. Think about that.
It's not good, especially if the Bears don't get it together in the first half, and Dennis Allen's only thing would be to put more pressure on in the second half.
Back to you, Mark. Let's go to the phones. 312-644-6767 and Frederick on the South Side. Hi, Frederick.
Hey, what's up, everybody?
What's up?
Man, so I just got to tell you this story. I'm fortunate enough to be at the game Sunday, And, right before it, I happened to see A.J. Przinsky. I'm kind of fired up, like, yeah, A.J., man, nice to meet you. A little fired up, make my way to the field. And I'm remembering that Parko said he was going to be on the 50. So I said, oh, yeah, let me stop by and see Parko. So I see him, man, give him some nice dap. He's complaining about how hard I hit his hand. And then, I dapped up his friends. And then the kid with him, he's got on a Packers jersey. I don't really pay attention to him because he got a Packers jersey. And I'm like, not this guy. And I kept walking, right? Then by the time I get back to my seat, I'm like, oh, man, that's probably Brad's kid.
Yeah.
Oh, man, I done helped Parko mush this thing. So I feel bad. I'm not too far away. I'm like on the 40-something. So I make my way down there to him and say, hey, man, I just realized this is Brad's kid. Hey, man, nice to meet you. Give him some more, some dap. I was like, all right, I felt a little better. Like, all right, I didn't contribute to the mush. Now we're down 21-3, and I'm like right around what Layla's talking about. That's when I was like, oh, man. But then the missed field goal helped me go, all right, maybe, perhaps. And then we're just going through all this doom. And then right in the fourth quarter, right around the 5-minute mark, I hear, don't stop believing. And I'm like, oh, I just saw AJ. And then I get fired up again. Things got better for us. We end up winning, man. Made my way back to Parko and them afterwards, man. Gave some more dap. He complained about how hard it was, man. And I just had to get that. And I was like, oh, man. Layla and them gonna think I contributed to the mud. Oh, my God.
He's a fragile man.
No, you confessed everything.
Maybe you canceled it out, the mush.
Also, I like that each time you said hi, you were worried about mush, like, getting contagious on you. Like, that's what made...
No question.
Wait, did you get to see AJ? Like, did you guys get to say hi or what?
I did. I walked up to him. I said, AJ. He's like, yeah. I'm like, man, just honored to meet you. That was everything right there. I was fired up. And then when I heard Don't Stop Believing, I was like, all right. I've been to every game this year, so that feeling, I've been there, man. It's a crazy feeling. But it was a lot of doom. And I thought, oh, God, how could you do that? It was incredible.
Did Don't Stop Believing get everybody fired up? Because I would think that would hit at a really good time in the game to make that happen.
You could tell a few knew. I know I was into it. I was going, man. Green light. I was going nutballs. It was crazy.
This is the best story. Frederick, thank you. I love that you told us all this, and you got to say hi to Danny and AJ. What a day.
And you almost hurt, and you hurt him, too. Danny, so fragile, just a fragile man with his zigzag back and the whole thing. I think your mic's off, by the way.
Oh, it doesn't
We're really
take
having
much.
trouble with our mics today.
I thought I turned my mic on. I pressed the button and everything earlier.
You guys got to keep the mics on over there. We're having troubles today. You know what it is? It's like we haven't had sleep. But, why would we want to turn our microphones on?
No, Grody is actually drinking... Are you together, the coffee and the LaCroix?
I had to go to the coffee early. I told you guys. I told you in the break. I said, uh-oh, I'm bragging about all my adrenaline, and it's like I'm starting to feel the little decline. I am just now coming off the Bears game.
Do you want me
happening
to
in real
Dustin
time.
Rhodes you and punch you in the arm a few times?
Whatever.
To wake you up?
You'd think that the cold conditions in the studio would keep me awake, but the coffee is doing the job.
I do the opposite.
I do have a T-shirt on underneath this. I may resort to that. We'll see.
When it's cold, I just sit there and I just want to conserve energy. I just sit there like a lizard.
Right.
I don't move.
Maybe a little blanket, maybe a bear's blanket.
I'm a lizard.
Oh yeah, that's true. I think I asked you this. If you fall out of the tree in the cold in Texas, do we just leave you alone, or do we come up to you and wake you up? Do we let you sleep until you wake up at that point?
Technically, the lizards in the trees fall in Florida. So I don't know, because Florida is not my area.
Okay.
I got to contact somebody about that.
Okay. I just want to know the procedurally. I just need to know, Layla.
And you're right. Yes, on Twitch, I like to sit on hot rocks actually and bask in the sun. That is a thing because I'm a lizard. Let's go to Artie and Elgin. Hi, Artie.
What's going on, guys? Thanks for taking my call. Appreciate you guys. Love you. Listen to you all the time. So I'm telling you what our identity is, and I figured it out on that last Detroit game, and then again they proved it on Saturday. Ben Johnson and this team have perfected the art of the rope-a-dope. What we saw on Saturday was the football version of the Rumble in the Jungle. That was Foreman and Muhammad Ali, and we rope-a-doped them. We've been doing it. This is the 7th game we've done it. Ben Johnson and this team, they don't want to show it at front in the beginning. That's what happened against Detroit. They came out with this mundane plan. Okay, we win, whatever. We lose, whatever. But then we didn't look so good. And Ben just said, look, we need to show y'all something. And he decided we're going to score. We scored twice. And then said, look, going to drop 2 2-point conversions on you because we want to. And then that's what is happening here with this team, and that is what we are going to be doing the rest of this season for sure. That's that rope-a-dope, baby. You got to bear down.
Artie, love it. Man, see, just like the game. The energy at the end of the call segment was fired up. And now I have something for you next that will get you even more inspired. Here at Rahimi Harrison Grody, and perhaps even all of 670 The Score, we relish the tears of our enemies, especially when they put them online for everybody.
So many tears.
The tears of a clown, more like. There are a bunch of clowns over there.
Coming up next, you remember those fake play-by-play dudes I called out yesterday? They're on next.
Bears vs. Rams. Sunday at Soldier Field in the divisional round of the playoffs. The road to the NFC Championship game goes through Chicago, baby. Welcome in, Sean McVay. Mully here from the Mully and Haugh Show, mornings 5:30 to 10. Stay locked to The Score as we get you ready for Bears-Rams in the divisional round all the way up to kickoff. And be here all day Monday for wall-to-wall reaction only on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
I'm Pat Boyle, here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Lakers are in the Big Easy to play the Pelicans, who got on a little bit of a roll last month and won 5 in a row, only to swoon again and have lost 7 straight, and they've lost 3 in a row by at least 15 points. I know the Lake Show are still missing Rui and Reeves, but I trust Luka and LeBron to take care of business. LA's heading on the road after spending the entire holiday week at home. I trust their effort against the lowly Pels. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply by February 11th and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Let me ask you something. Is your money doing everything it can for you?
I don't know. How would I know?
Is it automatically saving for special events and keeping you posted on its progress? Like at Huntington Bank?
Oh, no.
Is it tracking your spending so you can make the best choices at the mall?
Nope.
Or setting limits on your teenager's debit card?
Definitely not.
Then it could certainly be doing more.
Yeah, sure sounds like it.
Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Department of Rejected Dreams. If you had a dream rejected, IKEA can make it possible.
So I always dreamed of having a man cave.
But the wife doesn't like it.
What if I called it a woman cave?
Okay, so let's not do that, but add some relaxing lighting and a comfy IKEA Hofburg ottoman, and now it's a cozy retreat.
Nice, a cozy retreat. Man cozy retreat.
Sir, okay. Find your big dreams, small dreams, and cozy retreat dreams in-store or online at IKEA.us. Dream the possibilities.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
All right, everyone, huddle up. It's 3rd and long, and the IRS is showing an all-out blitz on us. What's the play? The play is you call PJN Tax Solutions Group. If you owe the IRS $10,000 or more, we may be able to settle your entire IRS debt for up to 85% off the original amount owed, including penalties and interest if you qualify. Is the IRS intercepting your paycheck? Have they thrown a flag for delay of game on your bank account? Dealing with the IRS on your own is a no-win game. Don't Don't call some 1-800-FIRM 10 states away. PJN Tax Solutions Group is a local tax resolution firm located right here in St. Charles, Illinois. When you draft us, you will not have to speak or meet with the IRS. Call PJN Tax Solutions Group now, 630-415-5296, so you don't get sacked by the IRS. Once again, 630-415-5296, or visit our website, pjntaxsolutions.com. Either way, call us when you want the IRS off your ASS.
More Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Back in 60 seconds on 670 The Score.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
It's a car shopper's dream at the Chicago Auto Show, February 7th through the 16th at McCormick Place. Experience all the latest cars, trucks, and SUVs on a variety of indoor test tracks. Buy your tickets today at ChicagoAutoShow.com.
What time is it? It's halftime.
It is halftime here in Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score, and we began talking about what is Ben Johnson's identity. I don't exactly know yet. I think it has something to do with how he shook Matt LaFleur's hand at the end of the playoff win. Then we found out the news from Jeff Passan, who threw it out there, that the Giants are looking for a second baseman. And Nico Horner, along with the Cardinals' second baseman, are the two that were mentioned in this. And obviously that's notable because Nico Horner has 1 year left on his deal. Brendan Donovan was also a part of the discussion as well. Then we get this news, by the way. There is some breaking news on The Score. Breaking news is brought to you by the Take the North podcast.
Love you so much.
I've decided that in this meantime.
The best.
The Cardinals did confirm a trade. They traded Nolan Arenado.
What?
And to get Jack Martinez from the Arizona Diamondbacks. So Nolan Arenado is now also, along with cash considerations, everybody's favorite, is now going to Arizona.
Okay, they finally did it.
I enjoy myself some cash considerations at any time.
But you're right, Mark. They finally got it done.
I've been talking about this for a couple of years, and I lost my cash consideration because of the pick that I made. And apparently I'm not allowed to give out bears anymore. It's a 1-day suspension.
You're allowed to give out bears.
1-day suspension.
So I mentioned this when I got fired up after Tyler Buterbaugh's opened yesterday, the fake play-by-play dudes.
7 bears.
There's a video that has gone viral, and it should. A montage of these guys. I guess they're on Twitch or something. They're doing play-by-play to somebody. Their moms, hopefully. So they've got to, that's the thing. Even if you don't do what we do, you have the setup where it looks like you've got the microphone and the headset on at home, and that's you. And I get it. You have to do this stuff to practice to become a play-by-play sportscaster.
I don't think that's why they're doing it.
I don't either. I think they're doing it to massage their own egos. So let's listen in.
You got one chance. Your season comes down to right here.
Jordan,
my God, fumbled snap.
Bad snap.
Throw it!
Nope, last play of the game. Love, scrambling. Love, resetting. Love, throws it.
That's going to be incomplete. That's the game, and that's the season. Right there. Bad snap because you're down to your third, fourth string center.
And it's dropped. Game over. Season over. Packers blow it. $55 million a year.
Oh God, that is heartbreaking.
You dropped the snap on the last play?
You're joking.
Well, Packers come up short. One hellacious meltdown from the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, meltdown is that is an accurate term.
That was not nearly the meltdown I thought it was going to be.
The facial expressions are pretty great.
Okay.
And one of these guys is on Twitter. His name is Corey Benke. And he also was not happy with Matty Ruffles. He wasn't happy with Ben Johnson. He says, I know it's theater. I know it's entertainment. However, anyone who heads an NFL team saying blank the Packers, and he didn't say blank, is a classless piece of blank. He didn't say blank either.
I'm serious.
It was all fun and games, and now you made it personal. You can't have it both ways, Corey. Can't run your little broadcast there and be all happy when your team wins, and then when another coach wants to fire his team up for once in this city against your team and come back against you twice, can't do it. And this guy seems nice otherwise, and is a gardener, and I love all of that for him.
He's got a green thumb.
He's nice because he's a gardener.
No,
I decided that he's a good guy because he's a gardener.
No, I read all his other tweets too, and I'm just like, okay.
She went down the proverbial rabbit hole.
No, I do that all the time.
It's just do your due diligence.
You know what it is, Layla?
So I think Corey's all right as a person, but on a fan standpoint here, come on, Corey.
Corey's just not used to being on the wrong side of the hammer meets nail. He's just not on, because in this rivalry, He's like, where's my landlord? Where's the guy? Where's Aaron Rodgers? He's gone.
Your landlord ain't walking through that door, honey.
No.
This just became a co-op.
Wake up!
Yeah! Yup.
I'm back up. Whoa, I just jolted back up to 7 after hearing Surge. Surge!
Is that how you wake up with Mully and Haugh?
Yes, I got to hear that. I did. Well, I told you guys already. I literally listened to that song, Chop Suey, a couple of times on my walk home yesterday. Literally.
From the Starbucks?
From the Starbucks, yeah, I did. I started by putting caffeine in my system, just to.
And you still needed an extra jolt after the caffeine was injected into you.
I know. I was hoping to channel the energy. I needed I needed my brain, myself. I probably should have just worked out. I walked.
We'll figure it. Hey, that is quintessential. So, the fake play-by-play dudes with your podcasts and such. Come on, man. Why are you putting this on? You felt bad for them, didn't you?
As you said, the looks on their faces, and I was like, they just are really not used to losing in this fashion. And they're not used to... Think about it. The last time these two teams played in the playoffs, they were probably still young. They didn't look that old. They were middle-aged. And the Packers won that game and went on to win the Super Bowl.
No, and then you know what I said? Marshall's like, I feel bad for them. Like, you talked about just putting that out there in that way, and you know what I said? I was like, are you kidding me? These are the same dudes who have 5 different burner accounts telling us how bad we second do our jobs better.
Okay, I was going to say...
But Corey's is verified, and he has a lot of other stuff on there.
Oh, he paid the money to Elon. Okay.
I mean, I don't know. I assume, which is... But yeah, I just can't. I can't be totally mean about it. I just can't. I don't know enough about the dude, and there are other things that I'm like,
Yeah, I didn't think they were nasty towards the Bears, and that's what I thought was going to happen, but it didn't.
I know we have 5 on it, but I want to play this phone call. I think we have time. And Tyler, you found this. Tell us how you found this.
So the Fan Milwaukee, our sister station, they went live on Twitter the morning after on Sunday morning, letting fans grieve over their loss. And I came across this one caller who he just sounds off on Matt LaFleur, and it's pretty good. So take a listen.
Hey, good morning, guys. This is a dark day in Wisconsin. The reason I'm calling is to fire LaFleur, not because they lost the game, but since LaFleur's been here, their special teams have totally sucked. They have not improved from one year to the next.
Nope.
A couple other things is he gets a lead, and like the previous caller, the big leads. This is not just this year. This has been a penchant of his since he's been here. He plays to not lose in the second half. Now, when you're throwing the ball all over the field in the first half, mixing up all the calls, end arounds and everything, jet sweeps, and all of a sudden you go so conservative in the second half. I mean, it's terrible to think that in the fourth quarter, they were averaging 1 yard a run in the second half. It was terrible. And then the other thing, LaFleur's a terrible game manager. How do you call 2 timeouts within a minute late into the fourth quarter, and then you come out with a delay of game? This is not the first time this has happened. LaFleur's a moron, and I think he spends more time, honestly, not to be facetious, worrying about his hair at the shop than he does in his play calling. Wow. Because what are they doing? They come week after week after week, ever since LaFleur's been here. Oh, he comes from the West Coast. That West Coast thing, I think, is gone. You give me a coach and a quarterback with some testicles, I'd rather take them. You look at Williams yesterday. He didn't even hit 50% of his passes, yet he's beat the Packers the last 2 times. I need a gritty quarterback.
Not to be facetious.
But also, Caleb Williams literally did hit 50% of his passes.
And I thought he said pension at first, but I realized he said penchant. Which is the Midday Show appreciates a good vocabulary word. That didn't change.
We also appreciate a good pension.
Did that accent come thicker and thicker as the call went on?
Oh, hell yes, it did. Absolutely.
That was amazing.
That was a very Chicago thing to say. Not to be facetious, but I'm about to make a joke about his hair. Here it comes.
I don't think
ready
he was
for the
being
joke.
facetious,
Also, I don't
Here
know
comes
that
the
the hair
joke.
takes much effort, really. You just part it to the side
See,
a
that's
little
the problem.
more.
He's saying he's putting more effort into the hair than the game plan.
Also, I would just like take this time to acknowledge that our sister station, we have one of us there in Rami Makloff.
The Ram dog.
And we have civilized yet fun conversation with our colleagues.
Quadriplegic.
They don't include props. They don't do stupid shtick.
John Kuhn.
They just do their damn
John
jobs.
Kuhn's a good man. I don't like John Kuhn, the player, because of the Kuhn thing that we had to
Right.
hear for years.
Yeah.
But he's good at his job, and we love Rami.
It's kind of like me versus Corey, the broadcaster, versus me versus Corey, the person. I just
Exactly.
don't know that I can be mad at the person.
You got to separate it.
Fine, Ray, we'll go to break. I just, I admire people who know how to garden is the thing. 5 on It is next.
As the divisional round approaches, where the Bears take on the Rams, Bears fans are calling in on the score.
Let's go to Tony and Joliet.
This is something special. This is Michael Jordan time, and Caleb handles the moment. And man, who knows how far this is going to go.
Steve.
Caleb has grown into the Iceman, and we're in the divisional playoffs hosting the Rams. Bring on the Rams, that warm weather team. Come to Chicago, 20 degrees, windy weather. Let's go.
As the Bears prepare to take on the Rams in the divisional round, keep it right here on Sports Radio 670 The Score and live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, gang. I'm Mark Grody. What's going on over there? You guys okay? Everybody good?
No, it's a little cold in here.
I know. Somebody get Layla a blanket. Jonathan, how about a blanket for our dear Layla? How about finally a simple New Year's resolution, one where you're guaranteed to succeed? Reverse the clock on hair loss with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment. You will feel more confident and more youthful when you witness your own natural hair growing into those places where it's been balding or thinning for years. From Advanced Hair's breakthrough technology to their world-class medical team, they are the only team in hair restoration I personally recommend. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Did I mention the results can last a lifetime? I'm Mark Grody. Celebrate the new year with a fuller head of hair and get a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Free hair. Call 872-217-HAIR. That's 872-217-HAIR. Or see what meeting your New Year's resolution could look like with the before and after pictures at advancedhair.com.
The third annual Summer of 99 and Beyond Festival at Credit Union One Amphitheater in Tinley Park. Saturday, July 18th, Limp Bizkit with Cypress Hill, Seven Dust, Kitty, Puddle of Mud, Magnolia Park, and more. Sunday, July 19th, Creed with Bush, Mammoth, Candlebox, Hoobastank, Sleep Theory, and more. Get tickets now at livenation.com.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
I'm attorney Kevin Rowe. Getting rear-ended once is bad enough. Don't let the insurance company hit you again with a lowball offer. Call an experienced attorney who knows how to fight and win. Call Lerner & Rowe today. 708-222-2222.
Jonathan Rouse, managing attorney, 114 East Cermak, Chicago. Some work may be performed by or referred to other attorneys.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the
Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code CASH to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code CASH to get up to $1,000. Use code CASH to get up to $1,000.
Without an Advent clinic nearby, people suffering needlessly from chronic nasal congestion and sinus infections would be stuck with either Band-Aid or Sledgehammer solutions. Band-Aids are pills or nasal sprays, and they're not true solutions. Surgery is a sledgehammer, and that's what we're trying to avoid. Because most people don't need surgery for nose and sinus issues, nor do they want a 14-day recovery. Our unique Advent approach can, in 20 minutes in our office, open your blocked nose for good, with only 1-day recovery. I'm Advent founder Dr. Kandula. Outside of Advent's four walls, invasive surgery is what they'll recommend. But here you will find effective and convenient in-office solutions to help you stop the need for Band-Aids and avoid the sledgehammer.
Go to adventknows.com to schedule your appointment, because Advent knows when you breathe well, you live better. Most insurance accepted.
We'll be right back with Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Chicago, it's Bears versus Rams in the divisional round of the playoffs. Keep it on The Score as we get you ready for this epic playoff matchup at Soldier Field. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
Time for 5 on Taylor Rahimi and Marshall Harris with Mark Grody, bringing you 5 topics on their minds today on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Number 1.
The Bears were extremely aggressive on 4th down, and the teams come from behind 31-27 win over the Packers in the wild card round. Here's what Bears coach Ben Johnson had to say about it on Monday.
The aggressive 4th down mentality had something to do with time of possession and making sure that we're maximizing our possessions. It's a strategy we talked about as a team. The whole team was highly aware of it and had a lot of confidence.
Bears coach Ben Johnson there. What are your thoughts on his 4th down mentality?
You know what told the tale? A stat that a lot of people said was out of style. You're kind of like batting average. Don't trade Nico Horner. Okay,
it is out of
so
style, isn't
possession. Hey, no, not today.
Sorry.
Not today, Satan.
Sorry.
And not today, Satan, when it comes to time of possession either. Because time of possession when it comes to measuring a run game, for example, is still pretty valid. Still in style with me. And the time of possession in this game, the Bears win over the Packers, the 31-27er, 27-19 in favor of the Packers. And the Bears won that time of possession battle by not a score, but a time of 32-41. Well, why do I bring that up? Because the time of possession in the last meeting with these Green Bay Packers was not that. Green Bay had dominated 38-57. So nearly 39 minutes of the game they had the ball, and the Bears only had it 26 minutes and 13 seconds of the game. Therein lies control of the game you're playing. So for Ben Johnson to go for it on 4th down, that's what part of that was. It was when in doubt, go for it. Send it, as the kids say. So I think that was the mentality when it came to the strategy against Green Bay.
Okay, so listen. People need to understand that where we are in the season, in these win or go home games, the time for learning and development, as it were, is essentially over. It's just win by any means necessary, which, yes, is most of the time the case, but you can do it in a more conservative manner during the regular season. But now,
whatever is necessary today.
Yes. to ensure there is a tomorrow. How about that?
Wint?
Well, no, not.
Yes, wint.
No.
Oski.
But here's the
Shout
thing.
out to Bernsey.
When we talk about 4th down conversion percentage, and you start looking at where the Bears rank in the league, they're dead in the middle, 15th, just above average, at 51.7%. And guess what? Because you said everything you just said about time possession, and it is entirely true.
Mm-hmm.
I know one thing. When you punt, you no longer have possession of the football. When you go for it, at the rate that they've been doing it, half the time you will retain possession of the football. That is a clear way for the Bears to have a chance against a team like the Rams, which scores a lot of points. I think a lot of lessons were not learned necessarily, but hardened in what happened in Santa Clara when you talk about that 49ers game and the way it went, and understanding the defense cannot get stops at a level which Ben Johnson is confident and comfortable with. So because of that, I expect going forward, more of the same. You could see 5 to 10 4th down conversions, or attempts, I should say, from Ben Johnson in this game on Sunday.
Yeah, and just following up with the spirit of the question, what are your thoughts on Ben Johnson's 4th down mentality? I like Ben Johnson's 4th down mentality. Now, inevitably, there is an opportunity cost with it. There are going to be times when I'm probably going to be like, what were you thinking? But if they're asking the question, I am a yes, and so you're going to have to live with it. I was trying to figure out and ask the question at the very beginning of the show, what is Ben Johnson's identity? The identity is aggression, to be aggressive on the football field. Where does that come from? That comes from a guy by the name of Dan Campbell, to a large degree, on his want to go for it on 4th down. And we all know, I think we all know, they know in Detroit, as much as they love Dan Campbell, there's been some days where they wanted to crush Dan Campbell because of going for it on 4th down and failing. That day is going to come for Ben Johnson. I'm just saying, I'm expecting Ben Johnson to be here for the next 7 to 10 years or whatever. There's going to be days where we're coming in here going, what was he thinking? Why was he going for it on 4th and 8 on his own 42-yard line?
Go down
32,
swinging.
22.
Do you? It comes down to this for the three of us. It comes down to this simple question: do you trust Caleb Williams or the Bears defense more with the game on the line?
Caleb Williams.
Okay,
Yeah, yes.
Game
yes.
over.
Send it.
Bring it.
Number 2.
NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell toured potential Bears stadium sites in Northwest Indiana and Arlington Heights over the weekend. Then on Monday, the Bears sent a survey to season ticket holders asking how they would feel about a new Northwest Indiana stadium. On a scale of 1 to 10 on the seriousness meter, trademark, where would you rate the Bears' interest in Northwest Indiana as a potential site for a new stadium?
Okay, first of all, I love the newly created seriousness meter trademark.
Is it trademarked?
Yes.
It is trademarked. The patent is almost done pending.
From the Ray Diaz Meter Co.
Can I ask a quick question about the question? So is this
Yes.
how serious we think the Bears are
Yes,
about? Okay,
exactly.
Carry on.
2.
Oh.
You heard me.
So Roger Goodell actually physically going to Northwest Indiana doesn't raise the seriousness meter
They
for
paid
you.
the toll and the newly increased toll on the other side to get back into the state of Illinois. So that's a 2. And here's the thing. I don't mind if the stadium is in Indiana, for the record. And I've been on the record about all of this pretty consistently for the last several years. But until you sell your Arlington Heights, Arlington Park property or develop it, aka turn some money from the dirt you bought, then you're not really serious in the seriousness meter about your intent because you bought it for the purpose of a stadium, you told us all. So until that changes, then what are we left to believe? Your money is not where your mouth is. 2.
I'm going to put it at a 5. And here's why I'm going a little bit higher than the 2. Because I do think it is a viable option, knowing what we know about how Indiana is ready to throw money at them to bring the stadium to Indiana. Now, I think that they can do the things you talked about, put your money where your mouth is, on the back end if they want. Like, if they get a good deal from Indiana, they can then either sell the property or decide to do something not Bears related, get into the Cubs business of being real estate as well as a sports owner, if you will. So I think it's at a 5, though, because I think this is trying to put the feet to the fire. And if they don't like what they hear from the state of Illinois, Indiana could be the home of the new Bear Stadium.
I give Kevin Warren of the Bears credit for this one. I mean, that's pretty good. Let's get the commissioner out there.
If it's a smokescreen, it's a strong one, right?
It's a good
Jerry
move.
Reinsdorf went all the way to Nashville. You remember that?
Yeah.
Worked for him, too.
I know, like, our tendency is to not take the Bears' side on these things. I get it. It's a good move by Kevin Warren to do that. I'm going to put it at a 4. I don't think the Bears want to play in Gary, Indiana. I can't imagine that that's what George McCaskey wants to do. I know that's not the option that Kevin Warren. I mean, this is a guy who wanted to build downtown, which I supported and all of that kind of stuff. But they're taking so many losses right now. The Bears have been. Kevin Warren has been taking loss after loss after loss. I think at this point, if they don't get what they want, they're not going to play around anymore because of the beating they have taken, and in desperation, they would play in Gary, Indiana. But I put it at a 4.
I will add...
Indiana's seriousness meter, I think, is higher. You know, and that's
I'm
really...
sure. They'd love
their
it.
seriousness matter is what matters the most in
Oh,
this.
please. Indiana would love it.
I will add this because one of my favorite artists was on this station yesterday, Freddie Gibbs. Shout out to Freddie Gibbs.
Big Matt Forte
He was
guy.
on the
Notre Dame. The old Notre Damer. Yeah.
Freddie Gibbs was on Spiegel Holmes yesterday, and he's a Gary, Indiana native. He said he would love to have the Bears in Gary, but he would prefer the Bears to stay in Chicago.
I heard that. He gets it. He gets it. Most of it.
Number 3.
This is 5 on it on 670 The Score with Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, and Mark Grody. We move on to question number 3. Now, we have an entire segment dedicated to Aaron Rodgers. That's coming up at 12:45. But right now, I'll ask you this question. What was the biggest takeaway of Wild Card Weekend?
I think the biggest takeaway for me of Wild Card Weekend was yet again the inconsistent nature of the LA Chargers, who, let's face it, because they're coached by Jim Harbaugh, I'm a little more keen to, I'm paying a little more attention because there was a lot of discussion about Jim Harbaugh not talking to the Bears when they had a head coach opening and the lament that was involved and the relationships that we thought about at the time, how strong they were, how weak they were, how non-existent. So to see them yet again score only 3 points in their loss, like that was, I guess I shouldn't say surprising because they had such paltry scores in the past weeks leading into it, but still just the inconsistent nature. And then I guess the other surprise was just how much of a game the Panthers and Rams ended up being. Like, if that doesn't give the Bears hope, and you can understand that the Rams, especially on the road, the ROAD could be gotten, then I think that's the film I'd be showing the team. Like, we showed you 28-3 at training camp. Well, looky here at these little Panthers who backed into winning the NFC South.
Our little baby Panthers.
They're just babies.
Yes,
they're
they
young.
are.
They're coming up, taking on the big bad Rams, and that ended up being a 34-31 ball game.
Speaking of big bad, if the Bears want to play the role of the big bad wolf and blow somebody's house down, that secondary is a good place to start. Like, you've got the brick, the wood, the straw. Paper mache is what their secondary is made of. That thing can be had. That's what I'm saying.
Rams?
Shootout, everybody. If you're listening to this right now, and if you partake in local sports wagering per se, if that over-under still at 51.5, take the freaking over.
The Rams were up 14-0 They were up 17-7 in the third quarter, so that was nice to see. No matter how explosive the Rams are, and they are I don't know how they're going to stop Puka Nacua. I do not know how the Bears are going to do that, but I do know that Caleb Williams can break apart that. It's a strong defensive front, no doubt about it, with Jared Verse and Byron Young and Braden Fisk, and that's a good group up there. But Caleb can do some work. The thing that really, honestly, guys, that surprised, totally with you on the Chargers. I thought that was surprising to watch them. I did pick the Chargers to win that game. I was wrong, a lot of wrong by me, but the game that really surprised me, honestly, I did not expect Philadelphia to go out in the first round, and we know how good San Fran is. But at home and in the playoffs, a team with a lot of pride that just won the Super Bowl a year ago, that was sad to see Philadelphia go out like that.
My other takeaways, by the way, Josh Allen, maybe this is the year because it looks like he has a viable path. At the same time, I now think the Houston Texans are going to win the Super Bowl.
Dude, Texans and Broncos, the score is going to be half a point to a third of a point. Seriously.
It's a scary Houston Texans defense. That is a Super
Scoop
Bowl
and score,
defense.
baby. Yeah.
I think about those two defenses. Far and away the best in the league, are they not? Half a point to a third of a point will be the score of that game.
We have been talking about the aggressive mentality of Ben Johnson today. That defense, the Houston Texans, they are really aggressive.
D'Amico Ryans ain't nothing to be messed with.
Number 4.
We are squarely in a Bears playoff week, but the hot stove keeps cooking up some Cubs headlines. According to ESPN's Jeff Passan, the Giants are, quote, aggressively pursuing a second baseman and have been engaged with the Cubs on Nico Horner. What will your reaction be if the Cubs indeed trade Nico Horner?
In the words of Michael Scott, no. God, no. Please, God, no.
Toby.
Yeah, but in this case, somebody's going away. So, yeah, that's not what I'm here for, okay? I'm not here to get rid of a guy who lengthened your lineup successfully, was not only great offensively with the consistent 297 batting average, second to only Trey Turner, but also had an excellent year defensively. So, yeah, that's it for me. You should be able to have both. Good teams figure it out. Be one of them.
No! God, please, no! No! No!
Yep.
He energizes me too.
So the answer, what will my reaction be?
And Serge Tankian.
It depends on what they get back, because Mark Grody unfortunately is right. You got to listen. You got to hear what people are offering. If they get back someone who can help them win this season, I might have a different reaction. But if they don't get someone who can help them win this season, I see it as a big blow against their ability to compete heading into what we know is going to be a likely work stoppage in 2027. So you can't punt on this season in trading Nico Horner. That's, I think, my overall message on this.
Yeah, and as Marshall said, I mean, we discussed this a little bit earlier, and he's been terrific with the Cubs, as Layla mentioned too, and I think it's important that, look, he is from the Cubs. He is from the Cubs system. You like those guys, you develop your own, and you pay your own and all that, but you must listen. If he is as good as we are saying he is in terms of what he does on a baseball field, then you should be able to get something quality back. And then the other part too is that the Cubs have shown, don't look now, that they can develop young players in this very recent era. That PCA made the jump, and I know he's got work to do. Michael Busch looks like a player. Matt Shaw, another guy who we know exactly how up and down it was, but I think Matt Shaw could be a pretty good player, and who knows, maybe he makes the big jump. Yes, I want Nico Horner on the Cubs, but you must listen.
Number 5.
This is 5 on it on 670 The Score, and going back to the Bears. Who did you call or text first after the Bears beat the Packers on Saturday night?
Okay, so this is kind of a trick question because the default was us. I texted the group thread, and I'm like, no effing way. And then also, I usually vent to Lawrence Holmes during games at times, my Bears thoughts. So I believe Lawrence was like the second text. It was our team, because that's what we do. So yeah, it was our group thread, I'm pretty sure, and it was me venting to Lawrence. And then he's like, I think I said something because he goes, hey, if the Bears win, do you want to record a pod? And I was like, yeah. And I'm like, guess we're recording that pod. the comeback line of all time. It's going to be written forever. So, yeah. Pretty happy about that, but it was Lawrence for me. And you were running down to the locker room. Was Dan Wiederer your first text when he was in real life, and then you two were adorable?
Yeah, we're just always trying to be adorable. That's what Take the North brings you, adorability factor. My primary text person during Bears games this year has become my Aunt Rhonda. She is the biggest Bears fan in the world. Unfortunately, Aunt Rhonda has been in the hospital lately. She's dealing with some things.
Oh no.
She watched the game from the hospital, and they had to tell her at the hospital to close her door because she was yelling so much during the Bears game. She is like that. She's very vocal. She's one of these people who understands that she has to be alone and away from other people when she's watching Bears games. There's a lot of Bears fans that Bears fans, you know who you are. I'm kind of like that, or was kind of like that myself.
I yelled at home.
You yelled at home. Like you did, Aunt Rhonda, they had to close her door. Apparently, one of the nurses came in the room and watched the game with her too, which was very nice. So shout out to Aunt Rhonda. Aunt Rhonda is my Bears BFF.
So the first person I texted is the first person who texted me actually after the game was over. I sent a text back. The text reads LFG in all caps, exclamation point. You can figure out what the LFG means.
Let's go!
Followed by who called it.
I wish I could cuss.
And I said, ha ha ha, you did. That is from Clay Harbor at 10:41 p.m.
Oh, man, what about Henry Melton? What was he thinking about all this?
What about
Doug?
Melton.
What about Doug? What about Henry?
I got text from a lot of people. I got text from Adam Szynski. Link's going to be up 6 minutes after that.
Did Henry go to the game, by the way? Do you know? Or you guys aren't that close?
I think he did go to the game.
They are that close.
They are that close. I'm so jealous.
This is so ridiculous.
I've known him longer.
Good old number 69.
So, yeah, no,
Nice.
It was Clay Harbor, and we had a very spirited back and forth about who was going to win the game the night before, and he couldn't give me a good reason why they were going to win.
He's not even right. You know what I mean? Because exactly. Seriously, nobody is right that picked the Bears to win because you did not see it coming that way.
Except the Bears didn't
Sorry.
win. The Bears
That's
didn't
not
win.
how this goes.
It
you
is
can't
how
just
it
make
goes.
up the rules as you go along.
I am. Life is a fluid situation, Layla.
We have
Rule
possession of Clay
makeupper-
this week, right?
We have custody of Clay, yes.
Yeah, okay.
And the agreement with the morning show
I
is
love
our
that.
week to have Clay.
Custody of Clay. Who else do we share with on this station?
Jared Payton.
Adam Haugh lately.
Yes,
the
yeah.
afternoon show just thinks they could just steal our guests.
But for whatever reason, we don't seem to treat Jarrett and Adam like we have custody of them, like your large adult
Because
son,
I
Clay.
birthed him in this media space, so like, why am I sharing him with anyone?
You birthed who?
Clay Harbor.
Was Clay like in Philly? Like you two first?
Here in Chicago.
Oh, in Chicago too? Clay, you owe a lot to Marshall Harris. A lot.
knows.
He knows.
Okay.
Oh, he knows.
Okay.
We'll get Mark hanging out with Henry Melton again.
It'll happen.
Maybe
again.
after this win.
Maybe next year's the Brat Stop visit when the Bears
Maybe
beat
after
the
this
Packers
win,
twice.
Mark. Why are you going so
You
far
know
into
who
the
we're
future?
making wait right now?
Yeah, you're right.
Our other friend, Alan Robinson.
Let's not
Alan
do that.
Robinson
my guy.
is joining us next here on Rahimi Harris and Grody.
After the Bears make history beating the Packers in the wild card round at Soldier Field, Bears fans are reacting on the score.
Bill, I dare you to stop this guy in the final 2 minutes. And this guy, anybody who doesn't say that this guy is tough is a complete moron. Hey, Craig.
We beat the Packers in the playoffs, and we know that we are the team to beat moving forward in the division. The future makes me so excited.
For more Bears reaction, including analysis from all the Score shows and team of Bears experts, keep it here on Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is sponsored by Grand Appliance. Shop top brands like GE, Cafe, and more during the New Year New Appliance sale at Grand Appliance and get hundreds in savings you won't find elsewhere. Visit grandappliance.com or your local showroom today. That's Grand Appliance, appliance experts since 1930.
The Menards 15% off bag sale is here. Whether you pack it, load it, stuff it, or stack it, if it fits in the bag, you save 15%. Need new tools? Updating your bath or faucet? Or simply want some snacks? Put them in the bag and save 15%. So pick up a bag in-store at Menards and find out how much you can fit in the bag. Now through January 24th. See store for complete details.
Save big money at Menards.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. Now through February 1st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
This is the Duke's Country Song. It's a song about the best mayo. Has a yellow lid, and its full name is Duke's Mayonnaise. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
Presented by Robinhood.
He crosses, spins, pulls up.
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood Prediction Markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Houston Texans beat the Pittsburgh Steelers 30-6 last night. Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson Jr. combined for 27 sacks in the regular season, and last night disrupted Aaron Rodgers and applied pressure all night long. With a duo like Hunter and Anderson, the Texans have a chance next weekend to pull off the upset over the Patriots in the divisional round. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Did the scouts expect you to be what you become?
I don't think so. I don't think a lot of people did. For me, I definitely expected myself to play at this level.
But when did you know that you were good?
I've known since I was 5 years old.
Instead, a fresh set of downs at the 32-yard line. Play action down the middle of the field. It is Robinson into the end zone. Touchdown, Chicago.
Henderson twice keeping this thing alive.
Big plays. Stafford. Robinson, jump ball, touchdown.
Ben, now funny locker room stories. I don't know about any funny, man. Ben is a pretty serious, locked in dude, and he's like that constantly. Ben, every blue moon, Ben will crack one of those kind of evil smiles, if you will.
With Rahimi Harrison Grody on Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
We are very happy to have our next guest on Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score. He is a Pro Bowl wide receiver. He played for the Bears from 2018 to 2021 and the Rams in 2022. He's also a former Detroit Lion, and now he is one of us. I tried to get him paid on Twitter. I was one of those people. Now you've taken a vow of poverty because you're a broadcaster and you know. He's the co-host of the Press Release Pod alongside former Bears quarterback Prince Amukamara. Allen Robinson, thank you so much for joining us.
I appreciate you. Thanks for having me.
Allen Robinson joins us on our Circa Resort and Casino hotline, circalasvegas.com. Allen, our last comments on the introduction that we had played for you, were you talking about Ben Johnson, which is really cool.
I was talking about Ben Johnson.
Yeah, you got to know him. So what has been your impression of him, working with him, and then also what he's done with this team?
I'm not surprised by any means what him and his staff has done. They're very detail-oriented coaches. Him and also Coach Antoine Randall, I had experience with being with him as my receiver coach, and just the amount of detail and execution that those two combined preach on a day-to-day basis. I'm not surprised by any means seeing Chicago Bears play the way that they've played, but also I think Ben Johnson has a very special ability to be able to call games from behind and call those in a very efficient way that sometimes you don't see other coaches having the ability to do.
I'm so curious, Allen, as we've watched the progression of Caleb Williams under Ben Johnson, has any of this surprised you or caught you off guard, just how this season has gone for Williams in his second year and his first in Ben Johnson's offense?
It hasn't. He's always been a guy who hasn't turned the ball over much as far as interceptions and things like that. Obviously, still things needing to be cleaned up as far as just consistency when it comes to making the right play time in and time out. But to his credit, when I say his credit, I'm meaning Ben Johnson, the people are in place to get the ball too. So as you see sometimes in games, as Caleb starts to get hot, the ball just seems to march down the field effortlessly, whether that's him making plays with his legs, him finding his tight ends, running backs, receivers. It's guys in the right spots to make plays. And as he continues to get more experience in this offense, I think you'll see him continue to get better.
There's so many things about this team when you look at their offense, and Caleb, Colston, Loveland, Luther Burden, that while, hey, man, the Bears might be making a Super Bowl run, but cannot wait to see their development next year. But one thing I wanted to ask you about, Allen, I know that we've talked about this game before, but I think it's pretty pertinent to get your opinion on this. As you know, the Bears will be playing the Rams on Saturday night. It's supposed to be 15 degrees at Soldier Field. It's going to be nighttime. Did I say Saturday? I meant Sunday. Sunday at 5:30. It's going to be cold. There was a certain game during that great 2018 regular season, December 9th, where you guys beat the Rams 15-6, and we always go back and forth on whether or not teams are actually affected by the cold. Is that a real thing? That was a real thing that night for those Rams, wasn't it?
Definitely, and I remember that game. It was a real thing. Our defense played extremely well that game. Offensively, we did what we needed to do to help our team come away with the victory. We started a little slow, but we picked up as the game progressed. But it was a very, very cold day. It was a night game against the Rams. The only thing that's a little bit different in this situation, I think, is that the Rams do have a quarterback who has familiarity with playing in this division and playing outside and in the cold with a Matthew Stafford. Now, he may have got used to that California weather and California sun, so his blood may be a little thinner than normal when it comes to that. But he does have the experience, which I think may even it out just a little bit. But at the same time, there's no way to prepare for how cold the football will be and different things like that.
We are talking to former Bear Allen Robinson. He now has the Press Release podcast with Prince and Mukamara here on Rahimi Harrison Grody. And he also joins us on Twitch, twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score. And Allen, for those of us who may not necessarily, we see it, we understand how hard it is to just live in the cold. But as a player, how does that change what you're doing offensively? What is it like as a receiver to catch that ball? How do you see the quarterback throw it differently?
Yeah, it's a little tough. When it gets cold, the ball gets a little more slick. So for guys who like to wear sleeves and different things like that, there's a little bit of a special emphasis on protecting the football, also looking the ball in when it comes to catching it. The ball can tend to be a little bit harder as well. So on some of those short and intermediate kind of quick passing games, the ball can get up on you and be a little bit harder than normal. But again, Chicago has the privilege to be able to go out there, which I know Ben Johnson will have those guys outside each and every day, getting used to the cold and doing everything that he needs to do to get those guys mentally and physically prepared to play on Sunday afternoon.
You've seen the wizardry of both of these head coaches in their respective duties as play callers. This looks like a shootout to me, just observing. From what you've seen from the Bears defense, how exactly do you expect them to stop or even slow down the Rams offense?
First and foremost, they're going to have to stop the run. And I say that because I think Matthew Stafford is a guy who can come in here and pass the ball as much as he wants. But the Rams are the most dangerous when they are able to pop those runs and get 3 to 4 to 5 yards per carry from Kyron Williams. And he's also effective in the pass game as well. So I think for them, they have to get pressure on the quarterback and try to get Stafford off of his spot, because as he gets comfortable in that pocket, we've seen him now getting shootouts, march his teams down to win games time and time again. Even last week, they got the ball they still gave the Panthers the ball back with some time left, but they got the ball toward the end of the game. Matthew Stafford hit his tight end for a back shoulder fade on a touchdown. So you have to be able to get him out of his spot and make him feel uncomfortable in the pocket to give yourself a shot so that he doesn't have the ball last for one final drive in the field goal or touchdown that'll win the game instance, because that Stafford has the capabilities to do that.
Yeah, he does. What is the most danger? Because this is a guy who's going to go into the Hall of Fame someday. He might end up being the MVP this year. What makes that guy great?
Man, from playing with him, he has every single trait that you would want in a quarterback. As far as competitiveness, his attention to detail when it comes to what the defense is going to do, him able to look at the defense pre-snap. So now as the ball snap and as things start to take place, his main focus is just ball placement, which he does phenomenally. You see sidearm throws, no-look throws from him. There's not a flaw in Matthew Stafford's game. The only thing that you can try to do is pressure him a little bit, get him off his spot. And I think even at the age that he is now, I don't think people give him enough credit for just how mobile he is. I've seen in some instances on 3rd and 6, 3rd and 7 this season, him being able to go get first down with his legs. So he's the whole package, and also accompanied by Sean McVay calling the plays. Those guys have a tremendous relationship, and you can just tell where they're at now to how they've evolved over the years and stayed connected. And I think what makes them so dangerous is that they have the quarterback that is the most efficient and best quick passing game quarterback in the playoffs right now, and him being able to get the ball out on time and in rhythm consistently without turning the ball over poses a threat to everybody in the playoffs.
Allen, you're somebody who would know. Who's got the offensive system and scheme advantage here? Knowing Ben Johnson, knowing Sean McVay, what do you think?
Oof.
Offensive scheme advantage, I would have to say the Rams, but not because of the scheme, more so because of the quarterback. And from watching the Rams throughout the course of this season, they're able to stay on schedule a lot. I think that the Chicago Bears have been able to dig themselves out of some holes. Ben Johnson has called some phenomenal games when they've been behind. But I think in this game in particular, Caleb Williams has to try to do this to the best of his ability, but avoid negative plays, sacks, and being able to stay on schedule. Because in a game like this, it can cost you, because on the other side of the ball, this isn't Matt LaFleur and the Green Bay Packers. Matthew Stafford is going to stay on schedule, and he has the weapons to be able to do so.
Well said. And then as a receiver, I always like to ask this question. Who's the receiver you like to watch right now in the NFL? Like, who's your favorite? Who sticks out to you?
One of my favorites this year, and probably because I played against him, was George Pickens. Being able to see him make the plays that he made this season has been ridiculous. But also, I mean, a guy like Puka Nacua as well. He's a guy who makes tremendous catches, contested catches, run after catches. I've even seen him bounce off of linebackers and keep running, but also one of the younger guys that I've liked to watch in Chicago is Rome Odunze. Obviously, he's missed some games this year with a foot injury, but early in the season and even last season, his rookie year, being able to watch his ability to be a guy who can make 50-50 plays, but also has the ability to be a very crafty route runner. It's unfortunate for him that he had the foot injury to miss some time this year, and obviously he's back now, but sometimes when you miss time, you have to kind of get back into the groove of things, and I thought he had a very hot start this season.
Alan, I got to ask you, because I was very taken aback when they took Luther Burden III in the second round, knowing all the needs they had. But what have you thought of his performance as a rookie?
He's been special. He's been one of those guys where there hasn't been a time that I've saw Luther Burden get the ball and not make something happen. Every time he gets the ball, whether if it's screen, short passes, run after catch, he seems to make the first defender miss always, even the second sometimes, and he's been able to create a spark for them and make some plays, and it's been fun watching him play, because I saw him play some at Missouri, but really being able to see Ben Johnson utilize his skill set, I'm very excited for his future and what he's going to continue to blossom into.
Allen Robinson, this has been a lot of fun, and we learned some stuff too. Thanks for taking the time.
I appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Alan.
And if you want to get more of Allen Robinson's thoughts, check out the Press Release podcast alongside former Bears cornerback Prince Amukamara. This has been great. Allen Robinson, thanks again. Coming up next here on Rahimi Harris and Grody on 670 The Score. Has a dragon finally been slayed?
Don't talk about Mike Tomlin like that.
Mike Tomlin is not a dragon.
Everybody likes
That's why
Mike
I said
Tomlin.
don't
Don't talk about him like that.
No, as quarterback, however. Is this how it goes down? Did we just see the last of Aaron Rodgers? Let's figure this out next.
Bears fans, it doesn't get much bigger than this. The NFC North champion Chicago Bears versus the Rams in the divisional round of the playoffs. Win or go home. Soldier Field will be rocking once again. Stay locked to The Score as we get you ready for Bears versus Rams all the way up to kickoff. And when it's over, be here all day Monday as we break down one of the biggest games this city has ever seen. Only on Chicago's Sports Radio, 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
That first year in your new home matters. With preferred pricing, Redfin and Rocket Mortgage make the path to your next home easier. When you buy with a Redfin agent and finance through Rocket Mortgage, you can lower your interest rate by 1% for 1 year or choose up to $6,000 in closing credits. See how it works at rocketmortgage.com or call 800-4ROCKET. Additional terms apply, not a commitment to lend. Rocket Mortgage, LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-894-3737. That's 800-894-3737.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Straight Talk presents the math of more. Here's how it works. When you say yes to more with Straight Talk, you're left with more for all the other good stuff. So getting an unlimited plan starting at just $25 a month equals more savings for your family's weekend adventures. And with a network covered by Verizon, you can share more from wherever you go. It's simple math, really. More equals more with Straight Talk. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. The $25 plan requires a compatible unlocked device and a new line of service. Additional terms apply.
Truck drivers, no matter where you want to take your career in 2026, Schneider has an opportunity for you. Our huge selection of driving jobs means you can get the home time that suits your schedule. Choose from daily, weekly, monthly, or sometime in between. Looking for more reliability on the road? Check out our new dedicated and regional van truckload opportunities. Don't miss out. Find your perfect driving job today at SchneiderJobs.com. That's SchneiderJobs.com.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry, promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training. Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They're at the forefront of design and installation of environmental friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
You're listening to Rahimi Harrison Grody. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW-1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
We're talking to play-by-play man Kevin Harlan. You're the best when it comes to play-by-play of life.
We're sending Marshall Harris to D.C. to run on the field.
Come on, Marshall. Bring it home, baby. We're ready for you.
The Rahimi Harrison Grody Show. Middays 10 to 2 on 670 The Score.
3rd down and 12. Rodgers, time runs out. Ball is out. It's picked up by the Texans and Sheldon Rankins. And he is in for a touchdown.
Where do you go from here, Aaron? Home?
That is Aaron Rodgers. And home is sunny Southern California, Camarillo to be exact, at least at last report. After the Steelers were sent packing after yet another wild card loss. A 30-6 whooping courtesy of the Texans. This is Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score. Aaron Rodgers was 17 of 33 in this game for 146 yards. He threw one interception, and the Steelers' offense was held to a total of 175 yards by the Texans offense, or by the Texans defense. The offense for the Texans outgained them 408 yards to 175. No matter how you look at this, it was an absolutely dominating performance by the Texans on a national stage as we saw on Monday Night Football. And just like that, the Aaron Rodgers and Steelers experience, Bears,
listen,
comes to a close or a pause.
Bears.
I don't know how to put it yet.
I don't know if it's a career close, but the
for
season
the career?
close. Yeah, for the career, but for the season.
Love you, Rome.
Aaron Rodgers did not look well last night. He looked cooked.
He's not well.
And a lot of that has to do with the team he was facing.
Did you say it watching the game like that? Were you thinking
Probably.
Listen, Aaron Rodgers, as you mentioned with those stats, underwhelming to say the least. But the Texans have the best defense in football. Did you know that was the first Texans road playoff win in franchise history?
Yes, I did, actually, because I, being from Dallas, like to enjoy their trolling of the Cowboys whenever they make the playoffs, only to have stuff like that happen. Yes.
The Steelers ran into a buzzsaw, as the score indicates, 30-6. Although it was a close game until the fourth quarter. They scored 23 fourth quarter points.
Right.
They've also now won 10 games in a row. They're the hottest team in the NFL, period. The Texans.
And if they win the divisional, it will be their first divisional round win.
You know who's got something to say? The South.
That's not the South, first of all. That's not the South.
It's more so them than Dallas.
Texas
for the
Texas.
record.
That's right. You're right. You guys,
it is more
you
southern
guys,
than Dallas because it's closer to Louisiana, the actual South.
Fair enough. You guys did educate me on that. Thank you.
But I will also say that the person who had a lot to say, but yet we still don't really know what's happening, is Aaron Rodgers. Listen to him after the game.
No, I mean, I'm not going to make any emotional decisions. Disappointed, obviously, it's such a fun year. A lot of adversity, but a lot of fun. Been a great year, overall in my life in the last year, and this is, a really good part of that, coming here and being a part of this team. So it's disappointing to be sitting here with the season over.
Play again, do you want it to be here?
I'm not going to talk about that.
Aaron, how do you approach just what you decide to do next?
Yeah, just get away and then have the right conversations.
Ayahuasca, anyone?
I'm not going to yuck his yum and all, but I want to know what he thought was fun about this.
Yeah, that was...
I think he had a fun season, though. I think he went to a different place. It was definitely better than his Jets experience.
Mm-hmm.
And, I think he enjoyed playing with for Mike Tomlin.
No regrets, I guess. Let me give you guys my vantage point of watching what went down after the game had ended. And Joe Buck was doing the game with Troy Aikman. And Joe Buck's thing is, and I know other broadcasters do this, but it's really something that he leans into where he just shuts up. And he just lets the pictures tell the story. And a lot of times I'm a little annoyed. I think he takes it to an extreme, quite frankly, Joe Buck does, to where it's come on, say something. Say something cool. Fill in a few blanks here. Be my narrator. Tell me what's going on. But in this case, did you guys watch that? The walk? The weird, just letting the camera tell the story, but the audio turned up and just all the players shaking his hand. I felt lonely watching it. It was kind of sad. I was kind of happy. I thought it felt a little creepy at times. I felt all the emotions watching because they literally had the camera on him all the way with them saying nothing, to the point where I was like, are there mics on? But this was one time where I was like, okay, that was pretty cool the way they just let that ride out and watched this guy who, yes, Aaron Rodgers has crushed the Bears. You have every reason to hate the Bears. But what I was watching was the end of an elite quarterback's awesome career, and I felt strange watching it.
I'm surprised by the sad. Tell me about the sad
part. Well, it's just as a sports fan.
Mm-hmm.
Quite frankly,
Okay.
just as a I can separate that. Yes, the Bears fan and covers the Aaron Rodgers did things to the Bears that can never be forgiven on a football field. It's just true. But as a sports fan who can look at things objectively, I felt it a little bit there in that moment. There is one of the greatest quarterbacks that has ever played this game that we got to see his entire career, and that may not be it. And the way that they handled it on the Fox broadcast was excellent.
I will add to that, too, because I will never forget watching his face when the Packers played the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And it was the Bucs who ended up going to and winning the Super Bowl. And that 3rd and goal, and the zoom in on his face, and I remember saying to myself, he just knows he lost his best chance to go back to the Super Bowl. And I remember plain as day thinking that. I'm like, is this the closest he's ever going to get to a Super Bowl again? Do you remember that play?
Yeah.
Or Jason Pierre-Paul was crushing it in front of him. It was something where we would be dissecting the actual play that happened, who was open, who wasn't. But here's the thing. Because he is so prolific, because, yes, he is enemy number one of the Bears. There's not even a doubt, period, paragraph.
Yes.
But he's also been one of the best in the game for the last 21 years. And to be able to do it at that level as consistently, to have that point of view where you know you might be seeing a changing of the guard or at least an end to something, where we wanted to see him play against the Bears ourselves just to close that loop for us.
We did, except for Marshall. I don't think Marshall wanted to see
Logical
it,
Marshall wanted an advantage in the game. And that's probably why the
And
Bears
Haugh,
are in the
too.
playoffs, and I get it.
Listen, I'll say this about the Rodgers thing. When I was watching him and realizing it was the end of his season, I was like, one of the first thoughts that popped in my head, is Caleb Williams watching this? Because, that's his guy.
Yeah, he loves him.
And
He also loves Matthew Stafford.
Yeah, so it's like, is he have his head buried in some playbook or watching film, or is he taking a moment to, let me catch the end of this game? And see what happened to his guy.
I bet the NFL world was watching. That was part of it. Seeing young players who just wanted to go up to him and just embrace him, hug him, shake his hand, to be able to say that they were on a football. You don't think that's cool for those 25-year-old players that are on the field?
Literally.
Exactly. So that it was quite a moment. I'm kind of conflicted with my emotions watching that last night.
As much as his, a lot of his personal choices are annoying, or like the way he carries himself and all of that.
Oh yeah, if you want to critique that, that's fine. I don't care about that.
But
yeah.
What you just described is his legacy in the game.
In the game, on the football field.
And frankly, that is to be respected.
He has the highest quarterback rating of any player in the history of the NFL.
And when it comes to pre-snap, nobody does it better than he does when it comes to reading a defense.
And he can't hurt you anymore, Bears fans.
4-time MVP.
Until he decides to close the Brett Favre imitation arc and play for the Vikings.
Oh, my God.
I still think that might happen.
It's not. It
seems like it would be on the table.
It's not crazy.
We are late to our break yet again, and that stinks because we could use another minute, 2 or 3 or 2,500 to talk to Tim Jenkins about that epic game on Saturday. Our quarterback guru is next on 670 The Score.
Bears fans, the road to the NFC Championship game runs through Chicago. It's Bears versus Rams in the divisional round, and the Score is where you need to be all week as we prepare for this epic battle right up to kickoff, and be here all day Monday for wall-to-wall reaction, only on Chicago's Sports Radio, 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
I am here. How about finally a simple New Year's resolution, one where you're guaranteed to succeed? Reverse the clock on hair loss with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment. You will feel more confident, more youthful when you witness your own natural hair growing into those places where it's been balding or thinning for years. From Advanced Hair's breakthrough technology to their world-class medical team, they are the only team in hair restoration I personally recommend. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Mark Rohde here. Did I mention the results can last a lifetime? Celebrate this new year with a fuller head of hair and get a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Call 872-217-HAIR. That's 872-217-HAIR. Or see what meeting your New Year's resolution could look like with the before and after pictures at advancedhair.com.
Kickoff is coming. Make your home the undisputed headquarters for the big game with Matrix Basement Finishing. Imagine a fully immersive home theater and a pro-level sports ball, all designed and built by Matrix Basement Finishing. The guys with the X right downstairs. From design to build, Matrix Basements handles everything so you can focus on the party. Be the MVP of your neighborhood this season. Score a free quote right now at matrixbasements.com. You know, the guys with the X.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
After an accident, you don't want another headache dealing with the insurance companies. Let us get you all the money you deserve. Call 708-222-2222. That's 222-2222.
Murder and Road is the way to go. Call 222-2222. 222-2222.
Jonathan Faust, managing attorney, 114 East Cermak, Chicago.
Time's up. The IRS isn't waiting. They're coming for your paycheck, your bank account, even your home. You ignored the letters. You thought it would go away. It won't. If you owe more than $10,000 in back taxes, you are already in the crosshairs of the IRS. Wage garnishments, bank levies, tax liens, they're not threats. They're next. But here's the truth. You still have a chance to fight back. This is Patrick Noon with PJN Tax Solutions Group. We are a local tax resolution firm located right here in St. Charles, Illinois. Don't call some 1-800-FIRM, 10 states away. We're right here. Call us now at 630-415-5296. We don't do fluff. We get results. Call us now, 630-415-5296. That number again, 630-415-5296. Or just Google, I want the IRS off my ASS.
The Chicago Auto Show zooms into McCormick Place this February 7th through the 16th. The cars are certainly the star, but did you know the Chicago Auto Show has indoor test tracks and outdoor test drives? Take a thrilling ride on one of 2 indoor mountain climbs with either Ford or Jeep and decide who conquers the challenge best. Come experience the latest gas-powered, hybrid, plug-in hybrid, and electric vehicles all in one place. Take a trip into the national parks and adopt a dog with Subaru. Dream about a lavish lifestyle at the Supercar Gallery. Visit returning exhibits, Overlanding Chicago, and the Family Zone, where kids can test drive their own vehicles. Don't miss the new Chi-Town Alley that celebrates Chicago car culture and unites car enthusiasts. Join us for an indoor run, craft beer tasting, auto career day, and so much more. The Chicago Auto Show has something for everyone. February 7th through the 16th at McCormick Place. Find out more and buy tickets today at ChicagoAutoShow.com.
Rahimi Harrison Grody will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With
that Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
Chicago, it's Bears versus Rams in the divisional round of the playoffs. Keep it on The Score as we get you ready for this epic playoff matchup at Soldier Field. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station. The Score! Tim Jenkins.
I've got people real mad at me in Chicago that how dare you? There's a radio guy up there, Mike North. He was real mad.
Founder and CEO of Jenkins Elite.
I'm Tim Jenkins, and welcome to All Things QB, where I watch every single clip and break down the most important ones today.
Breaking down the positives and negatives.
You've seen progressions that align with the quarterback's eye. I hope that's what we get more of, but I hope we continue to see some of these concepts and the way we build things are better for the quarterback versus just looks good on paper.
Tim Jenkins with Rahimi Harrison Grody on Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
Let's jump into the film.
We like jumping into the film with Tim Jenkins. He joins us via the Circa Sports Illinois hotline. Download the Circa Sports app today. We're thrilled to be able to talk to him about a winning Bears playoff game. Tim also joins us via Twitch, twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score. He is the founder and CEO Jenkins Elite. Tim, how are you today?
I'm doing great. I'm fired up, like I'm sure everybody is over there.
Yeah, I think you put out that Bears video about 7 minutes after the game ended. What excited you about what you saw?
Yeah, I went for an hour 30 too, which was a shocking amount of time to hear yourself talk. As my wife would say, highly enjoyable for myself. But I think what was most interesting, what my big takeaway was if the live TV shot would have been zoomed out, right? If we wouldn't have been the TV, you know how it's all zoomed in, nobody likes it. But if it was zoomed out and you could see all 22, I think when the Bears fell down big, we would have all felt a lot better, because I actually think, like, I keep calling it a fluke, and I hate that word. It's almost like the less probable outcomes happened consistently to the Bears to the negative on 3rd and 4th down early, which then I think led to obviously the huge deficit. Like, just think about on the same series, you get the Cole Kmet drop, which was it a drop? Was it a fumble that the Bears recovered for a 1st down? You'll never know, right? We ruled it a drop. Then we get the semi-bad snap that we have Luther Burden wide open on a shallow cross, and the ball gets batted down. That's 3rd and 4th down. Like two not really highly probable things happen in a row. And then that happened consistently for the first 3 quarters. And then all of a sudden the Bears come alive and it doesn't happen at all. And it happens in the opposite direction, the 4th and 8 that I'm sure we'll talk about, where he's off the ground. Things like that consistently happen. Then all of a sudden you make a run. So it was interesting because I actually thought we were going to see a lot of stuff early in that game where this offense struggled. And I tell you that I'm not sure I really walked away from the film seeing that. I more or less saw a bunch of opportunities that we didn't quite take advantage of with things that aren't even really coachable fixes. It's just our guys making a play, and it's the guys that have made a play most of the year. So to me, it's like I feel even better going into this game, I think, than I really thought I would diving into the tape.
Cannonballing into this tape. Because that's what we all wanted you to do, because I was like, I can't wait to talk to Tim on Tuesday. Tim, I'm going straight to the meat of the issue. Talk to me about 4th and 8. Talk to me about that completion and how difficult that was, and what does that say about Caleb Williams?
Yeah, I mean that play was a perfect illustration of everything we've always wondered if Caleb Williams could be at this level versus college. What I'll also say is actually pretty funny is I can't remember if it was the center or the right guard, but a couple of our guys up front had a tough night. And again, it's, we got some different looks and we did good at times, but we had a tough night. And I can't remember who it was, if it was the center or the right guard, but one of them turned somebody free, which then gets Caleb out of the pocket and then enables him to make that jump throw that we'll all never forget. However, if we would have just stuck on our guy, our outlet, Komet, on that, or I don't know if it's Komet or Loveland, on that route, on that concept, though, is wide open to the field. Caleb just gets bumped off the spot to where he can't get back to him. But if he hits him, it's the same result. It's like a 60-yard completion. He just can't get through his progression because of the pressure. And then I think that play is going to live on as, I don't know about you guys. Here's the deal. I've started covering the Bears, and I try to be like as objective as I can. But the more I cover them, the more I like love them and fall in love with them, fall in love with the fans.
Bears, yeah.
Like it's just like it's a gritty group of people that I just love. Well, so now my kids are Bears fans, and I don't know about you guys, but I'm sitting there on Saturday night, and I feel like I try to stay pretty objective and pretty level. And it's like I'm sitting there like it's over. They suck. Like it's. I'm having all those same reactions, and then we make plays like that, and it's been awesome. Yeah, but that play right there is flat out incredible. That's why he's, I see a bunch of people on Twitter being like, oh, I don't think the scouting community got it right. It's like, dude, he was the first overall pick, so I don't know about that take, but yeah, it was
best throw
awesome.
of his career that you've seen.
Most impactful.
Okay,
most impactful.
Yeah.
I think. Anytime both your feet are off the ground and you layer it in like that, it's up there. Is it the highest degree of difficulty, I think? I don't even know if it's the highest degree of difficulty that we've seen this season. That's what's crazy. But yeah, that's the biggest moment, I think. It's going to go down as one of the better throws in his entire career, no matter what happens from here, just because of what that moment means to win that game against the Packers at home after what they've been through. Like that's... yeah, one of the most meaningful plays I think we'll see in a long time.
Sorry, Tim, if you saw me gesticulating wildly over here, but you are part of some breaking news right now. Breaking news is brought to you by the Take the North podcast with Mark Grody and Dan Wiederer. After a historic 19-season run, this per Adam Schefter, Mike Tomlin just informed his team he is stepping down as the Steelers head coach. Sources tell Jeremy Fowler, ESPN, and me.
Wow.
19 years, and Mike Tomlin is no longer the head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Consider my brain scrambled. I don't know about you, Tim, and I'm sorry to bust up what was really good football talk, but feel free to react with us if you like.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because last night I tweeted out I was sitting there and I was watching Aaron Rodgers, and I know that like his personality and other things have like kind of made him more maybe divisive than, but I was watching him and it was kind of like a good memory of. I remember watching vintage Rodgers, right? It was bad memories for Bears fans, but I remember watching vintage Rodgers. He was like one of the last guys I think from my childhood that I really you looked up to and you were like, man, I want to do it like him, and then seeing him kind of go out was a bummer. And then you see Tomlin, who, he's been a staple for so long. And I do think, I get it, right? I get it if you're the Steelers organization and trying to think, okay, hey, I want some new blood. I do think at times we've got to be cautious of, the new blood. It's not always good, right? I think we've seen that in Chicago in the past, but then you get Ben Johnson in there and you go, shoot, this is obviously a great play. So it's tough for me because I do have a lot of respect for these guys that have had a ton of success and continued success. I think obviously anytime you're consistently in the playoffs and then lose, whether fair or not fair, that consistency of being elite starts to the expectations rise along with it. It's always funny to me, right? So you get these guys like Harbaugh and Tomlin, and they get into the playoffs and they lose. And then next year, though, their replacement will come in and could not make the playoffs and they ain't getting fired, right? It's such an interesting dynamic of the more success you have, the bigger the expectations are. And if you don't meet them, the guy after you is going to have less. It'll be interesting to see. It's going to be probably a vacuum, kind of like what we had at Alabama this year, I think, with DeBoer, to where the guy will get more chances, but simultaneously you're always getting kind of compared to the previous staff. So it'll be interesting to see who they get to come in there.
Yeah, it will be interesting. It'll be interesting to see what Mike Tomlin's next move. I mean, everybody just assuming it's going to be television, but I would imagine there's going to be a ton of teams that'll be knocking on his door. As we talk to Tim Jenkins, the founder of Jenkins Elite here on Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. And Tim, just getting back to the Bears game. So there was the 4th and 8 throw to Roma Dunze. What about the 25-yarder to DJ Moore? The play that was set up, the bite on the screen, and just even DJ Moore, as he discussed with us around his locker, so it was hard to, with those bright lights out there, like a receiver looking up at those balls, some of those you get your eyes stuck in that light. It's not easy.
Yeah, I love DJ. And here's the thing I like about DJ is he had the drop right before it, right? He had the scrambled drop.
Yeah.
And then I pointed out on the film breakdown, and he'd never gonna tell the media, but dang well if I'm in that locker room, I'm giving a hard time because he was gonna body catch that no matter where that ball came in, right? He was going old school. That thing was gonna hit his shoulder pads, and he was gonna hold on to that thing like it was Little Giants, no matter what happened. So to me, here's the thing about DJ too. I have so much respect for how I feel like he competed last year and how I think he's competed throughout his career, even on teams that a lot of guys are packing it in and getting ready for vacation. It feels like he's got a reverence for the game with his level of competition, no matter what, right? The appreciation for how much these tickets cost and people getting out there and what he owes it to the fans. For him to be the guy that has the drop, your heart broke for him, but then for him to be the guy that then ends up catching it and essentially having 2 game winners against the Packers, I don't think there's a more deserving guy. So to me, that was awesome. The scheme, of course, the tackle over aspect of it was great. To me, what I love, though, is just that it was set up from basically the first 3rd and long, right? They throw the screen out there on the first 3rd and long. It's a big conversion. I like Ben's instincts there to, okay, hey, you get a big play on 4th down, right? And the 4th down, it's funny because everybody's all juiced up about the scheme of the fake screen touchdown. What we're not juiced up enough about is, and I don't know if it was 3rd or 4th down, but when we hit Swift in the flat, right after DJ's scramble drop, we then hit Swift in the flat, but what nobody notices is that was on the quick cadence. So it's we lined up. We're in basically a wing set with Swift as a wing guy. We're making this linebacker who's used to playing run, navigate through traffic. He's in the midst of communicating, and we hit him with the turbo. And it's boom, ball snapped. Everybody doesn't even look like they're supposed to be ready. That's how that thing's supposed to look. And then your ball's out in the flat. That, to me, was an elite level scheme. I appreciate the shot play when you're on the fringe red to score. But, to me, I'm always so in love when you find a 3rd or 4th down, an easy pickup. Those kind of downs and distances as a play caller and a quarterback are such a grind. Trying to sort through who's the pressure look, what coverage are they in. When you can then steal a couple throughout the game based on just, more or less a get 'em play, right? Where it's hey, we're just going to quick cadence you when you think we're in the midst of one of our shifts and motions. That to me is awesome. That's what I think gets me most excited. Of course, I love the fake screen touchdown and him going for the throat after a big play. But I do think we don't talk about that play enough where it was, man, the quick cadence. We have the right personnel out there. That was pretty. The other one's awesome. But to me, that third, fourth down was, I think, the better call, the better scheme.
This is all great stuff. We're talking to Tim Jenkins, our quarterback guru, here on Rahimi Harrison Grody. And Tim, as a watcher of ball, a lover of offense, and somebody who's not only studying the Bears, but you also know a thing or two about offense and the rest of the NFL. What do you think about the matchup between the Rams and the Bears, just from a schematic standpoint and from a inspirational standpoint when it comes to how modern offenses are constructed? Like, I think this is it's fun if you really just like watching what the NFL has evolved into.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, team. I love you guys. I was hoping for a Philadelphia win. Like, I like Brock Purdy. I like San Francisco. I was hoping for a Philadelphia win because I feel like Philadelphia coming to Chicago, a little bit, I don't want to say easier, but I think a little bit easier.
Yes.
No, you can say it.
Yeah, we all think it, so that's fine.
Yeah, this team is scary. I mean, so here's the thing is, I think, you sit there and you talk about Loveland. How are they going to game plan Loveland, right? I think it's a dynamic question. How are the Bears going to game plan Puka? Because you go watch the first 3 completions from Carolina, LA. Puka lines up in 3 different spots. He lines up in a tight split to start, easy completion. Then he lines up in a wing split where they motion him to fullback. They throw it out to him, easy completion. Then they line him up at tailback and he runs Viper for a touchdown. Those are the first 3 plays. So to me, you sit there, because it's so easy to sit here and say, let's double Puka. It's like, good luck, dude. How are you going to double a guy that you have no idea where he's going to line up? Because it's like, what are you going to do? Just dedicate 2 defenders to him? Because to me, Colson Loveland presents the same argument, which is, you don't know where these guys are going to line up. So it's like, okay, let's just follow 2 guys around Puka or Colston. Then you forget that, guess what? Ben Johnson and Sean McVay don't spend all offseason in Cabo sitting by the pool, drinking, drawing up only pass plays. These dudes are drawing up run plays too, right? So you need the extra guys in the box. It's a fascinating game. I do think, like, I've said this, and I hate saying it, but I do think it's the truth. We have to figure out how to keep this thing tight, and it can't be slow our tempo down to keep them off the field. Like, I think that's playing to lose. We need to keep up with them. If this is a tight ball game down the stretch, I lean Bears. If you tell me, hey, Tim, somebody wins this game between 1 and 6 points, I think it's the Bears. If you tell me, hey, Tim, somebody won this game by 17, I hate saying it, I think it's the Rams. Like, I see them as the more lethal threat in a runaway game. However, if this Bears team sticks around, I think there's a lot of stuff to how they've been winning, and I think they can pull it out. I'm not going to sit here and lie. The Rams offense scares me to death. And, Jordan Love, I think they were executing well. I don't think this Rams team is the Packers. I think the Packers are good on offense. I think this Rams team is much closer to San Francisco, and we saw how that went, where it was, we just need to keep up with them. There was going to be no second half where they go 3 and out 9 times, right? So that's just what scares me about this team. I don't know about you guys, but you watch the end of that Carolina game, and I feel like, I hate advocating for sports betting, but I'm big on the live money lines right now. I felt like the Rams coming back to win that when they went plus money was the easiest bet I've ever made my whole life. It looked like they were going routes on air, and it was to win a playoff game. Like, if that doesn't scare you into not playing soft coverage, I don't know what will. I think your game plan this week, if you're a defensive coordinator, has got to be, hey, high variability in our pressure looks. We're going to heat them up. Stafford very well could gash man coverage and our heat zone, but I'd rather live in the world in which he's gashing us under duress and we can potentially make a negative play rather than, hey, we're going to play quarters and just let him essentially walk down the field. My thing is, if the Rams beat us, I want Stafford to be questionable next week. And I don't mean that in like a negative, like, let's hurt him. I mean it in a, you're getting after him within the whistle consistently. Like, that's what you have to, I think, go into this week that has to be the game plan. If you're going to let him hit his back foot and you're going to play bend but don't break, I don't see a world in which we come out on the right side of it.
Hey, real quick, Tim, because you just said what you said. I think one of the ways they can do that is by running the football. You mentioned the Eagles and why they were a good matchup because they were so dominant in the run game. Is there anything you're seeing with what's happening up front that makes you think that they can get back to running the football like they were earlier in the season? Because they only had 93 yards rushing against a Packers team that's pretty beat up.
Yeah, I think, if you look at that, the Packers had a bunch of run fronts. What I tell you is, I felt like when it was needed, that to me, that Swift touchdown where you're on the 6-yard line and he's untouched, that's a sign of an elite run game, in my opinion. Now, listen, I get that the yardage production wasn't there. I do think that was, I think a lot of it was how the Rams were, or not the Rams, sorry, how the Packers were playing us. I do think we saw some critical drops in which would have elongated these drives. I think we would have seen a high-scoring shootout had we made a couple more plays, like just our receivers catching the football, and we wouldn't have felt like the production was down because I think eventually the Packers would have kicked it back into too high, and then we would have been able to run the ball more effectively. So I think that was more or less just like the game flow, I think, shifted that way because we weren't executing in the shots and the quick game, which then made the Packers feel like, oh, we're going to stay in this, which is also why I believe we were able to then generate chunk plays when we're down multiple scores, was because, oh, hey, we haven't done it yet. So they stayed in the defense that had been successful, and then it ended up biting them in the tail late in that game.
That is Tim Jenkins. Tim, thanks for joining us and being a part of some big-time breaking news. That was great.
Thanks, Tim.
What a treat. I appreciate you guys. Y'all are the best. Hopefully one more great week, and then another week after that.
There you go.
Don't stop now, boys.
Playoff mentality for Tim Jenkins. If you want to watch his breakdown, all hour 30 of it, go to YouTube. It is always a great watch. All Things QB is where you can find more from Tim Jenkins. And because it's a playoff winning edition of the show, because we gave you bonus calls, and because we gave you bonus meatball machine, which is coming up at 1:45, it's time next for bonus inside the locker room.
Yes, sir. Jalen Johnson, Colston Loveland, and Jaquan Brisker.
Jaquan and Yalen.
Don't put that in my head. I'm going to use those names in the locker room tomorrow.
Put that in our head.
Oh, God, you're right.
Bears.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
It bothers me so much that the Packers are still out here talking mess.
They're the ones that turtle.
Like, you can be mad all you want. Just be mad at the right people. Mm-hmm. Be mad at yourself. You gave it to them, and they took it.
And you choked. But the Bears caused that pressure.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is sponsored by Studio 41.
I wanted to renovate my kitchen and bathroom, but couldn't afford a huge project. Thankfully, Studio 41 had affordable fixtures that totally renovated my space at a great price. Visit studio41.com to find a showroom near you.
Start off the year right at Rosen Hyundai's New Year, New Cars sales event. How about the all-new 2026 Hyundai Palisade? With bold new styling, 3 rows of premium seating, and advanced safety tech, it's the SUV you've been dreaming of. Lease it for only $225 a month, $59.99 due at signing, 10,000 miles a year plus first payment, tax, doc fee, and registration for qualified buyers. Find yours at Scott Levy's Rosen Hyundai of Kenosha or Algonquin. Get behind the wheel of the all-new 2026 Palisade today. Buyrosen.com.
On December 7th, a Chicago police officer was shot. His bulletproof vest did its job. It stopped the bullet and likely saved his life. But vests don't last forever. They wear out and expire after 5 years, and Chicago police officers must buy their own replacements. Help protect those who protect us. Donate to the Chicago Police Memorial Foundation's Get Behind the Vest initiative. Since 2014, the foundation has provided more than 14,000 life-saving vests, thanks to generous donors like you. Go to cpdmemorial.org. That's cpdmemorial.org, and click Mission to get behind the vest today.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. stock exchange, but there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. Now through February 1st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and watching sports isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. And my show is not a job, it's a passion. From the NFL playoffs to the NBA and everything in between, celebrate sports with me every day on You Better You Bet from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Download the Odyssey app now and listen to Westwood One Sports from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM.
Don't live one more day with agonizing joint pain. QC Kinetics has solutions that will give you relief without steroids, harmful drugs, or surgery. The consultation is free. QCkinetics.com.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can test your sports IQ in real time with Robinhood Prediction Markets. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. You know the game. Put it to use. Trade every play with Robinhood. Download the app today. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Empower. Pete's back on the links with all new golf clubs and hopefully less swearing.
Dang, sliced it.
He worked with Empower to help him get good at money so he can be a little bad.
Heads up!
Oof. Talent sold separately.
Guy said these were slice-proof.
At least he has money for lessons. Invest well, live a little. Start today at Empower.com.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood. Your money, your move. The next it guy at QB in the NFL has seemed to regress in year 3. C.J. Stroud was crowned as rookie as the next QB to enter the elite class of quarterbacks. Last night against Pittsburgh was more of the same. Stroud struggled, but the Texans won the game, and clearly their defense will have to lead the way if they're going to make a Super Bowl run. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Foot.
The premier
Locker room
show in Chicago. Inside the
Locker room.
It's a bonus edition. When the Bears win a playoff game, you get bonus meatball machine, bonus calls, bonus we're not turning the page, bonus Packer tears, and that goes for bonus inside the locker room as well. I'm Rahimi Harrison-Grody on 670 The Score.
Let's do it. I always love the opportunity to take you two into the locker room and the rest of our Rahimi Harrison-Grody audience. Why don't we start with Jalen Johnson?
Why are you saying it with the hard J like that?
That's right, Jalen. I'm just practicing.
I think they say it's a soft J, like yogging.
Okay. Jalen Johnson.
Yeah!
Let's just check the temperature after the game with Jalen Johnson.
I'm fired the hell up. I ain't gonna lie to you. That feel good. It shouldn't have went like that, but definitely glad we can pull it out. I mean, for us, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how you do it, you want to win.
What changed defensively in the second half?
Fight. We had to respond. I mean, that was the message really all on the sideline was fight. We had it back against the wall pretty much the whole game. and it was just about fight. We just had to keep going.
Anyone say anything in the locker room just that was really that stood out at halftime?
Nah, I mean, at the end of the day, it wasn't too much talking really to do. They was blatantly whooping our ass. So we just had to come out in the second half and not say too much and just focus on execution and energy.
What was the coverage leaders?
Yeah, they had some good ones. I know the one that Jaden Reed, I think, scored. That was definitely a tough one on Tremaine to that backside, playing that receiver like that. But a lot of them, honestly, we just got to play a little better. I know on the one with Golden, I gotta make that tackle. We all gotta make that tackle to get him down. But good play by him as well. But it was a lot of things that they did well. But we also didn't have our best game in the first half, especially executing. I mean, we always preach starting fast. I mean, it's not something that we intentionally come out and not do. But it just seems like it happens to work like that. But we definitely got to get that out of our system and start fast and play a full game like that.
Two things. Number one, I like that Jalen Johnson always swore after the game. Number two, Mark, part of being inside the locker room is painting a picture. Would you like to describe what Jalen Johnson had on while he was talking to the media?
I don't know if I could describe it. What color was it? Like a red suit? With did he have a hat?
Crimson Ray?
Was it strong enough to be crimson?
Yeah, you'd probably be better at describing it than I, actually. I mean, just because I don't really understand what it was. Was it
Ray
like
should do it. Ray's got
the
it.
hat. He had the cowboy looking hat.
Oh, yeah, the cowboy hat.
Big
You're right.
maroon cowboy looking hat. It was massive. It was awesome.
Yeah, so he was looking pretty slick in front of his locker for sure.
We love a man who knows how to yap and accessorize.
Yeah, he's never, as you would say about my friend and your friend Dan Levy, he's never not interesting. I believe you once said that about Dan Levy.
He tells a good story.
Yeah.
Like he's always got something to say.
In a great voice.
He does have a great voice.
It's like some of our callers today. Like some of our callers were just really good storytellers. I love that.
My favorite part about inside the locker room is that I feel like I'm going to an old school theater and that you are ushering us to our seats. And then when you hit play behind the glass, I want popcorn so I can listen to what everybody's saying.
Theater of the mind.
Yes.
Or it's like the 1940s film strips. AC is inside too, air conditioning.
I love it.
AC.
I love it. This has been, I mean, I don't know. We might be turning into the premier locker room show.
What? No.
That's what they call
Cubs
shots
convention
fired.
is Saturday and Friday.
Yeah, you're right. And Bruce Levine is a newsbreaker like nobody else.
Bruce is telling us on Twitter to slow our roll emotionally when it comes to the Nico Horner discussion.
Okay.
Bruce said if they're overwhelmed and get a really overwhelming offer a la you, then they're listening.
That's all I was saying. So Bruce, you and I. Bruce, look
Next
at me.
thing you know, you're
and
hosting
I.
together on Saturday.
No. He's got a great bench. Haugh's his main guy, but he does not need me. Colston Loveland, ladies and gentlemen, a rising star, and he said, Bears are just never out of it, man.
You guys see it. It's just until the clock strikes zero, we're always in it. And I think that starts from camp, how we practice, how the ownership, top down, how everyone's aligned, and how we're all on the same page with that. So I think that's where it comes from.
The fact that you guys have done it so often this season, like how does that benefit on a day like today when you're down in a playoff game, but you've got the confidence that you can do it?
Yeah, it's huge. Yeah. Just like you said, just being there before, knowing what it feels like is very, very big. And obviously, it's not a fluke. Like we're definitely good in those moments, but we got to figure out how to limit those moments. Maybe start a little bit faster.
I mean, it's a question we've been asking literally all season long. So, I mean, why even ask anymore? Why even bring it up?
Because maybe they'll give you a better answer this time.
Maybe Colson's like, I just didn't feel like waking up yet.
Maybe they figured it out.
Say that.
Maybe they did. So maybe I should ask those questions tomorrow at Alice Hall.
Well, because here's the thing. Last week when we had this exact same conversation about the problem of starting quicker, Ben Johnson kind of let us know he's searching for answers too, and he hasn't found any. So maybe this time they'll have found something. Or is it just a situation when we actually do start fast, then I'll be able to tell you after the game what we found.
But then would that then preclude a strong finish? Would one affect his butterfly effect? Would one affect the other?
They've been pretty strong at finishing regardless.
I think it's mutually exclusive. The butterfly effect is where a series of events causes the initial event that causes the chain reaction to stop, thereby causing everything else to change.
Wow, Layla. You said that like you were reading it almost, like you just had it fresh in your brain. That was impressive.
I can do the
Butterfly
logic
effect.
thing.
Yeah, that was good.
Okay, what is next on the thrilling conclusion inside the locker room?
Yes, the thrilling conclusion. I thought we'd bring back one more from Jaquan Brisker, and this is a shout out. Everybody listening right now, you're all big Bears fans. This is a huge hug and kiss to you from our guy, Jaquan Brisker.
I mean, it was crazy. The fans, they helped us. They helped us a lot. You see a lot of false starts, especially at the end of the game, a lot of 10-second runoffs. They helped us the whole game. They helped us, keep in the game, and it was huge. That fourth phase, man, it's really serious. I'm telling you, man, the fans, they were crazy here, and we love them for that. We love them regardless. Win or lose, they're going to show up, and we appreciate them, so it was huge.
Shout out to Bears fans, 60,000 plus strong out at Soldier Field. You know who you are.
The fourth phase.
Yeah, I'd never heard it called that before, but I like that.
Like all three phases?
No.
Seattle, fourth phase?
No.
They were 12th man. And
12th man? Oh, yeah,
but
they're
they
12th
stole
man.
that from Texas A&M, and then they're like, we didn't steal anything. I'm like, you actually did. There's a trademark. I don't like backing up the Aggies, but this is just the truth.
The Houday, they stole that. The Bengals from the Saints. It's a whole thing. But I just never had heard this. The fans described it as the fourth phase. Love it. Roll with it. I think they'll be even stronger this week because there'll be less Packers fans in the house because, they're all at home now. And the trip to get here from L.A. with their bandwagon-ish fans because the Rams don't have that many fans to begin with.
That's true.
No.
And they're not clamoring to get to Chicago in January.
I feel like half of SoFi Stadium is like influencers and actors who go to the home games. Like the cutaways are incredible. It's like a Dodgers game, right? You're going to see all these famous people, Lakers game. But then you're like, who are the diehard Rams fans? Because they were in St. Louis and then they abandoned them.
But they were in there's old enough people that were like LA Rams from way back in the day. Like,
yes, that's true.
That exists. The Chargers are the ones who have it bad.
Yeah, I was gonna say
the Chargers have it bad.
The Rams, right?
The San Diego people hate the Chargers.
Yes,
hate them.
Right, they're not real happy with their decision to make that little move.
Well, because they thought that they were forced to move, and they basically agreed. 630 just said Layla just sounded like Frank the Tank in the debate scene. Yeah, I blacked out for a minute. What happened?
When?
Old school, where Frank the Tank
but when did
suddenly
you...
the butterfly
effect?
effect.
The butterfly effect. Okay. I needed that reference point.
I did love that, though. Jaquan Brisker coined a really good phrase, or at least he used it really well, because involving the fans like that, saying it's the fourth phase is fun.
Fourth phase goes back to Lovey? Okay, I did not know that.
I wasn't sure if Lovey started saying that. I mean, I know I've heard it tons of times, but I'll go with that. Maybe Lovey was the one that... Yeah, he was big because he was a defensive coach, of course.
Dude,
he was like, let's get this crowd into it.
The way Patrick Manley impersonated Lovey in the East Texas accent, which is remarkably different, by the way. Dude, when he said Tuesday, I flashed back to my time there. I was like, ugh. I zoned out for a second and I was like, core memory unlocked.
Good, better, best. I just Lovey didn't have that sort of energy, that punctuation, if you will, that Ben Johnson has. That's why it was funny in my head going through that. And the fact that Lovey Smith is basically Ned Flanders when it comes to swearing, as in he doesn't. As in, I'm sure the McCaskies loved him for that.
They loved it better if, he beat him more often and won a Super Bowl.
Who, Lovey?
Yeah.
Oh, he came so close.
He did come close.
Came very close. Who knows how?
Didn't have the offensive engine that this team has, did he?
I will say this: I have always been on record as saying, 9 years. Lovey Smith had every single opportunity. He was given a great opportunity with the Bears. 9 years was enough. There was Lovey fatigue at the end, but if he had won that Super Bowl, then you would have given him another year.
Brody,
even if it had gotten to that point.
Did you know about the fourth phase?
Yeah, I've heard of the fourth phase before.
He'd heard
tons of times. Yeah, I didn't.
I think he was surprised that we didn't know.
Right.
Yeah,
I was a little surprised that I thought you were kidding actually when you said I haven't heard of that. I thought maybe you're just screwing it with me. Sometimes you.
I was not.
Yeah.
Me?
Yeah. Sometimes
with
you do that. Yeah.
I would make fun of you.
Yeah. In a career, yes, you have in your career. You have done that.
815's like the fourth phase has been around for 20 years. How have you guys not heard of it? Well, I don't know if you know this, but the Bears crediting the crowd in a playoff situation hasn't really happened recently. Not that I'm saying it's exclusive to the playoffs and all.
Bears won a playoff game. Everybody's new to this.
This isn't exactly like something where we've all been here before for a while because it's been around 15 years, the gap between playoff wins. So let's slow our roll here, okay? It's not like I got out of a plane yesterday. I've been here for 10 years. You know what most of that was? Bad professional football. I rest my case.
That's pretty fair.
10 years ago. So you got here in, 2015. Oof.
Well, the fun part was that win in Green Bay on the Brett Favre night. That was cool.
Yeah.
Getting Danny Trevathan was cool for a second.
Wait, Brett Favre?
What was their biggest win between...
Remember when they honored Brett Favre?
Oh, yeah, honoring Brett Favre.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That was fun to spoil that.
Yeah, that was.
Grody, historian on this show anyway. What was their biggest win between playoff wins, the Bears? What would you say their biggest win
regular
was?
season win or just win?
It would have to be a regular season win, yes.
Yeah, I guess so. Maybe the one that I was talking about. So since 2010, basically.
Yeah.
John Fox did have a win at Green Bay. I remember that being a really big deal during the John Fox era. That was a huge win. The one that I was talking about with Allen Robinson,
right?
The 15-6 win, that might have been it because that was a signature win in obviously what turned out to be a signature year. So I will go with that win in 2018 under the lights, freezing cold against the Rams when the Bears were good, but everybody thought they needed to beat the Rams to really put the Bears on the map. So I will go with that one. I'd be interested to hear what other people think, though.
Yeah, everybody's
Bears.
talking about fourth phase now. You want to bring it back?
What, fourth phase?
Yeah. I feel like they want to bring it back.
I don't think it went away. I just think
it hasn't. It's still
just
there.
hasn't been, like you said, Layla, when you go 15 years without a playoff win, doesn't get brought up a lot. You got go back to the regular season finale last year and what the fourth phase looked like in that game.
Yeah, there's been a lot
The fourth
of
phase was there for that Seahawks game.
there's been a lot of Bears players this year, post game after that win over the Packers, that acknowledged the presence of the fans and how they impacted the game. So there's the fourth phase right there in
It's a
full
phase.
effect.
It's the phase, and it's the fourth.
Yeah. So, well, that's fun.
May
I
the
like
fourth
it.
phase be with you.
Yes, and for everybody offended, I don't know what to tell you. You can say I don't know sports and lie about other stuff I say. So congratulations.
Well, hey, now you guys know there's a fourth phase. It's okay.
Is the fifth phase concessions? I like concessions.
Fifth phase is that drunk guy.
The fifth phase. The
Sir,
fifth
you
phase
just fifth phased
concessions.
yourself.
Yeah, that's a good call. Coming up next here on Rahima Harris and Grody on 670 The Score, it is time for a bonus edition of the Meatball Machine. We'll do it next.
After the Bears' historic comeback at Soldier Field to beat the Packers in the wild card round, Bears fans turn to the Score's postgame show for instant reaction from Olin Kreutz.
The game is unbelievable. This team is unbelievable. They're fun to watch. They're tough. They're gutsy. They find ways to win football games. You got to play 60 minutes to beat the Chicago Bears.
And Patrick Manley.
That belief in Caleb Williams, man, we've got one. It's going to be a national story now of Caleb Williams being the Iceman, being the come-from-behind king.
For more reaction from all the Score shows and team of Bears experts, keep it here on Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Save on dental implants today. New teeth, new smile, new you. Save up to 95% at AlmostFreeTeeth.com because confidence should never cost a fortune.
I'm Michael Lober from Lober Motors in Lincolnwood. This year, Lober Motors turns 90, and I couldn't be more proud of the people who make it all happen. Our two award-winning Mercedes-Benz and Porsche dealerships are filled with hardworking professionals who care deeply about our clients and about each other. It's truly a pleasure to come to work every day. Lober Motors in Lincolnwood. 2 dealerships, 1 family. Just east of the Edens and at LoberMotors.com. Driven to serve since 1936.
Home means everything to you. So when rates drop, you don't just sit back. Rocket Mortgage watches the market to help you save money when the time is right. We make refinancing simple and savings even simpler. Never miss a new lower monthly payment with Rocket Mortgage. Learn more at RocketMortgage.com or call 1-800-4ROCKET for cost information and conditions. Conditions apply. Not a commitment to lend. Rocket Mortgage, LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
Windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying... just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams winter sale and get 30% off paints and stains January 9th through the 19th. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
This year, it was important for my business to start strong.
Starting weak is not recommended.
But first, I needed a lot of stuff for the office.
Sounds like a shopping spree.
I just went to Staples. They have great prices on everything, like ink, toner, printers, paper, and chairs. And now you can get up to 30% off select HP printers.
Up to 30% off HP printers. Am I on a hidden camera show?
No.
Well then, let's go Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or on the app. Ends 131. Select models only.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry, promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training. Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They're at the forefront of design and installation of environmental-friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
More Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Back in 60 seconds on 670 The Score.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Hey guys, check out this leftover meatball machine.
This is Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score. The Bears won a playoff game, and so do you. You win an extra helping of meatballs. How many do we have today, Tyler?
We have 9 remaining from yesterday. 2 from still in the middle part of the game when looked like the sky was falling, and then the rest of it is just post-game reactions. So let's start off with our guy Gunther.
Just as I feared, the defense is playing like oh, man, this is going to be a long second half. By the way, Danny Parkins should never be allowed back into the stadium.
This is for Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Crazy take here from the Riverton Loon. Trade Williams for a haul in the offseason. Let Bajent run this offense correctly.
Oh,
No more incomplete passes. Nothing but touchdowns. The Bajency has been reactivated.
Loon was
sure
correct.
This tape will age well.
So that was the rest of our in-game.
He said he was a loon, right? Yeah, yeah.
And then he said, I'm sure this take will age well.
So
Shout
now we
out
go
to Riverton.
Now we go to post-game.
Okay, I take back what I said. Danny Parkins is welcome back to the game. What an unbelievable team. Never give up, never surrender.
That's right, sir. That's right.
Meatball! How did we win this? How did we win this? I called earlier and acted a fool because it was a foolish thing. And we won this game? Layla, Marshall, Grody, 15 years later, we win one. Bears.
Oh my God. The Bears did it. I apologize for whatever I said at halftime. Who cares? Let's forget it. The Bears are back. Cook the Packers. Caleb Williams is the man, the GOAT. I don't know. Bear down, baby!
Okay, I left a voice message in the first quarter, and I just really wanted to... Is there a way I just want to delete it because the Bears... I knew this team wouldn't let me down. I shouldn't have turned on like that. I feel terrible. But yeah, please erase it. And the Bears going to Super Bowl.
Please erase it.
Bear down, Bears.
I don't know if I'm going to take back the ban on Danny Parkins because my heart can't take what just happened, but let's go.
It feels so good that we actually kicked their asses tonight. For once, we're going home, sleeping restfully about next week and the continued season of the Bears. And everybody in the state of Wisconsin is having an existential crisis about their future. Bear down.
Roses are red and violets are blue. These guys are gonna frickin' kill me. Go Bears.
Man.
I like the guy who's like, no, I don't think Danny should go to any more games still. There was so much of that going on Twitter. People, like, how many replies, guys, did we get to just our request for the meatball machine? Just on Twitter where people were like, Danny is never allowed back. Somebody blamed the double doink by Ole Miss on Danny. That wasn't even the same game.
I get it.
I like the meatball guy who said, we won this game? I mean, that's the way everybody was walking out like, did they win that game? Did that really happen in a career?
Like we all said, it sunk in sometime within the last 12 hours.
And top texter, has anybody taken Bears away from Mark Rohde for picking the Packers?
They're on you on that.
Well, I did. I took, just to make everybody happy, I took 3 Bears away from myself. So now I only have 4,159 Bears. Remember, I was born with Bears. I'm privileged. I was born with my Bears.
You are privileged.
Right. I am a privileged person. I was born with Bears, and you can't, like, I can suspend myself, but I have so many Bears. And this is why I've been trying to give back. When I started this bit, I want to give back Bears. So that's why I do the Bears
got a Bears savior complex.
But
I get it.
Don't worry, Texter.
The Bears be with you.
We also have some hot goss here from 414, a.k.a. a Wisconsin area code. Just to point out that guy's not wrong about everyone in Wisconsin having an existential crisis. I cannot get enough of Milwaukee sports radio right now. But there's all these people replying to us on social media being like, I don't have a problem with this. Like, good luck with your history of your team. And then people are like, well, doesn't that suck then that you lost to this team? I mean, I'm cool. I'm totally, like, you can just see people. Well, if you don't care, then why are you finding every possible tweet that's in existence to reply to? Is that you not caring? You totally don't miss your ex-girlfriend. I believe you.
Well, they can't do the play-by-play on Twitch anymore, so that's what they're doing now.
Mutual breakups.
Yeah, okay. Are you a local business owner or employee, by the way? How would you like to have your commercial aired during Super Bowl 60 right here on The Score? Bears. You know who's closer to Super Bowl 60?
Bears.
Indeed. What an opportunity this could be. Here's your chance. We've brought back the Score Big for Your Business contest, where you can enter to win a 30-second Super Bowl commercial on the Score's broadcast of Super Bowl 60 from Westwood One. And new this year, you can win a live broadcast for your brand. Log on to 670thescore.com/contest to enter now and learn more details. The deadline to enter is this Sunday. Score Big for Your Business is sponsored by People's Bank, where better banking keeps moving forward. Member FDIC. Coming up next, it's a special edition of the afternoon show, Spiegel and Holmes. Anthony Herron is in for Matt. So we'll transition with Lauren and Anthony next.
Bears versus Rams. Sunday at Soldier Field in the divisional round of the playoffs. The road to the NFC Championship game goes through Chicago, baby. Welcome in, Sean McVay. Mully here from the Mully and Haugh Show, mornings 5:30 to 10. Stay locked to the score as we get you ready for Bears-Rams in the divisional round all the way up to kickoff. And be here all day Monday for wall-to-wall reaction only on Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
Hey, hockey fans! Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's Hat Trick Jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime score bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you could win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER 426-2537 or by texting ILGAMB to 53342. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards or bonus bets that expire in 7 days. In partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
Cats are masters at using up their 9 lives, like chasing laser pointers into walls or jumping onto high shelves. But the one thing cats never do, text while driving. So be like a cat and protect your one and only life. Don't text and drive.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
It's Blackhawks and Bulls season on Chicago Sports Network. Visit chsn.com/radio to sign up for our 7-day free trial of our all-access plan, which gives you over 300 live games per year. Catch every basket and every goal from your mobile device, television, or wherever you want to watch. CHSN is your home for the Blackhawks and Bulls all season long. Chicago Sports Network, your home stream advantage.
How about finally a simple New Year's resolution, one where you're guaranteed to succeed? Reverse the clock on hair loss with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment. You'll feel more confident and more youthful when you witness your own natural hair growing into those places where it's been balding or thinning for years. From Advanced Hair's breakthrough technology to their world-class medical team, they are the only team in hair restoration I personally recommend. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Did I mention the results can last a lifetime? Celebrate this new year with a fuller head of hair and get a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Call 872-217-HAIR. That's 872-217-HAIR. Or see what meeting your New Year's resolution could look like with the before and after pictures at advancedhair.com.
New year, new goals, and fresh FSA funds. If you've been thinking about a vasectomy, stop putting it off. The start of the new year is the smartest time to book at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. Why? You can use your renewed flexible spending or HSA dollars to pay for it using pre-tax money. We offer a quick 30-minute in-office procedure that is virtually painless. No needle, no scalpel, and absolutely no hospital stay. It's the safest, simplest way to take control of your future. With 5 convenient locations including downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower with free valet parking, plus Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. We are right in your neighborhood. Make your resolution reality and use your fresh FSA funds. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. Your family is complete. Now your planning is too.
We'll be right back with Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score.
This is the Game of the Week report, brought to you by Hyundai.
Monday night's primetime pro basketball meeting between Miami and Golden State stands out as one of the most watch-worthy games on the schedule, bringing together two accomplished franchises with a history of success and high-level competition. With veteran leadership, this matchup offers a compelling look at teams expected to deliver elite performances as the season progresses.
The Game of the Week report is brought to you by the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Learn how it's so much more than just another SUV at HyundaiUSA.com.
What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. What if it's all that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Is it the driver behind the wheel? No. Are you sure? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Chicago, it's Bears versus Rams in the divisional round of the playoffs. Keep it on the score as we get you ready for this epic playoff matchup at Soldier Field. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score! I just got to tell you this story. I'm fortunate enough to be at the game Sunday. And, you know, right before it, I happened to see A.J. Przenski. I'm kind of fired up, like, yeah, A.J., man, nice to meet you. A little fired up, make my way to the field. And I'm remembering that Parko said he was going to be on the 50. So I said, oh, yeah, let me stop by and see Parko. So I see him, man, give him some nice dap. He's complaining about how hard I hit his hand. And then, you know, that's up his friends.
See, that's a good storyteller, wasn't he? Like, I love a good storyteller. This is Raheem Harris and Grody on 670 The Score. Thanks to everybody who was a part of this one. How about our guest today? Patrick Manley, Alan Robinson, and Tim Jenkins. Ray, that's some good booking. Nicely done. Ray Diaz, our producer. Brandon Fryer helped us out as well. Tyler Buterbaugh with incredible production all day long. Thanks to Connor O'Donnell, Jacob Stutz, and Max Curtis. Thanks to Mark Grody and Marshall Harris. And thanks to Anthony Herron and Lawrence Holmes for hanging out.
Hey, what's up, y'all?
Quite welcome.
Yeah, we're happy to see you.
Where's Spigs? He is off the next couple of days because of what he likes to term, and he has said this on the air, so I'm not speaking out of turn, Hell Week.
He lovingly refers to it as Hell Week.
Yeah, what did he mean by that?
Yeah, it's his wife and his son's birthday. Hell Week.
Do they know that there's a Bears playoff game too this week?
I tried to give him the Florio.
Game's not till Sunday, Groats.
Hey man, you can't be having January birthdays. It's football season.
No fall weddings either, right?
Yeah,
that is
can't
a
be
very
doing
Florio
that.
thing, isn't it?
There's a Florio about Charles.
Yeah,
like can't be having babies during the football season. She has the baby when she has the baby.
Right, yeah.
Can I ask you guys a question? Open forum here.
All right.
Who's
Just amongst
the
friends.
who's the number one coaching prospect now in the NFL?
Wow, that's so good.
Like employed or
because Mike Tomlin is available.
Mike Tomlin has walked away from the Pittsburgh
The league
Steelers.
has the chance to do the funniest thing
Oh
ever.
no, they're not
John
doing that.
Harbaugh?
They're not doing that, are they?
Why not?
Switch them up.
Would you rather have Tomlin or Harbaugh as your guy?
I'm a Tomlin guy.
I'll go Tomlin.
Like, you know I am too.
Like that's
You know who Lamar might want? Tomlin.
I mean,
switch them.
You know, neither one has been offensive or defensive coordinator. Harbaugh was a special teams coordinator before becoming a head coach, and obviously both have had immense success as head coaches at this point. So there's a lot of similarities. Almost the same amount of time on the job, have won the big game, won a bunch of other big games, and as of late have not had the playoff success that either franchise feels like they should. Now, at least in Harbaugh's case, he's had the quarterback, one of the top quarterbacks in football for a number of years here, and have come up short. For whatever reason, Pittsburgh just haven't been able to find an answer at QB. By the way, what did Pittsburgh end up doing? Did they fall short of your expectations? I remember that was a big topic coming into the season, right?
Yeah, the ceiling was Super Bowl. They didn't. Sometimes you don't make it to the ceiling.
What was the floor? Was they won
the floor was
title,
playoffs.
right?
Mark Grody said they were going to win 6 games. I said, Mike Tomlin, because as the three of us would have told him if you two had been in the studios, I don't think Mike Tomlin's going to be held to a 6-game cap.
Yeah, I thought Aaron Rodgers would implode. I also thought Father Time would catch up to him earlier.
It caught up to him last night.
It's not completely inaccurate.
Will Anderson was like, "Hi, I'm Father Time."
Yeah, I'm happy I like Will Anderson a lot. That guy is a monster. All pro this year.
10 straight wins for that team.
Those
My
guys
goodness.
rushing the edge.
It was just 7-6
different.
all night until what did they score? 20 how many fourth quarter points did they have?
They had 23 fourth quarter points, and the defense was a part of 14.
Yeah, pick six and the fumble return.
QB center exchange issues were the Texans allowed to have as many as they wanted to because they have those dudes rushing the edge.
Wow.
That's what that came down to last night.
D'Amico Ryans looked younger than Aaron Rodgers.
Did he?
At the end of the
and
game,
probably will
that's
for a
how
while.
I felt.
By the looks of it.
D'Amico was smiling, and Aaron was it was a somber moment, as Grody described.
Yeah, sad walk-off.
He is younger, though.
Oh, no, he's not. Is
Yes, he is.
How
I was like,
much?
wait a minute. I think he might be younger.
I thought D'Amico was like a year older.
He's a year younger. He's 41.
D'Amico Ryan, also the most underrated coach, in my opinion, in the NFL. Every year he has been a head coach. His team has gone to the playoffs, and every year they have gone to the playoffs, they have won a playoff game. And now he has delivered the first ever road playoff win for the Houston Texans in franchise history.
I mean, at the moment, it's at least a Mike Vrabel-ish kind of trajectory as a coach. Perhaps even beyond that, because you got the young QB and C.J. Stroud, who
and he doesn't have a
to
Titans
win.
owner,
right?
Yeah,
that's also a thing. That's a factor.
Cal McNair's father, Bob, was kind of prolific in his love of mediocrity as well. One time when he fired Gary Kubiak, who went on to win a Super Bowl, he said at a press conference, "Mediocrity is not our standard. We've won the AFC division title twice in the South." The AFC South division title was his definition of not having mediocrity be your standard. I was like, sir, by definition, that is mediocrity.
That's like winning the NFC South now.
Yeah.
You just kind of like, what? Well, how'd you win the division? Well, we lost the last game, and then we had to wait until the next day until Atlanta won their game. Oh, what was the record? 8-9. It's fine though. We won the trade with the
bringing
Bears.
up old stuff. We won the division.
Quit bringing up old stuff is perfect.
People were saying they won the Panthers fans believe they won that trade.
No, they didn't win that trade.
They're out
We
here
joke
talking
about it, but they
No,
didn't.
but I know that.
The only trade that everybody won was Rams and Lions.
Okay, Goff, Stafford, both franchises.
Everybody's happy.
Did the Lions win though? I don't see a Super Bowl anywhere over there.
Yeah, but they
They
became a force and won a division, which is something that they struggled with for a very long time, even with Matthew Stafford.
And the division they won didn't have South on the end of it? Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
It's so funny you're talking about Matthew Stafford because we were thinking, he must have dominated the Bears. No, because all the years that he was with Detroit sucked.
Yes.
And that's why he left. And there was like kind of a mutual it was a very amicable breakup at the time because it was like, they're happy for Matt. Go do something big in your life. And Stafford has done something big in his life in his second chapter, and he might be the MVP.
Stafford is a really interesting case because I think that while he was in Detroit, I was one of the people that would argue this, I think there was an argument for him being a Hall of Famer. And once the trade happens and he goes and works with McVay and he gets himself a Super Bowl and now maybe an MVP, he's a no-brainer like Hall of Famer when he's done playing this thing. But it's interesting what a coach can do. And we're seeing it firsthand. The difference that Ben Johnson has made for the Bears organizationally and what it can do for someone that has talent. Because that's all we kept doing with Stafford in Detroit, being like, yeah, he's got Calvin Johnson, but it's pretty much him and Calvin Johnson that are just doing this thing. What happens when you got the coach and you and the coach click, and then there's talent being built around that? And we're seeing that now with the Bears. It's Ben and Caleb trying to get on the same page, and I think they're close. I love the matchup Sunday because it's what I want to see happen 2-3 years from now with Ben and Caleb. But then you look over and you go, man, they got Colston Loveland and they have Luther Burden. So there's talent along with the coaching part, and it means that you can be a contender every single year.
And when you think of Caleb is only a contemporary with Matt Stafford, not in age, but in position, and they're both going to be on the same field on Sunday. Stafford, of course, much older. But Aaron Rodgers stylistically is the quarterback who long-term Caleb probably in style of play will be more like.
But Stafford's one of the guys that's on his little list of guys.
Matt Stafford is the guy who he looks to and says, like, that's a quarterback who I would love my game to mirror theirs. Just between the mobility, the off-script playmaking, and all those things, he compares more directly with Aaron Rodgers. But Matthew Stafford is the guy that he looks to and says, like, as a modern quarterback, Caleb, who's the best quarterback going in the business right now, he looks at Stafford as that guy. So that's a cool thing about Sunday night, just in him having that opportunity to be on the opposing sideline, to match up with a team against a guy who he believes is the best one doing it right now.
The crazy part about the Matthew Stafford, whichever one you want to pick,
right.
17 years. You know how many times this man's been a Pro Bowler?
What, 3?
3 times.
Okay.
You know how many times he's been
buried in
All-Pro in
Detroit.
17 years?
Probably never, right?
This was his first season being
Oh, okay.
All-Pro.
Wow.
All right.
First season. And yet we're all talking about how he's definitely going to be a Hall of Famer because you look at the numbers and everything else, and even on bad teams, what he was able to do. It's just a very interesting profile from an overall macro look. But if you look at the micro of this season, Bears better buckle up on Sunday night.
Well, yeah, to that end, I mean, is it possible that Puka Nacua could end up with 200 yards receiving and the Bears win the game in the fourth quarter and it's all over?
Yes,
Yeah.
because of the halftime numbers the Bears have allowed so far. Yes, absolutely.
Maybe it's 200 in the first half. And
Yeah.
then they just figure something out at halftime.
Well,
think it was-
Devontae's the real, that's the plot twist here, is it not?
He's the money man. Just like, what? We need a touchdown?
His yards
Watch
per
this.
catch.
Yeah.
Look at that yards per catch average.
14 touchdowns for Devontae Adams to Nakua's 10.
And how many games did he miss, Mark?
And no, I don't have that in front of me, but that's a good point. How many games has he missed? Because he didn't even get 1,000 yards this year. So, and they both average. Well, Nacua averages 13.3 yards per catch, 13.2 for Adams.
There it is. To do that with what, 700 some odd yards for Devontae?
Yeah, exactly. 789.
That makes you a
There it
big
is.
red zone target, but Nacua putting up 1,700 yards
Yes.
receiving.
Hey,
yeah.
the Bears beat the Rams last year, okay?
They did.
There
I
we go.
was actually at that game. That was a fun game to be at because the weather was nice. It was early in the
No
season.
Puka Nacua.
You didn't have to deal with Puka Nacua.
I remember Waddy. He was like, no, I think the Bears win this game. And I'm like,
Why?
well, and then he said injuries.
Okay.
And I was like, do you think there's enough of those, coach? And then the whole year I just kept thinking, hey, remember when the Bears beat the Rams? 10-game losing streak. But they beat the Rams.
Yeah, Devontae Adams missed 3 games this season, by the way. So it's just
And he's probably not 100% even
Right.
now, even though he played. I always
neither is the Bears' number 1 quarterback.
I'm fascinated with him, like his movement before he heads vertical, like just watching his feet. Like it's this ballet thing that he does, and it's just like mesmerizing. And I'm sure it pisses corners off. Like, what are you doing? And then he's like, oh, he's already by me. Like he did the little foot thing, and then his release took him away from me.
That's what does fascinate me a little bit about the matchup this week, because even at full strength, neither Puka nor Devontae is a guy who separates from defenders because of their true elusiveness or because of their burst. They're really crafty, efficient route runners who can make routes look the same. And for Jalen Johnson, even not being at full strength physically right now, but he reads routes so well, knows game situations so well. And in those matchups, I wonder if, even though Jalen, where receivers right now can still separate from him in a way that they couldn't before the injury, but his mind is obviously still so sharp right now, and it does feel like he's just becoming himself again a little bit more each week and getting a little bit more of that suddenness and that burst, that conversion from pedal into, kind of striking downhill on a route. So I do wonder if this matchup, because of those two receivers and neither one being just the truly, speed-centric, elusive guy within the route tree, maybe that matchup does favor Jalen Johnson in a different way than some of these speed merchants out there that can just fly around.
I like the idea of Jalen Johnson on 2 weeks rest.
What, if they make the Super Bowl?
Yup.
Wow. Okay.
I just like that. No, I'm saying I like the idea. Every week he gets a little bit better, and then you give me 2 weeks to get.
So like a month from now. Jalen, a month from now.
Yes. Yes.
Speaking of getting separation, Anthony, I'm asking you this specifically because one of the things
You got to keep it separated.
Oh, I like that. I like that. Because you have talked about Cole Kmet through the years and how he just doesn't get that separation. How about Colston Loveland with the separation that he's been watching him from the press box where you get the full view and you get to watch. Like, I found myself zeroing in on him, and yes, and just to seeing him do the things that we were sold that he would do has just I keep saying it's been a pleasure to watch this man run routes.
Yeah, and it's a quality callback, Groats, because it's never been my intention to downgrade.
I know
Cole
it hasn't.
Kmet
I
for
know
what he is,
Yeah.
but he's a good football player who is not the most elusive of tight end route runners. And for the Bears offense, that's what he was kind of tasked with being for a while. And he was always a guy you had to scheme him open, which is fine. It's what most good tight ends are, guys you have to scheme them open, because most of them who are true tight ends in their body type don't run routes like wide receivers, whereas Colston Loveland has that ability to do it. And even in tight spaces, like on that 2-point conversion where they just scheme up the matchup by putting big personnel on the field. Like, here's the touchdown immediately. Ben Johnson with the double guns up in the air. He signal, let's get big personnel out here. They go 13, but you can match up Colston Loveland on some flailing defender and even on just a simple stop route towards the front pylon. But it's not only the ability to separate, but in a route like that, it's the coordination skills to be able to threaten, to get up on the toes of the defender and threaten him into the end zone, make that guy pedal in the paint, be able to stop on a dime and contort his body as Caleb is getting the ball with velocity out on time, in rhythm, and even in addition to just the speed and the separation skills that Loveland has that are unique for a tight end, but the coordination to contort his body at a moment's notice and make a really comfortable grab because he's just got exceptional hands. All those things show up all throughout the game with the variety of ways they use them now.
I'm so happy that during the draft process, like literally like the week before the draft, someone in the know was like, hey, been listening to the show. Perhaps you should look at Colston Loveland tape. And I was like, oh. Okay. So I went and looked at the tape, and then it was the conversation of, is it Ty Warren or is it Colston Loveland? And I was ready. Like, I was ready to talk about Colston Loveland. I'm like, oh, yeah, like, I get it. Like, that's a wide receiver in a tight end's body. And he's got the wide receiver feet. And now, like, you see it. Now that he's figured out, like, how this thing works.
Some of the basics.
Yes, like, his athleticism is able to take over. He's also, like, he dealt with that shoulder thing. And people are like, well, he's a wide receiver that doesn't want to block as a tight end. Well, now that his shoulder's fine, you're seeing that he's pretty good in that role. And for Cole Kmet, and I've been saying this all year, I think this has been Cole Kmet's best year as a Bear.
Agreed.
Because he is Mr. Do Everything. You need me to be the inline blocker? Great. You need me to be the right tackle on your special play where you're moving your right tackle over to be your left tackle? I can do that for you too. You want me to play H-back? Fine. You want me to do the tush push? Okay. Whatever they need him to do,
you want me to stand behind the center when he snaps it over the Manuk guy's head? I can do all these things.
Positive waves.
But think about Cole Kmet on the 2-point conversion the week before, or the play, like, where he's blocking Aiden Hutchinson, then he falls down, then he gets back up and he runs into the end zone to try to catch a ball and gets a helmet-to-helmet shot while he's falling down. I'm like, that's Cole Kmet's season in a nutshell. Okay, enough to get it there. I'm just gonna go. Oh God, okay, 2-point conversion.
Let's make a play.
Like that was a play of Cole Kmet's season in 3 acts to me.
There haven't been that many times where Cole Kmet has caught the ball and added the yak. He just kind of falls down.
I don't care as long as he catches it.
But he's shown he's capable of it. It's just different than the Loveston yak. The Kmet yak is, I'm going to stiff arm you in the grill. You're not going to bring me down.
I'm going to pick up another 6 yards. Where with Loveland, he bounces off of people and then runs another 30.
The Cole Kmet thing also cracks me up because it's basically just utilizing. It's not just, but it's like, you're tall. Can you do these things for me that I can't do because I'm not tall? Thank you. And that's kind of how his function has been in the offense, not just because of his height, his physical overall structure, but it did make me think of that. I was like, reach this thing up here. Can you push this thing for me? Can you move that? And that's kind of the
that's what you think of it through your own lens when you start to think of it like that.
Absolutely.
Like, somebody give me a tall person over here because I'm not tall and I need help with this stuff.
I do have a
question.
Can you
open this jar?
The door is the jar. I do have a quick question for Lawrence. I know we are getting short on time, but if Nico goes to San Francisco, do you think he'll still come on the show once a week?
Grody!
Not once a week, but I suspect he would still come on the show occasionally.
I bet he would.
I really don't like the idea of them trading him, and Tanny made a great point. Like, if you look at it in the aggregate, like if we just look at WAR and go, well, you added a guy who's a 3.5 for WAR, but you're taking away a 6 WAR guy and you didn't replace the 3 WAR guy that you have out in right field. In aggregate, you are losing. Like, you didn't make up ground, you lost ground. on top of the fact that he's just your best player, period.
Just
Point
all
blank.
around.
Point blank.
Yeah. Just who can you count on week in and week out to deliver?
Now,
It's
PCA
Nico.
could turn into that. I think that he's capable of turning into that when you look at how good he was defensively, but he goes into these slumps where he doesn't hit the ball for a while.
I doubt he'll ever be. I doubt PCA will ever be as consistent as Nico. Now, obviously, the ceiling is higher,
Yeah,
the power numbers,
he's got pop.
the wow
Yeah,
factor.
sure.
Yeah, but as far as just who are you counting on week after week, month after month throughout the length of a baseball season to just deliver consistently, that's Nico right now. Why get rid of that? Why lose that?
Well, I just
worry about-
think you got to listen. That's it. Got to listen.
No, you're right.
You don't have to.
Sure you do.
Because of
Don't sound like you're
aprons,
crazy.
you have to
Have to.
listen.
Yeah.
Luxury tax exists.
But I say, call me crazy. Spend the money and try to win the World Series.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah,
Okay.
don't you know the joke about girl math was like spending $50 to save $20, but you still spent $50? Like don't turn like acquiring good offensive players into some weird Cubs math. You know,
Yes.
let's not do that. And frankly, then there's Sox math, which I always loved, and you and Dan used to make fun of for no reason. But yeah, don't
It
account
always
yourself
ends
out
with
of this.
100. Sox math.
And I don't know
losses.
that Bregman is obviously incredible. I don't
Stop
know that
it.
he's the level of multiplier that you say adding him means get rid of maybe your best player as well. I don't think he multiplies you by, that exponential degree where losing Nico is worthy of the fact that you added Bregman just to avoid the tax.
No, Kyle Tucker healthy would have done that to this present construction. of
He's
the
still
team.
out there.
The whole point. That's the thing I say. Like, if you're going to trade Nico and go get Bo Bichette or Kyle Tucker and rework some things and go for it, okay, that's a different conversation.
I just look at the landscape of baseball, and the Cubs have been on the forefront of this. They have been like clearing the decks because they expect a work stoppage. And if that's how you feel, that's how you feel. But why not go and try to win the last World Series that before any of the baseball Armageddon happens? Like, you're in a position to do it. You're in a division that is clearly trying to figure itself out. The Cardinals have just traded away Nolan Arenado, so they're clearly starting their rebuild of sorts and getting everything for Yachty. So they're like, all of this stuff is available to you, and you really only have to contend with the Brewers. The Brewers are better than you. The way you can make it so that they aren't better than you is to spend some cash. Because when the Brewers go up against teams that spend cash, what happens to them?
They get beat down.
They get destroyed.
I'll believe it when I say I don't think they're getting rid of Nico. I think this organization has shown themselves
Dollar
in
bet.
recent seasons to try and operate. You think it's happening? Dollar bet.
Would you like to make a dollar bet?
I'd love to. Yeah. You think this is happening? I don't think it's. I think the Cubs have shown themselves to at least try to operate with a level of logic in their baseball decisions here. And it's sometimes flawed logic, sometimes less aggressive logic than we want. But I don't think they're getting rid of Nico.
You want the logic to be greater than the value of $1. And that's not happening with the Cubs. No, I'm saying with the Cubs, like, the money is the bottom line. That is the logic that they are following, not the
we truly
win.
believe, as we began talking about last baseball season, that Craig Counsell has his hands in all these decisions, and they're leaning on him to be a big part of everything they're doing and how the lineup is structured and what's happening with the staff and everything else. His most consistent baseball player is Nico Horner. You think Craig wants to let them unload Nico Horner? I don't think so.
I think Craig Counsell is making baseball decisions and has his hand on it, just like Bishop has his hand on what's for dinner tonight. Like, yeah, he gets to say.
But in the end,
what happens?
I don't think it's happening.
You're Mr. Ricketts.
Yes. I mean, the wife is. But yes, I mean, we're making the call. One of us is making the call.
Big Ed
not
is
him.
Jed.
Okay,
Yeah, there we go. There we go. Exactly.
You might be down with
That's the hierarchy
You
right
might be
there.
down with what Bishop is talking about, but then you look over to your right like this.
Hey, I like Bishop's idea. What do you think? Well, here's what we're actually going to do.
Here's what's available to you. Now make it work.
Right.
Here's what we have planned on today's show, and it's great. Tuesdays we call Pro Day here on the Spiegel and Holmes show, and we add another pro to it with Big Ant Heron sitting in for Speaks. Matt Forte is going to join us at 3 o'clock. I can't wait to hear how he experienced Bears v. Packers, because he's been sitting with that hurt of letting them into the playoffs 10 or 15 years ago. So I can't wait to hear how Matt feels. Our buddy Kaylin Kaler is going to be on the show. She covered Bears Packers, so she's going to join us at 3:25. Matt Bowen is going to join us at 4 o'clock. we are going to have a discussion with him about how things change defensively for the Bears. We're also going to ask Big Ant about that at some point in the show as well. And we're going to have a good time with I am telling you now, like I told you on the pod, Layla had a great idea for a topic. And now, considering all of the things that have been said over the last couple days, Spiegel and Holmes show is going to do the topic of Ben being the villain and whether or not Bears fans are good with it.
You're a villain for stealing my topic.
I know. But apparently the whole country has now stolen your topic.
What?
Because there's a lot of conversation about if the Rams win, that the Rams might run it up because McVay is LaFleur's guy, and there's a lot of people saying there's a lot of
Got
folks.
the feelings hurt.
Yeah,
But
a lot of folks in the NFL world don't like what Ben's doing.
Wow. Well, Ben was raving gloriously about Sean McVay and saying nice things about. So maybe he cut some of that off.
Maybe.
He does that about everybody not named Matt LaFleur.
Correct.
That's a good point.
Correct.
I think of the Yingling twins, those philosophers of our time.
Don't start no.
Won't be no.
Yep. When we come back, though, we are going to get Big Ant's view of the game. Like, how was he consuming this game, and what did he think about it? And were they popping fireworks out where he lives after it was all said and done? That is after Tanny's Open, which is always must listen, and it's next here on The Score.
Great show.
Thanks, Brody. This segment is sponsored by Packy Web Ford.
Hi, it's Jack at Packy Web Ford, the Bronco boss. We'll beat any competitor's deal on any new Ford Bronco or Bronco Sport. For details and to search our inventory, visit PackyWebFord.com.
The bag sale is here at Menards. Get 15% off everything you can fit in the bag. How much will you save? And for those working on big projects, get big savings on big buys. Countertops are the center of the home, and Menards carries a great selection of durable, stylish options to choose from. Plus, get 15% off everything you can fit inside the bag. Good through January 24th. See store for complete details.
Save big money at Menards.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/22/26, new customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Cars for Kids, the easy way to donate your car. Donate today and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.com or 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Don't live one more day with agonizing joint pain. QC Kinetics has solutions that will give you relief without steroids, harmful drugs, or surgery. The consultation is free. QCkinetics.com.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite award show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply by February 11th and get your application fee waived. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes, along with more than 135 degrees and certificates in fields like business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. Gain the skills you need to achieve your career goals. Get your application fee waived through February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood, your money, your move. Aaron Rodgers looked absolutely miserable in last night's playoff loss to the Texans, but I find it hard to believe that it's the last we've seen of the four-time MVP. He still finished the season with 24 touchdowns and just under 3,500 yards passing. If teams are calling Phillip Rivers, someone will call Aaron Rodgers. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Spiegel and Holmes.
Okay, here we go, sports fans.
Afternoons on the Score.
Spiegel and Holmes talking to you, the Bears fan. Hey, Joe, you're on the Score.
Joe. My neighbor, who's from Naperville, and we live in Wisconsin.
He's my neighbor. He is barely my...
Behind the shutter curtain, he's got a flagpole. He always has the Packer flag above the Bear flag, and the Bear flag upside down.
Oh! Wars are fought with weapons, but they are won by men. We are going to win this war because we have the best men.
So at halftime, he came out and ran it up. So I saw that, because I had my dog, walking my dog. I went over and knocked on the door, and I said, "Are you sure about that?"
You sure about that? You sure about that?
I said, "The Bears are a second-half team. They might come back." He said, "No way. They're done." He said, "Book that." So at the end of the game, I came over to his house, knocked on the door. I said, "Are you going to take that flag down or am I?"
Captain says he wants that flag. He wants this flag? Yes, sir. We just put the damn thing up. Yes, sir.
And he goes, "I ain't taking it down, dude. Wait till next year." I said, "Yeah, that's what you guys got this year." So I went over to his flagpole and I cut the rope and took the Bear flag.
Spectacle of fearsome acts. Somebody rises against me. I cut off his head, stick it on a pike. Raise it high up so all on the streets can see. That's what preserves the order of things.
That was amazing. He cut the rope and took the flag.
He literally captured the flag. Good for him.
Don't know about you. I never get tired of this scene. And now we move on
to the main event.
The official adventures of
Spiegel and Holmes, afternoons 2 to 6 on 670 The Score.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. It is the Spiegel and Holmes show. We've got you for a full boat show tonight. We're going until 6 o'clock. There's a lot for us to get done. It is Pro Day on the Spiegel and Holmes show. That means that Matt Forte is going to join us at 3 o'clock. Matt Bowen is going to join us at 4 o'clock. The whole crew, well, 3/4 of the crew is here. Alex is here. Tanny is here. That man is Big Ant Heron. Hello.
Hello.
That's him. So you can add another pro to our Pro Day. Kaylin Kaler is going to stop by the show. She's got some interest. He's dealing with Hell Week. So he's got to do that. He'll be back on Thursday. So Big Ant is going to be here with me today. Carmen Vitale is going to do the show tomorrow. So a lot of football gray matter is going to be sitting in the seats beside me.
I like that.
Yeah.
Football gray matter.
Football gray matter. That's you and Carmen for sure over the next couple of days. We're going to have a lot of fun on today's show. Big Ant, we have been talking with Bears fans over the last 2 shows, as you can imagine, about how good they feel.
Very boisterous.
Yes, very chesty, and I like it that they're very chesty.
It's been earned.
What was this like for you to watch this game and watch the way that the Bears were able to persevere?
The consumption of this game, there's, at least for me, there's been a faith built up in the potential for this team to do this, but we haven't, at least I don't believe we've seen anything like it before. Certainly not with the Chicago Bears, perhaps not even in Chicago in general, just with this continual ability late in games. And so by the time I'm home Saturday night, by the time we get our 8-year-old to bed, it's still looking really good for Green Bay. And so me and my wife are sitting there kind of taking everything in, and it was late in the first half was, to me, the legit inkling where I'm like, just see if they leave the door ajar, because the Packers controlled so much of the first half, and Ben Johnson's going for a bunch of fourth downs. And to me, one thing that concerned me was he's going for fourth downs, and there was a level of aggression schematically going into it, but they made the first one and then didn't make any more of them for a while. It's like, well, okay, this is obviously a plan coming into it, but the plan is going awry. They're not converting on these fourth downs. You're giving the ball back to Green Bay. Green Bay's got good field position, and they're converting. These are turning into points over and over again.
It's stuff that people got furious with this year at Dan Campbell.
Right.
He kept going for it on fourth down. They didn't make it, and they lost a couple games because of it.
And I think Ben Johnson as a whole this season, as a guy who we view as an analytical thinker from a strategic perspective, I do think he's balanced that really well with sort of the flow of the game and managing situations. So not being, sort of too creative with the idea of going for fourth downs, not being too aggressive with them situationally. I don't think he's colored outside the lines with that to an extent that's made me in my dinosaur football brain uncomfortable. I started getting uncomfortable in the first half the other night. So I'm thinking you can take a field goal when you want to. You can go ahead and punt and pin and hope that it gives your defense a chance for a little bit of life. And that wasn't showing up. When the Packers missed that field goal, I said, all right, 21-3 instead of 24-3. We might have something. And then when they get that first defensive stop coming out of the locker room, that's where I look at my wife and say, you know what? All right, I think they got something now. I think this is where things turn.
What's wild about that, and McManus was a huge reason why the Bears were able to come back and win.
Mm-hmm.
If it's 24-3 with the Packers getting the ball to start the second half, because Ben showed the aggression by taking the opening kickoff too.
Right.
That was a part of his thinking. Like, let's get aggressive. Let's try to make sure that we use all of our offensive possessions to put pressure on them and to stay with them. But 24-3 feels awful going into the locker room. And then if they were able to get points on top of that, it becomes almost insurmountable for the Bears to come back in the second half.
It feels more so.
Yes, it feels very dire. And not that the missed kick at the end of the half gave the Bears juice, but it at least allowed for you to be like, look, this game is still
within reach.
Let's go do what we need to do. A field goal gets us to a 2-possession game like that.
Yeah.
And that changes everything. So it was fun to watch that part of it play out. And yeah, I'm as aggressive as anyone else that that looks at fourth downs and goes, yeah, that's an extra possession. You don't have to give the ball away.
I've been a slow turn on the fourth down thing, and I'm still not all the way there yet. I do think the consciousness about going for fourth downs has, in my mind, become too aggressive, but I think there's a world for it. But the first half the other night was making me uncomfortable. I did feel like it was more than I expected it would be, more than I felt it needed to be in the moment, while at the same time, as I was referencing, Ben Johnson reading the situation, reading the flow of the game, even going into this game knowing what the defense had just shown against San Francisco, what it had shown in multiple games for the most part against Green Bay. It was a Packers offense that didn't look like they were going to be stopped by the Bears defense anytime soon. So I got that. It's like, all right, your 32-yard line, like that's a bit much. That's a bit rich for my blood, because you're like gift wrapping points for Green Bay with the way they're moving it there.
When you watch this continued thing that's happened, and it's hard to believe it will continue because we haven't really seen it continue outside of the careers of a couple of guys in the league. But when you see what Caleb Williams does in those moments, what goes through your mind as a former defensive player?
It feels debilitating at times as a defender when you have an opposing quarterback that just seemingly is toying with you at times, and especially in a game where you feel like maybe you've had them under either physical or mental duress or both, but they still are able to start toying with you at certain points, whether it was, like when I was with the Falcons, we faced Donovan McNabb in an NFC championship game. That first time, really the only time he led the Eagles to a Super Bowl appearance. And he's just kind of dancing all over the field. And T.O. was out with an injury, but he still was able to just kind of manipulate the pass rush and use eye discipline to move defenders and extend plays. And you face these quarterbacks at times that just feel like they're a step ahead, whether it's physically, mentally, or both of the defense. And we're seeing Caleb now get to a point where early in the season, he was able to play and stay a step ahead of the defense physically as much as anything else, as he's still processing and figuring out the Ben Johnson offense. I really thought Caleb looked extremely capable in the first half. Composed wouldn't be the exact right word because he was getting fired up with his teammates, but I thought his game was composed, though. Between the white lines, Caleb looked in command. That's probably the best word I would go with. Caleb, even as they weren't scoring points in the first half, looked in command. And then the second half, where things really got rolling, is where the teammates are really doing big things offensively as well. But I didn't think Caleb looked baffled. I didn't think he looked like he didn't know where to go with the football. But it was a game where Green Bay controlled it a lot of that first half. But still, that Packers defense, as you got into the second half, you could tell they're flailing, like literally at times flailing, just doing everything they can to try and catch Caleb, to try to cover passes that Caleb is throwing. And it's just every sequence, every series for how the Bears were beginning to operate offensively, you could tell they felt a step behind. They were seeing a quarterback and an offense that was moving ahead of them, moving at a pace and with an efficiency that they just couldn't contain. And it's so frustrating because you feel like you know your assignment, you think you're aligned in the proper way, and then the ball comes zipping by your ear. Or you think you've got him contained, and then here he is where he's not where you thought he was going to be a moment ago. And those movement skills and the ability to place the football wherever he wants to on the football field is like what few humans can do right now.
Big Ant Heron is here with us today. He's sitting in for Spiegs. We are going to have a good time, and we're going to get into some hardcore football. In fact, in the next segment, since Big Ant brought it up, talking about the second half, I want to get a window into what happened here because there was some stuff schematically, there was some stuff physically and emotionally that happened with the Bears in the second half, and I want to get your point of view on it.
Yeah.
So Big Ant here is going to help us out on what were the actual second half adjustments that allowed the Bears to come back into this game. So don't go anywhere. He's here. Matt Forte joins us after that. Kalen Kaler joins us after that. This is the place that you want to be to talk Bears. It's the Spiegel and Holmes show on the Score.
Bears versus Rams. Sunday at Soldier Field in the divisional round of the playoffs. The road to the NFC Championship game goes through Chicago, baby. Welcome in, Sean McVay. Mully here from the Mully and Haugh show, mornings 5:30 to 10. Stay locked to the Score as we get you ready for Bears-Rams in the divisional round all the way up to kickoff. And be here all day Monday for wall-to-wall reaction only on Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
Chris Match here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. After last night's dominant performance in Pittsburgh, the Houston Texans will head to New England. While they may not get the gift of 2 defensive scores, and the Patriots may not get the half dozen sacks they had on Justin Herbert, you can't ignore that both of these defenses are more than capable of putting their clamps on Drake May and C.J. Stroud. I'll be on the under of 40.5. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply by February 11th and get your application fee waived. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes, along with more than 135 degrees and certificates in fields like business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. Gain the skills you need to achieve your career goals. Get your application fee waived through February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
That first year in your new home matters. With preferred pricing, Redfin and Rocket Mortgage make the path to your next home easier. When you buy with a Redfin agent and finance through Rocket Mortgage, you can lower your interest rate by 1% for 1 year, or choose up to $6,000 in closing credits. See how it works at rocketmortgage.com. or call 800-4ROCKET. Additional terms apply, not a commitment to lend. Rocket Mortgage, LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Start off the year right with Rosen Hyundai's New Year, New Cars sales event. How about the 2026 Hyundai Ioniq 5 electric SUV? With an EPA estimated range up to 318 miles and the latest in safety technology, it's the EV you've been dreaming of. Lease it for only $99 a month, $49.99 due at signing, 10,000 miles a year, plus first payment, taxes, doc fee, and registration for qualified buyers. Find yours at Scott Levy's Rosen Hyundai of Kenosha or Algonquin. Get behind the wheel of the all-new 2026 Ioniq 5 today. Buyrosen.com.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate, 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate, 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Jump behind the wheel and experience the latest cars, trucks, and SUVs at the 2026 Chicago Auto Show, February 7th through the 16th. Take brand new vehicles for a spin on city streets and experience the latest tech and safety features. Learn more and buy tickets at chicagoautoshow.com.
Spiegel and Holmes.
Freddie Gibbs, thank you so much for coming on
Yes,
Spiegel
sir.
and Holmes on the Score. What a pleasure. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Hey, man, I love the Score, man. Been rocking with us since the Sports Radio 820 back in the 90s.
That's how you cut a promo, sir.
Afternoons on the Score.
Well, yeah, I think he recognized some things that could potentially help us out, and our players brought it to life. Really, at the end of the day, he's coached a lot of football in this league. He's very smart. I think he does a great job of tweaking some things as we go through the game, tweaking some things as we've gone through the season to help us out as much as we possibly can, and then it's up to the players to come through for us. And it was a good combination of both. I do think he adjusted a couple things, and I think our guys really brought that vision to life.
It's Ben Johnson talking about Dennis Allen, and we saw the Bears be able to rally in the second half, and obviously the offense is what we key on here.
25 points in the fourth quarter.
I mean, it's hard not to key on the fact that they scored 25 points in the fourth quarter.
Rising star in the sports and entertainment universe at quarterback. All those are very shiny objects that are worthy of attention.
You mentioned that you were looking for the door to be ajar at the end of the first half, and it was because McManus missed that kick and two other kicks, and I think the last one that he missed was the most important.
Bears special teams won the day, won the night.
They'll have an opportunity to do that again on Sunday because the Rams struggle on special teams. But that's for when we turn the page.
When you turn the page.
Turn the Page
Later this
Industries
week.
is going to wait until later on this week.
Until its president and CEO return to action.
And we're letting people bask in this.
That's a good idea.
Because it's
That
a good
makes
thing.
sense. Yeah.
So Big Ant Heron, who's sitting in for Speaks today, what happened? Like schematically, emotionally, physically, what happened to the Bears in the second half?
So there was definitely blitz pressure that was brought by Chicago in half number 2. But it's not like they didn't blitz at all in the first half. It's not like they didn't blitz in the previous 2 matchups they had against Green Bay. But we heard it a little bit from Ben Johnson there. And I was talking to the Midday show about this yesterday. Things have to conjoin. The play call has to marry itself with schematic execution. And so defensively, pretty frequently, especially when you have someone who's of an aggressive temperament as a defensive play caller like Dennis Allen, a lot of times the temperament that your players attack their assignment with matters a lot. And so even just walking bodies up toward the line of scrimmage more frequently, showing run fronts that are going to be more difficult to run into. Now Jordan Love pre-snap has to try and determine, where am I going to go with the football? Am I checking out of a run into a pass play where I think maybe I've got a shot play matchup, but you've got this center fielder in Kevin Byard who's led the National Football League in interceptions really throughout the entire decade he's been in the league, but specifically this season as well. But there was more physical presence toward the line of scrimmage from the Bears. The secondary was much stickier in coverage. You saw Jalen Johnson in phase with pass catchers, Tyreek Stevenson in phase with pass catchers. And so to be able to throw off the timing of the Packers passing attack while Jordan Love is feeling that physical presence pre-snap, you bring some edge pressure as the Bears did frequently. Like, it's one thing to mug the linebackers up into the A gap, but then as you have them mugged up, you're creating one-on-one matchups, even if they don't truly believe you're going to blitz. And when we talk mug looks, it's when you bring the linebackers standing, showing a physical presence over the center, into the A gaps, inside shades of those guards. When you show that, you're still creating matchups for the defensive line, matchups for Kyler Gordon, Jaquan Brisker, some of the speed the Bears were showing. We're willing to bring these guys off the edge, and especially with Kyler Gordon back in the lineup, him as a blitzer, the entire National Football League has recognized for years now what a hellacious blitzer Kyler Gordon is. So it enhanced the Bears' run fits, where you had Josh Jacobs bottled up in a way that the Bears haven't bottled him up anytime they faced him. So that second half, the Packers have no run game, and then it turns into Jordan Love wondering, how much time will I legitimately have in the pocket? But the schematics are only part of that. Montez Sweat started to win rushes. Austin Booker won more rushes. The activity up front. Grady Jarrett, he's been looking healthier and healthier throughout the season. I think that was Grady Jarrett's best game of the year that he saved even for the playoff game. It's not because he was sacking the quarterback, but he was flying all over the place. And you just saw that activity up front show up so much for the Bears. All the population that was brought to the football snap after snap. Yes, DA brought some more heat, but in addition to just bringing some heat, the Bears, their temperament, the extra heartbeat that they played with in half number 2 brought the heat as well.
And you brought up Austin Booker. I feel like over the last few weeks, it's been hard to deny that he's been a factor.
Right, yeah.
And I know that it's not – the sack number isn't exactly where you want it for either one of the ends, but the activity level, I've been told by a lot of players that – the just rallying to the ball is how you end up forcing fumbles and forcing interceptions, like all of that stuff. And we saw it play out. That play, like the Tyreek play, where he forces the fumble,
right?
Like that's a big play. And for a guy that is notoriously been kind of hampered with you're the guy that gave up the big play against Washington, for him to not give up on that particular play. I love seeing that. I love seeing that I don't even know what the blitz percentage was, and it may have even gone down in the second half.
Wouldn't surprise me if it did.
But I think that you're so right on about, one, Kyler, one of the things that makes him special, the reason why he is the highest paid nickel is because he run supports.
Yeah.
He comes and helps you out.
Yep.
And even though he's usually the smallest guy on the field, he is still a willing participant to go get somebody.
And that's where I wonder if, who knows how many more days or weeks we have of this Bears season, but there's a world where Kyler Gordon knocking the rust off, being in the lineup longer. Jalen Johnson, every week he's in the lineup, knocking the rust off. There's a world where this Bears defense, this Bears secondary, that we came into the season confident this Bears secondary was going to be a strength of the team. And then you had no Jalen Johnson and you had no Kyler Gordon. And Nashawn Wright became one of the better playmakers in football, but he's not as sticky in coverage as the top corners in the industry are. But so the Bears defense and the secondary kind of figured out a world and a role to how to get by with these guys. But no TJ Edwards. Yes, I love what DeMarco Jackson has done in the lineup. That could still end up proving to be a big loss, a significant loss, especially because he and Noah Sewell are out. So they're just really thin at linebacker. But there's a world with this Bears defense just assuming health for some of these guys who've missed significant time. Tremaine Edmonds maybe gets better each week. Kyler Gordon, Jalen Johnson. As I've been saying it to the Midday Show, a bit of that is kind of wish casting, but I do think we're seeing those signs. Jalen is looking better every week. Kyler Gordon looked better the other night than he did the previous week. No, he hadn't been out there in weeks, but he looked better at the more action he got in the game. And there's no reason to assume that won't continue to be the case if he's able to maintain in the lineup.
All right, we need to take a break. You want to know how Matt Forte felt watching all of that play out?
I do.
I do too, and we're going to find out next here on The Score.
As the divisional round approaches, where the Bears take on the Rams, Bears fans are calling in on The Score.
Let's go to Tony and Joliet.
This is something special. This is Michael Jordan time, and Caleb handles the moment, and man, who knows how far this is going to go.
Steve.
Caleb has grown into the Iceman, and we're in the divisional playoffs hosting the Rams. Bring on the Rams, that warm weather team. Come to Chicago, 20 degrees, windy weather. Let's go.
As the Bears prepare to take on the Rams in the divisional round, keep it right here on Sports Radio 670 The Score and live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, hockey fans! Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's Hat Trick Jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime score bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER 426-2537 or by texting ILGAMB to 53342. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards and bonus bets that expire in 7 days. In partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
Allstate's new home insurance is now better than ever. We're making getting the right home insurance that's right for you super easy with our improved online quoting tool. It explains how each coverage option works for you without the headache. Yep, you can start protecting your home in a matter of minutes. So check Allstate first for home insurance that's better than ever. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Coverage subject to terms, qualifications, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right.
Y'all gotta try that Febreze car.
Just right, just right, just right. Yeah. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistency, all over Febreze car clips right on your vent. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face. When it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah, breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
Cats are masters at using up their 9 lives, like chasing laser pointers into walls or jumping onto high shelves. But the one thing cats never do, text while driving. So be like a cat and protect your one and only life. Don't text and drive.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
It's Blackhawks and Bulls season on Chicago Sports Network. Visit chsn.com/radio to sign up for our 7-day free trial of our all-access plan, which gives you over 300 live games per year. Catch every basket and every goal from your mobile device, television, or wherever you want to watch. CHSN is your home for the Blackhawks and Bulls all season long. Chicago Sports Network, your home stream advantage.
Honey, have you seen the winter forecast? Bitter cold, heavy snow. We have to plan a winter getaway.
I'll tell you what we're not doing, traveling abroad. Last time was a nightmare. Passports, flights, layovers, never again.
Perfect. I have the ideal solution. We stay in country and soak up the sun in a truly grand destination. Fairhope, Alabama, the legendary Grand Hotel Golf Resort and Spa Autograph Collection, 2 championship golf courses on the Robert Trent Jones Golf Trail, a world-class spa, pools, tennis, pickleball, croquet, fine dining, and endless activities for the kids. Plus 2-for-1 golf this January and February.
I'm not driving to Alabama.
Relax. There are daily nonstop flights to Pensacola. Just 2.5 hours in the air.
Wow, really? So, golf, spa, and sunshine, and no passports required?
Nope. The Grand Hotel in Fairhope.
Since 1847, the Grand has been an icon on the Gulf Coast. This winter, stay in the country and vacation in grand style. Visit grand1847.com. That's grand1847.com.
New year, new goals, and fresh FSA funds. If you've been thinking about a vasectomy, stop putting it off. The start of the new year is the smartest time to book at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. Why? You can use your renewed flexible spending or HSA dollars to pay for it using pre-tax money. We offer a quick 30-minute in-office procedure that is virtually painless. No needle, no scalpel, and absolutely no hospital stay. It's the safest, simplest way to take control of your future. With 5 convenient locations including downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower with free valet parking, plus Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. We are right in your neighborhood. Make your resolution reality and use your fresh FSA funds. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. Your family is complete. Now your planning is too.
Chicago, it's Bears versus Rams in the divisional round of the playoffs. Keep it on the score as we get you ready for this epic playoff matchup at Soldier Field. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station.
The score! Here's the Chicago offense.
Matt Forte, Tulane University.
Touchdown Bears! A dramatic catch by Matt Forte!
Matt Forte.
Forte, 50-yard run for a touchdown.
You know, just watching Matt Forte on film, watch him here. He can make those jump cuts. I mean, he can plant that left foot and then jump way over to the right and then plant the right foot and go upfield again.
10-year NFL veteran.
They kind of are doing whatever they want with the running game. I'm almost jealous. I'm like, I want to get out there and run through one of them holes, man. Like, this is too good. I'm missing out.
Two-time Pro Bowl selection.
Freddie Gibbs. Probably have at least 45 Bears jerseys alone. Like, man, I'm a real Bear, man. I really do this.
Clearly.
I do have a peanut jersey as well. I got one of those. I got a Matt Forte. Hey, man, I got like 50 Bears jerseys.
That's amazing. We have Matt Forte on every week here. We adore that man. That is
love Matt Forte.
Underrated, but I still be scoring Matt Forte.
Matt Forte with Spiegel and Holmes.
I think we're on record of how important Matt is.
On 670 The Score.
Yeah, Freddie Gibbs was on the show yesterday, and he was talking about how much he loved Matt Forte along with everything else. It was kind of dope to get his perspective on what it's like to be a Bears fan and how crazy it was over at Soldier Field. Like, Soldier Field was littered with celebrity Bears fans. Common was there. I think Chance was there. Freddie was. It was wild. And then the Bears alumni was out too. It was a lot of fun. Big Ant Heron is sitting in for Speegs on the Spiegel and Holmes show, and we get a chance to talk with our guy Matt Forte. He joins us now on the Circa Sports Illinois hotline. Download the Circa Sports app today. Matt, thanks for joining us as per usual. We appreciate it. Look, you have been spot on and very transparent in your feelings about what happened in 2010 and 2011 and how you guys let the Packers into the playoffs and you regretted letting them into the playoffs. How satisfying was Saturday night for you?
First and foremost, what's up, fellas? And, man, it's a good day. It's a good day. It's a good week, man, because, you know, I just not only personally appreciate the win and in the fashion that they did it in as well, even though obviously if we're being nitpicky, you know, you'd like to start better than that. But I feel like since over the last few decades, you know, this rivalry has obviously been in their favor for the most part. We'll say that. And they have had something to brag on, rightfully so. And so it feels really good that we have this team put together and a coach who embraces the rivalry. And also there's a lot of talk about, you know, the post-game handshake and all this other crap and the stuff that he says in the locker room. And man, it's a rivalry, man. Like he's fully embraced it. I love it. You know, nobody said anything when, you know, other players, you know, like such as Aaron Rodgers talk about they own the Bears and just the stuff, you know, it's funny how when the shoe's on the other foot, how it looks. So I'm relishing in it. So, you know, y'all can hate all you want. I love it.
There's a lot to love about it. And if you take us back to your playing career and Lovey's demeanor, personality, very different from Ben Johnson. How did Lovey go about trying to make sure you guys recognize the importance of the rivalry with the Bears and the Packers?
Yeah, I think Lovey was just more straightforward when it came to and then not that Ben is like roundabout. He was just a little more low key and just, you know, there was not a lot of hoopla when it came to it. He was like, look, y'all know what it is. And when he first, you know, was hired by the Chicago Bears, he said, you know, our goal is first and foremost to beat the Packers. That's what he said. And so, he had his mission and his mission statement, and everybody else fell in place when it came to that. And we knew that our goal is to beat them, and then you want to win the division, and then you want to win the NFC, and you want to go to the Super Bowl, win the Super Bowl. So Lovey was more that that's not his nature or his character to be like really outspoken or like, charismatic and loud and all of that. But I mean, I remember games where we were getting beat at halftime, and it may be the Packers and or maybe a divisional game, something like that. And man, he come in at halftime and you would see a whole different Lovey, and we would go out there and it would things would change. So he took the rivalry serious as well. It's just a different approach that he had. But I love how Ben is handling himself and how he has created a culture of his own and his own competitiveness, which is contagious. Like, you want guys who are the ultimate competitors to compete that way day in and day out, no matter what it is. I mean, we could be playing ping pong. You want guys to really be the ultimate competitors each and every day, so that the game is about matchups. It's full of matchups, and so that you take it really seriously and you win your matchups when you're out there one-on-one or being double team, whatever it may be.
So Matt, you said that you'd love to see the Bears start a little bit earlier, and that makes complete sense. What are the things that in these games that we've seen them have these incredible comebacks but some clunky starts? Is there anything that matches from game to game that you think that they could do a little bit better to get off to a better start?
Yeah, I just think, and sometimes that's how games flow, so you can't really put a pin on it sometimes. That sometimes you're trying to figure out their defense. It's a chess match, it's not checkers, and sometimes it takes a whole half to figure out what holes you're going to hit in the defense and what opportunities you're going to exploit and take advantage of. And so it's easier said than done to say, yeah, I want y'all to start fast. Sometimes it does take a little bit to be figured out. But at the same time, when you got Ben and his offense and the way he calls these plays and sets up other things, I think the execution aspect on early downs, like just being, not trying to do anything crazy. Like, let's get positive yards on first and second down to make it third and manageable. And yes, that may be boring, but when you're chunking your way down the field using the running game, using screens, short passes, play action, things like that, that's how you eliminate the 3 and outs consecutively, or getting behind in the game, like 21-3. But at the same time, I can appreciate that they haven't gotten behind due to a ton of physical mistakes or mental mistakes, or where they are turning the ball over, or pick sixes or fumbles and things like that.
Matt, it's a unique thing, probably more unique than I think a lot of sports fan bases realize. Where not every fan base ends up experiencing having a quarterback who you always feel like your team is in the game. And especially for Bears fans, that hasn't been the case with quarterbacks for decades at this point, for the most part. What was your viewing experience like, just in watching that game play out and never really having the door slammed on the Bears, knowing that Caleb has that potential to lead him back into it?
Yeah, I mean, it's special. It's special. We're watching something special. We're watching, a guy who's a budding superstar, but as well as the supporting cast. You're watching, Colston Loveland come along and do what he's been doing. Early in the season was like, I honestly said it. I was like, where is he? And he's, showing up, in every drive that they have. And, to see what he's doing as a quarterback, what Caleb is doing, it is unique. It is unique to know and to have that confidence that, man, this dude is clutch. And that, I think it brings everybody up to a high standard where this dude can make all the throws on the run, running the opposite way, running to the sideline where, he's not left-handed and he's throwing it over there on point. The touch that he uses also, and the accuracy on these things, I think it's amazing to watch. And that the supporting cast, the receivers, the running backs, everybody around, just you raise your game up to where you don't want to disappoint in an aspect where everything goes well and then you be the drop off. So the competition and stuff like that breeds, I think the best and brings the best out of everybody, but also an elite play and execution level brings the best out of everybody all around as well.
Is there a player that you remember playing against even where they made plays and you were sitting there going, how did they make that play? Because when I watch some of this stuff, and we're talking about the best players in the world at the NFL level, and you're right, like seeing Caleb make that play where it's not just him delivering the ball, it's him delivering the ball, moving to his left with the Packers. That was their plan. They wanted to push him left, and he still throws a perfect ball on a gotta-have-it situation. Do you remember any players when you were playing that were like this, and you're like, man, I can't believe this guy did this?
Yeah, plenty of guys, and it would be frustrating because they'd be on the other side of the ball sometimes too. And, Calvin Johnson, we'd be playing them, and it's like, man, how can this guy just continue to make these plays? I know he's a big receiver, but he's catching everything in traffic, double team, triple team, and a guy like that was one. Adrian Peterson, how is he getting around or breaking this many tackles and that explosive to be able to, cut back and just nobody's able to get him. Who else? Aaron Rodgers, some of the throws that he would make, and the guys of his supporting cast, like Jordy Nelson, who was in my draft class as well. They would do these crazy things where, they just are, they're never out of it, and they're always open, things like that. But there's plenty of guys around the league where, their talent level also matches their hard work. And it just breeds excellence, and you see it out there and on display. And when you talk about the NFL, it's the height of athleticism and power and strength and speed all mixed into one. But when someone can really put that all together on a consistent basis and you see it, it really separates them from a group of those who they do show up at that elite level, but there's just something different about them. So yeah, those are some of the names that, are from within the division that I've played. I mean, there's plenty of guys across the league too that it was a great, era when I played as well.
I want to stay with that because it's strange to have you on the show and know that the quarterback that's playing against the Bears on Sunday is a quarterback you played against when you were on the Bears. And you played a lot of games against Matthew Stafford. I know that it's asking you to go into the vault and the time machine, but this guy, from what he started as to what he is now, what do you see?
Yeah, Staff is a guy who is dangerous. When he came to the Lions and he had less of a supporting cast that he has now, he was still dangerous. He was one of those guys where you knew that we needed to put up points on offense because they're never out of it. It was reminiscent of what, is kind of being built here right now. And if there's no pressure on the quarterback, man, he'll pick you apart. And he can make all the throws. He is smart, knows where the blitzes are coming from. Especially now, he's a lot more wise as you continue to play. Obviously, at 37 years old, people probably were counting him out this year, and he has 40-plus touchdowns, over 4,000 yards, passing, and it is something that he's special that he has. And, this team is not going to come in here and lay down, with Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua and the running game that they have with, some young running backs that they do have. So, man, it's he's a special quarterback, and he's one of the guys that, yeah, you definitely are, you have to get pressure on him and not let him take control of the game, because if you let a guy like that do it, just like he did in Carolina this past weekend, it can be dangerous.
A lot of folks find it hard to believe sometimes how locked in you can be as a player in the moment, not necessarily being aware of the specifics of what a fan might say to you or what's happening in the stadium around you. But there are those moments where either you're elevated by it because of the volume of the home crowd, or you allow yourself maybe out of the moment just to say within the competition, man, this is pretty cool. And it really seems like, those who were there at Soldier Field the other night were all able to take that in to a large extent. Do you remember a moment during your career, like folks talking about Soldier Field, the press box shaking and everything during that game as the tide turned for the Bears? Were there any moments in your career where you had a game at Soldier Field where you just said, man, all right, we really got things cooking, where you had to kind of step back and soak it in?
Oh, yeah, there's plenty of them. And it is just, playing a decade long in the NFL gives you those moments where you do start to step back. And I did it in normal games where there'd be a TV timeout. You step back at Soldier Field, which was my favorite stadium, not just because it was home, it's just the historicness of the field and those who played there before me. And then you take in the crowd, especially those early games where the weather was nice. And it's just something special. It's kind of how people have an outer body experience. It was more like inner body, because I was still locked in and so focused on the game that it's one of those times, like, because, when I'm running the ball, when we're locked into a game, I don't hear the crowd. I don't hear anything. Even when I got the ball, like, it's almost like things are in slow motion and there is no sound except the sound that I can hear of myself running the ball. So it's something special when you can look and take into account something like that. So I don't think I've ever had a moment probably like how Soldier Field was this past Saturday, because that's just a whole different level and a different type of game. We probably got close to that level, and some of those games ended up going the opposite way when I was playing. But man, the one game that I do remember where the crowd noise was something that was insane, and the stadium, it felt like the stadium was rattling, was we played in Seattle one year, and I caught a pass and got down to like the 5, and man, the 12s were screaming and yelling. We called the play, could barely hear the play, but got enough out of it from Jay to hear the play, and it was a run play, and man, we called it on like 2. But you can't hear anything going, and all I'm looking at is Jay's back. And, when the ball moves, I move. And I got my helmet on, and I used to wear a visor, and the visor was vibrating. And I can just remember that moment so vividly, that not only it was so loud, my helmet was literally, the visor was shaking. And I was like, this is pretty cool, because I think I scored, and it got really quiet. So I was like, oh, man, that's pretty dope. But, yeah, it was so loud that time.
Matt, as always, man, we appreciate your perspective. Great seeing what's going on with the workhorse stuff on Instagram as well. This is a great time to be a Bears fan favorite and an alum. And I know that you feel it from people that you interact with every day.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And I appreciate, I have an appreciation for what the Bears are doing, how they're handling themselves. Even organizationally, and it's something to admire. Just being there during some of the tough years and tough times, you can really appreciate what they're doing right now, and we support them all the way. I'm gracious enough. I'm gonna be there on Sunday night, and I'm one of the captains, so I'm excited. I'm gonna be out there as one of the captains.
Let's go!
Oh, that's phenomenal! Oh, that is phenomenal. Breaking news on the score? That is breaking news. Our guy Matt. I kind of love the idea of like him dapping it up too with Matthew Stafford, being like, "Yeah, remember us? Like, look at us now. Like, you're still out here. This is crazy." Matt, as always, man, we appreciate you. Thanks so much.
Yes, sir.
That is Matt Forte. How about that? Our guy Matt Forte going to be one of the honorary captains on Sunday. Oh, God, I love that.
That run game is going to be cooking then with Forte in the house.
You got to be.
Uh-huh.
All right, can I make a request? I'm going to make this request. If the 49ers win, I'm going to need George to bury the hatchet. I'm going to need Olin.
Ooh.
I'm going to need Olin to be an honorary captain for the NFC Championship game.
Okay.
If the Bears win and the 49ers win, I'm going to need that to happen.
Yeah.
I will pay Olin the $15.
I was going to say, has that rate been adjusted with inflation? Or
You're right. It's probably like 25 or something like that now. I will pay Olin the $25 so that George doesn't have to, because I know he has to keep his money to build this new stadium wherever it's going to be. But that should be a hatchet that is buried, and it should be buried at the 50-yard line of Soldier Field.
Now, Do they do honorary captains at the Super Bowl too? Like, would it be cooler to be an honorary captain at the Super Bowl at a neutral site versus at home?
No, I want Olin at home.
Okay.
Because I feel like that. Like, I want him at home. I think for the Super Bowl, it's Urlacher.
Okay.
Right? Like,
Urlacher just got to be it the other night.
Yeah, but he wasn't the honorary captain. He just showed up at the fourth quarter.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
And some people
he was
say,
the hype man. That's true.
Right.
Okay.
And some people say that's why. I got to tell you, I thought it was so cool that him and Devin were in their Hall of Fame jackets.
Yeah.
Like,
right.
I'm not wearing my jersey. I'm wearing my Hall of Fame
the gold
jacket.
Yep.
And now let's get this thing going. It was very cool of Grady Jarrett to be like, yeah, my first year in the league was blocking for Devin Hester, and I wasn't going to let him down with him in the house. So
they offered me $15 an hour to come in there as like an independent contractor. That is exactly what they did.
That doesn't help us bury the hatchet, though. Like, I thought we were trying to bury the hatchet.
Well,
y'all bringing up old stuff again.
There's a couple of steps before we get to it, but
just about anything that Olin says with a grain of salt.
No,
still not helping.
No. When Olin says something, it has been said, sir. I will pay him the $25 an hour for him to be the honorary captain for the NFC title game. It has been declared.
All right. I'm on board.
We got to take a break. When we come back, our buddy Kaylin Kaler was at the game on Saturday, and she's got some intel from inside both locker rooms that she wants to share with you.
She was great on social media. I was looking at a lot of her stuff after the game.
She's unbelievable.
Also had the snowy backdrop going too, which is really cool.
Man, I'm so jealous of everyone. Like, Caitlin Sharkey has a picture on her Instagram.
I saw that
I'm pretty sure Common took. And I'm like, man, because Common was like a credentialed photographer for the game. And like, she's got one. I think Cassie has one. It's crazy. It's cinematic stuff that they got on their Instagram. It's quality stuff. We'll talk with Kayla next here on The Score.
It's the Bears and Rams in the divisional round of the playoffs coming up Sunday. You thought the last game was big? The winner of this one goes to the NFC title game. Mark Grody here from the Rahimi Harris and Grody Show, middays 10 to 2. Stay locked to The Score as we get you ready for Bears Rams in the divisional round all the way up to kickoff. And when it's over, be here all day Monday for wall-to-wall reaction only on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score and always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is sponsored by Studio 41.
Remodeling your kitchen or bathroom? Studio 41 can help. Our home design showroom offers a great selection of kitchen and bath products featuring the bold look of Kohler. Visit us online at shopstudio41.com to find a showroom near you.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. Stock Exchange. But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Bag huge savings on your painting projects at Menards. From your kitchen and bath to doors and trim, and even your ceilings. Dutch Boy has the perfect choice for your painting projects. Dutch Boy's Durafighter is a tough paint and primer that provides great scrub resistance and durability. Durafighter interior paint starts at $27.75 a gallon. Get an additional 15% savings on all Dutch Boy paints when you put it in the bag. See store for complete details.
Save big money at Menards.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. Now through February 1st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
The NFL playoffs are here, and Heed the Call NFL podcast with Dan Hanzus and Mark Sessler is your destination for coverage of every round, from Wild Card Weekend to Super Bowl Sunday.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we have fun. No fake hot takes, just entertaining football talk from your favorite buds at the bar.
Wait, Mark, which bar?
Well, like the typical neighborhood bar. We're the witty sports guys at a place like that.
Ah, I like that. Follow and listen to Heed the Call wherever you get your podcasts.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
Can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
Boss, 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 bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppable beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
Is your money doing everything it can for you? Like automatically pushing more of your money to savings every day?
I don't think so.
Then switch to Huntington Bank and let's get more from money. Huntington Bank, welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you can put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply by February 11th and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood, your money, your move. Congratulations to LeBron James, who last night debuted a new patch on his jersey. It celebrates his 23rd season in the NBA. He's the only player in the league who has a special patch on his jersey. As always with LeBron, it's all about LeBron. Also, the Lakers lost last night to the Kings, 124-112. I'm Chris Black.
Spiegel and Holmes Show Flashback.
And Kaylin, you are the best. We appreciate you. Thanks for jumping on the show.
Thank you.
That is Kaylin. Kaylin. She is awesome. We love having her.
I'm in the bowels of a Lambeau Field.
From now on, that's how we're going to bring on every reporter we ever get from Lambeau Field for the eternal life of this radio station.
That's right. That is a top-notch, all-time drop. Kaylin, you are a legend now. You're a score legend.
Thank you.
That's Kaylin Kaler. And strangely enough, even with that, she decided that she would come back on the show. And we appreciate Kaylin Kaler. If you're not following her on Instagram, you're doing football wrong. Kaylin Kaler Reports is where you should be following Kaylin Kaler. She joins us now on the Circa Sports Illinois hotline. Download the Circa Sports app today. What's up, Kaylin?
Hey, guys. Hey, Lawrence. Hey, Aunt. How are you?
What's up, Kaylin?
We are doing really, really well, and you were in the bowels of Soldier Field this past weekend, and I love that you invited everyone to geek out with you about the Bears and their fourth down decisions. What did you learn about that, being in that locker room and talking with people around the Bears?
Yeah, so this actually spurred from a conversation I was having during the game with somebody with the Panthers, because when the Panthers played the Packers earlier this season, they only had the ball, I believe, 7 times in that game, which is really low because the average drive per game is about, I think, what did I write? 10.6. I think it was 10.6 or 10.8. And so I was texting this person with the Panthers, and I'm like, wow, the Bears' strategy here, it's like blowing my mind, like how aggressive Ben Johnson was on fourth down. And he normally is, but it was more, it felt different, right? Like we saw that 4th and 5 from their own 32. And I was like, oh my God, what? There's like no analytics model that would support going for it there. I mean, I think you'd be hard pressed to find any model that said, yeah, that's a go situation. So I'm texting this person in the Panthers, and he's like, well, you know why they're doing that, right? It's because of the Packers dominating time of possession in like every game they've been in this year. And it's been a consistent theme of the Green Bay Packers offense that they were just mounting really long drives and holding onto the ball for a long time. So this was something that the players in the Bears locker room told me, well, the strategy all week was to be aggressive and go for it on fourth down in basically any scenario, because they knew if they were to give the Packers the ball back, they don't know when they're going to get the ball back, essentially, because the league average drives per game, as I said, is like 10.8, and the Packers average was in the 9s. So they were averaging about a drive less per game, which means their opponents were seeing the ball so much less. So Ben's strategy essentially was like, we're not going to give them the ball back. Like, we're going to just extend these drives as much as we can. And they weren't very successful. Actually, on fourth down, they only converted 2 of the 6. But they wound up, and there's a lot that goes into time of possession, you know, not simply just what your offense is doing, but like they wound up this time with a 5-minute edge over Green Bay in time of possession. And in their first, or not their first matchup, in the last matchup at Soldier Field, Week 16, the Packers had the edge in time of possession by 12 minutes, which is crazy. That's a crazy number. So Ben's strategy ended up paying off, and he just kept going for it and going for it and going for it. And even though, like, statistically speaking, converting 33% of your fourth down attempts is not a good number, it ended up working for them in the long run.
I know when you're there covering the game and in the press box, it's hard to kind of track everything that's happening on the TV copies and whatnot. And I haven't had a chance to talk to Lawrence about yet the demonstrative nature of Caleb in game, on the sideline. You know, let's call it miscommunication with Burden on the fourth down that leads to an interception. And frankly, I think you can even look at the last game of the regular season where Ben Johnson said that Detroit game was the most simple game plan they've had throughout much of the year, but there were some mental errors, and Caleb seemed more visibly frustrated, frankly, over the last 2 games than we've seen in a while. What do you make of this more demonstrative version of Caleb with the season on the line?
I actually really like it. Like, one of the things, and this is just me observing in my own personal opinion, this is not, you know, reporting from any sources or anything, this is just my opinion, but like one of the things that I've always kind of wondered about with him is where has that emotion been? We saw a little bit of frustration last year. I remember some clips of him, you know, speaking with Shane Waldron on the sideline, and you saw a little bit of frustration during that last season. But I just remember, like, he's very, very poised in his post-game press conferences, and he still is. Like, he's still very, very much in control of his emotions and his mood, and just seems very professional in his post-game press conference. And I've always kind of wondered, like, you know, where is that emotion? Where is that drive? And I think we are seeing it now, and I actually really like it. Like, I think it shows, like, we've always known he's competitive just based off of the success that he's had in his football career. Like, you can't be that successful and achieve what he did in college and be such a great player without having that, you know, competitive edge. But I feel like we didn't start seeing it until very recently, and I think that's really refreshing. And I think also, like, probably Ben Johnson's fiery, competitive nature has brought that out of Caleb, right? Like, it seems like the two of them are very different, I think, personality-wise, but I think in that aspect, in competitive nature, I think they're very similar. And I think when you see, you know, your head coach, like, dropping F-bombs in the post-game, I don't know, what do you call that, like, speech in the locker room, like, that's going to bring emotion out of the players too. If you see your coach doing that, you're just whatever your coach does, naturally you're going to mimic. So I think it brings a lot of that out of the players too.
So as someone who grew up here, who understands this thing, and now you have this national platform at ESPN where people can read and watch your work, what was it like to be in Soldier Field for that craziness that happened in the second half of this game?
Yeah, it was really cool. When you're in the press box, I am in the first row, and so right underneath the press box is like the lowest suite level. There's like 3 levels of suites on top of the press box. So like right underneath us essentially is like seats, like regular seats that are outside in Soldier Field. And so it's all glass, right? So like people who sit right underneath me outside in the field, like they can like look up behind them and like see me. And so there was this like group of guys. I don't think it's who normally sits there, although it feels like it's different people every time. Like I don't really recognize any regulars who are in that row, but whoever was there this week, like every time in the third and fourth quarter, when the Bears scored or something good happened, they would turn around and start like pounding on the glass to get my attention, and I would just like throw them a little thumbs up because I'm like, I'm like guys, like I'm not rooting for anyone here. Like I'm like, yes, this is exciting. This is a great game. Like I just want to see a great game. So I was like, thumbs up to a great game. So it was like, I would say like in that aspect, it was definitely a unique and probably different environment than like most of the games. But like it was interesting because I felt like at the start of the game, it was kind of lacking energy. Like even from kickoff, like I was like, this feels like less energetic to me than the Week 16 game. And I think maybe that was because there were noticeably way less Packers fans there. Like I felt like this was like a 95% Bears crowd. Like there were very few green and gold that I saw, at least from my vantage point. And so I was like, I feel like there's like less tension amongst the crowd because like it's mostly Bears fans. But then obviously like things got really bad in the second quarter. And then as the Bears came back in the second half, I mean, the energy was great. And it literally, everybody was tweeting like, it's shaking. And it felt like that in the press box because literally the people right underneath us are like banging on the window, like that we're sitting in front of. So like literally the glass is shaking because people are banging on it.
That's some wild stuff. Kaylin, you're the absolute best. We appreciate you. Thanks for jumping on the show today. Thanks for the insight on fourth down. And I've hoped you recovered from the people banging on the glass. I've been in that moment. It is a very weird experience to try to explain to people who can't hear you. There's no cheering in the press box, so I can't join you in that thing. But thanks for helping to paint the picture.
Of course. Well, I hope those guys are back this coming week, and then I can say hi to them and, get their names or something so I can give them a shout out on the air next time.
Thanks, Kaylin.
That's dope.
Thanks, guys.
That is Kaylin Kaler, who is awesome. Check out her work on ESPN. Follow her. She has such an interesting mind. I feel like she is one of the people that has changed the way that sees a different way that football can be covered. So you should be following her because she has these really creative ideas on stories and stuff. And when you see it play out, like her being able to reach out to sources in other places to help explain what it is the Bears are doing and why, like bringing some reason to it, was really, really cool.
And I'm picturing the situation she's describing where somebody's trying to get her to interact with them, and she's like, I'm not allowed to cheer right now. She's probably like miming back to them in some way or hoping they can read her lips perhaps. All right, thumbs up. Yeah, we're good. But I'm not mocking you. I just can't do what you're doing right now because this is a professional space.
And they'll take your credential for stuff like that. I've had that happen to me too. My seat at Soldier Field when I was covering the team was front row as well. And people will be like, hey, media, get up. And it's like, that's not the thing that
if
happens.
I want to stay media, then I'm not supposed to do that.
Right. Like, I can do that if I'm out in the stands with you, but I can't do that here. But great perspective from her. When we come back, we haven't talked about this story that's happened with the Bears over this weekend, and the game overshadowed it, but I think there's an important thing here. A milestone, if you will, happened this weekend, and we should talk about it. Plus, there's some roster moves that we need to update you on. We'll do that next here on The Score.
Bears fans, it doesn't get much bigger than this. The NFC North champion Chicago Bears versus the Rams in the divisional round of the playoffs. Win or go home. Soldier Field will be rocking once again. Stay locked to The Score as we get you ready for Bears versus Rams all the way up to kickoff. And when it's over, be here all day Monday as we break down one of the biggest games the city has ever seen. Only on Chicago's Sports Radio, 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is sponsored by Jewel Osco.
Get great digital produce finds through Jewel Osco for you. Save on everything from 1 pound strawberries for 99 cents and 39 cents Haugh avocados to navel oranges at 69 cents a pound and much more. Check app for details.
It's playoff time in Chicago. There's no better place to bet the chase for the championship than Circus Sports Illinois. Circus Sports Illinois, it's sports betting the way it should be. Whether you're betting championship or conference futures, sides, totals, or prop bets for every round, there's no better place to make your bets throughout January. Circus Sports, with high app limits, player-friendly pricing, exceptional customer service, and no bet fees ever. Download your new bookie today at circusports.com. You must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Home means everything to you. So when rates drop, you don't just sit back. Rocket Mortgage watches the market to help you save money when the time is right. We make refinancing simple and savings even simpler. Never miss a new lower monthly payment with Rocket Mortgage. Learn more at rocketmortgage.com or call 1-800-4ROCKET for cost information and conditions. Conditions apply. Not a commitment to lend. Rocket Mortgage, LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching fever under your flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Leaks, clogs, or burst pipes, Chicagoland depends on Plumbers 911 for any plumbing emergency. Available 24/7, Plumbers 911 connects you with highly skilled, local, licensed, and background check plumbers who show up ready to work. Service you can trust, backed by the skill, training, and professionalism of Local 130 Plumbers, the tradespeople who build and protect Chicago every day. For fast, reliable plumbing help, call 833-PLUM-911. Local 130 Plumbers get the job done right the first time.
With America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds. Like the reliable and efficient Tucson Hybrid, backed by America's best warranty. The Hyundai Tucson Hybrid. It's the best of both worlds.
Right now, for a limited time, lease the Hyundai Tucson for $249 a month. Or get 0.99% APR on the Tucson or Tucson Hybrid. Offers end February 2nd. Call 224-661-0068 for details.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800 894-7722.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Spiegel and Holmes Show Flashback.
With the 10th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Darnell Wright, offensive tackle, Tennessee.
Darnell, big athletic guy, physical. The one thing that stands out with him, he's a tone setter. He plays with an edge to him. He's a nasty dude who, when you watch the tape and like, all right, we got to play the Bears next week, you go, okay, like this is going to be a long day.
It's a win for Ryan Poles. Darnell Wright was named an All-Pro this past weekend. Second team All-Pro for him. First team All-Pro for Kevin Byard, which I'll get to his importance in a second. First team All-Pro for Joe Thuney. I'm not surprised at Byard or Thuney at all. I think that Kevin Byard has been one of the best free agent acquisitions in the NFL over the last 3 years. He's been everything you wanted him to be, and his ability to show leadership inside of the regime change, to be kind of the guy that'll hold it all together and then be like, no, this guy that's coming in now, like, this is a real guy, and we need to follow him.
Now, you would agree he's been much better this season than he was last year.
Agree, yeah. But I've been, I mean, the guys will tell you, I've been saying that he's going to be an All-Pro since about week 8.
Okay.
He's his ability to bait quarterbacks into bad throws.
Yeah.
It's part of the reason that he's one of the league leaders over his time in the league in interceptions. The Joe Thuney thing, you can speak to this more than I can. Just forget about the locker room stuff for a second. What's been his impact on the field?
The dependability, the consistency that's necessary at the interior of your offensive front, where there have been at times wild swings for Drew Dahlman and Jonah Jackson, and their best is exceptional. There's no doubt about that. Joe Thuney, he is just the same dude every time he takes the field. You know he's going to be technically sound. He's going to be proficient in where he's supposed to be, knowing his assignment, and the confidence that the Bears have had as they've cycled through left tackles, and they're about to hit another cycle with another left tackle here with Isaac Trapillo being out of the lineup. But having Joe Thuney at left guard has been able to stabilize what they've tried to do with the interior of that offense, but then also stabilize how they're confident and comfortable operating with 3 different starters, 3 different individuals starting over a variety of games at left tackle throughout the season. But that consistency can be really underrated because it's not always going to be a highlight reel block like you see from Jonah Jackson or Darnell Wright.
Yeah, Darnell had a couple of really high-profile pancakes this year.
Yeah.
Along with really good play. Like, he wasn't just a highlight machine. He also played really well. And then you add the highlights into it. Yep. I think that it's allowed people to see him through a different lens than maybe they did before.
Right. And for Joe Thuney, it's just that consistency of knowing that he will rarely give up immediate pressure. He will rarely be a guy who you get an MA, a missed assignment from, as you snap the football. He will know who's got to be there, where they're going to be, and the preparation he shows day in and day out has continued to equal production at this stage in his career. The other side of the football, you know, Grady Jarrett, the intangibles, the leadership, the effort, all those things still show up now that he's healthier. The production isn't on par with Joe Thuney, but there's a reason those guys were signed to try and fortify and add a maturity to the approach of the interior of the lines of scrimmage on each side of the football. And Joe Thuney, you still have a higher level of production in, for the full scope of the season than what you get from Grady Jarrett. Now, I would argue the other day, they were both really, really good. We saw the best of Grady Jarrett, but Joe Thuney, what he gives you both tangibly and intangibly is huge.
And with this, like Darnell Wright being an all-pro, it helps to set up him to be viewed. All-pro is more important than Pro Bowl. Okay,
yeah,
like
right.
I want to make sure I whiteboard that for people. It means best at your position, and so he's second best at his position of right tackle. And for their whole careers, people are going to track Jalen Carter versus Darnell Wright. Now, I think it's a little unfair to Darnell because he could end up being great, and the impact that he has at his position is a little different than the impact that Jalen Carter can have and has had already at his position. But it doesn't stop him from being great, and this year he has been great. And it's been fun to watch all of those things come together for him as it's coming together for the team.
And I know you had, at the time, really strong thoughts on that comparison with Jalen Carter versus Darnell Wright.
I still do.
Right. And I felt like at the time, the recognition, or at least the belief internally, that the Bears didn't have a mature enough locker room to try and nurture what Jalen Carter was and perhaps even sustain what Jalen Carter would end up bringing into it because of his perceived immaturities that have shown themselves time and time again with the Philadelphia Eagles.
And there's a bunch of like Georgia guys on that roster, so that you are building a nest for him that maybe you didn't have here.
Yeah, but it was about, if you're not going to draft that guy, you better draft excellence because you're passing up on him. And we've seen season after season that Darnell Wright has become more and more of the picture of excellence at right tackle. And so for him to get an all-pro nod at this stage in his career as the team success really equates to that also. But, because there's so many guys who study film at a high level out there, to be able to recognize and appreciate what Darnell Wright has meant, and especially because left tackle, like when Braxton Jones was at left tackle, a lot of the open field athleticism was Braxton Jones being tasked with that, because in power, he wasn't a great left tackle in power, but his athleticism was utilized a lot. But then, he had the bum wheel opening the season up. And so now it's turned into Darnell Wright, not only what he can do at the point of attack, but because at his size, he is an incredible athlete. So you've seen a lot of moments of Darnell Wright at the second level and on tunnel screens, being able to pull from the formation and just waylaying tea kettle and blockers out there in space. So you're seeing an athleticism to his play right now that Ben Johnson has been able to feature in the offense that didn't necessarily get to show up as much earlier in his career.
You mentioned Braxton Jones, and there's news on that front. The Bears announced today that TJ Edwards and Ozzie Trapillo are on injured reserve, so they're done for the playoffs. But you probably knew that about TJ Edwards. When they have to bring the air cast out, it's never a good thing. So that means that the Bears have activated Braxton Jones, so he's now good to go, like on the active roster. They signed Jalen Reeves-Maybin, who had been hanging out in and off the practice squad for forever, and they signed Nephi Sewell. Yeah, did you know there was another Sewell brother?
I feel like there might be like 4 or 5 more out there.
Well, I think he played in the Bears-Saints game, but he was a Saint and now he's a Bear. So you replace one Sewell linebacker with another Sewell linebacker. So so
this is Soul Brother number 3.
Yes, he is Soul Brother number 3, and 2 of them are on the Bears roster. So there's that. That's the latest roster news on the Bears as they get ready to take on the Rams. By the way, Kaylin is very happy that you guys are following her on Instagram, and she texted me and let me know that. So if you're like, oh, Kaylin's cool, Kaylin Kaler Reports is her Instagram handle. Follow her. You will not be disappointed. If you like ball, she's got all sorts of interesting nuggets that she puts out there from covering games. When we come back, let's get Matt Bowen's thoughts on why the Bears were able to turn things around in the second half. Too many Hawkeyes here. Next on The Score.
Mully and Haugh talking Bears versus Rams in the divisional round of the playoffs. Mornings 5:30 till 10 a.m.
The Rams. This is good, right? I mean, playing them as late as possible when it is as cold as possible.
No doubt.
Has to be a good thing.
I think that's a positive. You have to look at every potential advantage in the playoffs. Bear weather will be a factor. Mully, this will be the coldest game the Rams have played in several years.
Mully and Haugh, mornings 5:30 till 10 a.m. on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, hockey fans. Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's Hat Trick Jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime score bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER 426-2537 or by texting ILGAMB to 53342. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards and bonus bets that expire in 7 days. In partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry, promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training. Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They're at the forefront of design and installation of environmental-friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
1-877-CARS for kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for kids. 1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for kids.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
How about finally a simple New Year's resolution, one where you're guaranteed to succeed? Reverse the clock on hair loss with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment. You'll feel more confident and more youthful when you witness your own natural hair growing into those places where it's been balding or thinning for years. From Advanced Hair's breakthrough technology to their world-class medical team, they are the only team in hair restoration I personally recommend. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Did I mention the results can last a lifetime? Celebrate this new year with a fuller head of hair and get a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Call 872-217-HAIR. That's 872-217-HAIR. Or see what meeting your New Year's resolution could look like with the before and after pictures at advancedhair.com.
New year, new goals, and fresh FSA funds. If you've been thinking about a vasectomy, stop putting it off. The start of the new year is the smartest time to book at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. Why? You can use your renewed flexible spending or HSA dollars to pay for it using pre-tax money. We offer a quick 30-minute in-office procedure that is virtually painless. No needle, no scalpel, and absolutely no hospital stay. It's the safest, simplest way to take control of your future. With 5 convenient locations including downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower with free valet parking, plus Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. We are right in your neighborhood. Make your resolution reality and use your fresh FSA funds. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. Your family is complete. Now your planning is too.
Cloudy, breezy, and colder with a snow shower, low 25.
Weather brought to you by Staples. 2026 is here, and at Staples, deals mean business. Like up to $100 off custom print orders. Head into the new year looking good for less. Staples. That was easy. Ends 131.
Chicago, it's Bears versus Rams in the divisional round of the playoffs. Keep it on the score as we get you ready for this epic playoff matchup at Soldier Field. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The score! Watch Matt Bowen. Bowen's a tough guy.
Matt Bowen.
And it's intercepted by Matt Bowen. Miller, ton of time. But the coverage is good with Matt Bowen.
NFL writer and analyst for ESPN.
You have to play man coverage in 3rd and 2 to 6. If you play cover 2 or cover 3, they're going to run hitch routes, they're going to run slants, they're going to run stick routes, they're going to move the chains. NFL quarterbacks are too good. You have to challenge in those situations. You have to play press, you have to get hands on wide receivers and disrupt the release to disrupt the timing of the route itself. So in those situations, you got to play man. And if I'm Dennis Allen against the Green Bay Packers in those situations, I'm playing man with pressure. Because right now I'm not getting home with 4, so that's telling me I have to bring pressure.
3rd and 15. Under pressure. Throwing for Dawson out of bounds. Couldn't stay in. Jalen Johnson covering 4th and 15.
Now Dennis Allen rolled the dice there. He showed 2 high, 2 safety look, and at the snap of the ball, he goes to a 1 high look, played man-to-man coverage, man-free with the safety in the middle. Trusted Jalen Johnson and his corners to hold up on islands, and they do.
Matt Bowen.
I have a simple rule with beer. I only drink beer that you can buy in 30 packs. So I'll leave you with that.
With Spiegel and Holmes on 670 The Score.
We love when we get the opportunity to break down tape with Matt Bowen. He joins us every week throughout the Bears season, and he joins us here on the Circa Sports Illinois hotline. Download the Circa Sports app today. Big Ann Heron is in for Spiegs will be back on Thursday. Carmen Vitale will be in his stead tomorrow. Matt, thanks so much for joining us. How are you?
I'm great, guys. What's going on?
Oh, we're just we're basking in what has been the insanity of the Bears winning, and I know that it's a unique perspective that you have. You are a Bears fan. You also played for the Packers. So what was this like watching this game play out Saturday night?
Well, first of all, I've never seen an ending quite like that. Never as a player, never as a coach at the high school level or at the Pop Warner level. To score 25 points in the 4th quarter is hard to do at the lower levels. It's extremely hard to do in the National Football League. And I think when you look at this game, it's a great example of a team in the Bears taking advantage of opportunities in the second half of that football game. Yes, they made adjustments. We'll get to all that. But taking advantage of opportunities and mistakes by the Green Bay Packers. That's what good football teams do. It's not their fault that you've made a mistake. But when you do make a mistake, when you don't execute on special teams, we are going to take advantage of it. And that's what the Bears did. They played at such a high level in terms of playmaking ability in that second half, and that's why they won the game. That's why they're advancing.
One thing that stood out to me was the level of aggression that Ben Johnson showed with 4th downs early. I think you can make a case for or against that. But the fact that they weren't converting those 4th downs and the team was still able to come back in the second half and respond and not get too dejected. Because you know what it's like when you know a game plan is going to have a specific temperament to it. And a team can crumble if you feel like, oh, this was our best laid plan and we're not getting this done. But the Bears didn't crumble. That really stood out to me as something that Ben Johnson, he's not shy about crediting his players. The team continued to sort of forge their way back into the game, even though those fourth downs weren't working for them.
I agree, Anthony, and I think it also speaks to the players and understanding who their head coach is and what they're going to do from a scheme perspective and situational, right? And that our coach is going to go for it in fourth down. We are going to be aggressive. And if we don't get it, Anthony, we're going to keep playing football. But that's who we are. I think that's, if you're a Bears fan, if you watch the season all year, that's just what Ben Johnson does. They are going to be aggressive. They are going to take risks. And that's why they're explosive on offense. That's why they win football games. That's why they can play situational football, which has been missing in this city for years, right? And so I think from your perspective, Anthony, what you're talking about as a player, you say, you know what, we didn't get the fourth down. We're going to get another opportunity to get it though later in the game, and we are going to cash in those opportunities, and they did exactly that.
Before we get into some of the specifics with what they did in the second half on defense, the throw, the 4th and 8 that all of us, the entire football world is reacting to, when you compare it with the one where he called game against the Packers late in the regular season, or the one against Cleveland where, it was the eye-popping throw and catch with DJ, that 4th and 8 to me, factoring in, yes, the game situation is a part of that, but even just his mobility, the discernment of where the angle were that the defenders were coming from, the ability to put touch and loft on a pass while he's rolling in that direction to be able to fit it in there. To me, of many amazing passes that Caleb Williams has thrown this season, that to me topped the rest of them. How do you kind of rank it?
I agree with you. That's number one. And it shows that he's an elite playmaker. And I think that's where you put Caleb right now if you're having a discussion about where he is in terms of his development. And we can get into his ability to throw with more timing, to identify his outlets at a higher rate within the progression. But in terms of his playmaking ability, it is at the top right now. And he's shown it all season. To do that, think about this, Anthony. We don't even have the stories about late in the game if he doesn't make that throw. There is no touchdown to DJ Moore. None of that happens if you don't make that throw. And I don't think when you're watching the game, you're watching on TV, you don't think like that. So, it's a big time throw. They extend the game. But really, that won them the football game if you think about it.
So let's go through this because I asked Big Ant about it and I texted you about it earlier in the week. What happened? Like, what was a difference that you saw in the Bears in the second half from what you saw in the first?
Well, I think scheme in terms of defensively what they did, they played even more man coverage in the second half, over 68% of coverage snaps. So they said, we're going to challenge. And Lawrence, we talked about that last week. And there's certain situations where you have to challenge, you have to play man, and you have to win in man coverage. They did that. And they're doing it more from a press position. So they were aggressive. And they're going to disrupt timing off the release. They're going to be a little grabby. They're going to be physical in coverage. They did all that. And if you look at the numbers, I got them right here. Jordan Love in the second half versus man coverage, 8 of 17 for 83 yards and a QBR of 19.7. I think it tells a story right there. They completely changed the game. Yes, they brought pressure too. I thought Dennis Allen did a great job in the second half. And it's not like he got new players, guys. Same roster, right? He didn't sign any free agents at halftime. This is the same roster they had. And I think also credit to the players. And this has nothing to do with scheme. And Anthony, you know this. They just played faster. They simply played faster. There's much more urgency to their movements in the second half on the defensive side of the football in terms of the pass rush, the pressure, and the coverage.
Having Kyler Gordon back in the lineup and all this time he's missed this season, it's fun projecting forward what a full healthy season of Kyler Gordon in the Dennis Allen scheme might be. But the more he got on the field the other day, and he didn't look as in shape, as sudden as the prime Kyler Gordon would look. But what impact did specifically Kyler Gordon have?
Well, he's your man coverage guy in the slot. That's what he is. He's an excellent zone defender and a tackler too. But you need that man coverage corner. Lawrence and I talked about this the last couple of weeks, how they were getting exposed in the slot. And they couldn't match up, especially at the third level of the field. They were really struggling. So getting Gordon back, and to your point, Anthony, he is not 100%. I think anyone who watched the game can understand that. That's just reps. That's more reps. He'll get more reps during the week of practice now. He will play at a faster rate this weekend, I guarantee that. But having him back on the field allows you to play matchups, and that's what you need.
Yeah, and watching it play out the way that it did, I'm a huge Kyler Gordon fan. You know that, Matt. Like watching him be able to impact the run defense and then being picked on a little bit towards the end of the game. Like they went after him, and I felt like he got better. As to your point, I felt like with the reps, it was like, oh, okay, you guys want to challenge me? I'm the highest paid nickel in the league. Watch this. And then he broke up a couple of passes and knocked down the last pass of the game.
We have to understand that it's the mentality of a defensive back. If you give up some plays, guess what? They're going to throw the ball at you again and again and again until you stop it, until you make some plays. And he answered. I always use the term as a coach, sometimes you have to answer the bell as a football player. That was a prime example of it. Because if you don't make the plays, if you allow separation, you're going to put your defense in a tough spot. So can you respond after giving up a couple plays and come back and create some on-the-ball production? He did exactly that.
Love the game of Grady Jarrett, where a lot of his career he's been able to be a guy who's undersized as a defensive tackle, but can get into creases and play on the other side of the line of scrimmage. And even as he's gotten healthy throughout the year, we haven't necessarily seen the playmaking show up in the backfield as frequently, but he was just really active the other night. When you were mentioning the activity of the Bears defense in the second half, I feel like Grady Jarrett was a really big example of that.
I agree. I think the interior of their defense, the second-level linebackers, too, cutting off the ball, playing cut-off and force angles, not allowing the ball to get to the perimeter, creating disruption, like you mentioned with Jarrett. Someone can play with leverage inside, which you know about Anthony as a former defensive tackle. So I just love what the defense did in general in the second half, and they just played at a higher rate. And sometimes you can draw whatever you want in the chalkboard at halftime. It comes down to the mentality you have from a defensive perspective. Are you going to change? Are you going to change the game? Can you do that? Can you get us back in the football game? Because if you're in halftime, Ben Johnson's telling Dennis Allen and his defense, we need stops. We need stops to get back in this football game. That's exactly what they got.
They did. So I asked Anthony about this earlier. I wanted to ask you, as a defender, how frustrating would it be to go up against Caleb Williams?
I think there's multiple levels to that. From Anthony's perspective in the defensive line, you better be in shape, first of all, because you're going to have to run, okay? Because Caleb can extend plays as well as anyone in the league. He's up there with Holmes, the ability to extend plays. So he's going to test your conditioning. He's going to test your gap responsibility, your rush lane responsibility. And then the secondary, that's just a long day of work because you have to cover down the field. And then even when you're playing zone coverage, when routes get past 10 to 12 yards, you're basically playing man. And to do that for an extended period of time, there's no margin of error. And I think that play we were talking about, the throw to Roma Dunze, the corner is undercutting the over route, right? That's a long way to run from the other side of the field. And I would teach the DB the same thing. Undercut it, try to make a play on the football because you shorten the window when you undercut it. The ball was just perfect in terms of the placement, the touch, and where he put it. And to do that with pressure is really high level.
If you were the opposing defensive mind trying to game plan against the Bears, and with as many different playmakers as we've seen, where there's been DJ Moore, especially late in games, and his sort of Swiss Army knife ability to be a runner and a pass catcher, a deep player and everything else, or Colston Loveland with his length and his versatility as a tight end. Who is the playmaker? Who sort of tops the opposing chart of defensive minds for who they have to try to take away for the Bears?
Well, Anthony, right now, you think you have to take away Colston Loveland. You have to. Look at the numbers he's produced for his last 3 football games and what he did against the Green Bay defense. He had 3 catches of 20-plus yards on flood routes, which are 3-level routes. And for the listeners out there, a flood route is you clear the corner and you take the underneath defender and you put him in conflict. Does he take the underneath route? Or does he get to depth to take away the out route or the deep corner route, which Loveland runs? And they had that 3 times in the football game. He can press the seams. He's got the foot quickness to beat press coverage when he played man. Right now, if I'm the Los Angeles Rams, that's the player I have to take away.
Yeah, his improvement from where he was at the beginning, and obviously a younger player, younger for his class, you know, and then he comes out and he turns into this guy. Where are the places where you see the biggest jump in what it is that he's become?
Well, I think a couple of things. One, understanding if you go back to his college tape at Michigan, can press the seams, can beat press coverage, but doing it against NFL defenders. I think that's the natural progression there. And you usually see that jump in the second half of the season. The game starts to slow down for you a little bit. His ability to beat one-on-one coverage, to fit better in the scheme, to understand that I think this entire offense, what they are, especially how productive they can be with 2 tight ends in the field. I looked at the numbers today. That's 12 personnel, 2 tight ends in the field. They have 21 explosive plays in the passing game. That's the second most in the NFL this season. And a lot of that has to do with the tight end position and Colston Loveland showing that growth and development the second half of the season.
When you break down that 2-point conversion, the one to Loveland where they come out there and big personnel, and Ben Johnson, he had it dialed up in his head already. He immediately signals, let's get big on the field here. You go to 13 personnel, 3 tight ends out there, and then they get over the ball and spread everybody out, and Loveland is one-on-one. How difficult is that? Because every defensive mind you're evaluating, what's the personnel group the offense puts on the field, and we try to match that personnel. So take us through how that philosophically and then kind of schematically works out.
Well, what that does is it creates matchups because you're trying to get run defenders in the football game, or when you have 3 tight ends in the game, everyone thinks there's going to be an off-tackle play. So you get your extra safeties, extra linebackers in the field. But when they spread, now you're in coverage. And I've been in that situation multiple times, even, back in my career. And they do that. You're thinking, oh, no. This is not where I want to be. This is not why I'm in the football game. And, look, they had the matchup they wanted. It was a great pass from Caleb. You talk about ball locations, a back shoulder throw. Even if the coverage was tighter, you're not going to make that play.
Matthew Stafford is a bit of a savant at the quarterback position, and he's got a guy that I think could win Offensive Player of the Year, and also Devontae Adams. So you've got that to deal with, and Sean McVay is every part equal of a play caller as Ben Johnson is, and his resume reveals that. What do you expect them to? What are you looking for them to do to try and challenge the Bears' defense?
Well, I think the one thing that Sean McVay has done historically in L.A. that is outstanding is he gets his wide receivers, I use the term free access off the line of scrimmage. He uses a lot of motion, a lot of stack sets, a lot of bunch sets, so they can avoid press coverage and get into the route. And right now, when you look at Nacua, he is one of the best at playing through contact. He is excellent, outstanding ball carrier, toughness after the catch, outstanding vision after the catch. He is one of the top players in our league right now. There's no question about it. And with Devontae, you can go back and watch the film from the season. Still one of the best in the league at beating press coverage. I think that was a great pickup for them because they got their ex-receiver opposite of Nacua who can win those one-on-one matchups. Plus, you got to deal with the run game. And they are physical in the run game. They've become more gap-heavy the last couple of years, and they will get numbers at the point of attack. So it is a challenge to play that offense because you have one of the top play callers. And anyone who's watched the NFL this season can agree that Matthew Stafford might have played his best season of his career.
And I don't know what the numbers ended up bearing out in the second half of the game. It felt to me like Green Bay offensively pre-snap was a little more static in the second half as well than they were in the first half. And that's where, like, a guy they have like Jaden Reed, he's a weapon for Matt LaFleur in the same way that Ben Johnson is able to have all these movable pre-snap chess pieces. Didn't feel like they used motion to sort of outflank and to, sort of confuse the Bears' second and third level as much in half number 2. I don't see Sean McVay making a similar mistake as the Bears are fighting back into a game here. So when you think about the ability for, DeMarco Jackson, he's going to be out there. And yes, he's been good when he's in the lineup. He doesn't know the game the way TJ Edwards does. Andrew Billings, if he's not healthy. It's the Bears' run defense that even though Matthew Stafford is incredible at this point in his career, McVay's going to be willing to run the rock at him. So what do the Bears have to be prepared for in that regard?
I agree. The run game is a foundational approach of that coaching tree. You look at Shanahan, you look at McVay, that's where their offense is built, is running the football. And a lot of pre-snap movement, like you said, Anthony. And really it's going to test the eye discipline of the Bears linebackers. Are they hesitant? Do they take false steps? Do they take poor angles? That's what the motion does to you. The jet movement we see in that offense, the misdirection, it's really going to test their eye discipline. Because if you don't stop the run game, Sean McVay will stick with it. He will stick with it as long as he can.
How's the whiteboard workshop coming along?
We started last night. Great group of quarterbacks. I'm doing it up at the Bodome in Bensonville with Next Level. Quarterback coach Greg Holcomb, who's J.J. McCarthy's private coach. I've known Greg for a long time. He's worked with our quarterbacks at IC since 2014. Excellent coach. I have a lot of respect for him. And I had a lot of fun last night in Lawrence. A lot of fun. And the kids loved it because we went through some basic stuff last night, some cover 3 checks, how to attack the free safety. But their favorite thing was we watched the film of Caleb Williams at the end.
That's a great way to do it. Can old talk show hosts come and be a part of this? Because I would love to learn.
100% you can come out, Lawrence, anytime. You know that.
All right. I just wanted to make sure because it seems like a really cool thing. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you should go check this out. Go to Matt's Instagram, MattBowen41. They're having it at the Bo Jackson Center, the Bo Jackson Dome, every Monday. He's on the whiteboard in the whiteboard workshop. It's a really, really cool idea.
Are they selling tickets to this?
I mean, you can get it online too.
Okay.
Like you can join it via Google Meet if you're not able to go in person. So
all right. I like that.
Yeah, it's a really cool thing, and it really speaks to Matt as a coach and as a teacher. So I love this idea, and I promise I will definitely come out at some point so I can learn some more ball.
I mean, especially now that you put him on the spot on the 50,000 watt radio station, he doesn't have any choice but to say, yeah, come on out.
Hey man, sometimes you have to use your. I was playing outside leverage on that one to make sure that I got the invite. That's what you got to do sometimes. Matt, thanks, man.
All right, guys. I'll see you soon.
You got it. That's Matt Bowen. He's outstanding. This has been such a great show. Yeah. I really enjoyed. We have torn this game apart, and I like it. And
there's
now,
a lot to like about it. It's a lot to revel in. A lot of revelry coming out of this Bears game here.
You're right. There is news. There's real NFL news that's going on, and we need to talk about it in the context of the Bears.
And I do, and there's probably a branch off of that for Caleb's sort of more demonstrative demeanor and what that means for the future of the Bears. I would love to pick your brain and kind of hear you out on that too.
All right, we can talk about all of that stuff next here on The Score.
As the divisional round approaches, where the Bears take on the Rams, Bears fans are calling in on The Score.
Let's go to Tony and Joliet.
This is something special. Caleb handles the moment, and man, who knows how far this is going to go. This is a beautiful thing about The Score, that we're all a family. We celebrate Chicago sports. We got this team going for years to come, and the fact that we get a voice and we can all come together on a day like this, I love you guys. Thanks for taking my call.
As the Bears prepare to take on the Rams in the divisional round, keep it right here on Sports Radio 670 The Score and live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is sponsored by Grand Appliance. Shop top brands like GE, Cafe, and more during the New Year New Appliance sale at Grand Appliance and get hundreds in savings you won't find anywhere else. Visit grandappliance.com or your local showroom today. That's Grand Appliance, appliance experts since 1930.
We're here at Menards Bag Sale, asking shoppers what they're putting in the bag to get 15% off.
Paint, batteries, tools, toilet paper, extension cords, grocery items,
hardware for my cabinets,
snack items, crackers, and some canned goods stuff.
Shop vac supplies, toothpaste, cereal, coffee, dog treats. I've got a lot of stuff to grab.
The list goes on, but the sale ends January 24th. Hurry in for Menards 15% off bag sale. See store for complete details.
Save big money at Menards.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
With 2026 here, I look back on all the pain, discomfort, limping that I did with my bad feet because of knee replacements, ruptured Achilles tendons. I mean, I've had my share of injuries, which contributed to me going to the Good Feet store and asking for help. You owe it to yourself to see if the Good Feet Arch Supports can help you. You'll get some one-on-one with a Good Feet Arch Support specialist who spends time with you. He'll understand your goals, and then he'll pair you up with something that makes such a difference you won't believe it. So if you're feeling some foot pain or discomfort, learning if Good Feet Arch Supports will work for you is as easy as going in for a free fitting and test walk. You can even use your HSA or FSA account to purchase your arch supports. New year, better health, one step at a time. It all starts with one visit to the Good Feet store. Schedule your free fitting and test walk at goodfeet.com with locations in Skokie, Schaumburg, Algonquin, Geneva, Naperville, Orland Park, and Highland, Indiana.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Bulls fans, Chuck Swirsky here. Join Bill Weddington and me for all the high-flying action of every Bulls game on 670 The Score and the Fitzgerald Equipment Bulls Radio Network powered by Heli Forklifts.
Bulls win! What a ball game!
See red, Chicago.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Presented by Robinhood.
He crosses, spins, pulls up.
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood Prediction Markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood, your money, your move. News today that Mike Tomlin is stepping down from the Pittsburgh Steelers, and as we look forward for Tomlin's career, I wonder if he'll consider going to TV. In the past, John Madden was America's coach. Mike Tomlin has the charisma, the credentials, and he's likable. He could certainly become America's next head coach on TV. I'm Chris Black.
We were just talking about that, Chris Black.
I'm so focused on our players, our staff, and just trying to, like I said before a million times, try to find solutions how to get better.
Did you see the Bears locker room video after last night?
I did not.
There were a bunch of us here that were here for 4th and 26, that were here for the 2014 NFC Championship game. You were on Dan Quinn's staff for that Super Bowl. Assuming we continue the way things are, how do you make sure that a gut-wrenching loss like this serves as we gotta get our act together and we're gonna overcome this and not a spiral that things just keep
I think you got to use it as fuel. That's going to be the message to our guys, is you have to use it as fuel.
Well, actually shouldn't be laughing.
Matt LaFleur talking about how the game ended and how the Packers season ended, and most people believe he's going to sign an extension that Goody is going to sign him to an extension. He'll get a Goody call and get his extension
hell
done.
no.
See? That's why I love having
That
Big Ed
deserved
here.
a rim shot,
It
but
did.
that's okay.
It did. You're going to get us in trouble with other afternoon show hosts there, Tanny. What's the matter with you? So, yes, he's still there for now, but the news of the day, as Chris Bleck said, was Mike Tomlin moving on from the Steelers. And it's funny because before Bleck's Sports Minute, Big Ant and I were literally just talking about the idea.
It was like he heard us. It was like, let me record a Sports Minute in like 3 seconds and get it in the commercial break.
Yeah, because there isn't really, if you look around the league of broadcasters, there isn't a coach in the booth.
Right.
And that's weird because we grew up with that being a thing. Like the whole, whether it's John Madden or Brian
Dick
Billick.
Vermeil did it for a while.
So there isn't any of that. And I wonder if he'd be more valuable if he wanted to do it. He might have, it's none of our businesses. I don't even know if he would be interested in doing it. But I'm wondering, is the value of Mike Tomlin better on a big game for a network versus him being on the desk somewhere?
Now, between the two roles, just speaking plainly, being in studio is easier than calling a game.
You would know.
Calling a game it's like a midterm every week where you're preparing for the nuances, you're breaking down the film, you're trying to make sure you're prepared for the personal aspect of what happens in case some moment comes up in the game where you want to personalize the backstory of a guy too.
But I feel like that's wheelhouse for Mike Tomlin.
Certainly feels that way. Yeah. I mean, the difficulty of a game versus a studio show, if he just wants that easy landing strip, then I think that could certainly be a way for him to go about it. We saw Bill Parcells did it and was effective in studio.
Rex Ryan?
Yeah, Rex Ryan is good and entertaining in studio. A bunch of coaches have done that, but
people talk too much in our business.
That's true.
I mean, it's a good point.
But you can make a lot of money doing it.
Right.
He can make a lot of money doing anything, though. If he wants to keep coaching, he can definitely do that and make a lot of money coaching. And I don't think that college is on the table for him.
I don't think so either.
I wouldn't want that. If I wouldn't want a D1 job right now.
There's a lot of really good, lucrative college jobs, but he's Mike Tomlin. Like he doesn't necessarily need that to be lucrative or successful. He could get either another NFL job, or if he's going to do the Bill Cowher thing and say, you know what, I'm still young, even though I'm done with the Steelers are done with me, he could ride off into the sunset and just do the TV thing in perpetuity. But if he's not, he'll get another NFL job if he wants one.
I feel like him as a studio analyst and high school football coach is the perfect combination for Mike Tomlin. Because look at what's going on with Greg Olson. Like, Greg is out here being a youth football, baseball, and basketball coach while he's doing games every week and has really stepped into that world now. He's really good at talking about it. But it's funny, like, you look in the NFC North and you look at the coaches here in this division, and we're going to get into Ben Johnson as villain at 5 o'clock, so you'll want to stick around for that conversation. But this is about as competitive from a coaching standpoint as this division has ever been.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, and coming into the season, there was a lot of hope tied into what Ben Johnson had the potential to be and what he could turn the Bears into. And so we're seeing that potential realized, but there's no reason to think that Dan Campbell and the Lions are going anywhere. Now, do they need to go ahead and hire a new OC? Yeah, get an OC in there to kind of revamp the offense and take advantage of all the talent that's still in place there in Detroit. But as much as we're dancing on the grave of the Packers right now, but Matt LaFleur and Jordan Love, assuming that continues to be the combination moving forward, they're going to be right there in the mix. And before Micah Parsons got injured, the Packers were a team legitimately in the Super Bowl conversation. So are the Bears as capable of coming back in that same way? For Green Bay controlled much of the first half plus of the game, just like they did with the two previous games. The Bears have yet to run an offensive snap against Green Bay this season with the lead. So that just shows you how improbable these games have been, these comebacks, these last two victories for the Bears have been. So there's no reason to think Green Bay, who continues to be one of the younger teams in the National Football League, they're not going anywhere anytime soon. Now, if they decide to replace Matt LaFleur, which I don't believe they are, he'll continue to have a shelf life there in Green Bay. They're not going anywhere. You started to see a few flashes late in the season from J.J. McCarthy, where the Vikings, with an exceptional roster and head coach who's been really good with experienced quarterbacks, he'll have a more experienced quarterback next season with Kevin O'Connell. And so this is going to continue to be one of the more competitive divisions in the sport. But you can make the case right now that we've got tangible evidence, that maybe the Bears have the best combination. Do they have the best head coach? Now you can say maybe they got the best play caller. They might have the best head coach, and the combination with he and the quarterback to perhaps not give the North back anytime soon.
If you're the Packers, you have a coach under contract, and it's a lame duck year for him. Do you back channel to Tomlin and Harbaugh and go, just wanted to see how you maybe felt about living in Green Bay, Wisconsin?
I'm not there because I'm not out on Matt LaFleur. And there's a case that he's plateaued.
Yes.
Because we see, it feels like they do the same thing every year. But the same thing they're doing every year, like they went out and got Parsons. And so when they got Parsons, it did show, it bared fruit. It showed results where they were a team in the conversation for the 1 seed. They were a team who looked like they could go win the Super Bowl. And then their defense is impacted, and the offense has Jordan Love as opposed to a Hall of Famer at QB. And so things did fizzle. But Matt LaFleur's done a lot of winning in Green Bay, and he's developed quarterbacks, the best years of Aaron Rodgers' career. He got, 2 MVPs with Aaron Rodgers, and it wasn't because Aaron Rodgers was still exceptional, still elite before Matt LaFleur showed up. Aaron Rodgers was starting to fizzle, and then Matt LaFleur got there, and he won another MVP or 2, and you're seeing the development of Jordan Love there also. Even Malik Willis is now going to make money after being trained by Matt LaFleur. So there's a big resume of not only winning games,
but the most important
QB success there. So I don't know. I don't see Green Bay moving on from Matt LaFleur. If Green Bay asked my opinion, I wouldn't be quick to move on from Matt LaFleur. To me, it's worth some continued bites at the apple because there's a core in place. They spent the money to get one of the best defensive weapons in football. If he's going to be healthy at some point early-ish next season, then Green Bay is going to be right back in the Super Bowl conversation with Matt LaFleur, as opposed to going out and getting some guy who won one a long time ago.
It's nice that the Bears aren't involved in any of this stuff as of yet. You know, like they might get some coaches poached. I would imagine that the Steelers would like to talk with Antoine Randall about their head coaching position.
Right.
You know what scares me, though? Mike McDaniel ending up in Detroit.
Okay.
That would scare me because I feel like the yin and yang of Dan Campbell and Mike McDaniel, that feels
put down there.
That feels like a good fit. Now, he interviewed for the Atlanta job, so you get a qualified coach and you get to satisfy portion of the Rooney Rule by interviewing Mike McDaniel. But him as the offensive coordinator. Well, you got to do 2, right?
Oh, okay. I see what you mean. Yeah, all right.
I don't mean because he's half.
I want to see what you meant by that. Why is it only a portion? I just wanted to clarify. I just wanted to clarify why it was only a portion of the Rooney Rule. But I see what you mean by that now. That is factually accurate. Yes.
Oh, man.
That makes perfect sense. Is that how it works? I don't know.
She got to get 4?
Right. I didn't know if I missed a clause in the Rooney Rule. So
you have to get Marcus Freeman in here, too.
Right, exactly, yeah.
Actually, no, Marcus Freeman, he would actually satisfy
that's
the
true.
entire rule,
exactly, right? Because he's got both sides are a minority.
There you go.
Right. Yeah.
Done deal. I mean, in Notre Dame, they were real quick when the Giants stuff was coming up. They were real quick to be like, hey, Marcus, here's a whole lot of money.
Yeah,
Why don't you stay here in South Bend?
You remember that Brinks truck we got over there?
Yeah.
You go ahead and take a gander.
There's some money in there, and it's all for you. But yeah, the Mike McDaniel thing scares me a lot.
Yeah.
That would be a good
I see what you're
fit.
saying with that, man. That's a lot. Yeah, because, I mean, obviously in stature, Jared Goff is a much bigger guy than Tua, but in style of play, then there's some similarities to his ability to discern, to throw with touch, get the ball out quickly, and that's a lot of what the Mike McDaniel offense calls for, and he'll have an even more veteran and more proven commodity to do it with if he ended up in Detroit. So, yeah, that's a good call right there.
I want to have your Caleb conversation, and let's do it in the next segment, where we also will hear from Jalen Johnson, because he was on with Uncle Shay. So we'll get his thoughts on the things that he's seen, and Big Ant's thoughts on Caleb on the sideline. Big Ant is in today for Speaks. Speaks is the day off. Back after this on The Score.
Bears fans, the road to the NFC Championship game runs through Chicago. It's Bears versus Rams in the divisional round, and The Score is where you need to be all week as we prepare for this epic battle right up to kickoff, and be here all day Monday for wall-to-wall reaction only on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
It's playoff time in Chicago, and there's no better place to bet the chase for the championship than Circus Sports Illinois. Circus Sports Illinois, it's sports betting the way it should be. Whether you're betting championship or conference futures, sides, totals, or prop bets for every round, there's no better place to make your bets throughout January. Circus Sports, with high app limits, player-friendly pricing, exceptional customer service, and no bet fees ever. Download your new bookie today at circusports.com. You must be 21 or older. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
That first year in your new home matters. With preferred pricing, Redfin and Rocket Mortgage make the path to your next home easier. When you buy with a Redfin agent and finance through Rocket Mortgage, you can lower your interest rate by 1% for 1 year, or choose up to $6,000 in closing credits. See how it works at rocketmortgage.com or call 800-4ROCKET. Additional terms apply. Not a commitment to lend. Rocket Mortgage, LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Plumbing emergencies happen. Burst pipes, backed up drains, sump pump failures, and water heater issues can wreak havoc. When they do, depend on Plumbers 911 for fast, reliable help. Available 24/7. Plumbers 911 connects you with licensed, highly skilled local plumbers ready to fix the problem quickly and correctly. Backed by the training, expertise, and professionalism of Local 130 Plumbers. The experts who keep your home running smoothly. Call 833-PLUM-911. Local 130 Plumbers get the job done right the first time.
With America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds. Like the reliable and efficient Tucson Hybrid, backed by America's best warranty. The Hyundai Tucson Hybrid. It's the best of both worlds.
Right now, for a limited time, lease the Hyundai Tucson for $249 a month. Or get 0.99% APR on the Tucson or Tucson Hybrid. Offers end February 2nd. Call 224-661-0068 for details.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
Designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
Windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Go back to when we saw Caleb leaving the field. That right ankle just kind of gives out on him. He did get up. He was kind of walking a little bit with a limp, but he was frustrated. Yeah, he's talking to his coaches right there. Clearly didn't agree with maybe one of the calls. I'm not sure. He's frustrated. That went on for a while, though. I'm sure he's calmed down by now. JT Barrett, his quarterback coach, over there with him.
Highlight courtesy of Prime. By the way, the numbers are in. Big Ant, you work in television. I think even you will be a little surprised at the number of Bears-Packers guy.
Yeah.
31.6 million.
Oh.
Yeah. 31.6 million viewers.
Good heavens.
Good heavens. That is like title game type numbers stuff.
On Prime?
Yeah. Well, Prime, and also remember, is broadcast locally on
here
Fox.
32. Yeah, but in my mind, I guess I would have thought the streaming audience would perhaps dampen it a bit. It apparently did not at all.
No, it did not. And I was telling Speaks, because Speaks did the post-game show over at Fox. It was like, let's say that 90% of the audience leaves and does whatever. That still leaves millions of people who are going to watch you on the post game. So if I'm being conservative,
well, it wasn't like the Fox 32 broadcast wasn't national.
No, but still, but
there's a lot of people watching.
The Chicago market made up a lot of that audience.
Right. Yeah.
It's like there's going to be like 1 million people watching you on the post game show. He's like, yeah, that's right. Exactly. So we did see Caleb get after his teammates a little bit. What did you think of it?
So I liked it. I mean, I think a lot of these things are within reason, but since we haven't seen him do that much, if at all, but my interpretation of that, and obviously whether it's Peyton Manning or Tom Brady or Philip Rivers, like a bunch of the all-time greats, didn't mind getting after their teammates a little bit on the sideline, and it was a game, of course, of immense consequence, exceptional gravity, because your season ends if you're not on point and you don't come out with that dub. And some of the early miscues, and frankly, it's kind of back-to-back weeks of some offensive miscues that I would imagine both Caleb and Ben Johnson may be a bit frustrated with. But what that said to me was we're seeing a version of Caleb that's more in like full mission control command of the Bears offense, knowing exactly where he is supposed to be, where his teammates are expected to be, what are the adjustments that need to be made within the play itself, and to have some of those moments play out where a first half on offense that wasn't leading to points consistently, and seeing that Green Bay is constantly moving the ball and is starting to create some separation between them and the Bears, then the urgency was certainly there for Caleb. And I like seeing it. And, it didn't look to me like, a sideline, like what we see from the Philadelphia Eagles, where constantly they're yelling at each other, jawing at each other, and very kind of aggressively looking upset at each other. But it can be hard to sort of interpret the volume, the body language, the demeanor, the scowls that are there, because it's just a really intense environment on an NFL sideline. But it looked to me like a guy who was exhorting his teammates to know exactly what they were supposed to be doing, make corrections that were there in the moment. And, again, we haven't seen a bunch of examples of Caleb just going off on guys on the sideline. So that to me looked like a young quarterback displaying a lot more command of the environment, of the offense, and of the expectations for he and his teammates.
It's interesting to me because I think that there's a growth part of it, and I think some of it is just the amount of games. Like, we haven't talked about this, I think, enough. Caleb's played every game, which is kind of amazing for a quarterback in this day and age to play every game.
Especially considering his style of play. Where
Correct.
He's running around, his body's contorted at all these odd angles. He'll hold the ball and almost wait for a defender to hit him so he can have every millimoment possible to make a decision. So he does take some impact. Not usually big crushing hits, but it's an athletic game that Caleb plays.
And last year, he's walking in, it's him and Rome, but basically he walked into a veteran-led team.
Yeah.
And he's like, all right, well, I'll just figure this whole thing out. But now, him and Rome, same draft class. Colston Loveland's younger than him. Kyle Monunga is younger than him. Luther Burden is younger than him, less experienced than him. So now there are at least guys on the team where Caleb can actually be like, no, I'm the upperclassman here. I kind of have an idea, along with, of course, being the quarterback of the team. And I think now he's got some backup too. Like he's got Joe Tooney and Drew Dahlman to be there to kind of help him in adjudicating that stuff. So I don't have a big problem with it. I don't usually mind guys showing emotion on the sideline as long as
you're in a situation of conflict during a football game. Physical and mental conflict is constantly going on there. So emotions are going to run hot. The volume is going to be ramped up that much more in a playoff game, even over what it is during a regular season game. And for Caleb as the quarterback, like at the Detroit game, at the end of the regular season, he was getting on Durham Smythe, it looked like it a couple of times there. And he's a veteran player. There's trust that's been established there between those two. And I haven't seen him get on DJ Moore per se, that type of thing, when they haven't been on the same page, but that's all right. I don't think necessarily everybody's interaction with the quarterback is going to be exactly the same.
Yeah, it's not going to be equal.
Yeah, but he's at a point in this season, at a point in his now young still career, where he has also earned that right to get on teammates. Not only because he makes plays, but because they know he puts the work in to be as prepared as possible. And Ben Johnson has constantly pointed that out and talked about his young quarterback, that he is in there putting the work in there one-on-one, there with the full offense. He's doing all the stuff with the team. He's getting extra time in after practice. So Caleb is ready to know exactly what's going on. And now we're seeing the actual execution of the job picking up as well. But that's earned with the guys in the locker room because they know he's put the work in.
It's like Alex. Like Alex is now running around here yelling at people, making sure the stuff gets done. And that's now that he's comfortable.
Yeah.
Like it was a little while, I was like, oh no, guys, whatever you want. And now it's like, no, whatever I want. Right? So I think that's
my
fine.
show.
Yeah, it allows you to become a menace, right? That's how it works.
A straight up menace.
That is exactly how it works. Our guy, Jalen Johnson, if you're Mark Grody, he was on Club Shay Shay. And remember, whether it's me and Big Ant or me and Matt Bowen, and we've been talking about how Jalen just doesn't look quite right. Well, he told Uncle Shay and Uncle Ocho that is the case.
So initially, I tore my adductor. So it's like with all those things kind of connected from the adductor going into the pelvic and then from the core going into the pelvic. Once you kind of tear one, you kind of more likely going to tear the other one. So in Detroit, I end up tearing pretty much the core part of that connection. And then naturally, I had some damage leaking to my other side. So I really got both sides repaired, groin and core.
Wow. So you good now though, huh?
Yeah. I mean, as far as like my surgery and injury goes, but it's like, the rehab is almost never ended almost for about a year because I mean all the scar tissue builds up and being in the position that I'm in, sliding, moving lateral, it's like you gotta breaking it all up. So it's been tough on me honestly because it's like when you know you can't move how you normally move, you start overcompensating. Now your mind is messed up, and now you're like, man, do I got it? Like, dang, what am I? So now it's like for me, that's really what I was fighting like the first 3-4 weeks. I mean, being in pain, taking damn numbing shots, and for the games to be able to go. I mean, it's really been a lot. Probably Hey, it's been some stuff, and people, oh man, Jalen's not healthy. You damn right, I'm not all the way healthy, but I think really just for me, just continue to attack the rehab. I just got off the massage table a few hours ago, so just trying to just continue to give myself the best chance to win. But I'm looking forward to a full offseason to get really healthy. And it's funny because it's like that's why I'm glad like I'm not on social media because like I don't see it. I just kind of hear it from my people that are on it. But it's just like for me, it's like I know what I'm going through. And it's like realistically, I shouldn't even have came back when I came back. Like I took every measure to try to push my body, push myself, and it's like, oh, y'all see it. Oh yeah, Jalen's not healthy. It's like, yeah, but Jalen's also still giving the team the best chance to win, like regardless of me being healthy or not. But I mean, for me, I ain't worried about it. At the end of the day, I know what I can do, and I know I'm getting better, and you can see it on the tape. So I mean, at the end of the day, that's all I can ask for.
So we pretty much nailed it when talking about Jalen Johnson.
I'd say so. Yeah.
It's a little early for him to come back. He's not quite himself, but he has a chance to play on a winning team and took that opportunity to go out there and be helpful.
And you know who is of a similar status with that? You know, varying degrees of their, I guess, importance on the roster, investment from the team. Braxton Jones being the opening day starter at left tackle in a contract year was Braxton Jones laying it on the line for the Chicago Bears. And it wasn't going well early in the season. And, you know, Braxton Jones wasn't one of the top left tackles in the sport already. But then for him to very expediently rush back to be as ready as he could be for the opening game and to start the first few of the season and not look like a healthy version of himself, I would hope a lot of credit from folks at Haugh and on the team and teammates recognizing what he was willing to do